very vividly. Jimmy threw one right into the linebacker's hands at one point in that game. Niners just looked dead in the water in the first half. Trey Lance, the final play before halftime to give him some life, a little sweep to the left. God, I mean, what would have happened had they won that game, Ponte? I feel like the whole season plays out differently.
Yeah, they would have been 3-0. They would have started 3-0 alongside the LA Rams and the Arizona Cardinals. And in that game, I think the Packers are going to employ a similar game plan. In that game, they got the ball out fast. I mean, Aaron Rodgers was throwing the ball in 2 seconds or less. And at one point, with about 7 minutes and 58 seconds left in the game, Rodgers was 16 of 16 when he got the ball out less than 2.5 seconds in the pocket. So 1-2 throw. 1-2 throw. That was their whole game plan. And Rodgers actually started he started 12 of 12 in that game. 12 of 12. And he was chucking it deep to everybody and anybody in that football game.
Man, we're going to have to get you some honey and some tea and some lemon to get through this show. I'm fired up. Yeah,
we're all good, Shasky. We're all good. Just keep it moving, baby.
Okay, Aaron Rodgers, just teasing. Aaron Rodgers was outstanding in that game. I felt like Devontae was making plays against these Niners. Yep. I do feel like the secondary's in a better place now than back then.
A lot better place.
Right?
A lot better place.
You know, and then the other thing that really stuck out to me in that game from week 3, Sermon looks so tentative as a running back. And
yeah.
I don't think that they knew how to use him. I don't think he really, I don't know. We'll time will tell whether that's a good pick or not, but he clearly looked lost at best. I mean, he got better as that game went on, but it was ugly in terms of the running game. So I think having Elijah Mitchell is going to be different and better, I think, for the 49ers as a whole.
They were running a lot of use check. That was the introduction of Deebo Samuel at tailback. Use check got the first carry of the football game. You know, Trey Sermon, you heard it on the broadcast. Chris Collinsworth was like, Bobby Turner, the running back coach, they want Trey Sermon to just get it and go. Get it and go. One cut, boom, hit the hole. He was doing a lot of tap dancing in that football game, and the run game just wasn't there. Jimmy, at times in that game, he threw the first pick to Jair Alexander, going deep down the field to George Kittle. It was a lollipop in that one. He got better as the game went along, but there was a lot of Mohamed Sanu in that football game.
That's right.
Rodgers, though, started 12 of 12, 140 yards in that football game, and they got the ball to Devontae Adams. Quick outs, quick comebacks. They hit the back shoulder throw a couple times with Devontae Adams. That's what I worry about every time, is if he gets matched up with Devontae Adams, defending that back shoulder throw that Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams are so good at. The rapport they have with that play, the back shoulder throw, it kind of scares me here. And then Aaron Jones and Dillon, they ran the ball well in that football game to keep the Packers unbalanced so they can't be one-dimensional. I think the key to this football game, Shasky, is to make the Packers one-dimensional. Snuff Aaron Rodgers and Dillon out of this football game. Make them a pass-only team that benefits the 49ers. I think you got to do that. But in that first game, Green Bay's offensive line did a hell of a job in snuffing the Niners' pass rush. And I think the pass rush is a lot better than what it was in week 3. It's better now. But Green Bay had a great game plan in that football game, and they knew what to do. They got the ball out quick against that defense.
Yeah, I fear their running game. I think Dillon was built for the playoffs, built for the cold. A lot of people question that draft pick. I like him. I always like big, strong, bulky backs. And then Aaron Jones is just a dynamic player out of the backfield, whether it's as a runner or as a pass catcher. Like, he's a premier player for a reason. So I fear their backfield big time. I'm with you. You got to make them one-dimensional. And to me, this is a game where I need my safeties. We keep talking about the corners. I need my safeties to have an outstanding day today or on Sunday communicating. I think that's the number one thing, because if you on the back end have any miscommunication, Aaron Rodgers is going to eat you alive.
Mm-hmm. Nah, the secondary was in shambles. Diamador Lenore was playing in that football game because K'Wan Williams went out early with the calf/hamstring injury. Josh Norman went out of that football game, believe it or not. He had a chest injury. They were rolling out Dante Johnson. E-Man was in that game, and they got better in the second half, and the offense started to churn some yards there. But it was a struggle against the Green Bay Packers. But both teams look different. I mean, Kevin King was playing quarter for the Packers. He's nowhere to be found right now. Stokes was out there as a rookie. He's he's a lot better. We'll see if Bakhtiari plays left tackle for the Green Bay Packers or whether or not they shift him to right tackle. We shall see. We shall see. So, look, I'm excited for this matchup. It feels like it bodes well for the 49ers in terms of the physicality, the way they're running the football. No Elijah Mitchell in that week 3. But I want to play something Mike Holmgren said yesterday about getting ready for the cold. Somebody asked me, I went on with my guy Doug Russell yesterday in Milwaukee. He was like, how are the 49ers going to get ready for the cold? I'm like, you don't really get ready for the cold, right? I don't care if you practice in the cold. It's tough to simulate here in the Bay Area, so hopefully the Niners fly out a little later today, which I think they will. Get out to Green Bay, have a walkthrough tomorrow to get acclimated to the cold. But here's what Mike Holmgren said yesterday. He joined us on the morning roast at about 8:40. Super Bowl winning coach of the Green Bay Packers, former offensive coordinator of the 49ers. Here's what Mike Holmgren had to say about getting ready and getting acclimated to a cold weather game.
It's hard for a West Coast team or a warm weather city team to come into Green Bay at that time of year, this time of year, going against a fine Packer team. You can say you're prepared, you can say you're ready, and then when all of a sudden you come out of the tunnel and hit the field, it shocks you. Now, having said that, Kyle will get them ready. They're a good football team. It should be a heck of a game, but the players, to say they're not gonna feel it, I think they're not being honest.
And the one guy I worry about is Jimmy Garoppolo in this weather game. You think about the slight shoulder sprain. Now, we saw the videos yesterday, Shasky, of him throwing the football. He was throwing it with zip. He looks like he's playing. I didn't have any doubts that he was going to play this week, but it looks like he's going to go. The thumb injury, the UCL, the ligament, how's he going to warm that up in this cold weather? And you know what Mike said yesterday about the injury? Why the hell is he talking about the injury? Why is he talking about it? Why is this getting leaked out? Why are the Niners releasing news? Who is this on? Why do so many people know about these injuries for Jimmy Garoppolo?
I found that to be one of the more interesting things that he said. Like, it makes total sense. Like, why would you want that out there at all? You're basically telling the defense, everyone's like, well, they're going to target the hand or the shoulder. Well, not just that. They know that you're limited in terms of being able to throw it down the field. And so, as a defensive coordinator, that would tell me, like, all right, I'm going to force them to make throws beyond 15 and 20 yards, which is kind of already the template for Jimmy Garoppolo. But, yeah, that to me was as interesting as anything, wasn't it? Like, we asked him a bunch of different questions, but that was just, now the cold weather thing. Jimmy did play at Eastern Illinois. It's a pretty cold weather place. Like, that's something I look at is, yes, there are certain people, like Tom Brady grew up in San Mateo, but he played at Michigan. Right. He played at Michigan, gets real cold over there. So he has some familiarity with the cold. So when he goes to New England, he's ready for it. Nick Bosa played in Ohio. Some of these guys have played at cold weather places.
It's been a long time for Garoppolo. It's been a very long time.
Well, he was been with the Niners for 4 years. He was in New England before that. Look, I'm not dismissing it. There's no question it's a factor. There's a learning curve at some point. But, if you grew up doing it, I don't know. It's tough for me to sit here and try to quantify how much the cold factors in because I'm not them.
Let's hear from Holmgren on the injury concerns with Jimmy Garoppolo and how he wasn't really pleased with all the injury news getting out to the media.
Well, first of all, I read about his injuries in the paper today, and he was very outspoken about how he felt, Jimmy. That's a no-no, first of all. I would have had a conversation with the quarterback, said, we're not talking about this. Are you hurt? Yeah, okay, but I'm the only one that knows that, so just we'll keep it low-key here.
I love how old school he is, Bonte. Like, they're just the relationship between quarterback and head coach. Like, we've been dissecting that for however many years when it comes to Shanahan and Garoppolo. But on this injury front, just the Jimmy injuries over the last month, they can't even get on the same page. But hearing Mike Holmgren, a seasoned guy, old school guy, like, hey, don't tell anyone. Only you and me need to know that.
Right.
I found that to be very, very interesting.
And if Jimmy couldn't go, here's what Mike Holmgren had to say about the possibility of Trey Lance starting and whether or not he would be comfortable with the rookie starting in Green Bay. Now, he talked a lot about Jimmy Garoppolo, what he's liked and what he didn't like, and, the whole value thing. Like, he wouldn't trade a first-round pick. But I thought, a lot of people said, Trey Lance, there's not a lot of drop-off, right? We're big Trey Lance guys. It's not a lot of drop-off. But I asked Mike Holmgren, like, this rookie from North Dakota State, who won a national championship in North Dakota State. I know it's FCS and, it's not D1. would he be comfortable starting Trey Lance at quarterback if Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't go this Saturday?
I think it'd be hard. I think it's really hard. You know what? Every once in a while in my career, there were times when we had to deal with that. Something happened to a quarterback and you had to go with your backup guy. And then there you really have to talk about and think about how you're going to proceed and the plays you're going to call and what kind of game plan you're going to put in. The wild card is that he can really run. And so if you get a young guy who isn't as polished, if you will, or experienced as your veteran, but he can run. So he can make things happen, and then that can be very, very good. But it's hard. It's hard for a young guy in that situation.
I mean, I think we all agree with him right there. The guy's, what is he, at 2 starts this year, Trey Lance, and you're going to start him in Lambeau Field? You're talking about major overcoming of the odds for them to find a way to be in that game. That would be a borderline miracle, Bonte. I mean, as much as I love Trey Lance, there is something that you said there, and I think we all say it very flippantly. It's something that I've been thinking about, just putting Jimmy Garoppolo to the side. Trey Lance played at a Division II school. Like it's some horrible bad thing. I look at someone like Josh Allen, okay, who's dominating the league right now. Did he come from some premier school? I don't know. Last I checked, Wyoming plays no one. They're no one. He's maybe one of the most physically gifted players the league has ever seen, and he came from nowhere. So I always struggle when I hear people say, well, he played Division II, and they get all worried. We just watched the Big Ben Roethlisberger career. The guy played at Miami of Ohio. No one even can name another Miami of Ohio alum outside of Big Ben Roethlisberger. Great quarterbacks can come from anywhere. I'm not saying that he's great yet. I'm just saying, the Division II thing, I roll my eyes when I hear people bring that up.
Well, you got to bring it up because that's where he came from.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying that he can't overcome and be a great player.
No, I don't subscribe to that. That's why he's a number 3 overall pick. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And when you look at North Dakota State, they are the Alabama of their conference.
Yeah.
They hang banners there at North Dakota State. They play big-time football at North Dakota State. They run a pro-style system at North Dakota State. And Easton Stick and Carson Wentz, they show that there's some big boy players. They can play in this league. Carson Wentz, a lot of people ridicule him, but he's one of 32 quarterbacks starting. He's one of the best 32 quarterbacks starting. He's very gifted. I like Carson Wentz a lot.
That he is extremely gifted.
But you got to add that caveat. And one day we will not add that caveat. We'll just say North Dakota State, but it is what it is. Came from D2. Now, do I subscribe to, oh, man, he didn't go to Alabama or whatnot? There's a lot of quarterbacks who flamed out in Alabama who came to the league. There's a lot of quarterbacks who came from Clemson and flamed out. There's a lot of quarterbacks who came from Florida State. Chris Weinke, Danny Cannell. You look at all the Florida quarterbacks, Danny Warfel, Jesse Palmer. Shane Matthews. You name it. It does not matter what program you go to. It does not. So I don't subscribe to that either. But in this spot, at Lambeau Field,
yes,
it's asking a lot from a young man. Because here's the deal. You cannot get off to a slow start against this team. You got to play 4 quarters. The one thing the Green Bay Packers don't do that the Cowboys do. Cowboys are undisciplined. We cited that last week. 14 penalties they committed on Sunday. Saw it coming a mile away. Led the league in offensive holdings. Well, guess what? The Green Bay Packers are at the bottom of the league when it comes to holdings. They don't hold. They don't commit offensive holding penalties. Matter of fact, they're the best team in the league when it comes to committing penalties. They don't commit a lot of penalties per game. It's like less than 4 per game. The last 3, the Packers are committing 1.3 penalties a game. Wow. Think about that. They do not beat themselves. They do not beat themselves. They play clean football, but there's one area that we'll get to a little bit later that they could be had in, and that could be the difference in the game.
And also, Aaron Rodgers is probably the premier guy in NFL history in terms of ball security. If you just look at how few interceptions to his touchdowns, like his ratio, it's through the charts. He doesn't fumble the ball. He doesn't turn it over. He's not going to do what Dak did and make the oh-no throw like Dak did to K'Wan Williams. You're 100% correct on the holding numbers. Wow, 1 point. That is a low number.
The last 3 games, Shasky, they've committed 1.3 penalties per game. Now, think about the season. They're number 1 in the league. Cincinnati's number 2. They average 4 penalties a game. So you got to think, if you're the 49ers going up there to Lambeau Field, you're not going to get any calls. You're not going to get any calls. And the Packers are not going to beat themselves. They just don't. However, there's a couple areas that, maybe they could be had. The battle of special teams. I'm on the phone and I'm listening and I'm reading all this Packer stuff. I did not realize their special teams is just as horrendous as the 49ers special teams unit. So even in that game in week 3, remember Trenton Cannon had the big kickoff return right before halftime, which got the Niners cooking there and got them on the board at the end of the first half. The red zone defense, the Packers. Trenton Cannon, I don't know. That's the name. Watching that game back, I'm like, whoa, Trenton Cannon, remember that guy?
But he had
That's
some
gonna be a trivia
juice.
question.
I know he fumbled a couple times, but he had some juice.
Yeah.
Man.
No.
Are they ever going to draft a returner? I mean, seriously. Are they ever going to prioritize that? Like when I see Kelvin Benjamin back there, or not Kelvin, Travis Benjamin.
He made a big play against Dallas.
He had a big play. But you know what I mean?
And he caught the punts. He caught the punts.
I'm like, we're really trotting out the corpse of Travis Benjamin to return kicks. It's just funny to me.
You know, red zone defense, Packers 28th in the league.
Oh, wow.
And this is where the 49ers, they got to get in that red area and score touchdowns this week. Field goals are not going to cut it. They're not going to cut it. It feels like the Packers are going to score anywhere from 20 to 27. Can the Niners get to 30? Can they get to 31? Because I think that would be good enough to win this week, honestly. This week is about the offense. Can you score touchdowns against the Green Bay Packers?
To me, this game specifically, they cannot have the drive-killing penalties like they had in some of the Dallas series. Like, you know, it's second and like 5 or whatever. They're on schedule. They're humming. They get across the 50. And then a big hold on a big run game, a big hold on a big pass play, you know, where you get a first down and now you're marching toward it. And instead it ends up being what I call a stall out, you know, and then you end up having to kick multiple 50-plus yard field goals. Like they need to not have the drive-killing penalties. It's going to be, to me, that's the big thing for the 49ers offense. And we know that a turnover might happen, could happen, should happen, will happen with Jimmy Garoppolo back there. But he also moves the ball. I think that's one thing that Jimmy does. He will move the ball down the field. Can they avoid those crippling penalties?
That's the biggest thing. They're middle of the pack when it comes to penalties per game. The 49ers, that is, they average about just over 6 penalties per game.
But the
this
timing,
season.
It feels like, doesn't it?
Yeah,
when they get behind
too.
the sticks on like a 3rd and long, it feels like they're not going to convert it.
They're also one of the worst teams when it comes to offensive holding penalties. And this defense and the Green Bay Packers are getting guys back. Za'Darius Smith, he's going to be back in the lineup. Looks like Jair Alexander's going to give it a go at corner. He is a beast. He's the captain of that football team, one of the best corners in all of football here. But good news for the 49ers. Fred Warner Jr. looks all right. Looks like he's going to start Saturday.
Good.
He's been practicing. And Nick Bosa was out there with his helmet, shorts, and jersey on. So Nick Bosa looks like he's going to get cleared from concussion protocol. Number 97. I'd be shocked if 97 wasn't on the field to start that football game Saturday night.
Oh, cool. I'm ready to go. It's me, Nick Bosa. I'm so ready for him. I want to see 4 quarters from him against Green Bay. He's been one of their guys. Like him and Kittle, I feel like, have destroyed the Green Bay Packers in just about every meeting that they've faced over the last couple years.
Well, that's the key, man. The Packers are going to get the ball out quick, man. That's what they did in that first game to neutralize that pass rush of the 49ers. And at one point, Rodgers was 16-16. I couldn't believe it watching it back. You're looking at all the graphics and stuff, and you know Rodgers is just getting the ball out quick, man. 2 seconds, boom. 2.5 seconds, boom. But then when he did hold the ball, they hit the Niners deep a couple times early in that game. K'Wan Williams got beat deep by Lazard. He hit him in the seam with a nice go route. Rodgers completed it. They got 3 PIs in that game. That's where the pass interferences really reared its ugly head against the 49ers.
Great.
3 pass interferences in that first half for 81 yards.
Wow.
They give up 81 yards in pass interferences in that Week 3 game right off the rip. So you got to be clean here against the Green Bay Packers. Saturday night, 5:15 here. Don't forget the Comcast Business Text line is always open at 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. We're going to have the Steve Kerr replay. He joined Damon Ratto yesterday right here on 95.7 The Game. It is really, really good. We're going to replay that at 6:45. And by the way, Warriors will have their 400th consecutive sellout tonight against Indiana. And get this, Shasky.
Yeah.
If you're a Chase card holder, you get 50% off food and beverages tonight at Chase Center. If you are a Chase card holder, so that's pretty cool.
Wait a minute. Let's just double check here. Oh, I've got 2 different Chase cards here. Don't want people to steal my numbers. 2 different.
That's pretty good. 50% off tonight at Chase Center if you're a Chase card holder.
Do you have the Sapphire, the Freedom? What do you got rocking?
I got the regular Chase card.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a baller like you.
I'm a big Chase guy.
Yeah, I'm not a baller like you, man. I'm not in the Platinum Club like you. Are you a commercial property owner or a manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and online at mbjesse.com.
I'm Trista Crick with BetQL. Do you want to beat the books?
Working. They need a remote assistant to realign their scheduling.
Blank calendar. Sorry, back to your breath.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. Make calls, schedule virtual interviews, and talk to candidates right from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This whole wall needs to be shelving, too. This is a focal point in our restaurant.
Leilani's new restaurant will have the largest wine cellar in the city. She needs a robust sommelier with notes of procurement manager.
3 sections for France? I mean, this is the biggest...
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You and your phone have been through a lot this past year. It's been your lifeline to the world. And now some big wireless company is telling you got to buy a new phone from them and sign their contract? They don't control you. With TracFone Wireless, you can keep the phone, number, and network you already have. Already got a 5G phone? Keep that too, because TracFone runs on America's best networks now with 5G nationwide. Plus, we've got unlimited talk and text smartphone plans starting at just $20. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control. 5G nationwide access requires a 5G capable device. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
So a friend told me about Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, and his exact words were, "It changed my life."
I used to spend a ridiculous amount of time trying to remove tomato sauce from inside our microwave and soap scum off the bathtub.
It's like seriously magic, and my secret weapon for cleaning the kitchen, bathroom, doors, and walls, and even keeping my sneakers clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
Greatest invention ever.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, the unicorn of cleaning.
Adios and via con Dios. Yeah, I'm leaving GA.
Zach Brown Band are coming to Oakland Arena on November 6th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Tune in each day for your chance to win tickets.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, Joe Shasky, Bonte Hill, Morning Roast. We're going to play Steve Kerr in 15 minutes. You don't want to miss it. Steve Kerr was on yesterday with Damon Ratto and Kolsky. Damon and Ratto. I was reverting back to the old show. Really great. You don't want to miss some of the stuff. He talks about Jonathan Kuminga, talking about Klay Thompson. You really don't want to miss it. So definitely stay tuned to that. We're just kind of circling around talking about the Green Bay Packers and the San Francisco 49ers. Bonte is, I think, back with us. I've seen his face on the Zoom. Bonte, before we get into Niners-Packers, your boy got his booster shot on Monday, and I did not. I did not get as drained physically as I was for the first 2 shots, and my arm was killing me though, killing me. This was Monday, so yesterday I had a physical planned for weeks, and I haven't had a physical. When was the last time you had a physical? Maybe am I alone here?
No,
I'm not a doctor
been a
guy.
While. I mean, usually you got physicals when you're getting ready to play a team sport, right? And yes. I don't think I've played a team sport since I was 17 years old. So,
right. That's what I said to the doctor.
It's been a while.
Yeah, the doctor goes, "Well, when was your last physical?" I was like, senior year of high school. Like I legitimately couldn't think of when it was. So then he starts going down the list. He was like, well, you know what? We need to draw your blood. We need to get, a cholesterol check, even though I think you're in pretty good shape. And while you're here, you might as well get the flu shot. If you're going to be coaching a bunch of kids, you should get the flu shot. Now, I've never gotten the quote unquote flu shot. Have you?
Yeah, I'm good off that. I'm good off the flu shot. I took the flu shot once when I worked at Bleacher Report. And I ended up getting the flu like 2 weeks later.
Really?
Yeah, I felt like crap. Yeah, no, I've done the flu shot one time. Not a fan of the flu shot.
Yeah.
Not doing it anymore.
Yeah, so
no.
Your boy learned a lesson. Now, there was another shot. I forget what it was called that I had to take.
So you ended up taking the flu shot?
Bro, so left arm Monday, got the booster. Okay, yesterday, they switched arms and went right and left. I got the flu shot. I felt great. I was good to go. Then they drew some blood. Your boy was, let's put it this way. I was a little woozy, but I drank some water. I was good. Started driving, whatever. Got back home. I thought I was fine. About 8 o'clock last night, all of a sudden, my entire body went completely stiff and sore. I don't know if it was the flu shot or the other thing. Bonte couldn't sleep last night. I woke up 10 different times, could not move a muscle. Now today, both arms are killing me. I'm drinking Pedialyte. I'm worse for wear. Yeah, your boy is worse for the wear. Now, I feel better today than I did during the night, but I'm looking at my doctor and I'm like, I don't know if I'm ever taking this flu shot again because, and I don't know if it was just the flu shot. I've never felt more stiff, bro.
No, I did the flu shot once and I got talked into doing it because I was advised not to do the flu shot. I've been advised, with my handlers, I'm going to say that.
Yeah.
Make me sound cool here. But no, I've never done the flu shot. Like I did it the one time, made me feel like crap. I've never done it again. And a lot of people I know don't take the flu shot. It's just one of those shots.
I've never taken it ever.
I really need to get it. Yeah, no.
I've never done it.
I don't get the flu. Yeah, I don't usually get sick. You know what I mean?
I was trying to be safe because I'm around a bunch of kids coaching and whatnot. I guess my bigger thing is this. I am a softie when it comes to needles, B. I don't know what it is. I freak out. I panic. I don't like needles. I can't do it. And I feel like I am such a wimp when it comes to the needle thing. Am I alone on this? Are you... scared of needles like I am? I can't even look at them.
I mean, just the initial shock, but once you get through it, it's like, whatever. I don't like to get shots. I don't like to. I don't like to, hey, let me volunteer and give you some blood. Hey, let me volunteer and get a shot. No. But if I got to do what I got to do, then you know what? You sit there and embrace the pain. You get it done. You hope that your veins are popping out and you get it done. So, I feel bad when my daughter has to get a shot. Oh, man, she cannot stand them. Oh, she freaks out. She starts moving. She knows when the needle was coming. That's when it becomes painful, when you see the hurt on my daughter's face for getting these shots, whether it's a 6-month checkup or a 9-month checkup or a yearly checkup. So, I really hate it for her, but shots don't do me. It is what it is.
Well, the point that I'm going at is your boy is battered and beaten today, and so I'm just begging you to stay with me, all right? I'm not feeling 100%. I feel like Jimmy Garoppolo. I got the torn UCL, the strained shoulder, but I'm going to gut it out. I might throw an interception, but I'm going to try to gut it out today.
Yeah, no, 408 here on the Comcast Business text line. I've heard getting the flu and booster shot during the same week or same time is not recommended.
I'm not a doctor. I don't pretend to be. My doctor is, I go to Kaiser, full disclosure, as we break all the HIPAA laws here. I'm just doing what my doctor said. And I don't know. Is the 408 a doctor?
Right.
Look, we got the Steve Kerr replay coming up after the break. But this is what I find weird. Like, people, what hospital do you go to? Oh, I can't really tell you the HIPAA laws.
Why?
Like, who gives a damn?
Yeah.
Like, I go to UCSF. I go to Kaiser.
I went there
my daughter was born in Mission Bay. I go to Kaiser. Who cares? I go to Kaiser. Like, I'm not telling you my doctor's name. I always feel like those type of people, like, I can't really tell you. Like, there was a guy, right? I remember his SF State. We're sitting there, right?
Like he's disclosing the Manhattan Project. I can't tell you. Don't tell anyone. This is top secret government stuff.
I'm not even going to mention his kid's name, but in the class, right, we've all got our graduation applications. My guy, Chris Heffernan, Worldwide Hef, is sitting there. He's like, yo, can I check out your application for a second and see it? Guy's like, not really. I got some info you don't really need to see here. It's like, I'm not trying to look at your grades. I'm just trying to look at a particular box. And people get weird about that stuff, man. It's just so, like, who cares?
Well,
it's not G13 classified.
Exactly. My doctor is actually a roaster. So shout out my doctor. And I will not give out his name.
Listens to the roast, huh?
Yeah, he listens to the roast. I said, I don't know. Why do you do that? And he's like, well, I'm a Bonte guy. And I said, you know what? I am too. I get that.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
No, he is. I'm serious.
I mean, he's the first of many. Yeah. Hopefully the first of many. Baby Chez's doctor's a Bonte guy, too. Oh. He was like, wait a minute. Honest to God. And it takes Baby Chez to the hospital. This is for a 9-month checkup. And the doctor's sitting there. He's like, Chestnut, huh? Chestnut. Is it Baby Chez by any? And she's like, he goes, oh, my God. This is Bonte's daughter?
This is the famous
and it's sitting right there. She's like, great. It's a famous baby now. It's sad. Like, we'll go to Starbucks. We'll go to Timeless Coffee together. And Baby Chez, somebody say, oh, man, that's Baby Chez. I'm like, oh, boy, we created a monster.
So there's Northwest, and then there's Baby Chez, right? Like, isn't that Kanye's
down on the totem pole. Way down on the totem pole. Yeah, Northwest. What, he's got 4 kids now? Wait, come on.
Kanye is, well, there's a lot going on there. Is it Ye or Ye now? He goes by Ye, I believe.
I don't know what he does.
Did you see the photo with him and Madonna and a bunch of them?
I did see that. Antonio Brown.
Were they all on Molly?
I don't even wear Yeezys. I refuse to wear Yeezys because Kanye has done I just can't support him. I can't do it. He's a black man, but I can't do it. Sorry, Kanye. I can't even rock your shoes. And he looks so comfortable. They look so comfortable.
They are very comfortable.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
You got some Yeezys?
I just don't. Well, Rocco let me. He gave me a pair of Yeezys. They're very, very comfortable. You can't wear socks with them though. That's one thing I've learned.
Really?
Second thing, they're a little tight. They're a little snug. Second thing, I don't get the Pete Davidson thing. I don't find him funny. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get the Kim and him thing. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I just Pete Davidson, who? Like, okay, great. What is he famous for again? Is he supposed to be a comedian?
Saturday Night Live, but I don't. Yeah, I've never
watched it last Saturday out in Dallas. Huh?
Back in the day, I loved Keenan and Kel. You know, like I forget what the main guy's name is now, who's on Saturday Night Live, but like, it's just a tough watch for me. I
gave it like 15 minutes and I went back to watching 30 for 30s and old one-nighter Cowboy clips. It didn't keep me long. Trust me, I like to watch other things. I like to watch other
shows. I was listening to another show. You have to hear this Steve Kerr interview that's coming up right now.
Okay, how Sam Lubman puts his foot down. Look, he's a roaster now. He's an official roaster. Bonte, we have to break. Hurry up and break. So I will break to get to the Steve Kerr replay coming up on the other side. And plus, tomorrow we'll be giving away two pair of tickets between 7:30 and 8 a.m. One pair will be for Sunday's game. The other will be for Tuesday's game. Be sure to listen tomorrow morning for your chance to watch your Dubs in person. Don't forget tonight, if you go to Chase Center with your Chase card, you get 50% off food and merchandise. That's a great deal. That's what's coming up on brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that? That I would attribute the offensive struggles directly to that. I mean, I think January is generally a time where, it's kind of the dog days a little bit before you get to the All-Star break. There's, some injuries, some lineup changes, just some subpar games where we haven't gotten it together. And then you've seen games like last night where first half was brilliant, and second half we sort of forgot to show up, and so we've just been inconsistent for the most part. But like I said, it's not totally out of the ordinary for that to happen in the middle of the year, and I'm very confident that as we go and we get healthy, that our offense is going to kick back into gear.
Better offensive night last night. You got 6 games remaining here on this homestand. Draymond is going to be absent, so I'm sure that in a weird way ups everybody's defensive responsibility and where your eyes are going to be defensively. But in a bigger, broader question for this homestand, is it more important for you to get right offensively than your normal attention to detail defensively right now? I mean, I know that's almost like a heretic type of question, because defense is part and parcel of you playing anyone and believing in anything. But is this a chance now to get the offense right, and that might even take priority over defensive perfection in these next 6 games?
I don't really look at it that way. I always think the defense has to come first. If you don't defend, it's just really hard to stay in games and to develop any kind of rhythm within the game. When you defend well, offense tends to come. You get stops, you get out and run, you're not taking the ball out of the net. The other team isn't able to set up their defense, all of that stuff. So we're constantly focused on the defense. That's always our first priority. And then in practices, we're trying to go over offensive execution and see where we can improve. But it's always tied together. The game's always tied together at both ends. But for us, it has to start defensively.
With Indiana and Houston coming up, I know a lot of people will sort of say, well, those are easy games because those teams don't win very much. But what do you look for specifically from your guys in games like that, as opposed to, say, the game Sunday against Utah or the game next Tuesday against Dallas? What are you looking for from your team when you play a team that isn't really up to form?
Well, you're just looking to put together a full game. You're looking to put together a game, maybe a full game like what we saw in the first half. Anyway, last night, we had 20 assists and 6 turnovers at halftime, and we had held Detroit to, I think, about 40 points or so. We were really in a good groove at both ends, and that's what you're looking for, is consistency and tying the defense and the offense together. If you turn it over, it generally hurts your defense. And so if you can tie it together and put together a good performance over 4 quarters, that's how you build momentum over the course of the next couple of weeks. So that's what we're looking for here in this homestand.
Always great to talk with Warriors head coach Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. So before last week's Memphis game, you sent Kuminga and Moody to Mississippi, I believe, for a G League game, and Moody played very, very well. Kuminga did not. And I guess, Anthony Slater revealed that you weren't too happy with Kuminga's G League appearance, and that affected the amount of run you gave him with the Memphis Grizzlies, and maybe he didn't realize how one performance would be attached to the NBA performance. Or maybe he did. What was that conversation like with Jonathan Kuminga, and how happy are you with the way that he's responded? I mean, you got to be pretty happy if you're starting him.
Yeah, I mean, it's all tied together as a rookie, as a young guy. Development is a comprehensive plan. It's minutes in the G League. It's minutes with the Warriors. It's practice time. It's film sessions. and there has to be a consistent effort and a consistent understanding of what we're looking for. And J.K. knows, he didn't provide what we were looking for in that G League game in Mississippi, and he actually sat out the Memphis game with a knee issue. But I probably wouldn't have played him much anyway because I was disappointed in the effort. And then, to his credit, he really responded. The next 3 games, he played significant minutes. He did everything we were asking for. And with Draymond out, we decided to give him his first start last night, and did a lot of good things. And so it's it's all part of kind of a season-long development plan that will for sure be filled with more ups and more downs, and we just have to guide him through it.
Does Kuminga respond to positive feedback? Is he a negative feedback kind of young man as you're figuring out how to communicate with him? What works best in terms of pushing buttons around this young and talented rookie?
I think just really being open and communicating, and part of being 19 in the NBA is just figuring out your surroundings and figuring out what's going on, and there's so much happening at once that it's sort of overwhelming. And so I think we just have to guide him through it, and he's got great mentors within the team, guys like Andre and Draymond and Steph, who are Otto Porter, guys who are really advising him and taking him under their wing, and that's all part of it too. And we're looking for certain things. We want him to heed the advice of his veterans around him, and we want to see results when we ask him to do something. Those results have to be there, and it's like I said, it's all part of it. And as long as he continues to work and push forward, then the development is happening. And we're, I think, overall really pleased with where he is. Halfway through the season.
Given that players at that age and experience level are going to have ups and downs, is it almost a relief on rare occasions when they perform the way he did in that one game, and you felt like he needed to see how displeased you are as well as hear it? Is that a beneficial teaching tool, or is that always a bad thing?
Well, I think it just depends on each player individually and how he responds to coaching. And there's just so much that's happening, so many decisions on the floor to make, so many things that your opponent is doing that you have to react to or be proactive and really make as part of your defensive plan. For example, you don't run a bad shooter off of the three-point line and let him drive. You close short to him. Well, that means you got to know exactly who you're closing out to every single game. 29 teams and 15 players on every team. That's a lot to take in, and it's easy if you're Andre Iguodala and you've seen every single player 25 times, and you just naturally absorb all this stuff after going through it for 17 years. But if you're 19 and you just got here, that's a lot to be thrown at you. And so I'm really happy with the way Jonathan has responded this week. I think he's figured some things out. I think he's realized he has to be really open and ask questions himself and seek the knowledge that he needs to be able to thrive.
This is not a question specifically about Kuminga, but something you just said struck me. How many years does it take to get at least a working knowledge of those other 435 players that good players need to know about? Is that something that takes 10 years? Is it something that you can absorb in 5? What's a reasonable amount of time to develop that much knowledge of the league?
Well, it depends on the individual. I mean, are you going home and watching League Pass every night on your off nights and watching game tape before the game, or are you not that into basketball and are you playing video games and just going and hanging out? Like that alone, that distinction will determine if you're ready in a few months or if maybe you're not ever going to be ready. And those are the things that we have to figure out when we scout players, whether it's guys for the draft or free agency. How obsessed are these guys with the job? How much do they love this? And I think we all want to find players who love the game, who are obsessed with competition, who are seeking the edge of knowing everything about your opponent. The hard part is we don't have 3 or 4 years of watching 100 college games like we used to. We just have a handful of high school games and maybe one season of college if we're lucky, and you're talking about 19-year-old kids who are just becoming grown-ups, and nobody knows fully what you're getting when you draft these guys or sign them. So there's a little bit of wing and a prayer as you make these decisions, and you just never know how it's going to turn out, but you do the best you can.
How hard is it to identify maturity in basketball IQ, or I guess which is maybe easier to simulate for the sake of the interview on draft day? What's easier to get away jaking, maturity or actual basketball IQ?
I think IQ is easier to see on tape. When I watched Moses Moody's college tapes, I saw him make plays that said, okay, this guy knows how to play. The first time I saw Kamik Poole and Nico Mannion went down there and they played against Jonathan, and he made a play. JK made a play in transition where he made this beautiful pass, and I thought, okay, this guy, he's got some feel. He can make some passes, and generally if you can pass the ball, it's a good indicator that you've got a good feel for the game. And so I think you can feel a lot easier than you can recognize maturity, because maturity is something that you sort of see over time, because it's a series of habits and decisions that player is making that would indicate maturity, and you don't get a lot of reps until you actually have your hands on that player.
Interesting. Steve, I know that you have players that you trust and you believe in, and Damian Lee has been among them. The struggles continue, though, for him with his shot. Where would you evaluate his year, and how much time he's got left in your eyes to show you something different?
Damian is a guy who I view as a really solid pro, and he's constantly making the right play, the right cut. I feel good when he's on the floor. I really like just the flow that happens when he's on the court. So I love having Dame on the team. He's, again, the consummate pro. He's the guy you can put out there in the rotation for several weeks, but if he's out of the rotation, huge fan.
Kevon Looney, greatest rebounder in NBA history, or just recent NBA history?
I think you have to go back to Moses Malone to see a guy who rebounding like Looney right now. I think he had 8 in the first quarter last night. He's had such a great year, and couldn't be happier for Loon. I mean, given where his health was, the last year and a half, and he found the answers to helps us in so many ways every single night. He's just rock solid. He's part of our foundation, and he's just a dream to coach.
You talked about nerve damage, and as I continue to hear about what's wrong with Draymond Green, I think, is this a sciatic nerve problem? Because Steve, I got the sciatica. I don't mean to sound like I'm playing shuffleboard in Florida, but I've had it. I really have. And it's staggering pain. It gets located in the calf. I had an L4, L5 disectomy, shaved down. You and I are in the Bad Back Brotherhood together. Is that what Draymond is looking at here? Is it something that you're hoping can be a non-surgical solution in the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, I don't think anybody is anticipating surgery. I think it's obviously concerning anytime there's you're dealing with the back. There's concerns, and so we're going to be very cautious, as we've been with every injury that we've had this year. And we'll let it unfold. And I think we've already said we'll reevaluate in a couple of weeks, and that's where we are. But I've talked to Draymond several times. He's in great spirits. He's rehabbing every single day. He can't wait to get back out there. And we're really hopeful and confident that long term he's going to be fine. But you just got to be careful with this stuff.
Hope so. I know you got to run here. 38 minutes for Steph. We've seen him eclipse this now, I believe, 4 times already this year. I think it only happened 4 times last year. Are you thinking about putting a governor on Steph's minutes through the remainder of this home series? And might that lead to more minutes for maybe Clay, maybe Moody, maybe Gary Payton II?
Well, 28 minutes last night, which is good. You always love those games when he doesn't have to play in the fourth quarter. He missed the game in Minnesota, so he's coming off of 4 days rest. I think the biggest thing with Steph that we've found over the years is it's really about the whole, the cumulative effect of the season. You might remember last year he had the tailbone injury that came at a time when he was struggling a little bit. And I forget how many games he missed, maybe 6 or 8 games. And then he came back and he literally had the greatest shooting month in NBA history. So there are just times during the long season where you just want to get Steph a little bit of rest. I don't think, him playing 38 minutes once in a while is the worst thing. It's more you just don't want to do it night after night, and you want to make sure he gets some good rest periodically throughout the season. And all in all, I think he's handled it really well. Our training staff has handled it well, and he's feeling good. He's in a good place.
All right, that was Steve Kerr, who joined Damon and Ratto as he does every single week here on 85.7 The Game. And don't forget tonight at Chase Center, you get 50% off if you're a Chase card member, Chase card holder. You get 50% off of food and merchandise as the Warriors celebrate their 400th consecutive sellout. So they'll play the Pacers tonight, coming off a win against the LA Lakers. They're trying to improve to 33-12. And one of the big takeaways for me during that interview was Jonathan Kuminga, everybody's favorite rookie right now, and how he went down to the G League and didn't play hard. Those were the reports that I was hearing, Shasky, is that he just kind of was going through the motions down at the G League, and the Warriors want to see this guy be mature, grow up, and say, hey, be a pro. Be a pro out there. So Jonathan Kuminga has done that since he's been back with the big league club, but Steve Kerr was not happy with what he was hearing about Jonathan Kuminga. Seems like the kid has learned his lesson. And now he's going to be starting for the foreseeable future with Draymond Green out with his back injury. So JK learning on the fly, baby, how to be a pro.
Yeah, that was one of my big takeaways as well. And then just a sidebar, how old is Steve Kerr? In his 50s? Is that what he is? Yep. Yeah, there is something generational about people that age that don't get video games. Like, he specifically referenced video games, and I found that to be quite interesting. It used to be back in the day during the draft process, is this guy a womanizer? Is this guy a partier? Those are the things that they ask. Now the old head's like, does he video games? Like, if a guy's video gaming, they're not out doing dumb things. They're usually chilling. Now, he was talking more like, are you going home and watching other teams in the league Game Pass? Are you studying league film? Pass, things like that. There's no question about it that that's an element of it. If you're a video gamer and you're in your like 30s or 40s, and then if you're a video person who's like in their 50s, you look at video games a certain way. I find that to be a generational gap. There's like a negative connotation for the older heads. My dad doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. Yeah. You and me understand it. People that are video gamers, they're probably not going to be out at 3:30, 4 in the morning doing dumb things. So to me, on the scale of things to worry about, a video gamer is like very, very, very low on my scale of worrying.
All right, tomorrow we'll be giving away 2 pair of Warrior tickets between 7:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. as we continue our fan appreciation here at 95.7 The Game. 1 pair will be for Sunday's game, and the other will be for Tuesday's game. Be sure to listen tomorrow morning for your chance to watch your Dubs in person. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. We're going to get back into Niners and Packers, baby. And that's what's coming up on a game brought to you by Safeway. Leroy Butler. He's in the Ring of Honor up there in Green Bay. We're going to get with Leroy Butler coming up here and break down Packers-Niners Saturday night, 5:15 kickoff at the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor. From farm to you, visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh.
I'm a Bonte guy.
Did you know your ugly, cracked, stained, embarrassing driveway?
5 doctors would use in their own homes. So why aren't you?
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Bonte and Shasky flex on the competition with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
We're about to go in there and powerhouse them, and I don't even care if they had Chuck Norris in the secondary. It's Yippee-Ki-Yay, it's a new sheriff in town, baby. I'm hollering yee-haw all the way to the Super Bowl.
The Flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Hey y'all, Bonte Hill here. I wanted to share a little trick I recently discovered. If you're anything like me, you'll love a great cocktail. Okay, maybe several great cocktails. But there's a local brand out in Marin County called Free Spirits, and these guys have figured out a way of making all the spirits we love without the alcohol. Free Spirits, non-alcoholic spirits available at Bay Area Safeway locations. To find one closest to you, go to drinkfreespirits.com. And if you buy online, use code BONTE20 for 20% off at checkout. Offer only available through January 31st, 2022.
We're all in. Don't miss the biggest party of the year. Zach Brown Band, live. Out in the Middle Tour. November 6th, Oakland Arena. The multi-platinum, Grammy Award-winning Zach Brown Band with special guest Robert Randolph Band. Pre-sale for City Card members now through Thursday at 10 p.m. Before the general public on sale Friday at 10 a.m. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Zach Brown Band, live.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, we got Warriors and Pacers a little later tonight at Chase Center. Warriors try to win their second game in a row and improve to 33-12. Pacers coming off a back-to-back. They beat the Lakers last night down at Crypto.com Arena. It's always good when the Lakers lose. Always get great joy out of that. And I get great joy out of speaking to this man coming up here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game by way of Florida State. He was a Knoll. He was the original Florida State Seminole alongside Deion Sanders, a Super Bowl champ, of course, 4-time first-team All-Pro with the Green Bay Packers. Now a host on 1250 The Fan in Milwaukee on the Wendy's Big Show. It's Leroy Butler back on the Morning Roast. And Leroy, we haven't spoken to you since week 3 when the Packers stole one out here in the Bay Area. How are they going to try to steal one this Saturday night in the cold, the frozen tundra at Lambeau Field? Are you boys ready to bring it out Saturday? Do they have their big boy pads ready to go?
First of all, I'm very disturbed that you say something about my Lakers because I'm a big Laker fan. I almost hung up, but you're an amazing producer, so I didn't want to do that to him.
Oh, man.
So next time
how'd
you
you like the Lakers?
Don't say nothing about the Lakers.
Wait, I thought you was repping Bucks, man. I thought you was repping Giannis Antetokounmpo.
See, that's the thing about America. You could do two things could be true at the same time. I mean, I grew up a Cowboy fan, but I'm a Packers fan. I love when the Cowboys lose. Okay, I mean, it's just great. But, you know, so next time, I'm a Laker fan since I had teeth. It was my uncle's fault, okay?
All right.
But I just know LeBron James is a lightning rod for people. But I want them to turn the thing around. But when you talk about stealing, it can't be stealing if I'm backed up and y'all gave me the ball and the one guy in the world who's all pro wide receiver, Devontae, you leave it wide open. And then we kick a 51-yarder. So let's move past that.
Yeah, it's Mason Crosby made a kick since.
Yeah. It's 6 degrees today. I think it may be 11 or 12 on Saturday. And my nephew was telling me about Jimmy G hasn't played in games under 40 or something. When you're in the NFL, weather doesn't matter. Tom Brady came up to Green Bay last year and won. So weather's really not that big of an issue. Now, what is an issue is everybody on your team buying into what the coach tells them. That's the biggest difference in the playoff. That's why a lot of these teams are still playing and some teams are home because you have too many individuals trying to do individual things. So if you got two teams that buys in, that makes a great game.
Yeah, Leroy, you've been in so many high-level games. You've seen so many high-level games when it comes to the 49ers and the Packers. And last time these two teams played in the playoff game, I think Raheem Mostert's still running, but that was the game that a lot of people point to and like, look, Jimmy has nothing to do with the winning. In his 4 playoff games, he hasn't looked great. The numbers aren't, fantastic. The fourth quarter passing numbers aren't good specifically. How do you and Packer fans view Jimmy Garoppolo specifically in this matchup?
First of all, he does look great in every mirror that I know of. The guy's, good-looking guy. We got to be honest. Okay, I want San Francisco people to look at this. Jimmy G may be a generic, and you may like a quarterback like a Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, which is brand. Generic does the same thing. Matter of fact, look at what the generic does with Kyle Shanahan. His winning percentage is he like 34-8, and then without Garoppolo, look at Kyle Shanahan's record. It's not very good. So you got to be fortunate to have a quarterback that, hey, it ain't his fault that the Packers couldn't stop the run. I would give him more credit because he's not going down there telling Kyle, I need to throw it more. It's about my stats. No, I'll hand it off. I like George Kittle. Hey, I don't have to get 50 passes a game. I'll go and block for Deebo Samuel. I'll go block for Elijah Mitchell. That's why they win. That's why they beat Dallas. They don't have all that drama about stats and this and that. Are you a franchise quarterback? Kyle Shanahan said, give me 50 players that believe in what I believe in, and I can beat anybody, anywhere, anytime. And he always gives you these clues. If I can rush the ball 30 times, I can beat Dallas. That's what he's thinking. Now, I know what people think. Come on, Leroy. Why would he be the smartest guy in the room and roll Garoppolo out and he throws the interception against Dallas to put Dallas in it? And listen, there's always outliers. But, again, I think the 49ers sometimes get lost in the Steve Young era or the Montana era when it was so easy. It's hard. Look at the Packers. We're about to be on the cusp of 3 straight NFC championships games and didn't go to the Super Bowl. So it is what it is, how you want to look at it, but at the end of the day, these teams on a collision course, and we're not surprised we're playing the 49ers.
Leroy Butler here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, spitting the gospel here on the Morning Roast. Of course, the Super Bowl champ with the Green Bay Packers, 4-time first-team All-Pro, was on the 90s All-Decade team. It should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, one of the best safeties I've ever seen. He gets lost in the shuffle with John Lynch and Steve Atwater, but trust me, Niner fans know all about number 36, Leroy Butler. Yeah. You cause a lot of harm to our childhood, Leroy, and you bring up the collision course between the Niners and the Packers. Going back to that first game, watching it back in Week 3, it seemed like the game plan for the Packers to get the ball out fast. Don't let that pass rush get to Aaron Rodgers. And he was getting the ball out in 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds. And they had a lot of success there. They threw it deep a couple times. They got the pass interferences, and they got Davante Adams rolling. Do you expect a similar game plan this time around against the 49ers as well as mixing in the run? Because I thought that was an underrated factor in that game, getting Aaron Jones involved in that run game.
See, here's the thing about the later in my career, I learned from Fritz Shermer. He was my defensive coordinator, and I remember we were going to play Mariucci and Steve Young and the guys, and I kind of looked at him at all these tendencies that like the analytics people give you in your playbook. And I was asking him about all these plays. He said, he cut me off. He said, wait. I can't give you their damn playbook. Just go stop what they're going to do. I said, he simplified it. So, you're going to have plays. We know each other. I'll simplify it for everybody.
Right.
The same offense San Francisco run, the Packers run. The same defense that the 49ers run, the Packers run it. A similar version. It's a mirror. It's almost as if there's 2 twins playing in the backyard. I know what my brother likes to do. We can watch all the previous games and things of that nature, but the difference was DeAndre Campbell, 59. He's the guy that was missing in those games because they didn't have good play. Remember last year when they played Tampa Bay, Barnes had like a club on his hand. In the middle linebacker position, he really couldn't do anything. 59, who's all pro, by the way, that's the whole thing. Moving forward, I took Debo Samuel with my second pick in the fantasy draft. People laughed at me. I said, "This guy's production. This guy's production." So he's Devontae Adams, and Fred Warner is Campbell. Those are your four guys. Those four guys must play well for you to win.
Yeah.
And I know people are going to say it Bosa plays, and I get that. But 54, 59, 17, and 19 is the key to this game.
Leroy, is the word around town that this is Aaron Rodgers' last game, or do you guys think that he is coming back?
Great platinum question, but it's split. It's split because, 1 week, I don't know if I want to play. That was early in the offseason. The next week, okay, I'm fine, but give me Randall Cobb. The next week, the vaccine stuff. All this is all documented. And then 1 week, I love my teammates. It's great here, which it is. Fan base is platinum. And then next thing you know, I'm MVP. So, and then at the same time, you got Jordan Love trying to break on the scene. And then if you look at it further, salary cap, oh my goodness. Next year, I don't even think they can sign anybody unless Aaron Rodgers takes a pay cut. So I don't really know. It's one of these things that you want to enjoy it now, and whatever happens, happens. Because I don't think this entire team will be back together because Devontae needs a new contract. I mean, right. Campbell, 59, who I just talked about, he's going to need a new contract. I just don't know how they do it. But for some reason, some teams figure it out. But it always starts with the quarterback situation because the same thing is going to happen in Seattle. I just don't know. I'm just hoping that they win a Super Bowl this year. Then whatever happens, it can brace the fan base to say, okay, we won a Super Bowl. If they go on with Jordan Love and trade Aaron Rodgers for a lot of draft capital, we're fine with it. But if we won a Super Bowl and Aaron stays and we extend him, we're happy as well. I think the fan base will be happy either way.
Is he more beloved than Brett Favre?
Oh, my goodness. Wait a minute. Where's my Bible at? I got to get my Bible. Tell you what, I got to call my pastor on this one. I'm going to say this. I'm a little biased because I played with Brett Favre and I have a ring. Brett Favre, right, so it's a little bias in it. Brett Favre was just like your uncle, your dad, your grandparents sitting on a rocking chair with a remote that one battery's missing and he doesn't care. He said, hey, it's okay. I'll just watch whatever's on the TV. Aaron is like the uncle that come over. Who drunk all the gin? Wait a minute. Y'all don't have plush seats? Why is it plastic on these couches? What is going on here? So the millennials are going to love Aaron Rodgers. He's going to be the GOAT. But Brett Favre, man, I bet you Brett Favre couldn't even tell you how much money he made in his career. He never even cared about it.
Right.
He didn't even know he was a 3-time MVP. We had to tell him, hey, man, you tied with Barry. He's like, oh, I don't care. That's the kind of guy he was.
Wow. I was kind of going to go there, too. Like, how will Rodgers be remembered in Green Bay? Because there still seems to be a lot of 4 jerseys up there in Green Bay, and I get it, leading them to the Super Bowl for the first time since the Vince Lombardi days. I guess when it's all said and done, whether or not, will it change? Like, if he lost his game Saturday compared to winning a Super Bowl this season, how will Aaron Rodgers be remembered up there in Green Bay? Because that would be 2 rings to Brett Favre's 1 ring if he was able to do it this season.
Yeah, but Brett Favre opened the door up a little bit when he went to Minnesota. Aaron never did that. Yeah. He played his whole career up until if he had to depart next year or the year after. So those people, he lost some people when he did that because he went to the Jets and so he wanted to come back and beat the Packers and they actually did it. But Aaron Rodgers has been your guy. It don't matter. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, man, this guy never turns the ball over. I mean, he's I say, the millennials, like the 20-year-olds, the 30-year-olds, and the 40-year-olds, they love that guy, man. And we love him, too, because we've been relevant ever since he's been there. So I think he cemented his legacy is one of the top 3 quarterbacks in Packer history, Bart Starr and Brett Favre. But I think when you're talking about loving him, it's more 12 jerseys in this state than I have hair on my head. I'm telling you, it's 12 jerseys everywhere. Gas stations, barbershops, bootleg places. There's always 12 everywhere. They don't even call him Aaron Rodgers. They call him 12. So he'll be high up on the list.
All right, Leroy Butler here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 Game. Former Packers strong safety, played free. He was everywhere on the football field. All-decade member of the 90s team. Won a Super Bowl with Brett Favre and company. We had your former coach on yesterday, Mike Holmgren.
Oh,
and
so
we
good.
know his ties to San Francisco.
I love him.
And when you guys came out here in 95, we'll never forget it. When you guys came to Candlestick Park, you guys were 14-point underdogs, and you put it on our 49ers. You put it on them. And in that basically started a stretch of dominance. Can you speak to how important that game was for Mike Holmgren and what that week was like when you guys headed to Candlestick in 95 for the divisional round game where you beat Steve Young and the 49ers?
It was similar now with Shanahan and LaFleur knowing each other and playing each other, because we were going back to play 49ers, and we knew all the coaching staff, and Holmgren won a ring, San Francisco, and I remember him saying, listen, we're flying out early for the press conference, and I want everybody to wear a sport coat. I look like Steve Harvey every week, okay? I'm G'd, okay? All the time. Reggie White be dressed up. Brett gets on the plane with some Wrangler jeans, a white T-shirt with some spaghetti sauce on it, because we were eating spaghetti on the plane. Didn't even wipe it, just let it dry. He has his backpack. Holmgren looks at me, why didn't you make him wear a sport coat? I say he does. Brett reached in his backpack, shook out the wrinkles, put his sport coat on, and we went to the press conference. That's the way it was. We weren't overwhelmed by the moment. We was looking forward to it. Because at the time, they had way more Hall of Famers and great players. But to us, we was like the new kids on the scene. Nothing scared us, and we had a great game plan. Everybody bought in, and that's the reason why we won.
Man, you guys were awesome. 3 straight years you guys beat the Niners. Then they finally beat you guys in the TO game. I know Jerry dropped and fumbled that ball, and they didn't have.
We don't need to bring that up, Shaq. We don't need to bring that up.
No, but I love the
like
coaching.
where he's going. Leave him alone. Be quiet.
Yeah, he likes where it's going. Yeah. And I'm still mad that T.O. and Garcia came up short. But no, Leroy, the fact that the coaches all knew each other, there was something special about that. Seaford and Holmgren being on the same staff.
Yeah.
I noticed in the last game, LaFleur was barking at Kyle Shanahan from across the field. And there was a lot of stuff about maybe on draft day the 49ers were going to maybe trade for Aaron Rodgers. Is there still a little bitterness between LaFleur and Shanahan?
No, that's wrestling. You know, they wrestle WWE, they get in and you yell at the guy. He throw you down, he pins you in the back. You go back in the back, you high-five each other. They would put on a good show. These guys love each other. They respect each other. They run the same schemes. They run the same age. They even argue about who can wear the tightest shirt. I'm more buff than you. That's what they're really saying. They're not saying no. That would be fake. So, to me, though, LaFleur is saying this, though. I got to get to a Super Bowl. McVay's done it, didn't win it, but he went. Okay? Shanahan did it, he went, but he didn't win it. I need to do that. So I need to join these guys, because the last 3 years, I broke George Seiferd's record, the first 40 games. I won all these games, but these guys, for some reason, beat me in playoff games. So whoever I play, McVay or Kyle Shanahan, in the next few weeks, this week, I got to beat them. So that's his thinking. So he may be a little intense this week because he understands how big a moment this really is. And I love that about him.
Are you headed out there to Lambeau Field Saturday night? Do you get out there back to the old field where you made a lot of memories at?
Oh, yeah, I'll be there. But trust me, God, I will be in that alumni box. But I think it's 72 degrees. And, it's free food and drinks. We have Leaf vodka flowing. And I'm going to tell you something. Those 80,000 people, they expect a win. And I'm going to tell you the thing about Lambeau Field. They don't care if it's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, or 80. They don't care about spreads. They just want you to win, because they've been in that stadium 2007 against the Giants. The Giants came in there and beat them. So don't be looking at records when you go into the playoffs. There is no records anymore. It's just the best team will win.
How confident are Packer fans this Saturday night? Because the Niners have bullied them up over the years here. And Aaron Rodgers, of course, the wild card game with Colin Kaepernick. The last playoff game at Candlestick Park with Kaepernick ran wild. How confident are Packer fans this Saturday?
Very, very much so. I mean, the way Aaron Rodgers is playing, only got 4 turnovers. I mean, they got a 2 running back system. DeAndre Campbell is, all pro. I mean, you may get Jay Alexander back. You may get, Bakhtiari back. You may get 55 back. I mean, Darius Smith. You're getting all these guys merciless. You get all these guys with fresh legs back, and they just can't wait to play. So on paper, and that's where no one wins, on paper, it looks like the Packers should win the game. But when that ball kicks off, and listen, Robbie Gould has kicked in bad weather before in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's 18. You just hope special teams don't let the Packers down. That's the one thing that's holding them back. You say, oh, I'm confident. And then special team jumps in your brain. You say, oh, maybe not so much. You just hope special teams don't cost you. But the special team may get better because most of those guys who played in the base, they've gone to special teams now because most of the guys are back. Starters are back. So hopefully that'll make them better.
All right, Leroy, it's always a lot of fun talking with you. The Wendy's Big Show out there, 1250 The Fan in Milwaukee. A lot of fun. Former Packer safety. Should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. You were a baller coming out of Florida State. We always appreciate the time talking Niners and Packers with you.
I love you guys. I appreciate the respect. And again, Packers win 27-20.
I love it, Leroy. All right, come on next week.
You got to do that. You got to do that. You can't pick.
Yeah,
you can't do that. You can't pick against your squad.
I'll be looking for you in that veterans room though, where it's 72 degrees and the spread's looking good and there's free alcohol. I'll keep an eye out for you, bud.
Drop my name when you come. You good?
Oh man, we should fly out there, man. Alumni spread. I want some of that. I don't know about the vodka though, man. That might be a little heavy. Might be a little heavy for us.
No. It's nice and smooth, cuz. Come on. Don't do that. Don't you do that.
You're the best, Leroy.
He's the best.
You take it easy, man. Leroy Butler here on the border, roast just dropping gems with the Steve Harvey suit. You can see it all. You can see it all, man. What a great sport as we break down Niners and Packers. And look, they're worried about special teams too. That's what's so funny about it.
I know.
Every Packer fan said, oh, our special teams, it makes us nauseated. Oh, it gets us sick. Same thing over here in San Francisco. Special teams, it's like, oh, dear Lord, what's going to happen this week on special teams?
Let me ask you a question. Because we're a little older than a lot. He's talking about the millennials and their obsession with Aaron Rodgers. I think as a folklore, Brett Favre is a bigger character. I mean, he was the MVP of the league multiple years in a row. He was the most dominant player for 5 straight years. He was awesome. Aaron Rodgers is way more gifted, in my opinion. He's more gifted naturally than Brett Favre. But I don't think his legend will be bigger than Brett Favre's because Brett Favre had that Midwest all shucks kind of thing going. And I know we've forgotten over time I'm going to quit. Oh, I want to play. Oh, I'm going to quit. Oh, I want to play. I mean, he held them hostage for multiple years and then bounced and stuff. Aaron Rodgers, I feel like, I don't know. We feel like he's underachieved in his career because he only has the 1 Super Bowl, don't we?
But it's the same amount of rings as Brett Favre.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying.
Brett Favre actually lost the Super Bowl.
I know.
They lost the Super Bowl when they were supposed to go back to back. And Brett Favre, it's funny. I remember when the Packers played the Raiders one year for a season opener, they came back and won, and Brett Favre's crying at the podium. He's all he was an actor, man. I couldn't stand Brett Favre. The painkillers, the other stuff off the field that we don't have to get into. But he was a guy who kind of came out of nowhere, right? Southern Mississippi, second round pick
Atlanta
with the Falcons. And people forget this name. The millennials will not know this name. Don Majkowski, the Magic Man. And the only reason why I know about Don Majkowski, the Magic Man, was because the Packers, when Joe Montana was playing quarterback for the Niners, came to Candlestick Park and won. I think it was like 21-17, 24-17. And it was like Don Majkowski was bringing the Packers back to life. He was bringing them back to relevancy. And he got hurt. He was done. And Brett Favre comes in out of nowhere, takes that job, and takes him to new heights. So the folklore of Brett Favre, look, he really brought the Packers, the Packers in the 90s was all Brett Favre. It was all Brett. Reggie White came to Green Bay basically because Mike Holmgren and Brett Favre. So Aaron Rodgers is a weird one, but you mentioned the turnovers. Brett Favre had so many game-ending, season-ending interceptions against the Eagles in a wild card game. New York Giants in overtime
the game where
on the
Eli,
out route.
Yeah, I mean, they had him. The end of his career, the Minnesota Vikings against the New Orleans Saints when he threw across the field.
He threw so many season-ending picks where you look at the stats and in comparison, Rodgers is taking care of the football. It had some monster years. Now the game is a lot different, right? The game is wide open now compared to when Brett Favre played, but it feels like Rodgers doesn't get the respect he deserves up there, because I've been hearing that all week. Oh, Aaron Rodgers, man, one Super Bowl. He underachieved. Go ask Damon Ratto how it would feel to have one Super Bowl. Go ask Jim Kelly and the Buffalo Bills how it would feel to win one Super Bowl. But this guy got one, and he's had the Packers in contention year after year after year after year in the salary cap era. I think it's maybe more impressive when it's so tough to keep your roster together.
See, I look at it as the contemporaries. Like, if you look at John Elway, he was kind of from like a different era. His contemporaries are Montana, and so that he gets judged that way. We don't, for whatever reason, we don't look at John Elway on the same platform as Joe Montana, even though he went to 5 Super Bowls, lost 3, won the 2 late in his career, right? Brett Favre, his contemporaries are who? Steve Young, Troy Aikman, right? Like, Aikman had his 3 rings, but we don't view Troy Aikman the way we talk about Brett Favre, right? It's weird, and like Steve Young only had the 1 as a starter Super Bowl ring, so I think it's the contemporaries, and then you contrast that with who Aaron Rodgers' contemporaries are. Big Ben Roethlisberger, multiple Super Bowls. Tom Brady, all the Super Bowls, right? Peyton Manning, 2 Super Bowls. But Peyton got the last one, and, he didn't even start for 5 or 6 of those games that year. He was so bad. So, I don't know. I think the contemporary thing matters. The fact that Tom Brady keeps winning all these Super Bowls and then beat Aaron Rodgers in Aaron Rodgers Stadium last year, I think that one meant a lot to Aaron to get through Tom Brady, and he didn't.
And that's one of those things, where Brady threw 3 picks in the second half.
I know. He was not better.
I mean,
he was not
Rodgers
better
played
than him.
a spectacular game without his starting tackles. But you look at Brett Favre, we forget that Brett Favre played until 2010.
What was he, 42?
He played until 2010.
41?
He was 41 years old.
Yeah.
41 years old. This guy was starting 16 games a year. So he played, you talk about Brady and Big Ben and Peyton. Well, Brett Favre was also a contemporary when you think about it. He played the entire decade up until 2010. So Brett Favre was part of that. Brady, Big Ben, Matt Hasselbeck, Peyton Manning. Who else do you got out there? That's basically it. Rich Gannon with
when
the Raiders.
When you say Hasselbeck, for some reason I want to say Delhomme, like immediately, even though
Jake Delhomme was part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Short-lived.
Jake Delhomme was part of it.
Brett Favre crossed over multiple different generations. There's no doubt about that. Right. But I just look at Aaron Rodgers, and I think with all the talent and the fact that every year they seem to get the bye, right? Now it's only one team that gets the bye, but for years it felt like they always got the bye. They got that home game, and yet they can't, get into the Super Bowl. The game where Russell Wilson threw 3-4 interceptions. They couldn't beat them in the NFC Championship game. There's a lot of games that people had their finest moment on opposite sides of Aaron Rodgers being on the field.
Yeah, and you know what? This is why football is the ultimate team game.
It is. Because
you look at those situations, an onside kick. You fail to cover on a 2-point conversion. How's that on Aaron? You know what I'm saying? You're playing against one of the best defenses in the last 15 years. You're up 19-7. You're rolling. You're about to go to the Super Bowl, play the New England Patriots. And on special teams, let you down, yet Aaron gets the blame for that. You talk about Brett Favre, though. They had a lot of games where they lost divisional round playoffs, a lot of conference championships, a lot of wild card games, a lot of divisional round games under Mike Sherman, the coach, and, of course, Brett Favre. So Brett Favre had a lot of playoff failures, and yet we forget about it because we just think Brett Favre's cooler.
He's the good old boy.
Man,
no, it's he's the good old boy.
Yeah, exactly. He was the guy who, would have a beer with his teammates, where Aaron Rodgers kind of does his own thing. Yet you look at the playoff failures, and Brett Favre has just as many of them. So that's why I don't subscribe to the whole, Aaron Rodgers is underachieved. Maybe the front office, maybe the head coach has underachieved around Aaron Rodgers. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the defense.
They've got a lot of weapons. Like, if we just peel it back and we look at, he's had a lot of weapons over the years. Like, Davante Adams, I said this going into this year. Everyone was talking about, wow, Brett, they've done nothing to help him. They have a top 3 wide receiver. They have a top 5 running back. They've had really solid defenses at least the last couple of years. Now, they didn't have it for McCarthy's tenure at the end there. But, they've got a lot of of pieces, and they've always had solid offensive lines for them. And I think Aaron
but
factors
you
into that.
You got to win defense, though. What about the defense? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, this year alone, that Yair Alexander is a top 5 corner in the NFL.
Yeah, but their
two Smiths are balling.
But they're two teams.
They had a defensive player of the year in Charles Woodson.
Zadarius Smith's been out basically since week 1. Defense hasn't been a top 10 defense all those years. Their defense has been a weak link. We saw that with Colin Kaepernick when he ran right through the Green Bay Packers. What was it? They were firing defensive coordinator after defensive coordinator because they couldn't stop Colin Kaepernick in his own read. So, we could blame Rodgers and say Rodgers has come up short. He's had them in contention. When you're in the Final Four, you're playing the best of the best. You know what I'm saying? You're playing the best of the best. And you look at those numbers of Aaron Rodgers. Like last year against the Tampa Bay Bucks, man, he was phenomenal in that second half. Aaron Rodgers didn't fumble. Aaron Jones did. You know what I'm saying?
But when push came to shove, fourth down, I think, and this is where I stand on Aaron Rodgers, fourth down, your season's on the line, your legacy's on the line. And you're not going to argue with the coach who's younger than you and who's brand new at the position, essentially, to go for it. And you're not going to get the ball back. Like that, to me, I wanted to see him fight for him to stay on the field and go for it.
Do we know that, though, Chasky?
I mean, you just saw the cameras were following him as he's walking off the field. He just took the chin strap off.
If Rodgers does that, then all of a sudden the Joe Shaskins of the world said, "Oh, look at this jerk yelling at his head coach for making the decision." All of a sudden he's getting ridiculed by the media for yelling at his head coach. There's going to be a segment.
There would be a segment, but Vontae, you're one of the all-time legends. No one cares about LaFleur right now. I mean, maybe LaFleur has a 30-year career. What do you mean
in a
no-win
situation?
You're playing Tom Brady at home for a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Your legacy's on the line. You're one of the most skilled quarterbacks of all time, and you're going to give the ball back to Tom Brady knowing that your defense isn't going to stop them? I don't know. I had an issue with that.
But here's the thing, though. They stopped them most of the second half. They picked off Tom Brady 3 times in the second half. So their defense was stopping Tom Brady and the Buccaneers.
But they needed one first down. So, I mean, we can argue till we're blue in the face on it. That's how I felt in real time. That's how I will always feel. I was pissed that Aaron didn't want to take that into his, by the bull by the horns there.
I don't know. I don't. When you got Mike McCarthy, who we just said is a lame duck coach, we're all talking about it with the Dallas Cowboys, how he shouldn't be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Yet Aaron Rodgers had him as a head coach for the prime of his career. And yet we still blame it Rodgers? I would take one Super Bowl right now. Niners haven't won a Super Bowl since 1994. I'm begging for a Super Bowl. Begging for one. The fact that we're saying, oh man, Aaron Rodgers, and that's where, when it comes to appreciating greatness, it just sounds like people don't appreciate what Rodgers has done since he's come into the league. The guy's been a baller, a bona fide baller, year in, year out, top 3, top 4 quarterback. And that's what we're going to have to deal with Saturday. Saturday when he's throwing to Davante Adams. He's throwing the ball quick. How do you stymie Aaron Rodgers again? You don't think this game means something for Aaron Rodgers? That's just huge. This may be it for him. So I'm expecting his best. I'm expecting the Packers' best. They got their guys coming back. But I'm also expecting Jimmy Garoppolo to show up again. And that's why I think, Shasky, the offense this week, they got to be firing on all cylinders every single quarter. They have a fourth quarter like they did last Sunday against the Dallas Cowboys. They'll get beat. They may get blown out. This is a team you got to be buttoned up against, man. They don't commit penalties. They don't turn the ball over. I'm not saying I'm worried about the Green Bay Packers, but if the Niners don't lock in for 4 quarters this Saturday, it's going to be night, season over.
Well, I read to you, I believe on Tuesday morning, some of the numbers for Jimmy Garoppolo in the fourth quarter. That worries me because this specific matchup, this is going to be one of those games where I just have a feeling they're going to try to take away the run. They're going to sell out the run come hell or high water. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the Niners can still execute that way. I feel like they're going to have to get more from Jimmy Garoppolo specifically in the fourth quarter if they're going to pull off this on the road in Lambeau Field in the snow against a team that doesn't turn it over. The margin of error is going to be so thin. They're going to need their quarterback to make a couple of plays. I'm not saying that he has to carry them and throw 50 times a game. They just need a little something from him in the fourth quarter. And we kind of yet to see that from Jimmy Garoppolo in the playoffs. If there's one, knock, even the biggest Jimmy Garoppolo supporter reporter, they would say, well, in the 4 playoff games, in the fourth quarter, he hasn't been asked to do a whole lot. So I'm thinking that this is the week where he might get asked to do a couple of things, and I think he can do it. I do. I believe that he can deliver. I think some of the context of the other games, the ball was taken out of his hands because they had a lead. The Super Bowl, he hits a couple of passes. It's a total different story. Last week, it was a bad pass. There's no other way around it. But they were sinking the ball down their throat at the end, and they had an opportunity to basically win that game without Dallas touching it again, and they couldn't close the deal with the quarterback sneak. I think you're going to need a fourth quarter play or two from Jimmy Garoppolo with his arm, and that's the thing I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need to play with his arm. You're going to need a running game to be stronger. In that first game, that's why I almost want to say throw it out the window, but there's a lot you can learn from it. There was no Elijah Mitchell in that football game. You had Trey Sermon, who really didn't know how to run the football in his system, and it showed in that Week 3 game. The secondary was in shambles. They commit all the pass interferences, 3 pass interferences for 81 yards. They get out to a 17-0 lead. They really control the game in the first half. And they were up 17-0. It should have been 24-0. Remember, the Niners had the goal line stand at the 2-yard line where the Packers were threatening to score. So the Packers really dominated that game for the first 2 quarters. Niners rally, of course, and they lose with the clock management. So, look, all I'm saying is, yeah, Jimmy's going to have to be buttoned up in the fourth quarter. They're going to have to play all 4 quarters. And really, doesn't that concern you? Because the Niners have played all 4 quarters one time this season. One time.
Yeah, I mean, Bonte, I don't think we've seen a complete game from the 49ers at all phases where they're hitting in the fourth quarter. I doubt you're going to get that this weekend. I mean, Green Bay's a really, really, really good team. They're going to gash them in the pass game, I think, at times. So I don't think you're going to get 4 unbelievable quarters from the Niners. They just need to stay in this game. It needs to be a 1-score game the whole way through. They can't fall down, because then you're only going to be throwing the ball. They got to stay balanced. That's the key for me, the B word, balance. And I think early on in this drive, that's the thing Shanahan's been. The first couple of games when they with Trey Lance, obviously, and the game after that against the Rams, it felt like they sleptwalked through the first half. That game against the Dallas Cowboys, that first drive, to me, was a tone-setting drive.
Yeah.
Defense gets a quick 3-and-out. You get the ball back. I need the same kind of start this week.
Yeah, no, they need a fast start. They need to keep going. They need to keep going in this game. And something that I think the Niners need to do is make the Packers one-dimensional. Aaron Jones ran for over 80 yards in that first game. They got timely first downs on the run. They were in a lot of third and shorts, a lot of second and shorts. You have to make the Packers one-dimensional like they made the Cowboys last week. Cowboys' running game was non-existent. Now, all of a sudden, Dak Prescott's running around. He's throwing the football around. Make the Packers one-dimensional, even if that means Aaron Rodgers is going to have the ball in his hands. I like that pass rush to get to Aaron Rodgers this week up at Lambeau Field. So their running game is very, very underrated with Aaron Jones and Dylan back there. Dylan's a big boy out of Boston College, big boy who's going to run that cold weather, shut down the run, and make them one-dimensional. Real quick, let's go to Adam in San Francisco before we get to Marty Morningwig here on the other side. Adam, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Bonte, I appreciate you guys having me back on. I actually called in right before that Bob Myers interview a couple days ago, so I appreciate you having me back. I just had a couple tidbits as to how we're going to win this game. Obviously, the running game is huge. We couldn't run the ball in that Week 3 game. Having Elijah Mitchell, it's going to be different. Debo is a much different player than he was in Week 3 and how we're using him, so that's going to be key. And then, obviously, just getting pressure to Rodgers. I'm not sure if Armstead was playing defensive tackle in Week 3. I don't remember, but
he wasn't. Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Getting a Menahu, Harding.
Yep. Go ahead, Adam. Oh, we lost Adam there. No, he makes a great point. Armstead's moved inside. He's been a lot more productive. Ominehu's now here. This defensive line is humming right now. So I'm looking for them to make a big impact this week against the Green Bay Packers. Hey, Robin, stay on the hold. We get to you after Marty Morningwig coming up. Marty Morningwig, former offensive coordinator in the NFL, former coach. Of course, he's going to join us to break down Packers and Niners, and he knows all about this rivalry. Host of the Camp Marty podcast. He'll join us to break down Packers and Niners right here on the Morning Roast. Don't forget about tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, Shaska, we're going to give away 2 pair of Warrior tickets between 7:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. One pair will be for Sunday's game, and the other will be for Tuesday's game. Be sure to listen tomorrow morning for your chance to watch your Dubs in person. And if you're going tonight as the Warriors take on the Indiana Pacers, if you're a Chase card holder, Chase card member, you're going to get 50% off of food and merchandise tonight. So that's pretty cool what the Warriors are doing. Have your Chase card. You're going to get 50% off tonight as the Warriors take on the Indiana Pacers at Chase Center. On the other side, Marty Morning Wig coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, Jack. Is it true Jack in the Box has breakfast all day? That's why we call it all-day breakfast. And all night? Yep. Early evenings? You're so close to getting it. All-day breakfast with freshly cracked eggs. Only at Jack in the Box.
95.7 The Game presents Jerry Rice Unplugged.
I noticed that. I noticed it was something special, and it was all about family.
An in-depth conversation with the GOAT on all 95.7 The Game's social media. Jerry Rice Unplugged is presented by Golden State Lumber and Building Materials, helping builders and contractors succeed since 1954. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Bonte and Shasky flex on the competition with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
We're about to go in there and powerhouse them, and I don't even care if they had Chuck Norris in the secondary. It's yippee-ki-yay, it's a new sheriff in town, baby. I'm hollering yee-haw all the way to the Super Bowl.
The Flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Hi, guys. It's Joe Shasky. There's a local brand out of Marin County called Free Spirits. These guys have figured
are wide open if you want to break down some Niners and Packers. But the BetQL Network, hey, Giving Props is back for round number 2 of the postseason. If you missed this free-to-play contest last week, no problem at all. It's a new week, which means new props and another $2,000 up for grabs. Go to BetQL.com/props to sign up. 10 new props have been posted, and the most correct picks this week wins $2,000. Remember, just by signing up, you're entered into a random grand prize drawing for $10,000. Someone's winning that cash. It might as well be you. Head over to BetQL.com/props right now and make your picks. That's BetQL.com/props. And we got some good ones here.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown, over under 74.5 receiving yards for the Tennessee Titans this week against Cincinnati.
I just don't trust Tannehill. I'm going to go under. I just don't. Is that unfair of me?
No, why? No, you can do what you want to do. I will lean over. Okay. I don't know, though. That game is so tricky to me.
Right?
I don't know who's going to win that football game.
Nor do I. I don't know what Derrick Henry's going to look like. I don't know what Tannehill's going to look like. I mean, I feel like Cincinnati's already overachieved in general.
Right.
You know, could they just not show up? I could see them winning and having a great game. Like, I have no idea what's going to happen in that one.
What about Mike Evans against the LA Rams and Jalen Ramsey? Over under 67.5 receiving yards.
I'm going to say over strictly because he's their primary target and he's just a monster. And you could play great against him all day, and he's still going to catch a couple of them 22-yard outs.
This one feels like a lock. Josh Allen, over under 2.5 passing touchdowns in Kansas City this week.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to go over.
I would go over too.
I feel like this game is gonna start off very defensive and then turn into an offensive flurry at the end.
It's gonna be fireworks. It's gonna be fireworks.
This to me feels like a Super Bowl.
No doubt. Travis Kelce, over under 5.5 receptions this week against the Buffalo Bills.
Over. I mean, their offense is unguardable. All I keep seeing is like they'll roll Tyreek and him on the same side of the field. Tyreek's commanding all the coverage, and then boom, just a little 4-yard pass to Kelce, and then he's just running.
And are you still rolling with the Chiefs to win this game? That's our BetQL. Pick them. That's the pick them this week.
And you know I love Josh Allen. There's no one who loves Josh Allen more than me. And yes, I'm rolling with the Chiefs. I trust one. Andy Reid in this game more than I trust my Sean McDermott. Yeah, they've got that championship blood. I mean, the Kansas City, until there's a fork in them, I got to give them love. I mean, they've been in the Super Bowl 2 straight years.
It's a revenge game. We got 3 revenge games this weekend. Packers, Niners, of course, Bucks, Rams. Bucks got destroyed by the LA Rams in week number 3. And then Bills, Chiefs, another rematch. I lead Chiefs. I do lead Chiefs this week. I do. I think they're playing some good football right now, but boy, did Josh Allen last week look so good. I don't know how you stop that offense.
Right.
Like, if I'm a Niner fan and I have dreams of going to the Super Bowl, I want Buffalo out of there. Like, I know I can't look past Green Bay, but Buffalo's a team that I look at and say, boy, how would you stop them in the Super Bowl game at SoFi Stadium? Josh Allen is a problem. He gets the ball out quick, and he zings it. I mean, he is a monster, man. So, can Buffalo go to Kansas City and win that game? They got the experience last year, the AFC Championship, of going to Arrowhead Stadium. I remember Stephon Diggs sitting there on the bench watching Kansas City celebrate all night long. You know what? I got to flip, man. I'm going to go Buffalo here.
If they had Tre'Davious White, I would love Buffalo in this matchup. Sean McDermott basically admitted early in the season when they beat Kansas City, we built our team to stop them. That's why when they went up against New England earlier this year in that nor'easter or whatever that hurricane storm was, they basically said, hey, we're not built to stuff the run like this. We're built to go up against 3 and 4 wide and to guard tight ends in the passing game. We are not built to go goal line defensive stops against a team that's going to go power eye. So this will be a very interesting matchup. McDermott admitting that they've built their team to stop them, but with no Tre'Davious White, because Tyreek is just so hard to guard, and they're such an explosive team. Mecole Hardman doing things on special teams. This is a tough one.
I mean, it's a tough game. This is a coin flip game. I kind of like the Rams this Sunday against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I kind of like the Rams.
I do too. I'm with you. No, I'm with you on that.
I don't know why I like the Rams. I don't trust Matthew Stafford. That's what scares me about this game. Matthew Stafford. Tampa Bay's defense is better than we all give it credit for. They've gotten better as the season went along. I don't know what's going on with Bruce Arians slapping players in the helmet.
What is that?
Boy, he's had a hell of a month, right?
What
with
is
Antonio
that?
Brown. I don't know what's going on with him. Let's go to Robin, though. Robin in the city real quick, and then we'll get the tsunami in San Jose. Robin, good morning. How are you? You're on the roast.
Good morning. I'll tell you why. Bruce Aaron is an a-hole. I picked that up a long time ago. And I believe in Antonio Brown, but he cried whoop too long. He cried the little boy who cried, whatever that saying is. So I could see
Cry
that.
wolf.
Dude strikes me as a a-hole. But anyway, a couple of things that I've heard over the past. I don't want to make it seem like I'm a genius about this. One of the things about the secondary, someone said that the Cowboys, there was a lot of one-on-one matchups. And our secondary was playing off the guy a lot, the receiver a lot. And
CeeDee
they
Lamb,
didn't take
yeah.
advantage of one. So you see, that might be something we need to consider, okay, going into this, even though the secondary is playing better, getting beat one-on-one. The second thing I want to point out is that when they point out that there's a lot of scheme, they know the scheme. Well, someone pointed out the thing about Rodgers is he won't stick to the damn scheme because he's got to say so not to stick to the scheme. And a lot of times I think the scheme is what gets you in trouble because you don't have the autonomy to go outside of that. I actually do think it's a problem with young coaches. So that's one point. And the last point is that, listen, when you compare eras, George Seifert to LaFleur, I mean, get real. I don't care what the statistics say, okay? You ever took, if you take behavioral statistics, you come up with the statistics and then you extrapolate from that. So if he's won more games, then you would extrapolate he's better. But come on now, there's other variables that are considered in social science, behavioral statistics, okay? And that's the fact that he didn't play in the same era and he was operating under different rules. There's no way that Matt LaFleur should be even in the same breath as George Seifert. Bye, guys.
I'm with you, Robin. George
Robin.
Seifert is one of my favorite 49er coaches of all time. He was the architect of their defense all throughout the 80s. San Francisco legend, went to Polytech High. I mean, he is one of the guys that, in my estimation, I think that we have forgotten how great he was as a coach. He was not perfect. He lost a lot of big games. He also won a ton of games. Just look at his regular season record. And there is something to be said. People say, well, he won with Bill Walsh's team. Why don't you look at what that 92 team looked like in contrast to the 89 team that Bill Walsh handed him? Very, very different. You lost tremendous leadership when you lost Joe Montana on the field and Ronnie Lott and Roger Craig. There's a lot of organizations that would not have survived, and yet they found a way to be dynamic. And they lost to a team in the Dallas Cowboys for a couple years in a row that was just better than them. I mean, it's just sometimes that happens.
You know, you look at George Seifert and defensive backs coach with the 49ers and longtime defensive coordinator, probably should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The last great coach for the 49ers, and he was perfect for all those personalities with his quirkiness on the sideline, his animations. You know, he wasn't a big yell-at-you guy, but the Niners were always prepared under George Seifert. They were always prepared. And, you know what's starting to get to me, Shasky, is when people say, man, like you just mentioned how George Seifert lost a lot of big games. And, I go back to the Madden doc and the football life where the Raiders lost 3 straight AFC championships. And it's just like, who doesn't lose big games? All these coaches lose big games.
But the
Madden lost
level,
big games.
yeah.
Belichick lost big games. Belichick and Brady lost Super Bowls. They lost Super Bowls for crying out loud. You're going to lose at times, man. It is hard to win, man, every single year. So Mike Holmgren, we had him on yesterday. He lost big games. He lost 2 Super Bowls for crying out loud.
Do you know what year John Madden won the Super Bowl for him?
It was a 76-77 when they beat the Vikings
at the Rose Bowl. It was like year 9 for him. It was like year 9 for him. All right, like nowadays, if you don't win the Super Bowl within the first 4 or 5 years,
you get fired.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I mean, again, who knows? Brian Flores, we can argue till we're blue in the face, but 2 winning seasons gone in 3 years and took over one of the closest to expansion level rosters I've ever seen.
Right. No, that was wrong right there. Let's go to Tsunami in San Jose. Tsunami, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Tsunami going once.
It's after
going twice. Oh, what's up, Tsunami? How you doing, man?
What's up, my big fellas?
What's going on?
Not bad, man. Not bad. Sorry, I haven't called in a few weeks. I had some health issues that got caught with some early testing. Just like you, Shasky, I was happy to hear this morning that you're getting your stuff done, man. That's
Thank
good.
you. Thank you.
I have a shout out to Archbishop Mitty, who beat your boys Reardon yesterday in hoops and are at the top of the heap in the WCAL basketball world.
Yeah.
Hells yeah. And
Mitty's
then my
good.
last take. This is my last take. This is Niners. Why I called is a couple things that we hadn't talked about. Boys, this game is set up for George Kittle, man. 10 degrees. Homie's not going to be wearing any neoprene on his arms. You know that. This game is tailor-made for George Kittle. When you look back 5 years from now, you're going to see him flopping that hairdo around, some frosty flakes at the bottom of that hair. He's ready for this. We have not talked about how he is one of the keys to this. The other thing is, Aaron Rodgers, when he gets hit, he does not like it, man.
No.
Look at the defensive line. They got to put a little bit of sauce on him. And he gets a little pissed off at his offensive lineman, man. So I'm hoping that those two things happen. George Kittle and defensive line, Niners, 28-24, lock it.
That would be great.
Good call. I thought George Kittle was going to break out last week, B, and I was way wrong on that. So
yeah, I
don't
was
know.
too. I mean, they were all over him. He only got 2-3 targets, but you know what? Who cares? They won the football game. But I do find it alarming that George Kittle, who was on a heater.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at his season, those games in Seattle and at Cincinnati, he was like, boy, okay, he's back. And he had a solid year, considering he missed 3 football games. He still had 910 yards receiving. He still caught 71 footballs in a run-first offense. So, he's played well, but you look at the last 4 weeks, we talked about this yesterday, 9 catches for 78 yards in the last 4 games. Wow. That's a little surprising.
And hearing that WCAL shout out got me to thinking yesterday at Kezar Stadium was the first ever, and we'll give a shout out to them right now, girls varsity Bruce Mahoney game between St. Ignatius and Sacred Heart, and St. Ignatius won. So congratulations to the St. Ignatius Wildcats. And I'm glad that finally they've added the women's game to being a part of the Bruce Mahoney when they're kind of stacking up the victories. So yesterday was a historic day in the city. That was really cool. It's the oldest rivalry west of Mississippi.
You said it was at Kezar?
Yeah, that's what the videos looked like. They were all at Kezar, and it looked like SI won by 8, 9, 10, something like that.
So when they're not doing it at
they were
USF
going to do it at
anymore,
USF. Everything got postponed, and then they had limited crowds and things like that. Right now, if you're doing CYO, some gyms that are too small have no parents in them or no spectators. Right. Some gyms have 1 spectator per child, or 2 spectators per child. I believe they only allowed parents of I could be wrong here, but I believe it was only parents of the varsity players that were allowed in the gymnasium, and maybe some students, but it looked like a very limited crowd. And I know the JV game is Friday, so
that's unfortunate, man.
Yeah,
Bruce Mahoney was always something. My guy Igor Spivak, shout out to the front office out there in Vegas. He used to work at Kinko's our senior year in high school, so he worked at Kinko's, and he would print up fake tickets for the Bruce Mahoney game, and we would use those fake tickets to go to the Bruce Mahoney game. We got a copy of them. We would make copies, and it was all good. So we got to go see. We saw DJ Williams sitting in at a Bruce Mahoney game one time, and we made Igor walk over. We went up. We was like, "Yo, Igor, go ask him what college he's going to," because he was a stud. He was the man in De La Salle, and so he was
him
like,
and Atari
Callens. Atari Callens.
Remember that name?
DJ Williams. Oh my
De La
gosh,
Salle,
he was a monster.
they pumped them out. I remember we went and played them in a basketball tournament over at their facility, and their weight room was like next level. And I'm talking like late 90s next level. Yeah.
Speaking of De La Salle, Frank Alaco was a long-time men's basketball coach
and was
De La
a part
Salle.
of the Joe Montana doc.
Yeah, I had no idea he played football at Notre Dame. No idea he
was a backup quarterback, I believe. And maybe I'm selling him short. He also played on the basketball team, and obviously Digger Phelps was the coach at that time.
Right. Bill Lambier, and they had some squads there.
They knocked off UCLA.
Let's go to Scott and Livermore. Scott and Livermore here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What's happening, my guys? How you doing?
Doing great.
Good. What's going on?
Fantastic. You guys ready for some playoff football on Saturday with A.T. Run? It's going down, fellas. You know what's going to happen? Bosa, DJ Jones, Armstead are going to put so much pressure on this guy that he's not going to know what to do with it. The front seven is going to just dominate at the line of scrimmage. We're not worried about the cold. You Aaron Rodgers can't beat us in the playoffs. He's proven that the last 3 times he's done it. We're coming out. We're going to play smash-mouth football. They don't want to see us. We had Kyle Juszczyk as our number 1 running back in week 3. I love Juice. I love him. He's the best fullback in football. He's not Eli Mitchell. Mitchell,
right.
Deebo Samuel are going to run the ball all day. Jimmy's probably going to throw the ball maybe 11 times. It's just going to be smash-mouth football. Aaron Rodgers isn't going to be able to get on the field. And Trey Lance may have a rushing touchdown in this game. You may see it. It's happening, guys. And then my other quick take, there is no way Kansas City is going to an AFC championship 3 years in a row and going to go to the Super Bowl 3 years in a row. Buffalo is going to come out and just wreck them silly. I got Buffalo by like 13+.
Ooh.
Hey, I'm a little surprised how confident Packer fans are. You hear a lot of confidence from the Packer faithful saying, yeah, this is the matchup we want. This is the matchup we want. We'll see about that Saturday. We'll see about that. By the way, somebody on the Comcast Business text line wants us to pick the Tennessee Bengals game. They're mad at us for not picking that game. I'll lead Tennessee because I don't think Cincinnati is ready, but Bengals scare me.
That's my team. That's my Madden
That's
team.
your
If you're going
upset?
to play Madden and you click R2, random team, and you land on Cincinnati, that's a fun team to play with. So I'm rolling with Cincinnati.
Chase, T. Higgins.
I told
They
you
could
about
pull
my
the
man
upset.
Bates balling in safety, dude.
Bates
he makes
is
plays.
balling. No, he's a good player. He's
I
a
like
good player.
him.
All right, coming up here on the Morning Roast, we're going to talk to longtime 49ers play-by-play voice Joe Starkey, now doing Cal games. Joe Starkey will join the roast to talk about the catch-2 and some of the more iconic moments between the Niners and the Packers. That is coming up right here on the Morning Roast, and it's all brought to you by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted, top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor. From farm to you, visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh.
95.7 The Game presents Jerry Rice.
Zach Brown Band are coming to Oakland Arena on November 6th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Tune in each day for your chance to win tickets.
Three-man rush, and Young stumbles on the way back and fires up the middle. Pass is caught by Owens. Owens made the catch. Oh, this is amazing.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
How's Madden and Summer all on the call to catch 2 back in 97. T.O. The wild card game against the Green Bay Packers, where Steve Young and company got the monkey off their back against the Green Bay Packers, as the Packers enjoyed a lot of dominant times against the 49ers in the mid-90s. And the guy who called a lot of those games for the 49ers, the legend, the one and only Joe Starkey. And look, Joe, you had to call with the catch 2. You had to call with the play. But please tell our audience here that nothing tops the Cheez-It Bowl from a few years ago when Cal played TCU.
yeah, that was. You notice that bowl no longer exists on merit.
That was a rough one. That was definitely a rough one. But Joe, I got to ask you, take us back to that catch 2, because that was one of the most iconic games at Candlestick Park. Even though it was a wild card game, we don't remember that the Niners lost to the Falcons the next week. We try not to remember that, at least. But that game where T.O. dropped numerous passes, I believe 5 in all. The sun was in his eyes. Brett Favre again coming up with some magic at the end, and then Steve Young to T.O. to end that football game. Take us through that game there, Joe.
Well, yeah, that had become as big a deal as playing Dallas at that point, because that was the ultimate enemy for so many years. But the Packers had now moved into that category, and it looked like it was going to be another result. I mean, it was obviously an incredibly close game throughout most of it. The frustration against the Packers had built and built and built. And, of course, the most dramatic thing about the game, in retrospect, that everybody was aware of, who would ever think it would be Terrell Owens that would be the hero? Because all he did was fumble away a ball early, drop all sorts of passes. He was having a terrible, terrible day. In fact, I think at one point I said he hadn't been able to hold on even to his fingers all day. It was just one of those things. And now at the ultimate moment, the last possible opportunity, he got Steve backing up to throw, and I thought for sure he was going to fall down. I was amazed he could keep his balance before he threw it. And now there's 3 defenders all around Owens, and he catches the ball anyhow. And then he goes into tears, and obviously turned out to be a great receiver. But in that stage, and maybe even today, I don't know, I haven't seen him in a while, but he was regarded as a real head case, that he was tough to deal with. He drove Mariucci absolutely crazy, because he would just not do everything asked to do. He would just Steve would say, you need to do this, and he would make it difficult and do something just a little bit off that would drive the coach crazy. And so Owens was a real handful, and I guess was, and through much of his career, in that category, but obviously the penultimate hero in that one.
Yeah, Joe Starkey with us, 49er royalty, was the play-by-play guy for many, many years. Joe, I'm going to be honest with you. I grew up listening to you. This is like the soundtrack of my life, because when I used to go to 49er games, the Jumbotron didn't have the replays right away. And my grandfather had the old Walkman transistor AM FM radio, and he'd be listening to you, and he'd have all the play-by-play, because you would provide all the nuance. We didn't have Twitter. We didn't have social media and all that. And you were kind of the soundtrack to the game. And I remember specifically for that game when T.O.'s coming out of the end zone, and Young had thrown kind of like a fade to him, and he's going, the sun's in his eyes. The sun's in his eyes. He couldn't see the ball. Like, I don't think people remember how bad of a game he had, T.O., before he caught that ball.
Yeah, and I guess it's easy, and that's good that you remember the best part of it. I think that's fine, because you say it was a long day. It was an interesting matchup too, because you had the 2 coaches were interesting because they both had the Bay Area roots. Okay, I mean that was definitely a factor. Mike Holmgren coached at San Francisco State. He's a Bay Area guy. Mariucci had come out of Cal to become the 49er head coach. So there were a lot of stories in this game because of those type of involvements that were very, very interesting, I thought.
What was that week like? Because as you mentioned, Joe, at the top, that Packers-Niners became Packers-Cowboys, Niners-Cowboys, in which the Niners and Cowboys played 3 straight NFC championship games against each other. And then the Packers in 95, they come out of nowhere as 14-point underdogs with Mike Holmgren as head coach and beat the Niners in that divisional round game. What do you remember about that week? Because that's the first time I remember realizing that, man, the Packers, okay, now they're a factor now. It was one thing to worry about the Cowboys. Now we got to worry about the Packers. What do you remember about that 95 divisional round game?
Well, not a lot, probably for the best. It was at that point, you expected the Niners to win all the time. I mean, they were just winning. They were regularly going to the Super Bowl. They would always get to the end of the NFC Championship game. And so everything was supposed to be their way. And with the Cowboys out of the way, how could the Packers possibly be the issue? But obviously they were, as again they are now. I mean, Green Bay's history is so phenomenal with from Bart Starr forward to all the other guys. It's really impressive that they can do what they do in a small town in Wisconsin where the weather obviously will probably be a factor again in this one tomorrow. In fact, years ago, I started in the NFL. The first job I had was with the Vikings, and we played the Packers in the one year I was with Minnesota before moving back to the Bay Area. We had a game that had so much snow. There's a picture of it in the Football Hall of Fame in Ohio. It was just incredible snow where they had to come out after every series and shovel off the snow on the field. And so that's kind of atmosphere you can get up there. And that definitely, I think, influences the opponents particularly, because I think it can get easy to get psyched out when you think, oh, it's Packer weather, it's going to be tough to win, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it firsthand 3 years in a row. Niners-Cowboys. We had Niners-Cowboys last week. 4 years in a row, you had Packers-Niners. Now you got Niners-Packers again this week. Just from somebody who's watched this team over and over the many years, how fun was last week and how cool is this weekend going to be? Because I've been in it for so long, I rarely get emotional watching a football game. But my wife was telling me last week, she said, will you stop screaming downstairs? Okay, it was that kind of game. I mean, when Garoppolo threw that interception, I really thought, is there a hitman in the neighborhood? Can I get somebody? This is horrible. This game is handed to them. They can't lose it, and yet they found a way to almost do that, and particularly if it was Dallas. I can remember my relationship because of the Niners is I can remember one time we're coming from Florida or somewhere, my wife and I were going through the Dallas airport. And then we're in the Dallas airport. I'm going through the little stores, waiting for the plane and all that. And my wife actually noticed. She says, what's the matter with you? She said, you're getting grumpy. You're getting sour. What is your problem? I said, we're in Dallas. That is my problem. Joe, you referenced Jimmy Garoppolo. We all said the same thing. I mean, my dad is losing his mind. He can't turn it over right there, right then. You saw quarterback controversies up close and personal. You're the play-by-play guy of the Niners through this greatest quarterback competition of all time, Steve and Joe Montana. You see all the stuff that's out on the internet and everything, and me and Bonte screaming and yelling at each other every day. Trey, Jimmy Garoppolo. What do you think of Jimmy Garoppolo, somebody who's watched the quarterback position for the 49ers over the last 30, 40 years?
The tough thing about Garoppolo is that he can't stay healthy. I think if the 49ers were to make a decision to let him go, and frankly I hope they don't, but I think if they did, it's based on physical issues. He seems to get hurt virtually every game. He got hurt last week. And I think when you're paying him that kind of money and you're building a franchise around him, I mean, when he's on, he's terrific. He can have very long periods of time where he looks absolutely wonderful, and all of a sudden, somehow he gets a brain freeze and does some things you don't expect him to do. So that's a tough call because I think he's a very talented quarterback. And everybody's, the backup quarterback, as long as I've ever had anything to do with football, and you guys probably see the same thing, is the guy who's the backup quarterback is always the most popular quarterback in the city, because you're always saying, oh, if he were in there, that wouldn't happen, Right. And I think that the Niners have a little of that right now going on about the rookie and saying to build him up. So I don't know. I think Garoppolo is really a tough decision for management because of the fact that he can do so well and then not do so well. I don't know.
Yeah, Joe Starkey, the longtime voice of the 49ers. also voice of the Cal Bears. Joe, we brought up Montana and Steve Young, and the Joe Montana doc is out right now on Peacock. I don't know if you checked it out, and if you have, what kind of memories have you saw, or are you taking away from that as we go through Montana's career coming out of Notre Dame, becoming a 2-time Super Bowl winner, and then I'm at the spot where they trade for Steve Young. What do you remember about that, living through those times where it was Jonestown, all of a sudden Steve Young comes in, and all of a sudden Bill Walsh comes out to the media and says, we have a full-blown quarterback competition. What was that like for you living in those days?
Oh, boy, because I had been here long enough, moving out from the Midwest, that Montana was the guy. And Steve Young, I had seen Steve Young, though, and I know he was good because I did the 3 years that the Oakland Invaders existed in the USFL. And so I'd seen Steve Young play for Los Angeles. I guess I think it was the Galaxy. And I was always impressed by his mobility, the fact that he could run so well, throw so well. So he certainly was possibly a great quarterback. But on the other hand, we're talking about a legend here. You're going to ask a legend to go home? I can remember that, without a doubt, DeBartolo had to be talked into trading him because he kept canceling the deal. In fact, Joe had to go to Eddie himself and say, we need to do this. He says, my time is up. He says, we got to move on. Let Steve move into the position, but we can't continue like this where the two of us are here. And he had to literally talk Eddie into completing the trade with Kansas City.
Wow. Joe, we get this weekend the Green Bay Packers, and you're familiar with this guy because you've done Cal play-by-play for so many years, Aaron Rodgers. I remember wanting Aaron Rodgers with the number 1 overall pick as a Niner fan. I'm sure you probably wanted to see him come to the 49ers, but is he better than you had ever anticipated coming out of Cal?
Frankly, no. I thought he was the most accurate quarterback I had ever seen, and I will go to my grave absolutely in despair over the fact the only time he didn't throw good passes when they are first and goal at the 7 against USC. Ready to go to the Rose Bowl. Okay, and this incredibly effective passer misses 3 guys, and so that was the difference. But I can remember telling people in the 49ers front office, I said, you need to draft him. And they were all saying, no, we're going to go for Alex Smith. And Nolan was the head coach at that point. And they were, I was the announcer, so what do I know? But I kept telling him, I say, this is the most accurate quarterback I have ever seen. I said, you should draft him. And they, of course, dismissed the announcer as what does he know about football, and, of course, went ahead with Smith, who turned out to be a good quarterback. But I just had no doubt in my mind that Air was going to be terrific. And when he fell down to number 24, and he made that comment to Dennis O'Donnell that is legendary at this point, when Dennis on Channel 5 asked him, how do you feel about the fact that the 49ers didn't draft you? He said, how much does that upset you? And he said, it won't bother me nearly as much as it will bother them that they didn't draft me. From day one, this is a personal deal for him.
Yeah.
I always wonder why Cal didn't run the ball there, Joe. I know Rodgers started 23 for 23 in that game at USC, but why didn't they run the ball inside the 7-yard line? They were running it down USC's throats.
Yeah. Let's don't please. I'm going to have to take a pill if you keep talking like this.
We're done with that. I don't want to relive that as well. That was a great game between USC and Cal. Joe, you were awesome today. Enjoy Packers and Niners Saturday night. This is fun. Cowboys last week, Packers this week, and we're so thrilled that you were able to spend a few moments with us to talk about the Packers and Niners.
As good as it gets. Thanks for calling.
Absolutely.
Anytime. Joe
the
Starkey,
legend.
a legend.
Joe Starkey, thank you.
No doubt about that. Joe Starkey here on the Morning Roast, called the Catch 2, the play. I mean, he's been around a lot of iconic moments, man.
So when you used to go to games early on, do you remember when you'd see the old men like my grandfather that would have the old Walkmans, the old AM, FM Walkmans? My grandfather had it with the old, it was like little fuzz around the headset that you would wear.
Headphones.
Yeah, the old headphones. You know what I'm talking about?
I always brought my Walkman to games.
Because you'd listen to the game.
I didn't go to many football games growing up. I think I only went to 2 football games.
Okay.
my first 18 years of existence, but whenever I went to baseball games, I always had a Walkman because I wanted to hear the play-by-play.
Yeah.
I wanted to see what was going on, how close the pitch was.
So like my grandfather, he had the one where if you took the headphones out, it also had the little speaker thing. It was like a little, it almost looked like what our iPhone shaped like now. It's like rectangular.
Yep.
So he would take that and we would be throwing the football. He'd park off 3rd Street. Then we'd come walking in. We'd be throwing the football going down Gilman or whatever the street is, Oakdale, depends on where we were parked. And he would be listening to the pregame, get all fired up. But back then there was no Twitter and they didn't show many replays on the actual Jumbotron. This is before they actually had video on the Jumbotron. It would just be the score. You know what I mean? That's all you would get. It was like the raw data. Hey, this is how many points are being scored. This is what the yardage is. That's about it. So you had to bring the Walkman so that you understood like, oh my gosh, 71 just went down right now. What's going on? And Starkey would relay it to everyone, and then my grandfather would relay it to everybody in the area. And so when I think of Joe Starkey, I just personally get really, really nostalgic, and I think about my grandfather and those old Niner teams. And I mean, he is the 49ers. When I hear his voice, I get goosebumps.
No doubt. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll bring you the Xfinity Flex Moment of the show. Stay tuned to find out what we pick as a Flex Moment of the show. And actually, that's coming up in 4 minutes. 4 minutes of Flex Moment of the show. Didn't realize it was already 8:46. I'm talking to Joe Starkey here. We got one more day to break down Niners and Packers. Niners will fly out tonight to Wisconsin. They'll be in Green Bay warming up tomorrow, getting ready for that cold weather, and then kickoff at 5:15. Last week, there was a lot of hype for Niners and Cowboys. It felt like the energy was up. Does it almost feel like a letdown this week in terms of the hype and the anticipation for Niners and Packers? Last week, it felt you could feel Niners Cowboys. You could feel the hate in the rivalry. You could feel the anticipation of having this rivalry revitalized on last Sunday. This week, I feel like it's been a letdown. I don't know. Maybe it's because I've been in the house all week. I don't know. How you feel about the hype going into Saturday?
Honestly, everywhere that I've gone, like yesterday I was talking to my doctor about this when I was at Kaiser, and people are pretty fired up, man. Green Bay is an iconic brand. You know, when we look at brands across sports, they're a very iconic brand, but they're also very different than some of the other ones. Like Lakers, LA. It's got the big cachet. You know, there's something about it. New York Yankees, Dallas Cowboys. Those are big. There's something almost Midwestern subtle about the Green Bay Packers, yet their fan base is so large. People either love them or they hate them. Think about how many teams can't stand the Green Bay Packers. The entire NFC North hates their guts. 49er fans hate their guts. Like, there are a lot of teams that hate the Green Bay Packers. Cowboys hate the Green Bay Packers. Right? Dude, so I think it's a great matchup. And I think Lambeau Bonte is a great setting. I think it's a great setting for a Saturday night game.
Well, is it because Packer fans will talk trash like Cowboy fans or Laker fans?
That's
Cowboy fans
they're not as flamboyant.
Cowboy fans,
that's a good point.
They like to chirp.
Yeah.
They love to chirp. We had one Packer fan call last week saying, we want the 49ers. We can't wait to beat them. But even his trash talk was like, hey, I hope you guys win. We want to beat you. Yeah, we respect you. Like, Packer fans, even when you go to Niner Packer games. I've been to a ton of Niner Packer games over the years. Packer fans don't talk. No. They don't talk. They just say, hey, man, we'll see about it. We'll win, yada, yada, yada. But they don't talk like Cowboy fans.
The Monday night game at Levi's, they did subtly take over the stadium. That was the first home game of the year.
Oh, you mean the Sunday night game?
Yeah. Did I say Monday night? Whatever. Yeah.
Sunday night, the first home game of the season?
Yes. They took over that stadium. There were tons of Green Bay Packer fans. And let me tell you, it was the most flamboyant I've ever seen them. They do not like Niner fans. They do not like us.
Yeah, I just feel like it's been a letdown with the trash talk. I guess.
I'm all
that's
here
what
for
made
it.
That's what made last week so special was the trash talk between the two fan bases here. We heard Leroy Butler; he's smooth. It's tough to hate Leroy Butler, right? It's tough to hate him.
Once Aaron Rodgers completes a pass and sticks his hands ever so quietly, blows into his hands and sticks him inside his little warmers and starts his little walk, you're gonna hate him just as much as you've always have. Because there's something about Aaron. I can't stand Aaron Rodgers anymore. I used to love him. I hate him.
You know what it is for me is going up to Lambeau Field. I still have bad memories of Lambeau Field.
Of course.
Like Desmond Howard returning punts.
How about when
Brett Favre,
the guy was down, Don Beebe?
Don Beebe. Marquez Pope touched him on the knee. They didn't call it.
So obvious.
Antonio Freeman scoring on the first play of the game on Halloween in the
Jeff
late 90s
Garcia
against the 49ers.
losing. throwing it just a little short. If he throws it with a little
Mike
more air
McKenzie.
under it,
Mike
great play.
McKenzie tips it. Great
T.O.
play.
losing his mind right after.
I just don't have a lot of good memories at Lambeau Field. I just, other than Kaepernick in the first game of the regular season.
That's an all-time 49er win right there. That block by Frank Gore on 3rd and 8, where Cap ran around to the left-hand side and up the line. Cap was awesome in that game, and so was Craddock.
He was. And then David Akers, of course, making a 63-yard field goal in the season opener, a season after the Niners lost to the New York Giants in the NFC Championship game. That was memorable as well. A lot of good memories between Niners and Packers. But now is the time for the Xfinity Flex moment of the day.
Was that the game that Kaepernick came in right before halftime and ran for a first
threw
down?
a bomb.
Yeah.
Ran for a first down, and then David Akers kicked
That's right. That was a great
63-yarder.
game. That was a great game.
Sam, what do you have for the Xfinity Flex moment of the show? Up. There we go. Baby Chez's doctor's a Bonte guy, too. He was like, wait a minute. Swear, honest to God. And it takes Baby Chez to the hospital. This is for a 9-month checkup. And the doctor's sitting there. He's like, Chestnut, huh? Chestnut. Is it Baby Chez by any? And she's like, he goes, oh, my God. This is Bonte's daughter? And it's sitting right there. It's just like, great. It's a famous baby now. It's sad. Like, we'll go to Timeless Coffee together, and Baby Chez, somebody say, oh, man, that's Baby Chez. I'm like, oh, boy, we created a monster.
So there's Northwest, and then there's Baby Chez, right? Like, wasn't that
way
Kanye's
down on the total pole. Way down on the total pole. Yeah, Northwest, what, he's got 4 kids now? Like, come on.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
I don't know how I feel about that flex, like, because the doctors know my babies. I guess doctors listening to the roast, go figure.
That's how bad our show was today. That's how bad our show was today. The best moment was us talking about your daughter and the doctor knowing who she was.
No, we had some great moments today. We had some Fleming moments. We had some Warrior moments. We had doctor moments. I'm just shocked that doctors listen to us. Now we got doctors. We got gangsters. We got drug dealers. We got Bloods and Crips. We got Silicon Valley techies. People who work at Facebook. Man, we're growing, man. We're growing.
UPS drivers. We're college UPS truck drivers.
Yeah, I don't know. This guy Gmo.
CFOs.
It's not Gmo. Who is this guy on YouTube, by the way? G something. And he's always like, hey, Bonte, I heard you was employee of the month at UPS.
Yeah, where'd that come from?
I don't know where that came from. I'm trying to figure out who this guy was.
Now, were you a UPS driver, or did you work in like one of the South City warehouses?
Yeah, I worked in the warehouse.
Okay.
Was the point. I was.
So were you wearing the brown shorts?
No. Never wore the brown uniform. Unless I was a driver's helper during the holiday to make some more money. But was an unloader where you just wear your jeans and T-shirt, long sleeve or something like that. Yeah. You unload the boxes out of a 54-foot trailer. Then I went to management, became a supervisor up there. So I would wear like slacks and a tie and got to know the corporate game, which was cool. It was not bad.
So you were the Matt Nahigian of our boss. You were a middle management boss.
I ran a tighter ship than Matt Nahigian. I ran a tighter ship.
I want to have a conference call right after the show. I want to talk about some of the tune-outs.
Dude, there's no cool down period with Matt Nahigian. You know how the NFL is pro sports. If you don't
clear everything off that truck, I'm out.
Dude, pro sports, you get the 20-minute cool down period. Players take the showers and get dressed. You get about 20 to 25 minutes. Matt Nahigian, no cool down period. Show's over. All right, guys, here's a conference line. Hop on as soon as you can. It's like, dude, we just got off a show, dog. We're feeling good. Like, all of a sudden, now you're going to tell us about what we did wrong today. We don't want to hear that. Give us 30 minutes. I guess to get it done quicker, right? It's better for us. I don't know.
I'm so fired up for this game. Like, I'm super pumped. And I'm not talking about Warriors-Pacers. I'm talking about Niners-Packers. This is going to be awesome.
For Domantas Sabonis?
I have respect for the Pacers. Malcolm
you know what I'm pumped about? You know what I'm pumped about? Fans, if they have a Chase card, get 50% off food and merchandise. That's pretty cool. You can save $1 tonight against the Pacers. I don't know. I find that stuff cool. Huh?
It's also dangerous for people
Why
like
is it
me.
dangerous?
Well, because I'll buy 5 times the amount because I think I'm getting 50% off, right? And so I would have spent, X amount, but instead everything's half off. Now I'll spend 5 times that because I feel like I'm getting a deal. I'm one of those guys.
You're one of those guys.
Yeah, I'm a BOGO guy.
Got it.
You know what BOGO is, right?
You gotta have discipline, Shasky. Gotta have discipline. Discipline.
Buy one, get one.
You gotta get disciplined, man. BOGO. I never heard it put like that, actually. Buy one, get one? BOGO?
Yeah, you've never heard of that?
I've never heard of that before.
You don't
I've never heard of BOGO.
Anywhere?
Mark Willard, you ever hear of BOGO? I've never heard of BOGO. Where did you guys come up with that? At St. Cecilia, St. Gabe's?
Is BOGO related to boba? I know everybody that's the new in thing. Like my daughter always was like, yes, she wants boba. No, I did not know BOGO. So you know how they say that saying, you learn something every day? I'm already done. I can go back to bed. I learned something.
Are you watching Boba Fett? Book of Boba Fett, Mark?
Oh, man. You guys know me. I don't watch anything. The game is on, and when the night has no game, like last night, when we have a no game night, when you got two teams going on at the same time, and it's not like baseball season, it's almost every night. So it's all based around the game. You see, you guys may not know. I think I told you this last week. Like, this is still my new toy. The idea that I can sit down on a couch with my boys and watch a game at night. I spent 3 years having to be in the other room, yapping while everyone else was enjoying the game. So this is still a new toy to me. So if it's a game, everything's based on that. If there's no game, then I use that night to get all the other crap done.
So apparently BOGO is big. I'm stuck on this BOGO thing.
Yeah,
Ryan Mauser, who runs our Twitch and YouTube page.
Yeah.
Mauser texts me. Usually he texts me about the Seahawks, so I never reply to him. But he just texts me, BOGO super known, bro.
Yeah.
BOGO super known. It's like, what? I've never heard of BOGO before.
Thing. I worked in grocery stores for years, butcher. So BOGO, buy one, get one. Like, that was the way. And then also when you work in food service, FIFO, first in, first out, right? You want to rotate your product and make sure that you're not using old product.
I don't know. Just
Shout
say
out,
buy one, get one free.
Bonte.
Why do we have to make everything an acronym or some
YOLO
slang like BOGO? Like,
BOGO,
going around saying,
YOLO.
Oh, is that BOGO today? Oh my gosh,
FOMO.
is that jersey BOGO? Is that a BOGO
YOLO
item? Like, how do you even say BOGO? How do you work BOGO into a sentence?
Shout out Soundgarden and the great album Super Unknown. You said this, it's super known. I'm going to go with all of these things are super unknown because I do have fun with this stuff though. When you get the text acronyms that some people know and some people don't. My favorite one was the first time somebody texted me GFY and I'm like, GFY, good for you? Is it good for you? And then the really fun one, which I've now done twice, was a family thread during these 49er games. And one of the Niners scored a touchdown in the game against the Rams. It started to come back maybe when they tied it up. And I texted the family thread, which my mom is on, LFG, with a bunch of exclamation points, which led to about a 15-minute conversation about what does LFG stand for, and she Googled it, and it was like I don't know, look for goodies or something. She found something on Google. So
I know what fun. LRG means.
Yeah, it was.
I know LRG.
It was fun to take my late 70s mom through the world of what LFG stands for.
Oh man.
But yeah, like I don't know, 70% of this stuff is news to me too. I don't know what the hell all of it stands
BOGO's
for.
a new one.
Do you know what SCUBA stands for?
Scuba diving?
Isn't SCUBA an acronym?
Yes, self-contained underwater breathing apparatus.
You, Mark. I knew Mark was a well-lived man.
This is a good one. I got to read this text.
Give it to
Chasky, this is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Our boy Zucci, man, on the Comcast
what up,
text
Zuch?
line. BOGO is how we got Shasky in the morning. We pay for Ponte, got Shasky for free. Love you, Shasky. I only see BOGO at a weed dispensary. Come on, Bonte. Exactly how black is Bonte? What does that have to do with me being black, BOGO? Because I don't know BOGO. Now I'm going to be stuck. Hey, Anna, what is BOGO? You ever hear of BOGO, Anna? I'm going to have an hour conversation about this, Willard.
I'll admit this. My grandmother, God rest her soul, she used to clip all of the coupons. She was a coupon clipper. Okay, that's what she would do.
Yeah.
She was one of them.
Yeah.
Now, I've never done the coupon.
One of them.
Yeah, but like that's what my grandma did.
My grandma did that too.
She had like the laminated, like you instead of collecting baseball cards, she would collect the coupons and then put it in the car. We had the old Chrysler, the New Yorker. I don't know if you remember, but this this thing was beat up, but she liked it because everybody stayed away from her. And then she'd have the little binder in there. You'd have to pull the binder out and get her little coupons before she would go in. She drove me nuts with the coupons.
I mean, you guys are talking about you're talking about your grandmas. It didn't skip a generation. This was my mom, and I mean, even to this day, like when I moved a couple months ago, this God bless her, my parents come up. She's got a manila envelope with Bed Bath & Beyond coupons. Because it's an industry secret. They've got an expiration date on them,
right?
But Bed Bath & Beyond will honor them anyway. So she keeps these things. Wow. I'm telling you, it's this thick. It's this thick. And then she texted me 2 weeks ago. She goes, I have more Bed Bath & Beyond coupons. I'm like, Mom, if I use one every day until I died, I'm still not going to use the ones you gave me 2 months ago. Coupons are life for that generation, man.
It's crazy.
Life. Oh, man, I remember those days. Oh, man, it's taking me back. All those coupons going to the Safeway.
Did you cut up cereal boxes, B?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The UPS code or whatever, the UPC code or whatever it was.
And
absolutely.
Sometimes pizza places would do that where you'd have to cut the box on the pizza.
Well, now they got the box tops.
I just remember going to Safeway.
Yes.
They got the box tops, and you can bring them in, and your school gets some sort of, like if you bring them into your school, they get
scholars.
Exactly.
The worst was going to the check stand with the coupons. The worst was going to the check stand with the coupons, and you're like trying to flip it over to make sure you got the right coupon. I'm like, oh wait, Honey Nut Cheerios. Hold on, let me go through them. I was that guy who was unorganized with the coupons.
Wow.
As my grandma was like, yeah, we're keeping the envelopes for something else. Just go down there to Safeway.
There's no moment that is more demoralizing in life than when you push the coupon over, and then they're like, I'm so sorry, this has been expired. And then you have even a 30-second conversation about whether you're going to get your 35 cents or not. And you're sitting there pushing this toward, and you're like, my gosh, are we really going to sit here and have a conversation about 35 cents? But you lugged that coupon over there, man. You kept track of it. Damn it, I'm going to get my 35 cents.
I'm going to get that 35 cents off, or you guys could just keep it because we're a little broke here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified, the 9 a.m. hour. As always, brought to you by our great friends at Timeless Coffee, Willard Dibs. What do you guys have coming up as we're a little over 2 days before Niners and Packers?
I know, something about this Saturday game is making this week feel like it's going really, really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Like I sort of woke up today and I'm like, oh gosh, this thing's in 48 hours. Like this is here. So my good buddy Adam Rank with NFL.com, he texted me 2 days ago and he just goes, so when am I coming on? And I was just like, oh, he's being a boy, like he's being a friend. Right. So I'm like, yeah, you come on later this week. It wasn't until I realized he had just gone on TV and made big statements about the 49ers taking the Packers apart this weekend.
Wow.
That's what he believes. So he's going to hop on a little bit. Have you seen on Instagram, local rapper Bonte, the Locksmith? Have you seen this guy?
Yeah, he's been coming in with the bars.
Yeah. So we've got his latest because it's pretty good based on this specific game, and he's going to come on. He's going to pop on at 11 o'clock later today. And we're going to talk about Kyle, man. We're going to make today a day for Kyle Shanahan. This is the guy who keeps crashing the playoff party without an elite quarterback. Nobody else does that in the NFL. And about 8 weeks ago, half the fan base wanted him fired.
Well, yeah, that was ludicrous. That fan base was, that was insane. That was insane. There was a lot of people saying he should fire himself. How laughable is that?
Well, and what is this offseason like for him if they don't rally in L.A. 2 weeks ago?
Right.
What's the offseason like for him if they don't go on that drive?
And now we look at him and say, man, thank the heavens he's the coach of the 49ers. By the way, hi, Dibley. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, Bonte? Good to see you, man.
I'm not going to work overtime. I got that look from you yesterday. We went to about 9:12 on Crosstalk. We don't want to eat into the time.
You stay as long as you want, man.
As I mentioned on the air yesterday, it was because I had Crosstalk envy. I wanted in on it. It wasn't that you guys weren't delivering great content. You were having a great time. I could see it on mute. and it was wonderful. I had crosstalk envy is what I had.
By the way, last episode of Power, pretty good, Mark Willard. You got to get in on Power. Tariq St. Patrick going through the thing.
What platform? You can't say
Stars.
what channel anymore.
It's like the one show I watch. It's like the one show I watch.
Stars?
It's the one show I watch on Stars. So
nice.
I don't know. It's a risky proposition getting into Power. I don't advise you to get into Power because once you get into it, you get sucked in, and it's so bad. It's good. It's one of those things, Mark.
I work with Dan Dibley. I'm searching for Power all the time, Bonte. So I'm in.
Nice.
Sign me up.
Oh, yeah, and I wish that I was as much of a cold piece as Ghost, quite frankly. He had a good run, Bonte. Ghost had a good run now. He's living. He came from nothing, and he was living high on the hog. Spoiler alert, I hope my ending is different than Ghost's, but it's a guilty pleasure. It's one of those great ones.
All right, we'll be listening, man. No doubt about that as we get ready for Niners and Packers. Can't wait for Locksmith. That's going to be a lot of fun on Willard and Dibs. They'll take you up until noon. Morning Roast will be back at 6 a.m. Willard and Dibs, have a good one. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Have a good one, man.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, my dude, it's Thursday. You know me and Thursdays. Oh, my gosh, we get along like peanut butter and jelly. I don't know what it is. You wake up, and I'm like, oh, I smell it. I see you. I feel you weekend. And, in fact, even the first time you and I talked this morning, I'm like, man, we got a good weekend ahead. I'm going to take the boys to the Warrior game tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Right? We've got a 49er playoff game right away on Saturday. And then my own little 7-year-old is going to be playing his own football game first thing Sunday morning, followed by me sitting on my butt and watching more playoff games, hopefully sitting down to find out who the 49ers are going to play in the NFC Championship game.
Exactly right. Wouldn't that be great? Is it a trip to L.A. or is it a trip cross-country to take on Tommy? And, as we start to dream about the what-if superlatives and the narratives, give me the matchup Jimmy v. Tommy a million times over the can a team beat the other team 3 straight times narrative, and the battle for Los Angeles and Giants, Dodgers, Rams, Niners. Miss me with all that. I mean, of course, you'd be happy to have that. You win Saturday, you don't have to worry about the opponent, but if they win Saturday, give me Tampa on Sunday.
The Apprentice versus the Master would be fantastic.
So much.
Yeah. I am your daddy. Yes. All right. Adam Rank. Adam Rank is on today. The Locksmith is on today. If you haven't heard what he lays down with regard to the 49ers, you're going to want to hear it. So we're going to have that for you. We're always here for you and want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Comcast Business Text Line, always open, 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And at long last, we're gonna get back to the roots of Song of the Day, Dibs, and we're gonna lead off the show and let the Song of the Day tell the story of where we're going next. My guys, let's go.
Using my rap style, and I'm playing the background. Meanwhile, I ain't with that. You can't forget that. You take my style, I'm taking it back, coming back like Return of the Jedi. Sucker MCs in the place that said I could only rock rhyme and only rock crowds, but never rock records. How you like me now?
Oh, how you like me now? Well, first and foremost,
how you like me now?
My apologies to anyone watching on Twitch or YouTube, or maybe you're welcome for the absolute destruction of movement that just took place on Zoom and on YouTube and on Twitch between both me and Dan Dimbley. Cool Mo D, I think, is where you and I might meet. If there's ground zero of Willard and Dibs, I feel like it might be Cool Mo D.
A Venn diagram of music. It might. LL Cool J is probably in that sphere as well. Some of that late '80s, early '90s hip hop where you were a kid and I was trying to make it in the valley down in the San Fernando Valley. But How You Like Me Now? And you could see Kyle bumping that on his old school Walkman.
Yeah.
Remember the cassette, A-side, B-side? No iPod, no iShuffle for Kyle. He's rocking the Walkman. And it's How You Like Me Now? I'm one of 8 guys left.
I think he's got the yellow Walkman arm wrap that you put around the biceps so you can go for a run with a little Velcro. Make sure it's there. Make sure it's tight, but not too tight. You don't want to cut off the circulation sensation. Yeah. But yeah, Kyle Shanahan, he is absolutely earned the right to look at so many 49er fans and media talkers. Now, granted, not on this show. This show said all along, look, it's kind of a fait accompli. It's a silly conversation. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch aren't going anywhere. But he can look at a lot of people and say, how you like me now? Because 2 weeks ago, and this is a fact, no matter if any of us thought he was going to get fired or not, he wasn't. But if that drive in L.A. does not take place, the offseason for Kyle Shanahan is very different. It becomes a 6-year run where the playoffs were only made one time. Now, instead, it's a second trip to the playoffs. Then it's validated by a road win, the only team to do it. And here he sits in the final 8, and the elite teams and the elite quarterbacks all looking at everybody, but he's the outlier. He's the coach of the team that doesn't have the elite quarterback. All of these teams are sitting there. Remember when Luke Walton coached the Warriors? They're like, yeah, I'm pretty sure, Dibs, you could have coached that team. Andre Iguodala did coach that team for certain moments. When you have the elite, when you have Patrick Mahomes, you're going to be in the playoffs. But look what Kyle Shanahan does. Kyle does it a different way, and I think it's been a huge 2 weeks for him, for a lot of people to realize they've got one of the best coaches in the NFL.
And he is in the club. And if you look at the remaining coaches in the playoffs, you've got Andy Reid, been there, done that. Bruce Arians, been there, done that. A couple of older guys, a couple of established guys. But then you've got the whippersnappers in Cincinnati, in Buffalo, in Los Angeles, in San Francisco, certainly in Green Bay, the hottest thing going maybe in this postseason. And then quietly, the guy in Tennessee who doesn't get the same respect as being a genius, but what they do in Tennessee, it works, people, and it fits his personality. So you've got 8 coaches in the offs, you got 6 of these youngsters, 5 of the offensive mastermind caliber maybe, and then the one kind of outlier, but the fact that Kyle is among this group, Cliffy's not here. Sorry, Cliffy, you didn't get invited to the final table here.
Cliffy,
that's my cat's name. And shout out Cliff, he's out of the cone and he's frolicking. He finally got to play with his Christmas present, which was, of course, a fish on a string. Because with the cone on, you can't frolic. You can't play. There's no catnip. There's no roll on my back and let me get some belly scratches.
There's nothing more classic than the fish on the string. I mean, yeah. And shout out Cliff Clavin from what was absolutely my number one rank, the 1 seed sitcom
Mount
of
Cliffy
my childhood.
Moore.
Well, and just real quick, if I may, on the one-off, please, when I say Cliff Clavin, Kyle and Spadone, please do not say you don't know who I'm talking about. Because
I love the young people.
You're gonna have a 5-minute suspension. Please, do you know who Cliff Clavin is? Please.
What are you talking about?
They barely know who Tony Soprano is.
No joke. So Ryan Tannehill and Jimmy Garoppolo are the 2 outliers. Yeah, 408 says we're calling Tannehill elite now. No, we're mainly talking about where Jimmy sits right now in the NFC. Like he unseated Dak. And he joined the Stafford Brady Rodgers party. Yeah, Tannehill's over there sort of doing the same thing with Tennessee. They got the 1 seed somehow, which feels circumstantial, I think is maybe a good word. Like Tennessee, I don't view Tennessee as the best team. I view the Kansas City Buffalo game as likely the AFC title game.
That's fun. It's fun that you think that because Tennessee's just different. And if you think that the Niners have a chance to run the table. And let's just say the Niners have a 40% chance to win in Green Bay. Maybe it's 30%. I don't know what the true odds are, but they've got a legitimate shot. And if they win, they have the same shot in Tampa. And if they go to L.A., that thing is a 50-50. They might be. Oh, God. It might be a pick 'em at L.A.
What does Vegas do? What does Vegas do? Just for fun, real quick, L.A. hosts the 49ers next week. What does Vegas do with that? Because it's dripping. It's dripping with context. You can just be like, oh, the Rams, because if the Rams win, then that's pretty impressive.
They beat Tampa on the road,
That means they went to Tampa on the road. So,
but the Niners won in Green Bay.
Yeah, but it's dripping with context. We're like, well, they're at home and they got the better quarterback. But you're like, but they don't beat the 49ers. Period. They don't beat the 49ers.
Full stop. Yeah, I think I think it opens as a pick 'em, and I think the casinos just say, you know what, you guys decide, gamblers. You tell us where this should be.
Right. You know what that would be if those two play next week? It would be crazy. Is what it would be.
That would be crazy. For sure.
It would be so crazy. Yeah, it would be crazy. So anyway, right away when we bring it up, Dibs, here come
Let him in.
Here come some of the text messages, and we would love to hear from you as well. 888-957-9570. We'll go to the phones here shortly. If you have questions about Kyle Shanahan, I think it's been a wonderful 2 weeks for him. And yes, you could call that circumstantial. Hell, if Jimmy doesn't go on the 90-second drive, what do we do with Kyle Shanahan? But as I've said all along, look, we can have our conversation here. You go inside the league. You go talk to people who have played in the league. Kyle Shanahan has respect that is up here. I mean, up here at the ceiling. They love playing for him. You heard Amenahu's comments yesterday, hopefully, talking about how this organization's not a clown show like Houston. They get it. He runs a tight ship. He is a very good play caller, whether you like it or not. But yeah, 415. I still don't like Trashahan because he's still calling questionable plays and try to get too cute in the playoffs. And then 510 says not really. The biggest complaint about Kyle is his drafting, which is another conversation we had earlier in the year. By the way, he's not drafting these players by himself.
No, it's a full staff.
Yeah, Adam Peters and John Lynch are in on this too. Yes, Kyle's going to win out, I think, especially on certain positions, wide receivers, quarterbacks. He's going to win out. But I also think over the last, 5-6 weeks, his drafting started to look better. Like, player Ambry Thomas looks good. Juwan Jennings has become a thing.
If you traded his draft status on the Dow Jones Stock Exchange under DRFT, stock up over the last 5 to 6 weeks, and quietly you should have bought stock. And the big reason why he's moved up north on the Dow Jones Industrial, Debo and Ayuk out of the doghouse and Nick Bosa off the ACL. Yes. Forget all of the great late finds because that's been the bedrock of the stock. Your Jordan, Eli Mitchell, and all the rest. But quietly, the Ambry Thomas financial report that came out, that's ticking upwards. So if you are trading DRFT on the NASDAQ, you're looking pretty good right now.
Brother, and it's gotten it to a point where I honestly think like the late round finds thing, any other coach and staff in history would have been they would have been so propped up for that. They'd be like, look, like the Warriors were for Draymond. Look what these guys have found in the 5th round and later. These guys found Kittle. They found Eli Mitchell. They found Juwan Jennings. They have found all these people, and there are more. Dre Greenlaw. They found them all in the 5th round or later, and you'd be propped up for that except for all of these 2nd and 3rd round misses and some 1st round misses even that have happened. But some of those are starting to fall by the wayside, and look, there's no team in history that doesn't have draft misses. Everybody does, right? And so, but you're right. That has gotten better in recent weeks for sure. Okay, Willard and Dibs, let's get out to you at 888-957-9570, and let's start with James in Palo Alto. James, what are you doing right now?
Hey guys, just driving to work. Thanks for taking my call. I wanted to say that the one thing I was very miffed about with Kyle, and the reason why I still think the love fest for him is misplaced, is that call at 4th and 1, quarterback sneak, and puts Trent Williams in motion. I mean, Dan, maybe you can say how often you've seen Trent Williams in motion. And I'm not sure whether it's Garoppolo not giving him enough time to get set or what, but it was a stupid call. And, it's Shanahan trying to get too cute over and over again, trying to be the mastermind instead of just playing football that wins. And I think that's his biggest drag.
That's a fair point, and thank you for the call. And as we know, Trent Williams in motion. Well,
I don't think it is.
You joke blocked me there, but that's all right. I had something.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
It's
I'm
all
sorry.
Right. Do
we want to re-rack it? We could be like a reggae group. You know, like a reggae group. You ever go to Reggae Sunsplash in Berkeley? Did you ever do that when we were younger? Did you ever go out there?
Never made it. No.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you get out there, and I mean, because they are Cody Bellinger so high. I mean, at least half the songs, they get about 45 seconds in, they mess them up, and they just go boom, 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 and they start them over. We could try that if you want. Yeah.
No, it's so far too late now. The moment is like, wow. And it was dialed up. It was queued up and ready. I thought it was a goaltending, but it was a clean block. It was a clean. You got me with a clean block. You're halfway through your espresso drink, and I got no chance against you right now. But
it was crazy.
It is. It's Thursday. I'm sucking on this thing, so it's almost gone. I'm going to need to make another one.
Yeah, hopefully you make it to 10:30 when it's the feeding hour. But in that play, Jimmy G didn't get Trent set. There's been times where he gets too cute and he gets too conservative, but this is where I think that fans have to step away from the clicker a little bit and realize this is who Kyle Shanahan is. You can't expect him to turn into Andy Reid and decide that he wants to go full on track meet, fling it, spin it, and let it and cut it loose. That's not Kyle's comfort zone. His comfort zone is 21 personnel, 2 running backs and a tight end. And by the way, even when he's gone 11 lately with the 1 running back and the 1 tight end, he brings Debo in to still run 21 out of 11. So if you don't want him to be this conservative, you don't want Kyle Shanahan.
Well, okay, that's fair, and nobody is a perfect play caller. This conversation, though, and I don't mean this one, I mean this continued conversation, I'm going to borrow one of your favorite words. This is one of the ones that triggers me because it's as if we're all missing the obvious premise that Kyle Shanahan has forgotten more about football than all of us will ever know. That's a premise that's a fact. It's a fact. Yet, we do this every week. We line up with our remote controls and Doritos and then watch the game and go, oh, this Kyle guy does not know what he's doing. I can't believe he's calling those plays. It's like, are you kidding me right now? No, they're not all going to work, but if we can just hang on to the premise that, yes, Kyle knows more than we do, then I think we can also get to the next step, which is it's super easy to get mad when a play doesn't work.
Yeah.
Every time a play doesn't work, Kyle doesn't know what he's doing. And when it does work, you just go, yes, Doritos. Rah, rah, rah.
Genius.
And
He's a genius.
Yeah. No, you don't even say that. There's an offensive line sort of. It's nice as if every play is supposed to work. So when it does, okay, fine, take a sip of beer. When it doesn't, oh, Kyle's an idiot. It's like, are you watching what he's doing? Aaron Rodgers is in the playoffs. Tom Brady's in the playoffs. The big Super Bowl favorites with Matt Stafford in a fancy new stadium are in the playoffs. And Jimmy Garoppolo, who you all think is wildly limited, is still here. And Kyle doesn't have something to do with that? Of course he does. He's probably the reason. We've been talking about the reason all week long. Is it Debo?
Right.
Is it Trent Williams? What kind of piece of pie does Jimmy get? Yo, Kyle Shanahan's got a system. And if you listen to every player talk, they all tell you. And we sit here and go, no, that's not it. It's weird.
And he deserves a bigger piece of the pie than Jimmy Garoppolo does, in my opinion. I'm not trying to make that
I agree.
This discussion. But when you watch the way they go about running the football with all of the pre-snap motion, the subtleties on the line switches, the counters, the cutback lanes, they do things at a completely different level from a run game standpoint. And once he realized, and I'm not saying he didn't know it going in, and Mike McDaniel, the great offensive coordinator who's getting looks to be a head coach, who, by the way, might also be an offensive genius. The way they go about using Debo now, once they realized what a difference maker he was, Eli Mitchell back healthy, this is a completely different run game than what Green Bay saw in the first matchup. And we know when Kyle Shanahan and company run it 30 or more times, they win football games. That, to me, is the real indicator, more than Jimmy G's winning percentage, apologies, BPA, and all the rest of the Garoppolo files. But when they run the ball, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is.
Oh, wait, what 3 letters did you just say? What were those 3 letters? What did you just say? Apologies to who?
BPA, Brian in Palo Alto.
Oh, good. Brian in Palo Alto. Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto on with Willard and Dibs.
That's
Brian,
awkward.
what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
You know what are you doing? That's my question. I think
I'm basking in the glow of 3 straight days of BPA. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, hey, I'm into the 49ers right now and probably a little bit less into my job. So
good for you. Us too, Brian. Us too.
First off, Seinfeld is first. Cheers is second, right? Let's understand the order there.
I'm not going to argue with that. Yeah, I mean, come on.
You can't serenade Kyle without Jimmy. It's married together, right? When things go bad, Jimmy takes a beat down, and Kyle takes a much lesser beat down. And things are good. You have to give them. You have to praise them together. You can't say, "Oh, look what Kyle's done without a franchise." I'd rather have Jimmy Garoppolo than Eric Stafford. And I said that in the offseason, and I certainly mean it now. I would rather have Jimmy Garoppolo than Ryan Tannehill, who's a 500 career quarterback. He's not that good. So there's 2 elite quarterbacks. There's Brady and Rodgers, and then everybody else is some other level of less than that. And Jimmy is right there in that next level. And if what we're going to do is every time the Niners screw up, it's the quarterback's fault, and every time they succeed, it's Kyle's genius, then wow, is Trey Lance set up to fail next year?
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Yeah, Brian. BPA, thank you so much. And I think he makes a lot of solid points there. It almost sounded like he was bringing up a little bit of a light version of Brady Belichick. Like, that was the debate.
Right,
that was the debate for years. Like, which one is the one that's the straw stirring the drink? Yeah. I mean, right now, Tom is winning that argument.
Right, especially after last weekend where, the Wunderkind didn't. Right. I mean, it's not his fault. Rookie QB on the road in the playoffs is a tough one, but the way that they got run back down to New England was uncomfortable. BPA's call, I give him a 4. The only thing he was missing, Mark, was a couple trademark, which is the trademark of the BPA. He could have said, you can't really talk about Kyle without a Jimmy too. Yeah,
look,
that's all it was missing.
It's his 3rd straight day. You can't, you got to mix it up a little bit. So
Get better, did.
It's all brought to you
that,
by Department of Healthcare Services. It's Willard and Dibs with more of your phone calls coming up around the bend, plus the viral moment of the day somehow applied to the 49ers. We've got that and Adam Rank at 10 on 95.7 The Game.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about.
Imagine the organizing possibilities with Lowe's, where keeping it all together comes with Project Source Clear storage totes starting at $238 and iDesign plus the spruce storage bin starting at $1298. Clean up your closet with the closet-made Brightwood Closet Kit starting at $119.98. Find it all at Lowe's Store and Save event in-store and on Lowe's.com. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Valid through 3/18. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. U.S. only. iDesign plus the spruce storage bin. Pricing excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Hey, Carrie, we need that tax report by tomorrow. Hey, Bobby, get me that expenses.
For Hari's accounting firm, client growth is exponential.
We're a couple of accountants short.
He needs whip-smart accountants at whiplash speed.
Hey, so why aren't these receivables matching up?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At the RV Super Sale, you'll get super pricing on travel trailers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers, as well as Class A and Class C motorhomes. The RV Super Sale at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 22nd through the 30th.
Creamy nut butter makes it delightfully sweet. Roasted nuts make it perfectly salty. Get two great tastes in one delicious bar. Enjoy a Nature Valley sweet and salty nut bar today.
It's a new year, and for businesses, that means a new start. Whatever the year ahead holds, now Comcast Business is making it easy to get going with the Ready, Set, Save sale. Get started with fast and reliable internet and voice for $64.99 a month, and save with a 2-year price guarantee. Switching is easy with flexible installation times, and you'll also get backing from an expert team 24/7, so you can focus on planning the year ahead. Plus, for even more value, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with qualifying internet. Get a great deal for your business with the Ready, Set, Save sale today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and one voice mobility customers only. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Prepaid card offer ends 2/28/22. Call or go online for details.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Adam, rank it a bit. We're going to go back to the phone shortly. Leroy Butler was on the morning show with Bonte and Joe and had some very interesting things to say with regard to this game. I feel like we've got a steady flow of former players from the other team who keep hating this matchup. Michael Irvin was striking this chord all week last week about the Cowboys, and guess what, Dibs? He was right. And now we had James Jones yesterday, and you'll be interested to hear some of the things that Leroy Butler had to say today.
It's uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable matchup when you play against a team that runs the ball the way the 49ers do. They use a fullback more than any other team in football. They run 21 personnel, 2 running backs, 1 tight end, more and better than anyone. They get you with Eli. They hit you with Debo. They will go to 2 tight ends. They're going to mix it up on you in the run game, but they will pound the rock, and teams aren't used to that.
Speaking of pounding the rock, take a listen to this. This was the viral moment of the day for sure. I don't even necessarily have the entire background of where this was, but there's a video circulating today of a news lady that's she's out in the field. Right? So everybody knows that, right? You got the news studio guy, and he's like, let's go out to Barbara. She's live on the scene, and it's at a construction zone, and it's very early in the morning. The sun has not come up yet. She's out at a construction zone on a road, and as she's giving her report, here comes a car, not at full speed, not at 60 miles an hour. It's like a car that's moving through the construction area, and it just, whoops, clips the news lady. Listen to how she handles this.
Tori Yorkie joins us now live in Dunbar. And Tori, they're not seeing any flakes, but wet roads. And now we're starting to experience, unfortunately, in freeze thaw, we see this, water main breaks.
Oh my gosh.
got hit by a car, but I'm okay. I just got hit by a car, but I'm okay, Tim.
That's the first for you on TV, Tori.
Woo! We're all good. I'm okay. Yeah, that's live TV for you. It's all good. I actually got hit by a car in college, too, just like that.
Wow.
I am so glad I'm okay.
Yeah.
You're okay. You're okay. We're all good. This is, you know what? It's one
sure
woman
you're
band.
okay, Tori?
We're good, Tim. Man,
sure you're
you
okay?
are so sweet and you are okay. It is all good. Oh Lord.
So
it's my last week on the job, and I think this would happen.
So you were bumped
specifically to me, Tim.
Were you bumped down low, Tori, or were you hit up high? I couldn't really tell from the looking.
What? I don't even. Do you know if I was bumped down low or up high, sir?
I just saw you disappear.
I don't even know. I don't even know, Tim. My whole life just flashed before my eyes.
I mean, should we challenge it? Is there a flag?
Hey, Tim. Could you handle that? Could you handle that any worse? Like Tim's like, well,
God.
that's
well, if the car hits you around the knees, that's a 15-yard penalty. But if the car didn't take more than one step after you delivered your opening line, it's actually a clean hit.
Tim's like, wow, that car came in so high.
God,
what? Oh, Tim, what are you doing? What are you doing, Tim?
There are so many things, Mark. If I can peel this back one level at a time. First of all, it's the second time she's been hit by a car doing a live shot. That sounds like maybe you need to find a new location for your You Are Looking Live. Second piece is, I Googled it. You had to Google it, and she just did get a nice little come up. When you're living that life, you go from market 182 to 122 to 64 to 28, and finally you make it in the top 10. Well, she just got a gig in Pittsburgh. She starts in February, so she's going from West Virginia to Pittsburgh. That's a nice little step up. Next stop would be, maybe like a Detroit or a Denver or, Sacramento.
She and Jimmy Garoppolo can meet in Pittsburgh next year and do a live shot, which is perfect because when I watch this video, I go, oh my gosh, that reporter is Jimmy Garoppolo, and the 49er fan base is the car. Like every single week, this guy shows up. He's got no thumb. He's got no shoulder. He wins over 70% of the time. And as soon as he's done winning, here comes the fan base to just to run him into the ground. And how she reacted is exactly how he reacts.
It's okay.
He runs over to a camera and he's like, hey, feels great, baby, and runs off. And he's like, I'm smiling. I've got a suit on. We're fine here. Jimmy, do you know that you don't have a job? Yup, it's fine. We're good here. Jimmy, do you know that everybody hates you? Yup, we're fine. We're headed to the Final Four of the NFC. Right, but Jimmy, about that interception, do you know how much you stink? Yes, but it's fine. We're going to play again next week, and we might win again. But Jimmy, we hate you. No, truly, you're so sweet. It's all good. We're fine here.
Yeah, and that's kind of the nature of it. And ultimately, for the young reporter, much like Jimmy Garoppolo, she can stop the driver and, exchange information and maybe file suit. And ultimately, she gets more mileage as a professional. And she was hit and the car was going about 4 miles an hour. Not to downplay the impact because to be hit like that when you don't know it's coming is very, very jostling, to say the least. But at the same time, she played it off to the point where she's now global news, and her brand goes way up because she handled it like such a pro.
She handled it way better than Tim did. I know that. She handled it way better than Tim did. Tim is over here like, wow, that's live too. So, of all
and Kyle handled his part of it better than Tim did, too, because Kyle has treated Jimmy better than Tim treated the young reporter.
Of all the questions, I now have questions for Tim. Of all the things that are percolating in your head, how many questions do you have to decide you're not going to ask before you get to, hey, Carol, did it hit you high or low? What the hell are you asking me, Tim? What does that matter? I'm on the ground. However slow this car was going, it knocked her the hell over.
Well, the other piece of it too, Mark, is that she's a one-person operation. She does not have a camera operator, so she takes the hit and she hits the camera because that's naturally where she gets propelled into the camera. Now she has to be the one to fix the camera and then get back in the shot. The wherewithal is incredible.
And how does she? Hey, real quick, I feel like she's definitely from the Midwest or something, because that's the only place where you get hit by a car and you wind up apologizing to the person driving the car.
Yeah.
She's like, "No, you're fine. It's fine." Like, no, that's not your line.
She's like, "You got a Truly in there? Did it get knocked over in the accident?"
Give him another beer. What'd you have? A Truly?
That's so great. That's such great audio.
Every time I see Truly's in the store now,
What'd you have? A Truly?
I out loud say that.
Totally.
Man,
like, they need to hire GP. They need to hire him for an ad campaign.
I'm sorry. Is your bumper okay? Do I need to help? Chip in to get you some new fender after you almost ran me over.
If that went on for another 20 seconds, she'd be like, "Hey Tim, are you all right? I feel like your eyes might be hurting after watching me get plowed over on a roadway." Oh my gosh, that was incredible. Anyway, she's okay. And she's headed to Pittsburgh, just like Jimmy G.
Yeah, it's big. I mean, you mentioned Pittsburgh, but then you look at Washington as a possible suitor, and as you go around the National Football League, you realize there might be 6 to 8 to 10. This is going to be a fun offseason QB shuffle in the National Football League.
Well, obviously the 49ers are going to look to trade him, and with each week where there's another victory, I do think his value goes up, so it's not like he's necessarily going to get to choose where he goes. However, I do think the 49ers will do right by him the same way Bill Belichick did right by him. Remember, the Browns wanted him, and Belichick's like, "I'm not doing that to Jimmy." He's like, "I'm going to send him to Kyle Shanahan." I think the 49ers will do the same, and if I'm Jimmy, I do want Pittsburgh. Of all the options that are on the table, when you look at health of organization, you look at what's going on around, put Najee Harris behind me, put TJ Watt on the defensive side, give me Mike Tomlin as my coach. If I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, that's where I want to go.
And your game, and you're going to see it this Sunday, I don't think that Jimmy Garoppolo, whatever happens with his performance, he's not going to shrink in the cold. The bad weather is not going to affect his performance. Now, the thumb might cost him one if the shoulder's a little bit gimpy, but he is built for that weather. Not quite as sturdy as Ben Roethlisberger, but he's from that part of Illinois. So to put him in that division, like you said, with that team, and Jimmy Garoppolo needs what Pittsburgh has, which is a great run game and a coach that wants that tough mentality. Jimmy G's not going to be a guy who can go out and try to beat you 37-35 week in and week out.
You say the weather won't matter. Leroy Butler joined Bonte and Joe earlier this morning. 12 years with the Green Bay Packers as a defensive back, and he, Dibs, agrees with you 100%.
I think it may be 11 or 12 on Saturday. And my nephew was telling me about Jimmy G hasn't played in games under 40 or something. When you're in the NFL, weather doesn't matter. Tom Brady came up to Green Bay last year and won, so weather's really not that big of an issue. Now, what is an issue is everybody on your team buying into what the coach tells them. That's the biggest difference in the playoff. That's why a lot of these teams are still playing and some teams are home, because you have too many individuals trying to do individual things. So if you got two teams that buys in, that makes a great game.
You know, it's interesting. I've always wondered this about weather in games, and he says, look, in the NFL, it doesn't matter. We do this to teams. We label them as either a cold weather team or a warm weather team, even though the team is made up of people who came from every single state in the U.S. of A. Jimmy Garoppolo grew up outside of Chicago, so why would we call him a warm weather quarterback? I guess you can say certain teams are used to it, like they get more practice at it. If you're a Packer, you get to play on the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin. You get to do that more often, so I understand that. But it's not like the 49ers are made up of a bunch of West Coasters who get crazy when it goes under 60 degrees. They're made up of people from all over the place. And Aaron Rodgers, by the way, he grew up in California.
But yeah, he's lived in it. I was born in it would be the Bane response. But he's been there so long that I'll take 2.5. He's been doing it for so long that he's probably used to it. To me, the quarterback is the most important guy when it comes to indoor, outdoor, cold weather, warm weather. Peyton Manning was a great example throughout his career. He was far better in the dome, Omaha, than he was when he would get out into the cold of Foxborough and other road spots. And part of that, too, was New England was good, but also his cold weather record wasn't necessarily stellar. So you look at Jimmy Garoppolo as a quarterback in that, it's not a big deal. To me, the bigger factors, Mark, are wind, number one, rain, number 2, snow, maybe snow 2, rain 3, then cold. Cold is the least of the problems.
I agree, yeah, and I don't think any of those top 3 are supposed to happen. Not supposed to be very windy, not supposed to rain, not supposed to snow, maybe earlier in the day. Hail, no, it's going to be just fine.
Thank you.
As long as his thumb holds up. That was a good point by Doc Pandia yesterday, saying that when it's cold, the only thing that can happen is grip, and if you've got the thumb problem, then maybe that could play, but we'll see. All right, let's get back to the phones at 888-957-9570. Dre in Lemoore once again on Willard and Dibs. And Dre, what are you doing?
I'm being cool. That's what I'm doing, but I can't help it.
Well, I mean, some people just have that certain thing, Dre.
No, I'm one of them. Thank you.
Well, congrats.
Hey, I dare say this 49er pass rush right now is better than the pass rush we had a couple years ago when we went to the Super Bowl. And in both times we played Green Bay that year, not so much the first time this year, but we got to Rodgers early, and to tell the truth, he looked like he quit on his team. We hit that guy as hard as we can early. He's not going to really want to play that whole game. Like you guys stated earlier, that rush game the 49ers got going right now is not the same rushing game that Green Bay saw earlier this year. They're not going to like it. They're going to get out physical for sure. And I don't think Jimmy's going to throw the ball more than a dozen times. And the only concern I have is not getting the ball to Kittle, but do you guys think that Ayuk getting out of the doghouse and just getting his hands around that ball and catching it and making some superb catches has got Shanahan leaving our boy in there to block more?
Well, that's an interesting comment. I know people are – it's almost like a fantasy football conversation. People are really worried about the lack of catches for George Kittle. You know who's not worried about the lack of catches for George Kittle? George Kittle.
I know. George Kittle.
Yeah. It's George Kittle. Yeah, he does not care. He loves it when they run the ball. And as long as they're winning, I couldn't give a rip who's getting the touches. Just go win the game, make the right play. If it's Juice, if it's Ayuk, if it's Debo running the ball, it doesn't matter to me. And so George doesn't look upset about it. I don't know why we are. Now, as far as his other comment, do you buy that? The pass rush now better than it was in 2019?
It's just different, I think, and it's a little bit more varied, and it's a little bit of a deeper group, certainly. You know, you don't have DeForest Buckner dominating up front with the rookie Nick Bosa, but you have Eric Armstead, who is playing the best football of his career. He's very impactful, and you're getting some pressure from just about everybody. You know, Arden Key, and you've got 5 or 6 guys who are supplying that sort of pressure. And, you know, you look at the way this is going to go against Green Bay, and I was doing a deep dive this morning on some of the matchup stuff that you're going to have. If the Niners are going to be successful against Aaron Rodgers, it's going to be by rushing 4 and applying pressure. We know that. They don't blitz a lot because they don't have to. The problem is when you blitz that 5th guy, usually it's a linebacker, occasionally it's K'Wan Williams out of the slot, you know, the cover corner. If you do that, now you're leaving just 6 behind, and a lot of times the Niners are getting beat because they can't cover that long.
Right, and Aaron does not turn the ball over, and he will make the right read and the right throw and all of that stuff. So it's tough. You do have to get to him. There's no D Ford now like there was 2 years ago. They had really elite rush on both ends. I think it's more of a collective effort this time. So to your point, it's different. Let's go to David in San Francisco. David, you're on with Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. What exactly is it? Yeah, what are you doing right now? Go on.
David, what are you doing?
David is hanging up his phone. That's what he's doing. How about Rob in San Bruno? Rob, what are you doing?
I'm going to say funny thing about what made me for breakfast, but I feel like we just gonna run the ball and we just gonna win. We don't need Jimmy Dilfer to make any mistakes, and we're gonna win the game. And I got a comment: every quarterback that Cal didn't play while he was in San Francisco, they all backups and third stringers. That's what Jimmy's going to be in Pittsburgh next year. Probably a fringe starter backup. And one more thing. You said Cal knows all this about football. Then why the hell did he not draft Mahomes, Watson, and pass on Tom Brady for Jimmy Garoppolo? Please explain that to me.
Okay, Rob, I will explain that to you. As we've already talked about with the draft, it's not Kyle by himself, number one. Number two, did he miss on that one? Yes. But number three, you act like he was the only one. Do you realize what an imperfect science the draft is? Nobody knew that Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes would be this. And by the way, we're sitting here talking about Watson as if he was some major great pick. Like, yeah, he was a good player. He's never done anything in the playoffs. And now he's got massive legal problems that have hampered his current team. So let's probably stop acting like that was some sort of a big miss. But there were tons of questions about Patrick Mahomes. So you can hang that around Shanahan's neck if you want. Do you honestly believe, are you saying to us that not drafting Patrick Mahomes means you know more about football than Kyle Shanahan, who was born into being on a sideline every day of his flipping life? He's been then to Texas in college and has coached now different organizations at a high level and is wildly respected within all NFL circles. You, with Doritos and a remote control, know better what to do Doritos on 2nd and 8? I don't think that about me. Do you think that about you, Dibs?
No, I do know that Cool Ranch leads to severe halitosis as much as it is an elite chip. I think if you're looking from a breath standpoint, nacho cheese a better Doritos choice.
I was much more of a nacho cheese guy. Yeah, and
I've always been more Lay's barbecue, quite frankly.
It's also nacho year. Don't forget those Doritos because they're tasty right now.
Mount Chip halitosis more. Funyuns certainly would be on the list. Lay's sour cream and onion. Doritos Cool Ranch, and I'll take your forced submission off the air. Thank you.
I'll eat your chips off the air. Okay, good.
Totally.
Let's do that. Hey, don't forget the Dubs play tonight, huh? Before today's Warriors game, tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. It is brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, ultimate hub for all things sports, live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. You know who thinks the 49ers are going to win Saturday night? Our next guest, Adam Rank, NFL Network and NFL.com. He's got a long history of maybe at times saying some bad things about the 49ers. Wait until you hear what he said about this particular matchup. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs. Yes, Doritos!
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Thermador now features smart kitchen appliances enabled with a Home Connect feature. Smart kitchen appliances for a fully connected experience. You can see all of the
It's not often to get such an amazing second chance to refinance and forget it. That's a 15-year fixed at 2.25%. Yes, 2.25% with a 2.44 APR. Network Capital has experts standing by right now to help. Call 800-500-1-HIT. 800-500-1-HIT. As in home run. Call now and save big on your refi. 800-500-1-HIT. 800-500-1448. NMLS ID 11712. Not licensed in all states. Visit NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation. Into the financing law. Number 603D787. An equal opportunity lender. Rates subject to change and may not be available at rate lock. Discount points may apply. Subject to credit approval. Call 800-500-1448 for additional cost information.
Has this ever happened to you? I wasn't feeling great, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by really uncomfortable ads. I hate feeling like my personal information is being bought and sold. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers, all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It just gives me all the feels, Dan Dibley, all of them. It's sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. There's no compromising when Adam Rank is coming on. We give him his due. We give him his remedy. He texted me 2 days ago and was like, dude, when am I coming on? And it took me a minute before I even understood why he was saying it. It is because the journey of the relationship between Adam Rank of NFL Network, the journey of the relationship between him and the Bay Area fan base, which started 3 years ago with the prediction of 3-13, followed by that same team going to the Super Bowl. What an evolution it's been, Adam Rank, until we get to what we're now hearing today. How are you, my friend?
What's going on, my brother? So happy to be on with you. Yeah, it has been an incredible journey. One that I have walked hand in hand with you. You've helped, heal, mend the relationship that was strained a few years ago. And now I'm here partly for a number of reasons, Mark. And sorry, Dibs, I don't mean to leave you out as well. But,
no. I'm like a third wheel right now. I'm like Bobby Brady in that famous date where he put the umbrella through the soft top. But go ahead.
No, get in our That 70s Show circle, Dibs. You're right in here. We'll pass it straight to you. Take your time. Everything's good.
No. It's all good. I just, it's funny because one of the reasons I reached out was because, I obviously am picking the 49ers to win this weekend. And then you still get people, I don't know, I feel like it's, people who have been on an island for a number of years who are like, no, you're jinxing us. You're going the other. I'm like, first of all, I picked you guys last week when I went 5-1, mind you. And we're way past this. I understand 3-13 will be part of my legacy forever. Because George Kittle tweeted out that photo. He has, and it's fine. It's always going to be part of it. But realize I've been okay. I've been okay with my picks, and I know this goes beyond me being a bitter Bears fan or anything like that, because I want you to know that before the season, I picked the 49ers to go to the Super Bowl. So I've been a huge believer in this squad. They just happen to be going up this week against my arch nemesis, but still, I've never been more confident in this 49ers team than I am right now.
Well, let's take the anti-Packer hatred out of it as a Bears fan. What about this Niner team makes you feel so not nonplussed, but plussed about their chances?
Well, I'll give you a quick, if I can do a three-pronged approach. I think number one,
prongs.
It's the ability the 49ers have to create pressure. Now, obviously, they do a lot of four-man fronts and rush with four guys, which Rodgers is good at, but the 49ers are different. You can get pressure with their four guys. Aaron Rodgers, his completion percentage goes from 75% down to 35% when he's pressured. His passer rating goes from 122 down to 53 when he's pressured. You can get to him. You can disrupt him. This is something the 49ers have done a lot Number two, there is no answer for Deebo Samuel, who I feel became a thing in that Week 5 game against the Packers. The Packers have allowed the third highest rushing yards per attempt this season. They're miserable in the red zone. I think that's where the 49ers are going to shine. And by the way, I think I need to point out the 49ers are 3-0 against Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs. I know that a lot of Packer fans love to bury their heads in the sand on this issue, but the truth is the 49ers have owned this team, and it stems from Kyle Shanahan and his ability to beat the Packers.
Adam Rank, NFL Network, NFL.com, and it's not just a prediction that the 49ers are going to beat the Packers. There are bold predictions within the prediction. Guys, can we hear what Adam Rank said on NFL Network just a couple days ago?
Deebo Samuel will outrush the entire Green Bay Packers in a 49ers
disrespect to Aaron Jones.
I don't care who I'm disrespecting.
A.J. Dillon say what?
Let me tell you something right now. Aaron Rodgers has never beaten this team. It is not going to happen this weekend. The 49ers are a physical team. They are actually built for the cold more than the Green Bay Packers, and Deebo Samuel is going to run wild.
Okay, there it is. I agree with one of your co-hosts there. That's hot. That's hot. Deebo outrushes the whole Packers team, Adam.
Yes, sir. I'm in. Listen, I love this Deebo Samuel guy. We did a Stardom Sit-em show. It was a digital show, and I think it might have been like right at the beginning of the season. I think it was right around week 3 or 4, maybe heading into that Packers game, where I said I would get the ball into Deebo's hands at least 30 times. Like, I want him and Kittle. Like, as a matter of fact, I think my whole point was, like, just, you know what? I know there's a quarterback controversy, sort of. Like, just direct snap it to Deebo, run the Wildcat with him and Kittle, and I don't think you would stop this team. They would be like, you know, this $1 million backfield, like a team from the 40s, where you're just like, we can't stop these players. So I am supremely confident in Deebo.
I love it. The student body right, student body left. It's hilarious to think about. You put Kittle and Juszczyk in front of him, you go full house, and you dare him to try to bring it down 215 pounds of Deebo. How about Brandon Ayuk as a quiet, actual receiving threat for Jimmy Garoppolo, broken as he may be?
You know what? That's one of the things is Brandon Ayuk didn't really perform well when Kittle and Deebo were on the field. He was the third option. Some might even say the fourth option because they do like to throw the ball to Kyle Juszczyk. And then as Deebo started getting more involved in the running game, and they took, I guess you could say they took targets away, but they were there was a redistribution in the way that they got the ball to Deebo Samuel, and that really opened it up for Brandon Ayuk. And I think for a lot of fantasy enthusiasts, you'll look at this and be like, this is frustrating. We can't count on this guy. But as we saw last week, he still has that ability to make that back-breaking catch that's just so annoying. You're like, oh, my gosh, of course this guy's going to come in at the least opportune moment. And I don't want to compare him to some of the all-time greats. I wish I had a better example than John Taylor, because I think that John Taylor was like such a special player that I hate to hoist that onto anybody. But I remember, like, growing up, like, Jerry Rice was so good, but then it was like John Taylor was always making these huge plays. He had, like, 2 90-yard receptions against the Rams in a Monday night game when I was, like, 10 years old. He obviously had the winner against the Bengals in their second Super Bowl, they beat the Bengals. Like, and I think that Brandon could be that type of player where it's like he's just super annoying to other teams that you don't like. He's always the guy who can make that big catch. I've liked him since his days down in Tempe. So I think he could be a real factor for you this weekend.
The Ayuk-John Taylor comp just gave me a whole lot of feels. I want to tell you that. Speaking of feels, I wonder if you could help me with something, Adam, because the 49ers and Packers, they have a lot of playoff history, as we know. You pointed out that it was all the way back to the Brett Favre days, the last time the Packers had any success. But I made the comment earlier this week, like you go into the stands in Wisconsin, everybody's friendly. It's just overweight people with cheese on their heads. It's not the Cowboys. I have a hard time hating the Packers the same way I hate the Cowboys. Yet you, a Bears fan, I bet you find it really easy. Can you help 49er fans whose angst was really built up high for Dallas last week and this doesn't feel as bad. Can you help us out with something?
Well, let me tell you something to everybody in the Bay Area right now. I know those people in Green Bay seem like the pleasant type. Oh gosh, oh golly. I want you to understand one thing. They truly believe that you do not know football. They don't think that you're real fans. They don't think that you deserve to have the success that you have had. I know that the Green Bay Packers like to paint themselves as title town, but understand they have won 2 championships in my lifetime. So much of that becomes, even pre-Lombardi, so much of that is in the past, and they think they have this superiority complex. So don't be fooled by their niceness. Oh, they offered you a brat. Don't think that they're good people just because of that. They think they're better than you. They don't think that you have any business being at a football game. They think you're soft. They think they probably don't like Barry Bonds. There's a lot of things going on with those people, and I don't want you to let your guard down for a second. I will sit here like a sentinel watching over it, letting you know they do not respect you. Do not give them that respect back.
I love that, Adam. That's
really
perfect.
Helped.
That did, actually, because it kind of was evoking for me my feelings about New York as the, quote, mecca of basketball, where they've won just the one chip. And it was probably before your lifetime with Dave DeBusschere, because you're a little bit younger than I am. But some of that smug Titletown USA stuff, I think we can play off at, Adam.
Oh, my gosh. When you go, and I have a friend who's a Packers beat writer, or he's a Packers reporter, and he took a photo from some bar that he was in, and it was like, oh, Titletown, and it had all the years, was like a painting on a wall, like all the years the Packers had won. And I looked at it, and I just was dumbfounded. I'm like, oh my God, they've won in, 2012, 1995, 94, 96. And you're like, oh my God, they have not won. They have one more. It's weird for me to put my head around. I'm like, they have one more Super Bowl win than the Bears in my lifetime, and yet I let them run their mouth repeatedly. Like this Packers fan base honestly believes, and this will help you too get your mind right. They think the Packers. This is how bad it is. They think that they're the Lakers of the NFL. Oof. That's how they view the world, and it's like, bro, you're the Mavericks, okay? You've had these generational talents come to your team that nobody really appreciates, and yet you got one title out of it. Like, don't for a second think that you're in that class. Like, you certainly don't measure up to the 49ers, and you hardly measure up. You barely measure up to the Giants. So stop it. Stop it, Packer fans. And I need you guys just to go down there, put them in their place. Then Aaron Rodgers can go pout for another entire offseason. They can franchise tag Devontae Adams, and he can mail it in next year. And I can't wait for all of this.
And that's Adam Rank from NFL Network and NFL.com. I'm making a T-shirt. Bro, you're the Mavericks. That was the line for me.
Pretty good.
It's going to resonate in my head while I'm watching this on a Saturday night. I'm going to take a picture of it. I'm going to text it to people I know in Wisconsin. Those snooty Wisconsin people. Bad on me for thinking they were nice, Adam Rank. They're snooty. They're entitled. It's not Titletown. It's Entitled Town.
Entitled Town. Yeah, dog. Now you got that? Now you're there?
Yeah, buddy. Thanks for doing it.
Hey, thanks for having me. Good luck this weekend. Enjoy the games, and I'll see you on the other side.
You darn right. That's Adam Rank, NFL Network and NFL.com, and it's already been brought in. That's all I have to say after that.
Yeah, and you can take the brat, but just know that the Packers are not your friends, and you got to keep the Packers down to where they belong, because Titletown was literally about the time I was being born, or right there before, with Bot Staw and the early, the Lombardi and all that. Yeah, exactly. So only 2 in his lifetime. You think about it, the Bears with the Chicago Bears shuffling crew in '85, they got the 1, and the Packs just have the 2.
I mean, it does have a little Atlanta Braves Bobby Cox feel to it, where it's like you've got all the resources. We sit here and feel spoiled as a fan base because of our quarterback history.
Right.
Joe Montana handing it to Steve Young, and then others who have at least taken moments to look the part, from a Jeff Garcia to an Alex Smith, a Colin Kaepernick, and a Jimmy G. None of them measure up to the original two, but my gosh, look at the Packers, the longevity. How long has it been since Brett Favre was first the quarterback there? And that's it. It's
been
just
like
Brett
30
Favre,
years, yeah.
Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, and that's it for 25 years.
Right.
That's amazing. And for them to come out of that with just a couple,
the two.
That's the under. That's the
That's an
wins.
underachievement, yeah. And if you think about the division, Detroit has 0. Minnesota, I believe they've got 0 Super Bowl wins, and then Chicago's got the 1, and you've got the 2, and you're the vaunted NFC North, and that's all you come away with. Meanwhile, out here you've got the Niners with their 5. The Rams have the 2 that they got. St. Louis, albeit. Seattle's got their 2, and then the Zonas, they're the only ones waiting. So the North, you stink.
Yeah, we the North, and the rest of us are like, yeah, you are.
Right.
Good grief. I mean, even we talk so much about the quarterbacks that you have to beat.
Winterfell.
Look at the quarterbacks that Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers have had to beat in their division through the years. We've talked a lot about how the Bears, they've never had a great quarterback in our lifetimes. Right. They have never had a great quarterback. Minnesota, they ever had a great quarterback? I mean, Favre was there for a second. Dante Culpepper had a couple of good years. Kirk Cousins is okay, but I'm not thinking of anything great that's happened at that position in Minnesota. And Detroit had Matt Stafford for years, and he just got his first ever playoff victory on Monday night.
It's a bad sign. Hard to get a Super Bowl when you have 0 playoff victories. You had me thinking about my Dante Culpepper moment at the Final Four at Ford Field in Detroit, where I got on the elevator, and there's Dante Culpepper wearing a fur. Yeah, trust me, it gets better. And I look over, and, hey, Dante, how you doing? Love your game, love your style. And he gives me the half look come on, man. I'm in an elevator. I'm not about to engage you. And I look at the fur, and I look at him, and I look at the fur again. I look at him, and I wanted to ask him, fox or chinchilla, but the elevator doors open, and I missed my moment.
Was it just the two of you, or were there other people?
No, there's about 10 other people, yeah.
Okay,
it's one of those moments where...
That's why he gave you the look of don't out me in a small space with 10 other people.
It was a low-key, very mellow elevator. No one knew who he was but me. I mean, he was just a tall, athletic-looking gentleman with a fur on. That's all.
Right.
It was a shawl, not a coat, just a shawl.
Talk about our updated world. The idea of being in an elevator with 10 people, I'm like, oh, God, you're not allowed to ever do that again. I don't care who's in there. You can have Joe Montana, Steve Young, Jerry Rice, and John Taylor waiting in an elevator. I'll be like, I'll wait for the next one. That's a little tight for me, guys.
Just one more quick off-ramp on that. That's become one of the worst, pandemic things where the elevator opens. You're on 3 trying to get down to L, and it stops, and there's only 2 people in there, and you take that step I'm going to come in, and the gentleman or the lady goes, this is full, do you mind? There's 2 people in there. We're all in masks. I need 2 floors.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You don't have a K95? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The stairs are right over there. It's crazy in here. Anyway.
That's a 3.
I
rode the elevator with 3 people. That was crazy.
It was crazy.
Oh, too good. Too good. All right. So now, on the heels of 49er positivity, courtesy of Adam Rank, I want to play a game with all of you. Okay? You, Kyle, even you, Spadonut. I'd love everybody to weigh in on this.
I hope it involves ranking coming off of Adam Rank.
Well, actually, it does. Very well played. It's the Rank Hour on Willard and Dibs. And I wonder, with all the parity that seems to be left, right? Small spreads this weekend. Kansas City, Buffalo, who's better? I don't know. Tampa Bay, the Rams. I don't know. The Packers, where do they sit into all this? I wonder if you guys could accurately, from top to bottom, lay out who's the favorite to win the Super Bowl and in what order. Do you think you could do it?
Yes.
Music, please. All right.
Yeah.
So, if you look at it now across both conferences, which team do you think is the favorite to win the whole enchilada?
The whole enchilada. Who is favored now? And we bear in mind that the Vegas odds are critical to this. All the perception of the market, the teams off the bye. I like the Green Bay Packers, Mark, as the number one favorite.
Kyle Spadone, what do you guys think?
I also like the Packers as the number one favorite.
Okay. At 20, go ahead, Spadone.
I'll take the Packers as well.
Okay, at 20, I have exact percentages for each team that will add up to 100. At 20.5%, the number one answer on the board is the Green Bay Packers. They are.
Great work,
everyone. They are the favorite. You've got number one. Now, on to number two. Who is it?
Number two. This is where it gets puzzling because traditionally it would be the corresponding number one seed in the AFC, but not so fast, my friend.
So fast,
because I can't believe they're number one. I'll say it, they stink. I'm going to go with the fan favorite, the fighting Mahomes is Kansas City.
Okay, Kyle Spadone?
Yeah, I wrote down a list, and the Chiefs were number two on my list as well. Number two.
All right, Spadone, you concur?
For the sake of the bit, I'll go Tampa Bay.
Okay, all right.
Good job, Joe. That's awesome.
At 18%, and in the number two hole, it is the Kansas City Chiefs. You are correct. And on we go to number three. Number three.
Well, it's a toss-up game, and a lot of people loving on Josh Allen. Wow, yeah, bump that bed. Crank it up as loud as it goes. I'm going to go with Buffalo as the number three.
All right. Kyle Spadone?
Yeah, I also have Buffalo.
So hot.
Number three.
Okay.
Number three.
Spadone, you're out because you missed one.
Yeah,
so,
there you go.
All right. At 17, this is like the biggest loser.
Cool
You're
game.
out. You are the weakest link.
It does not work with three people. It's just, there you go.
Yeah, Buffalo Bills, correct. At 17.4%, they are the 3 seed. Number 4.
Well, Mark, we got to root for the home team, and if they don't win, it's a shame. I'm going to go ahead and say that the home team this weekend, Tampa Bay, is going to be number 4.
I thought we would depart here, Dibs, but I've also got the Bucks 4.
The Departed, yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio, Jack
Nicholson, yeah.
Martin at Scorsese. Number 4 with a 15.3% chance to win the whole thing.
Come on, Tom.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Come on.
It's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. How do you like them apples?
How do you like me now?
Shout out, Eli.
Number 5.
Well, here's where it gets to be a little bit of a sticky wicket because the Niners should be 5, but they're the biggest underdog to even escape this round. I think the market loves the Rams, so I'm going to go the Los Angeles Rams by way of Anaheim and St. Louis.
And this is where we depart because I have number 1 seed, Tennessee Titans, at number 5. Number 5.
The number 5 team at 10.5% chance to win the whole thing is none other than the Tennessee Titans.
The fighting Vrabel 4.
It was a trap. Yeah, it was a trap.
It was.
All right, Dibs. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
But my name, the Marquee. But
well, you can keep playing if you want. Now we go.
Back to sleep.
Now we go to number 6.
That's where I think the Los Angeles Rams of Anaheim reside.
At 6.2% to win the enchilada. At number 6, it is the Los Angeles Rams.
Oh, look at Kyle. He still has phone a friend. He still can phone a friend.
We are 2 away from the final answer and running the table. I will let you know the 2 remaining teams are 0.1 percentage point away from each other in terms of their odds.
Oh, my
God.
God.
There's 12.1% left. One of them's got 6.1. The other one has 6. Kyle,
it's a coin
flip. Your selection.
So I think the 49ers are number 7, and I think that 0.1 is the difference between the 49ers having to go through the Packers and then either the beat-up Bucks or a Rams team they've beaten 6 times in a row. The Bengals not only have to beat the number 1 seed Titans with Derrick Henry, but then they would have to either go on the road to the Bills or the Chiefs. That seems like a tall task. I'm going 49ers 7, Bengals 8.
I love the rationale, Kyle, and you did beat the clock.
The number 7 team is the San Francisco 49ers! The Bengals come in 8th place, and Kyle, take it all off. Take it all off. A winner! Very good. And all of that fun is brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. We got more for you to hear from Leroy Butler, more on Jimmy G's injury as well. Your phone calls next. Also, it's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Exergen agrees with an important study just released by the FDA. It confirms what the medical community
Free Spirits, non-alcoholic spirits, available at Bay Area Safeway locations. To find one closest to you, go to drinkfreespirits.com. And if you buy online, use the code SHASKY20 for 20% off at checkout. Offer only available through January 31st, 2022.
There's a time for talking about helping the community, and there's a time for taking action. Fremont Bank is providing the Bay Area with much-needed support. For example, the Fremont Bank Foundation has donated over $1 million to relief efforts in our community. When you bank with us, your dollars go directly to loans and donations right here. If there's one thing the pandemic can't affect, it's our commitment to uplifting our communities. To learn more about our COVID-19 response, visit fremontbank.com/COVID-19.
I've got gas.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we've got a developing situation, Dan Dibley.
Uh-oh, what is it?
We've got another update on NBA All-Star fan voting returns.
That's
and
awesome.
we've got a new leader at the top. It's true. LeBron James has moved ahead of Steph Curry as the number one vote getter in the NBA All-Star race.
As he should.
Yeah.
As he should. According to your criterion that you laid out about, your defense of Klay Thompson as an All-Star and other such popular players, this is exactly what you want. The people who want the most popular players in the game, this is what you get.
Well, actually, to me, Steph Curry right now is more popular. If you're going to use that word, I think he's more popular than LeBron James. LeBron is the name. He's been the face of the league for a long time, and maybe I'm thinking of this through the eyes of younger fans as opposed to older ones. Maybe I am doing that, but Steph Curry feels more popular to me than LeBron James.
Well, LeBron is winning the popular vote, and, we could talk about the Electoral College and the popular vote as it pertains to past elections. I'd rather not, but sometimes the person who garners more votes may or may not be more popular, more beloved, but they end up being the top vote getter, and that's what we're looking at now, because I think if you want to do more beloved or beloved, that would be Steph Curry, but I think LeBron James is still more popular. He's more well-known across all corners and chasms of American sports.
Dearly beloved, I'd like to thank you for that pronunciation sensation. Other updates. Thank you. Klay Thompson Klay Thompson remains number 4 amongst Western Conference guards at 1.2 million votes. By the way, that top vote getting LeBron's at 6.8 million. Steph is just over 6 million, and he remains number 2 in the entire league. And Andrew Wiggins continues a strong pacing of the number 3 Western Conference front court player, 2.6 million, and Draymond Green not far behind at number 6 as far as Western Conference front court players at 1.8.
Well, we in the Bay Area, as a voting populace, we've always been very supportive of our teams. You know this from Giants seasons gone past where, the team is really good, and this fan base is very, I think, galvanized when it comes to social media and social media voting and being able to interact that way. So I'm not surprised the Warriors are doing so well.
Yeah, absolutely. Although we'd be very surprised if half of these guys who may make the All-Star team actually play in the All-Star game. Wiggins will go if he gets it. I think Steph will go. Draymond is a no. Klay Thompson's going to be a no. Right. And we will move on from there. So Warriors and Pacers tonight, little back-to-back double dip. Houston Rockets in tomorrow night. So Chase Center two-step tonight and tomorrow. And all of it will be right here on 95.7 The Game. If you haven't heard of or haven't heard the latest work from the Locksmith, Bay Area rapper who focuses a lot of his work on sports, he put together something for this specific Packer game. We'll have that for you a little bit later on in the hour, and then he will join us live at 11. That should be a whole lot of fun. Your calls certainly welcome at 888-957-9570. Same line goes for the Comcast Business text line, which is like like Denny's, it is always open. I saw that Matt LaFleur, the head coach of the Packers, publicly stated yesterday, imploring Packer fans who may have tickets who are not planning to go to the game, please sell your tickets to other Packer fans. And I'm like, this is unbelievable. The 49er fan base has officially terrified the rest of the NFL. I've never seen it become this much. The Manning cast was talking about it last week during the playoff game between the Rams and the Cardinals. Now you've got, the coach of the Packers. The coach of the Packers is worried about too many 49er fans in Lambeau Field. This is bizarre. This is bizarre. There are teams, coaches, they are now scared of what they've seen in terms of the 49er faithful's ability to travel. I don't know why they seem to have an easier time building a fan environment for their team on the road than they do in Santa Clara. but it's working because the 49ers aren't going to be playing in Santa Clara again this year. And the rest of the league is shook.
It's just them doing their due diligence. And unfortunately, when you are a home team going up against the 49ers and you know the faithful are coming out, you have to put that message out and remind people that, hey, if you're going to sell your tickets for, and I don't know what the tickets are going for in the secondary market, but let's say it's $250 a ticket. If you're going to do that, do a little bit more work and try to make sure you do that in local channels and try to avoid giving it to Niner fans if possible, because you've seen this become a factor. And you always talk about the frozen tundra at Lambeau Field, and that's only a part of it. It's also the culture of that town. It's a one-team town, and it's not a big city, so it's not as easy for road fans to come in and take over. For example, if you're in Dallas and you're in the Metroplex and there are, between 8 and 10 million people within an hour's drive, it's easier to get there. It's easier to get tickets and be a part of it. If you're a Niner fan and you live in Chicago or Minneapolis, whatever other big city, in that part of the country, it's an effort. You've been there. I've never been to Green Bay, but it's not an easy get to.
No, they like getting there, and I'm just trying to remember I think we flew into Milwaukee and rented a car and drove, and it wasn't quick. And all the cities that you pass have a lot of letters in them, and they're very hard to pronounce, and it's all fun.
Consonants everywhere.
There's just consonants. It's like somebody puked consonants, and they all fell in Wisconsin. People just put them together, and we're like, that's what we're going to call that city. It's hysterical, but I loved it. It was such a fun trip. But you're right. It is an effort to do it. However, there is really a great reward sitting on the other side, I think, for those who do make this trip. But the other side to it is Matt LaFleur seems to be asking fans to do something that's not really doable. I mean, the secondary ticket market now, it's not like you head out to your driveway and you're like, I got tickets.
Right.
Who wants? I mean, you're going to put these online. You don't have a ton of control over who buys them, and if you do it in some sort of a local way, you're probably taking money out of your pocket. Like that's not I mean, thanks, Matt. I know you want us to, like, if I'm selling my tickets, I'll handle selling them. Thanks for your opinion, though.
But the sentiment is true, and he has to say that. If he doesn't say that, and then it turns out to be a 75-25 crowd, I don't even know if the Niners can pull that off. But let's say it turns out to be 80-20 even at Lambeau would be a huge win if you got that kind of a mix. But to your other question about why can't they do it at Levi's, I think 2 years ago in the playoffs, Levi's was born. Its soul was born. I was at both of those home playoff games, and it was lively. It was lightweight, candlesticky, and it'll never be like the Stick with the grime and the grit and the closeness. Levi's is far, far bigger and more spread out, but I think Levi's is getting to a point where you can start to get some home field, but it's special going to a road game at Dallas, I'd imagine. Right. Bonte was there, I wasn't. And, you've been to Lambeau. Imagine being a Niner fan at Lambeau when it's 2 degrees for a playoff game. That's life-changing.
No doubt. It's very, very memorable, and I get it. Levi's, like every single California venue, is going to be very circumstantial. You have to be good. You have to give everybody a reason.
Right.
Plus, it's California, so there's always going to be a presence for the other team. I mean, look, we're sitting here talking about this, and I actually think the Bay Area does a better job of it than any other spot in California. Granted, the LA has its things. The Laker fans travel very well. The Dodger fans did a good job this year. But when it comes to football, man, anything that's happening down in Southern California, hell, if it's the Chargers, it's really ridiculous. But anything down there, you're always going to have a major presence for the other team, provided that the other team actually has the ability to create a presence.
Right.
Monday night was a decided Rams crowd. It wasn't very crazy, and that's because it's the Cardinals. Like, the Rams really lucked out. I mean, we could go back in time to when the 49ers played the Rams, and yes, the Rams had the opportunity to knock the 49ers out of the playoffs, but I also think if they had done that, and I don't know how that would have shuffled the deck, but if they had done that, you probably would have ended up with would it have been the Eagles, or would it have been the Saints that would have showed up in LA? Because if it was the Eagles, I'm not saying the Eagles would have beat the Rams, but the Eagles fans would have taken over that building, no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, because there are enough of them. Philadelphia's been around a long time, and Los Angeles is such a big place that those fans who want to get there, they want to get there more than Ram fan wants to be there. Now, when it's Rams against Arizona and the resale market is not as hot, and you're a Ram fan who, yeah, I love the Rams, but, Jimmy's got his 60th birthday party at Newport Beach, so I'm a little bit torn because I know it's going to be fun and it's an open bar, etc. Or, you've got a Niner fan coming in saying, I'll give you $400 for it. It's like, okay, I'm going to Newport. Done and done. But if it's Arizona coming in and the market's not as hot, well, then maybe you're going to go to the game because you might as well, because you can't get money for your tickets anyway.
Well, and by the way, speaking of tough to get to, I mean, I know it's LA. We could do a fun bit. Leave Orange County and head for the Rams game. I'll leave here from SFO and head to a Packers game, and we'll see who gets to their seat first. I mean, wow. I think it's even money. I'm telling you, man, driving to that SoFi Stadium, I know it was a holiday, but to do that on a weekday, it's awful. It is absolutely terrifying to try to.
Is it by the old Forum where the Forum was?
It's exactly where it is. It's the same parking lot. Yeah, right there in Inglewood.
All right.
Yeah, it's right there. And so, you're getting off of major freeways, and then you've got 2-lane roads that head out there, and it is jammed like crazy. I wonder what it would look like. Obviously, that stadium is done for the year except for A, the Super Bowl, and B, the potential of both road teams winning this weekend, which would be 49ers at Rams next week. I wonder what it would look like if that game were to happen again. Do you get a repeat? Do the 49er fans take it over again?
Absolutely. It's a complete red out, because think about it. Those tickets, I mean, if they've gone on sale already for season ticket holders, then fine. But the additional seats, I don't think have gone up yet, because that game is not a certainty by any stretch of the imagination. Right. So it would take 2 acts to make that come to pass. Both road teams would have to win, but that would be a complete red out. You want to talk about a panicked Ram fan base. My goodness, that would be crazy.
It would be so crazy, yeah. I mean, Kelly Stafford's podcast, she would get so many downloads if that game were going to be happening, because everyone's going to want Kelly's thoughts on that matchup. Last weekend's going to tell us that road teams are not going to have any luck in the playoffs. I think you're going to get a different week this week for sure. Like, I think we've sort of trimmed the fat now, and you've got 8 teams. I mean, I give the road team a puncher's chance in all of these games, don't you?
Yeah, puncher's chance, but as we look at the biggest punch that the puncher's chance would have, I would say the Rams have, I don't know about the least chance. I know Tampa's banged up, But I think that you look at that matchup, and I see Tampa Bay's offense and Tom Brady being able to get rid of it before the Ram pressure can get to him. And the way they were able to run the ball last week, I like Tampa's chances in that one. I give the Bengals a puncher's chance, just thinking if that turns into an offensive back and forth kind of affair, because Cincinnati can light you up offensively.
I don't know if going back to week 3 matters. Like both of these matchups that we're going to watch in the NFC, they happened back in week 3. And week 3 feels like it might as well have been 2019 right now. I don't know if it has any effect whatsoever, but for what it's worth, the Rams beat Tampa Bay in week 3, and we know the 49ers led the Packers with 40 seconds to go. Both of these games will now be in the opposite building that they were in back in week 3, so that affects it too. But I don't know, if you believe that styles make fights and you believe in these matchups and whatnot, there's something to be said for the two NFC West teams this weekend.
There is, but I look at that Ram team then versus that Ram team now, and Matthew Stafford's got some scars on him now that he had earlier. They do have Odell Beckham Jr., but they had Robert Woods back then, and I'll call that a wash because I'm a big fan of Robert Woods. So I look at this offense as still being reliant on the one big thing, and this takes us all the way back to the 49ers again, and Jimmy G, can he win you the big one? Well, we saw him do it in New Orleans in 2019, and then we saw him not do it in the Super Bowl. Can Matthew Stafford become one of those guys who, hey, Matthew Stafford, he won them that playoff game?
Matt Stafford against Tampa Bay week 3, 27-38 for 343 yards, 4 touchdown throws, and Zippo picks.
Yeah, week 3, right?
Week 3.
We're talking about,
by the way,
week
Tom
3.
Brady was on the other side. He threw for 432 yards in that game, but only 1 touchdown, no interceptions. He had a rushing touchdown in the game, but the Rams won 34-24. Like it was a total track meet. It was scoreless after 1 quarter, and then the game went absolutely nuts. But the Rams won it. The Rams won it and handed the Bucs their first loss of the year. Yeah, week 3. I'm not trying to make the case that week 3 matters because I actually do not think it does at all. But my point is, I really do believe the Rams and 49ers, at least on some level this weekend, they're going to hold up. The Tampa Bay and Green Bay, we watched the home teams blow the other teams out, overwhelm the other teams over the weekend for the most part. I see none of that in the 4 games this weekend.
I think you're right. And, you look at Buffalo and Kansas City, that looks to be the crown jewel of all the games. The only one that might, I think, get you is an inexperienced Cincinnati on the road and against a rested Tennessee. I know it's always easy to discount Tennessee, but they did earn the number 1 seed. And everybody played 17 games, and they lost their bell cow running back, and they've got a quarterback who gets no respect. And you look at the Niner team, well, they lost their bell cow running backs, plural, and their quarterback gets no respect. And so I look at the parallel between Tennessee and San Francisco, teams that, they're not eye-popping, they don't get a lot of respect, and keep in mind what a big advantage you have when you have that bye week. And Tennessee was able to sit back and get healthy, lick wounds. Derrick Henry got an extra week. So if any game was going to go blowout mode, that to me would be the one.
Well, and just also look at individuals, look at human beings, the people who were involved in week 3 who now aren't, and vice versa, the people who are now involved who weren't then. Cam Akers is going to play for the Rams in this game. Chris Godwin played in that game for the Bucs. I can't even remember if what was Antonio Brown's situation in that one. Did he play in that game?
Shirtless.
I don't think he did. But Godwin was certainly a part of it. As you pointed out, Robert Woods was in that game. He won't be in this one. And then go over to the 49ers. Brandon Ayuk was sitting in a doghouse week 3 while the 49ers played the Packers. And now he's a very key piece. And he actually addressed yesterday in practice how much week 3 affects this one.
I watched the Packers game from week 3 on Monday. And just everybody across the board, just myself, I feel like I was watching the strides, just everything just feels a lot different, looks a lot different. The whole entire unit, offensive unit just looks a lot better. We all move as one. The growth has been crazy just to watch.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, and he's speaking, you can tell. I mean, he's not going to outwardly say it, but I'm reminded of the conversation we had with TJ Hushmanzada, who's Brandon Ayuk's personal coach, and what he said to us, which was back in the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season. Brandon was really upset. Like, Brandon was calling him and being like, the coach doesn't like me, TJ. The coach, he doesn't like me. I don't know what to do. And you work your way through that, and you look at who he is now, and the 49er offense is a completely different animal than it was week 3.
And it's not only because of those two weapons, but you found a third receiver as well. And even though George Kittle hasn't been a huge part of the passing game of late, between he and Charlie Werner, when they go 2 tight ends or when they run that 21 personnel that I love, and you've got Juszczyk and Trent Williams, and the interior offensive line is dominating, and the run fits have been incredible. The way you've gone about scheming up the run game, it hasn't really mattered that Deebo Samuel's not getting as many targets in the pass game. Ayuk has stepped up, and they've been so potent. Juwan Jennings has become a legitimate third receiver. You got health from your young running back, Eli Mitchell, who's now contributing. This offense is humming on all cylinders.
A couple things I want to get to. First of all, I need to have your back on something that just came through on the text line. 408 says, Dibley, now a football game is life-changing, ... silliness. Let me tell you something. Does it change your existence? Does it change your bank account? Does it change your family? Maybe not, but I'm a big believer. Life, especially sports, are about making memories, like the memories that you have with the people around you. And yes, going to Lambeau Field for a football game is a top 10 sports memory for me. And the 49ers weren't even there. So if you, and it was a regular season game. So if you now flash into the idea, if any of you are going this weekend, yes, I don't know what the final score is going to be, but you're going to remember this for the rest of your life.
Think about your top 100 days in your life. If you had a chance to really look at every day of your life, and I love the movie Defending Your Life because it's based on a guy in purgatory who was able to look at 9 days of his life, and he has to defend how he acted on those days. Wouldn't it be great to be able to pull a day out of your life and just look at it? Well, if you looked at your top 100 days in your life, how many of those involve being at a live sporting event? Probably more than one, maybe less than 10, depending on how lucky you've been to go to great events. But I can think of 3 or 4 of the best days of my life that involve being at a sporting event. So yes, dear texter, it can be life-changing. If you are at the catch game, for example, that might be life-changing. That might shape the way you go about your life.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've shared the story of going out to follow my high school friend who's been on this show, Aaron Oberholzer, when he made the Masters, and we got to go watch him and walk alongside him at Augusta National. Whoop, yep, I'll take that. I mean, that is completely life-changing. Like, you grow up with someone, and then your friend makes the Masters and you get to go, like stuff like that. It sticks with you forever. So absolutely. Okay, we've got a few really, really good things coming up, including some breaking news that's 49er related. And then we've also got the locksmith who has got an absolutely tremendous rhyme that he put together for this specific game. So we'll hear from him. He'll join us. His work for you, all of that around the corner. Pick your battles next hour too. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in
We bout to lock up Devontae. K1 is raising the bar some. Moves like a shark. Our secondary is playing with heart. Look at the face of their fan base. The taste in their mouth is bitter and tart. Yeah. Run through the screen with a play. We executing it awesome. We making great.
I mean, okay, right? Right? Come on, the locksmith. And by the way, the locksmith, do you just want to go with locksmith? How are we supposed to address you right now?
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's just locksmith. The locksmith is just like my handle on Instagram and social media and stuff like that. So locksmith is good.
Okay, how long does it take you to put something like that together?
You know, man, it doesn't take very long. So it happened. I was watching the game. I was in L.A. with my girlfriend, and I was watching the game because I was out of town, obviously. And I was like, yo, I can't miss this game. And I was so pumped after the Rams game. I was like, yo, I got to I got to write a rap. I got to do something for this. So I put it together like in a day. And I just had to memorize it. So it probably took like a day to come up with it and like a day to memorize it. So 2 days, about 2 days.
Does this team lend itself to nice rhymes? I mean, you have Debo, you've got Bosa, you've got so many different rhymable names. Like Kittle, I mean, you got to be, like, your head's got to be swimming with rhymes for Kittle.
Yeah, man, it was fun, bro. You know, I was just like, I had really never done well, not in a long time, really. Like, you know, obviously teams, the players change over time. And I was like, this is going to be fun. You know, you get that inspiration and you're just excited and you just feel pumped. I mean, I feel like everybody was pumped after that Rams game because it was such a do-or-die game and there was so many memorable moments and plays. It was like, the rhymes kind of just write themselves.
Yeah, I need you to find a rhyme for Juszczyk and Zacha, if you can. And Wisnowski, not a lot of love for Wisnowski either, Mr. Smith.
You know, I actually had a Juszczyk rhyme ready to go, but, you know, the way social media works, I'm essentially doing this for social media, kind of spread love for the Niners fans, but you only have, like, 1 minute for these, like, Instagram reels or whatever, and it just makes it a little bit easier to share. So I had, like, some rhymes for Juszczyk. I think I had some rhymes for Robbie Gold, but I couldn't get it all in there. So I was like, so that's why my goal is to do one. As long as they keep winning, I'm going to do one every week to just kind of keep it going. So we got 2 so far.
Well, and Locksmith, I mean, because of that time constraint, you really focused on the defensive backfield. And I'm going to be honest with you, about 6 weeks ago, if you had told me that somebody was going to be rapping about the defensive backfield for the 49ers, I don't think I would have believed that.
They're stepping up, man. They're really stepping up. You know, the young guy, Avery Thomas, you know, you got Emmanuel Mosley, you got Jimmy Ward and Tart, who are obviously always, you know what I mean, putting in that work. So they're stepping up, man. They're coming together at the right time. I'm feeling real optimistic about it.
Yeah, I mean, you got a whole season of Trey Lance rhymes, I'm sure, yet to write. But Jimmy Garoppolo, what sort of images, when you see Jimmy playing well, do you think about that great head of hair, those smoky brown eyes? What kind of inspires you about Jimmy Garoppolo?
You know what, man? I'm a Jimmy guy, man. I love Jimmy. I support Jimmy, you know, all the way through. Obviously, I know Trey is the future. I'm excited about what he can bring. But I think Jimmy, he's a great leader, man. I think his attitude and the way he's handled this whole thing, I mean, you got to give him props for that. You know, the way he handles it, he's focused on the game. And, you know, that's real tough to know that somebody else is about to take your job. And I feel like the guys, it seems like, you know, from people I know who are close to the team and a couple of players who I've communicated with, you know, Garoppolo's the man. You know, they follow him, man. They go to war with him. So I think that's inspiring right there.
Locksmith, really fun, great stuff, and so we're looking for another one next week. I know it's only if they win, but any sort of a preview about where your mind might be, or do you just wait until you see what you see in the game?
You know what? I'm gonna tell you this: before the Dallas game, I had that rhyme pretty much done before the game was even done. I have confidence, so I'm going into this game with the same confidence. We're gonna get this W. I know the odds are stacked against us. Because everybody's like, oh, Aaron Rodgers. But Shanahan, D'Amico, we know how to game plan. I feel like we have the better coach. And I feel like overall, when you put the whole roster together, I know Aaron is Aaron. I know Devontae is Devontae. I feel like the 49ers are a better team. And I feel like we have better coaches. I felt the same way about Dallas. And I feel strong and confident about coming into this week.
I love it. If you can somehow work in an Aaron Rodgers no-shot sort of double entendre based on his vaccination status and the fact that they didn't win. So I'm not trying to, teach the maestro how to be a maestro, but give me that anti-vax double entendre, and I'm in.
We're gonna vaccinate Aaron Rodgers.
What rhymes with immunized? Does anything rhyme with immunized? I'm not sure. We're gonna have to work. We have to go to the lab for that one for sure.
In you guys.
I love it.
You ain't immunized, and it ain't in you guys. I love it. Locksmith.
There you go.
There it is. There it is.
Wouldn't
Locksmith,
inoculate, and then it was a devastate.
Yep. And Lambo rhymes with Rams. No. Okay. Locksmith, thank you, man. Good stuff.
I appreciate you guys, man. Let's go. Go Niners, man.
Yep, go
Smith.
Niners.
I love it.
The Locksmith, if you want to check it out on social media, he's got some really good stuff, and we'll leave the rhyming to him. How about that?
It sounds good, Mark, but it just anytime this sort of thing emerges, it just reminds you that these are big games, and you want to win the big games. And we, of course, remember one of the original fan artists. You remember Ashkan, of course, from way back in the early Giants run.
I've got Ashkan stories. Not only do I remember Ashkan.
I don't know if we need to turn this into an Ashkan name-drop-a-thon.
It's not. I'm not.
The greater point is these big games give life to these artists/fans, and it's fun.
Ashkan's Don't Stop Believin' became an anthem at my house when the Giants, 2010, Abe, who you worked with last weekend, was 3. He was 3 years old. He was just old enough at that age to be like, okay, sports, right? He's sort of loosely aware of what's going on. He did want to know when Brian Wilson, when B-Dubs got that last out in Texas, he did want to know, Daddy, why are you crying? He did ask me that. Nice. But for the most part, he understood what was going on, and it became our thing. Before every Giants game during that playoff run, we would sit down and we would watch Ashkan Don't Stop Believin' on the laptop together, and that's how we got ready for the game. And he loved the song, and he still does. And then the crazy thing, Dibs, is that me and some friends got tickets. I was still living in Southern California at the time, but we got tickets for games 1 and 2 between the Giants and the Rangers. And after game 1 and the Lincecum blunder and then come from behind and win, everybody spills out onto the streets at 3rd and King, and too bad you're not allowed to drive. Like the Walkers win here. The police were all on the fan side, and we just started walking out in the streets, and you end up heading into a bar to get a drink. I sit down with some friends. We're all sitting there drinking. We don't even notice. At one point, one of my buddies looks to his right and goes, "Dude, you're Ashkan." We're sitting right next to the guy having drinks after game 1, and I had been watching his video before every playoff game leading up to that moment. So that was fun.
Yeah, super fun. And someone's going to have that same experience with the Locksmith at some point between now and Saturday. And it's, you're going to look over and be like, oh my God, you're the Locksmith. I heard you exclusively in this market on Willard and Dibs.
I'm going to freak out if they win, and next week he's like, you ain't immunized. It ain't in you guys. Like, I'm going to lose it, Dibs.
No, he better, and I want at least, we're going to talk about what rhymes with vax. There are many, words, and hopefully there's an inoculation sensation in there as well in honor of this very program.
I will tell you that Harry Kalish is already been thinking of some rhymes that might be applicable in this game on Saturday night.
Well, I expect a full Harry Kalish tomorrow, and we'll get the music.
I've booked him. Don't worry. When it was Niners Packers, I'm like, Harry, come on. We're going to need you on Friday. So he promised to stop drinking by about 3 o'clock this afternoon. He'll be ready to go for us tomorrow. Don't worry about that.
The frozen tundra, the only thing frozen since I put aside my margarita. No salt, don't at me.
What rhymes with Manhattan? Yeah, that's anyway. Okay, so 888-957-9570 is the the number. Your calls, your texts welcomed also on the Comcast Business text line. Now, I don't want you to be upset if you're like, where's the breaking news? Because it wasn't like, oh my gosh, stop everything, we got breaking news. But it is a development. It's a real one. And so we are putting it in the category. Ladies and gentlemen, we got some breaking news.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Damn it.
Oh, yeah, Dan Dibley. Here we go. You know how to finish this sentence. When I move, you move.
Just like that.
And that's exactly what the spread just did. Remember what happened 2 days ago when the number went from 5.5 to 6? There were internet rumors, www.rumors, that Jimmy Garoppolo was so hurt that he might not even play. Well, getting Bosa back at practice, Jimmy a full practice yesterday, and guess what? It's on its way right back down. So here it comes. It's only Thursday, but here comes the 49er money. The money and the line have moved. It is now back down to plus 5.5. So a 6-point victory for the Packers would be needed in order to cover this number coming up this weekend. And by the way, the other NFC game has moved as well. The Rams at one time were plus 2.5 at Tampa Bay. That one has now gone back to the mean, and it is at a field goal. The Bucs are minus 3.
Yeah, and you're going to see a lot more money shifting. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, my coffee almost went down, but my coffee's got a lid. It's okay. Even if it had gone down, it's going nowhere. But that's 2 day. We're on a 2 day streak.
That was a full cacophony of sound there based on, you had just said the most profound thing ever. You said the Tampa Bay line moved by a half a point, and your house almost came down
mic
one
dropped
beam
on
at
you.
a time.
I'm like, the Bucs are minus 3, and I just walked out.
Dropped the coffee and the mic. A lot more line changes still to come as we get closer to game time. And, the good news for the 49ers is Jimmy Garoppolo able to practice yesterday as expected, not really limited, so he will be the starter come Saturday. So go ahead and take that off of your worry list.
We started the day with a song of the day with Kool Mo D saying, "How You Like Me Now," and that is because we look around up and down now the list of teams that are still alive in the NFL playoffs, and I think it's been a wonderful, wonderful week, 2 weeks, if you will, for Kyle Shanahan. It's kind of a sliding doors moment. I've referenced that movie before. For those of you who haven't seen the movie, it's 15, 20 years old, but sort of the idea, it's a movie that's two movies in one, where a woman's life, and it's Gwyneth Paltrow who's the actress, but her whole life changes based on whether or not she's running for the subway and does she make it before the doors close. She does once, she doesn't the other time, and her whole life changes based on making that subway. How does Kyle Shanahan's life change if Jimmy doesn't go on that 88-second drive? Instead of sitting here talking about Packers and Niners and could the Niners go on a run, we'd be talking about Kyle Shanahan's only made the playoffs one time since he'd been here. And a number of weeks ago, people were pointing at Kyle Shanahan with all kinds of questions, and there are still plenty of fans in that boat. But my goodness, when you look at the elite quarterbacks left and the fact that Kyle's got this group, a very talented group, but he does it a different way, I think it's been a huge 2 weeks for him.
It's been big. It hasn't been huge just yet, but it's really kind of just prolonged the ultimate question, which is the only question that matters. Is Trey good enough? Because you drafted Trey Lance, you moved up to get Trey because you believed that he was the guy who was going to bring you a Super Bowl. Now, you kept Jimmy because you thought he might, and he still might. So that's points in Kyle's category, because basically what he told you is, I don't fully believe that Jimmy can, but I believe that Trey can. So we're going to do all we can to get Trey because he can. Not yet, but what we have here is Jimmy G, and he might. And he put all of his eggs in the Jimmy G basket because Jimmy G might, and he possibly could, and he still is in that might category. So if they lose and he no longer is in the might category, he becomes a won't, well, then Kyle's going to have to answer questions about what goes on in the future, but he'll be able to at least say, hey, I told you I thought Jimmy G gave us a chance to make the playoffs, and he did, and we won a game. I mean, to go to Green Bay and beat Aaron Rodgers, that was a tall order, and we gave it our all, and, now we're ready to turn the page to Trey.
You remember our buddy Rich Ornberger, who came on the show a couple of weeks ago. We had a really fun conversation with him. Part of this, I was thinking about this based on something that he tweeted out late last night. He wrote, the Raiders, Broncos, Eagles, Dolphins, Giants, Panthers, or Browns could trade for Aaron Rodgers, and whoever lands him immediately becomes a Super Bowl contender. He's not saying that Rodgers is on the market. His point is, quote, one single player can change everything. It's amazing how important that position has become. Just ask the Bucs. And that's sort of the point that I've been making earlier this week. While Jimmy is not the reason the 49ers are winning, you cannot dismiss the things that he does to have the 49ers in this position. And Kyle Shanahan's got a big hand in that as well, because he's right. Those teams would be completely different if you simply add Aaron or someone like that. But then here's the 49ers over here, Titans too, who are sort of battling that format. That's the format you use if you can. If you've got Mahomes, if you've got Allen, if you've got Rodgers, if you've got Brady, then that's your formula. If you don't have that guy, then you've got to try to do it a different way. And really, there aren't many, if any, other teams in the NFL that are doing it with consistent success. Vrabel is doing it in Tennessee, and Kyle is doing it in San Francisco. He's bringing different weapons to the party and still winning, and that's why I think it's been such a really great 2 weeks for him.
It's been huge because there are two ways to do it. There's the conventional way, which is get the best quarterback you possibly can, surround him with weapons and a good O-line, and let that star quarterback do star quarterback things, which, okay, Tom Brady is the outlier because he's still doing it at 43, but you look at Mahomes and Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, who maybe become one of those guys, etc. That is the normal blueprint. But the other way is the way that Vrabel and Shanahan are trying to do it, which is, all right, get a quarterback who is competent, serviceable, smart, can avoid, for the most part, the parking tickets, the false starts, the delays of game, the illegal formations, not, audibling out of bad formations, etc. And let me build everything else around it. A good ground game, an elite offensive line, and a sturdy defense. So there's only two different ways that you can really go about it. And Kyle Shanahan has gone about it this way, and he does it better than anyone else. And as long as Jimmy G doesn't muck it up, and the M can be replaced by a consonant of your choice if you want on Saturday. But to me, that's the only way that they lose this game, is if Jimmy G gives it away multiple times.
There is other 49er news that'll be coming out later today, and although I don't know if we're going to get any sort of reaction to it, but I wonder if this does anything to you or for you, Dibs. Adam Peters is interviewing today with the New York Giants. It's his second interview, so he's gotten the call back, and he is apparently, according to reports, one of three. So he is one of the three candidates for the Giants GM job. So his departure, if it were to happen, I'm not even sure how to quantify what that would do to the 49ers, but I do know where my first thought goes. My first thought is, well, if he's going to go be the GM there, then who's he taking with him? And does that move DeMeco Ryans into the number one spot in terms of coaching candidates with the New York Giants? Does Jimmy G end up getting an offer to go to the New York Giants? Because I don't know what their QB situation is. If I'm the Giants, I'm about done with Daniel Jones, thinking that that's going to go anywhere good. But you don't cut him yet, so you need a veteran to go compete with him. Jimmy's that kind of guy. I don't know, but if he gets the gig, trickle-down effect's going to happen.
Yeah, I think Mike McDaniel probably a more likely Exodus candidate than DeMeco Ryans. I think DeMeco's got, at least a couple more years of proving ground to do before he follows the Robert Saleh track into a head coaching spot. And I also think that teams are more inclined to look for an offensive-minded head coach first before a defensive-minded head coach. And, you look at what the New York Giants have done outside of Bill Parcells. It hasn't been a lot. And, they're a team that needs to make a splash in a market that's dying for a team that actually matters again with, the Mets, Yankees, and the Knicks in their state. And the Nets, not really still being New York's team. But that's not a bad spot there.
Yeah. It'd be an interesting one. I don't know. It's funny because we were also talking earlier about how our view on the 49ers' recent drafts has changed a little bit in recent weeks. And for most fans, Adam Peters is just a name. They're like, yeah, I've heard of Adam Peters, but that's his thing. This is the player personnel guy. Yes, Kyle John, they all have a piece in that. But Adam Peters is very much involved just in that wing of 49er football. And so a few weeks ago, you'd have been like, yeah, whatever. Like if that guy goes, because people were mad at the drafts. Now you're starting to have a different feel about it. But I don't know how to quantify what kind of loss just Peters would be. There's the other names that he might bring with him, but just the idea of losing Peters hits you how?
It depends on what you replace him with, and ultimately, it's a brain trust. It's not just Kyle Shanahan, making the calls. It's John Lynch, it's Adam Peters, and it is, like you said, a complete brain trust. And so, to me, from an organizational standpoint, if you're losing people, that means you're doing something right. Other teams are seeing what you're doing, and they're seeing that you're doing it right. And you would figure that the people that you utilized to bring in the talented coaches and the executives, you can bring in more talented coaches and execs. And by the way, if you're a team that's making the playoffs and, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, it feels like it's an open organization, open to new thought and new ideas. That's attractive to good, bright young minds.
Pick Your Battles is still ahead, and the remainder of what Leroy Butler said on the Morning Roast, former Packer, who specifically wanted to address Jimmy G and the way 49er fans feel about him. So we'll have that coming up for you next as well on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. A classic Big East battle tonight. Georgetown at number 21.
If the letter's not in the word at all, you get a black box. And then you use that information, and then you guess another word. And then you get information based on that. It's kind of an elimination sensation.
And maybe an answer to the long-lasting question from the movie Seven. What's in the box?
Right. Okay. It's either a consonant or a vowel. I like words. I like word games, so I was into it. But, now it's feeling a little bit more like a humble brag. Like, look at me and my Wordle.
Look at my Wordle score.
I got it in 2 guesses. Today, I am the greatest of all time.
Yeah, well, and the locksmith could probably rhyme Wordle with turtle and make something feel very, very old about the game, but that's all right. Now you can focus.
Or Tomash Hurdle, the former Shark, would be in there as well.
Current Shark, Kyle. You could focus your entertainment dollar now on the Mega Millions, which is reaching $375 million in the drawing that will take place tomorrow. Good luck to you, Dibs. Good luck.
Yeah. I've already scripted my first 15 charities when I win the 374, just so you know.
Are you like Shanahan? You cover your mouth and you're like, we've got the script. We're going to donate. Yeah.
Without a doubt.
I told you what I'm doing when I.
We're going to go strong side UCSF on 2 here.
Benioff's Children's Hospital.
Totally.
I've already told you what I want to do, which I will whenever I win the lotto. Hopefully, you were someone who just did something unsung in my life way back when. I may not even be in touch with you anymore, but I'm going to track you down because the internet's a big place, and I'm going to show up at your doorstep, and I'm going to give you like $100,000.
Nice.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Well, you don't know if I get $375 million. Is $100,000 really generous? Is it?
It is because, well, first of all, there's going to be taxation that has to be paid on that, either by you or the recipient.
So give me half of it. So I walk out of there with $190 million. All right, so now I got $190 million. If I give you $100K, is that really generous?
Well, to that point, you give me $100K, I have to pay taxes on it, so I got to probably pay $30K in taxes. So you're only giving me $70K, and you're putting me in a whole new bracket. So
I could give you $10K a year for the next 100 years, then it's tax-free.
True,
right.
But
but you're going to have to eat your vegetables if you want to make it that long.
Exactly. All of a sudden now I'm Bobby Bonilla, and I'm waiting for July 4th. I'm the Bobby Bonilla of Mark Willard's life, waiting for that annual payment.
Keep making the green beans, honey. July 4th is almost here. It's Willard Day. All right. Leroy Butler came on with Bonte and Joe earlier today. We played you a little bit earlier, but there was more really interesting stuff from the former Packer. Listen to what he had to say about Jimmy and then the 49ers sort of team attitude.
Jimmy G may be a generic, and you may like a quarterback like a Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, which is brand. Generic does the same thing. Matter of fact, look at what the generic does with Kyle Shanahan. His winning percentage, is he like 34-8? And then without Garoppolo, look at Kyle Shanahan's record. It's not very good. So you got to be fortunate to have a quarterback that, hey, it ain't his fault that the Packers couldn't stop the run. I would give him more credit because he's not going down there telling Kyle, I need to throw it more. It's about my stats. No, I'll hand it off. I like George Kittle. Hey, I don't have to get 50 passes a game. I'll go and block for Deebo Samuel. I'll go block for Elijah Mitchell. That's why they win.
I love that. He's generic. Like, yes, you could get a big bag of Lay's potato chips, but the other thing you could do is just get a big yellow bag that just says potato chips on it.
Right.
Then you could eat that this weekend, and there's still potato chips in there, and potato chips are delicious.
But they're not the same level of potato chips as the Lay's would be. The salt to fat ratio is off. The crispiness is not quite as crispy. Yes, it is a potato chip, but can the potato chip hit on the deep throw with 6 minutes left in the Super Bowl? That ultimately is where,
Like if you've got to go over to someone else's house and then you need to blow your nose, which you're not allowed to do anymore. You can't go over to someone else's house with a runny nose. But if you go over to someone else's house back in the day and you had a runny nose, do you go into the bathroom and you're like, oh my gosh, they carry puffs here. They don't carry Kleenex. I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to wait to blow my nose until I get home.
No, I'm going into the hand towel at that point.
Wow.
P.S. Don't invite me over.
That's terrible. Yeah, no, you got it. You're not invited over. If you're blowing your nose into the hand towel, you're out. Okay.
If you're coming at me with second-rate or third-rate facial tissue, then you get what you get. And that's to your point about, you're going with Jimmy Garoppolo, who's generic, so you're going to hit me with one ply. And, well, then don't be mad at me if I happen to clog your toilet. You hit me with one ply, so now I got to take 14 sheets and wrap it around my hand into like a boxing glove because I can't afford to make a mistake on the road.
That was kind of offensive. I would never hit you with one ply. Like one ply, there are certain products in the world where I'm like, what are we doing here? Why does this exist? One-ply toilet paper is one of them. Decaf coffee is another. I get it. Some of you just like the warm in your hand. You love to sip it all day. I understand your argument, but for me, if there's no calf, I'm out. I don't like that. That's what I'm doing here. The reason I'm here is for the calf. Don't decaf me. Why would you do that?
Well, after dinner, like Thanksgiving, we had a nice dinner, and it's, hey, anybody want any coffee? Well, it was like 9 o'clock. I didn't want to stay up till 1 a.m., so you know what? Let me get a cup of decaf. Perfect.
It's another one.
It's
another
same thing.
Another one of my, I'm so thankful for this God-given characteristic. You could give me coffee at 10:30, and I can go to sleep at 10:45.
Coach,
you are not keeping me awake, no matter what, when it's time to go to sleep.
That's not God-given. That's called an addiction.
Oh, okay, thank you. Except for I never had coffee in my life until my 40s. I had never had it in my life. So I don't know if I've created some. No, really, like that's true. I mean, I had some Pepsi every now and again, but I mean, no, I didn't. I don't know if I've created an addiction now, but like,
do you know what it is?
What is it, Kyle?
It's a caffeination sensation.
Yeah, had to be.
It had to be. All right, one more from Leroy, who is talking about the 49er fans and their angst.
Kyle Shanahan said, give me 50 players that believe in what I believe in. And I can beat anybody, anywhere, anytime. And he always gives you these clues. If I can rush the ball 30 times, I can beat Dallas. That's what he's thinking. Now, I know what people think. Come on, Leroy. Why would he be the smartest guy in the room and roll Garoppolo out and he throws the interception against Dallas to put Dallas in it? And listen, there's always outliers. I think the 49ers sometimes get lost in the Steve Young era or the Montana era when it was so easy. It's hard. Look at the Packers. We're about to be on the cusp of 3 straight NFC championships games and didn't go to the Super Bowl. So it is what it is, how you want to look at it. But at the end of the day, these teams on a collision course, and we're not surprised we're playing the 49ers.
I love it. And it's another window if you get inside NFL circles, inside those who've played in the game. Look, the 49ers are better than we think they are, or they're better than we've said they were all year. And part of that might just be how healthy they are right now. Yes, they had ridiculous moments this year. How did this team lose 4 in a row? I still don't know how they lost that game in Tennessee. So they've got warts, and Jimmy keeps teams in games and all of that. But I think we're starting to graduate out of the idea that the 49ers are some sort of, even though we've called them this week, they're not a party crasher. Like, they belong. You could convince me of any one of the 4 NFC teams making the Super Bowl this year, and I'd believe it.
Sure, and I think that the Rams beating Arizona tells you all you need to know about the proving ground that has to take place for a team to really get to that point because this Niner team, half of these guys were here 2 years ago. So they've been to the Super Bowl. They know what it takes in the playoffs, and they've gotten healthy. So there's a certain amount of proving that's already been done. And you look at the Packer core, and a lot of those guys were in Santa Clara 2 years ago in this spot. Tampa Bay, defending champs, they feel like they belong. And, the Rams with their young, super young head coach, well, they got a lot of pieces from a lot of different teams and a lot of veterans. So as much as you decry them for their, quote, name value, this is where having veterans can really help you. Even a guy like Matthew Stafford with one playoff win, a singular playoff win, he's at least an older player, a guy who's been through it. So I think you're right about all 4 NFC teams. They all feel like they belong, Pat Benatar.
Although Stafford has never won a playoff game on the weekend in his life. It's never happened before. So
wow. I'm a man of nuance.
I want Aaron Rodgers to listen very closely. This segment of Willard and Dibs, sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. I'd like you to know that, Aaron. It is. It really is. Also, the Warriors look to stay in the win column tonight against the Pacers. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. It's right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors live at 5:30. It's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. The ultimate experience right now, for me, is pick your battles because I just continue to like the battles that I'm picking. Dibs, you have a dramatic pick that is coming up here on a Thursday. I think you're dormy. Are you dormy? You need to win out, or you are the donut dude, and you need someone else to start losing. Do I have that right, Dibs? Is he too bad with 2 to play?
On the surface, you have it right, but good luck ever catching me at work again.
Well, that just means you're going to have to figure out a way to buy donuts that deliver. That's all that means. All right, Willard and Dibs continues, and Pick Your Battles is next.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto every week.
Antonio Brown's not in the building today?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that's E-host. My bad, but haven't had a chance. First of all, you look nice, Dibs. That hoodie is... you got plans today or something? What's going on over there?
I love it.
No plans.
All right.
What was that?
Just looking good. You look good with the hoodie. Yeah,
Right.
That hoodie game is strong today.
Yeah, I've been trying to go no heat and just wear layers. Instead of running the heat all day, trying to keep the cost where it normally would be had we been in studio.
I've been doing the same thing. I'm over here going, I got you, PG&E. I see what you're doing. I have jackets. I got a jacket. It's all good.
64 in here right now, which normally when we're in studio, we keep it at 67, 68, so not that much of a difference.
Will you still need me, and will you still feed me when it's 64?
Thank you. I'll give you a 4 for that.
All right, thank you. Giving Props is back, round 2 of the postseason. So if you missed the free-to-play contest last week, well, then there's a big question. What are you doing? What are you doing? But there's no problem because now we got a new week. It means new props, and it also means another $2,000 is up for grabs. So all you got to do is go to betql.com/props, betql.com/props. You sign up. There's 10 props posted right there for the weekend's games. You check in. You pick a side on each. Deebo Samuel, over or under 106.5 combined rushing and receiving yards. That's a lot to ask, but it is Deebo. And so you pick 10 of those. Whoever has the most correct picks this week, $2,000. That's it. And then just for signing up, you're automatically entered into the random grand prize drawing, and that is some real cash, $10,000. Same amount that I'm going to give Dibs every July 4th, $10,000. Head on over to betql.com/props right now and make your selections.
That would be a nice little taste every July 4th to just get 10K, knowing that it's coming, just knowing that you have that. Yeah, somebody's going to rip you off, perforated check, boom.
Yep, just break you off a little something. That'd be great. But I'm going to have to go win the Mega Millions. And that's not easy, Dibs. It's not easy. I'm going to try.
Yeah, or you could bet $1,500 this weekend on a 3-team parlay, which pays 6-1, and that would, get the job done to the tune of $9,000. If you could pick 3 of the 4 games this weekend, 3 of the 4 picks, 3 of the 4 bets, all you have to do is lay $1,500, 6-1 odds, and you could win nearly 10K.
Why are you leaving the 4th game out? Why don't we just make it a pick 4? Then what do I have to lay?
Well, then you probably only have to lay about $800 to get 12-1 odds. I think it's maybe 12-1, 15-1, somewhere in there. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I did a pick 6 just for fun. Like I threw a couple bucks on a pick 6 last weekend. I went 4 for 6.
Not bad.
I went 4 for 6. Yeah. The Raiders.
Not bad.
Oh, the Raiders broke my heart. I mean, they're right there. They're right there with 1st and goal. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. They started with 2nd and goal.
Did you say that the Raiders broke your heart? Is that what you said?
No, they broke my parlay. Actually, they didn't break my heart. They broke my parlay, which broke my heart.
And how many times, though, have the Raiders, quote, broken somebody's heart? And I will just refer you to the... Seriously, Spadoni, the last home game in the history of the Oakland Coliseum, the Raiders broke my heart, where they allowed Gardner Minshew, the shoe, to go...
Oh, Minshew magic.
However many yards he went in our face. We were ready to celebrate one last Raider win at the Collie, in the shoe led them down the field. So,
and Dibs, if you remember that game, Derek Carr slid, but they said he slid out of bounds. But when you slide, it initiates. It should have been inbounds and ran the clock, and they would have won that game, but didn't happen.
Yeah, the answer is I don't remember that game, Spadone.
I feel like Spadone's got bigger problems than the Raiders right now. God, the Lakers are so bad, and it's so great. It's so wonderful.
Didn't know we crowned champions in January, Mark.
Well, you know what? I don't know if there's ever been a champion that has a losing record in January. Go ahead and look that one up there, Spadone. Has that ever happened in the history of the NBA?
I'm sure it has.
Team wins a title, and they had a losing record in January? I'm pretty sure it hasn't, actually. What would you bet on that, Dibs? You think anyone's ever won an NBA title, but they have a losing record more than halfway through the year? No way.
I'm gonna say yes. I love Spadoni's instinct on this. Yeah, it's.
I'm gonna say hell's to the no. Like in the NBA. That seems impossible.
National Basketball Association.
Yeah, the association. All right. Anyway, we can look it up. Let's go live to what's the Stat Geek? What's the damn name of the company? That does all the analytics and the stats. Anyway, I can't remember. So instead, let's go live to Kyle. Let's go live to Kyle instead for the standings on Pick Your Battles. Kyle, what are we looking at?
All right, well, Mark, you are still at the top. You won your 4th in a row last night. You are 10-3 in this set of picks. A very impressive run. You don't have to be a jerk about it. You don't have to be a jerk about it.
I'm sorry, I took my headset off for a second. Could you slow down and say that one more time? What'd you say?
No, I can't. Moving on. Spadoni is now in second place at 7-6. He moves ahead of me because he won last night. I took the L to fall to 7-6. So we're technically tied for second, but I am in third. Dibs bringing up the rear. He's lost his last 2 and is at 5-8.
Wow. Okay. 5-8, 7-6. If my quick math means Dibs is going to have to catch somebody with a couple of wins, and someone's going to have a couple of losses. And oh, by the way, Elias Sports Bureau is what I was trying to think of. Elias Sports Bureau. But let's go
now.
Do I have
live. ESB?
No, you don't. You do not. All right, Dibs, your turn. You need a W. Let's get it together, will you?
Well, it's already largely over, and I hate to be one to have that defeatist mentality, but when you're a beaten man, you turn to others. And I saw something on Twitter about Dallas and the Mavericks, and they're playing well, and Ayton not playing. So I thought, you know what? What the hell? I'm on the ropes. Tennis is doing me wrong. College hoop is betraying me. Give me Dallas plus 2.5 tonight against the Phoenix Suns.
That's a good tick.
Wow. You came over to the NBA for a selection. I have more on your selection standing by, but let's go to Kyle and Spadonut for their selections first.
That line actually came down 0.5 point too, Dibs. It was at 3 earlier, so the money moving your way. Yeah. I am going to stay. Yeah. I'm going to stay on the ice after a tough defeat last night. Bad beat for me. I had the Devils minus 1.5. They lost by 3. I'm going to stay on the ice where the Las Vegas Golden Knights, the top team in the Western Conference, well, they've lost 3 in a row, and they host the Montreal Canadiens, who are one of the worst teams in the league. I don't think the Knights lose a 4th in a row, especially to a team as bad as Montreal. Give me the Golden Knights minus the 1.5 goals.
Lock it in, and now live to Spadonut for this selection.
Gentlemen, we have a local team playing tonight, and no, it's not the Warriors. It's another basketball team. The USF Dons are at Gonzaga. They have a pretty good year so far. What are they? Yeah, they're 15-3 at the number 1 Bulldogs. Boy, is it. Yep, and they're 16.5-point dogs in Spokane, but you know what? I like them, so I'm taking the USF Dons plus 16.5.
That is the best insight I've ever heard. You know what? I like them. So Perfect. There it is. Why are you picking them? I like them. All right. I'll tell you what I like, and it's because the over-under in the Warrior game is sitting exactly where it was 2 nights ago. The Pistons were coming to town, and I told you, the Pistons aren't getting to 100 points in this game. I don't even think they're going to get to 90. And they didn't, and the under was an easy cruise. Well, tonight, even though the Pacers, second night of a back-to-back, because they were in L.A. destroying the Lakers last night, but here they come to Chase Center, and I do believe that the Warriors are going to be running hot. They call them the Pacers, so the pace will be high. Take the over 218 in the Warrior-Pacer game tonight. Let me also just say publicly, though, yeesh, I'm a little worried about that Mavericks pick. The Suns only have to cover 2.5, and Devin Booker has been the best player in the NBA last couple weeks. He is hot. I think they're going to be fine without Ayton, but I'm rooting for you, Dibs. I'm rooting for you.
Yeah, nobody asked you who's on the phone.
Oh, really? What did he have to say?
You're going to kick a guy who's down? I'm on the precipice of defeat, and you're going to pile on me?
Take the Suns. Take the Suns minus the 2.5. All right. There it is. Pick your battles for a Thursday. Can't wait to get into the Friday Pick Your Battles, where we will have the entire NFL slate to choose from and beyond. We welcome in Steiny and Goo and remind you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KG, MZ, FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's Steiny. It's Goo. Goo in his 47th location in just the last 9 shows. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, how we doing today?
Dynamite from my end. Goo?
I'm emotional. I'm goo-emotional,
boy.
Willard and Steiny. And let me just tell you why. We lost Dibs. I don't know where he went. I miss him. But I'm thinking about this Niner game, the finality of it all, if they lose. Right, Willard? We don't know what's going on with Garoppolo. We don't know what's going on with A-Rod. That's the theme of our show today. But our sport fans and people in general, are they ever really, truly happy? Michael left Chicago. Brady left New England. I mean, Rodgers is a Don Dada in Green Bay, but yet he may leave. When do we just sit back and enjoy it? As fans and as athletes, it seems like it doesn't happen.
Well, for about 4 minutes after the win. That's it. For about 4 minutes. I mean, you guys tell me, when the 49ers won over the weekend, how quickly did you get to a conversation with someone who looked at you and went, good grief, Jimmy, how the hell you throw that interception? And I get it. We all lost years off of our lives because of the way that game ended. And Goo, I know you didn't experience it that way because you were rooting for the other team. But if you're a 49er fan, you looked at that game and it was two things. A, it was a W, which is amazing. But B, it was a loss of years and hair because of what happened in the fourth quarter, and you felt like it shouldn't have happened. So this is why the 49ers are such incredible theater. They're never out of a game. And neither is the other team. And so we just have to get to a point where we accept that characteristic about them.
Interesting.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I just don't think – I think, Jimmy, the script has already been written with a certain segment of fans. He's already he's gone in their minds, even regardless of how this season ends.
He is.
But Eric Davis is on with the morning show. If Jimmy gets him to the Super Bowl and plays well, I see him coming back. I think we're getting more and more people that think he's coming back if they win another game or two, and I still don't see it.
I don't see how you do that. How do you even break that news? What do you say to your fan base after you gave up 3 first-round draft picks to acquire another one that leads to Trey Lance? Like, what you start next year with an angry fan base already, not because, and again, this depends on where he goes next. If he wins this weekend, my gosh, if he were to win another one or two, the love for Jimmy would be high. However, by the same token, the fan base is angry upon arrival. In September, if you try to pitch to them, we gave up our whole future for a guy that we're not going to play.
Let me take that one, because aren't our coaches not supposed to, Willard, have rabbit ears? If it's just about football, I can make an argument that Trey Lance, what has he done? What equity does he have to where you can't say, you know what, you got to sit one more year? But you're right, the fan base would go crazy because of the price. But Willard, and I'm a Trey Lance disciple. I want to see him ASAP. But Willard, football-wise, if he were to beat Green Bay and get to the bowl, football-wise, would that be the right choice? I get what you're saying about the fans in the uproar. You spent what? And he's not playing? But from a football perspective,
listen, I'm glad that our like the brasses with our teams right now are as stubborn as they're the most stubborn human beings I've ever met. Look around, right? The 49ers give up their whole future for a player and then look at everybody and go, oh no, he's not playing this year. You're like, yeah, but now you've lost 4 in a row. Yeah, sorry, no, he's not playing this year. Wait a minute, his thumb is falling off. Yeah, sorry, he's not playing this year. Then here's the Warriors over here. Cam Akers is back from an Achilles tear in 6 months. They're going, oh yeah, you'll see Clay maybe in December. Actually, never mind, maybe it'll be January. We want Clay. No, we're not going to rush it. And then here's the Giants over here going, you better not hire Gabe Kapler. You better not hire. Don't you do it. Don't you hire Gabe. We're hiring Gabe Kapler. They don't listen to the fans. They don't. And that is a credit to them. However, it's almost like they're not listening to themselves if they don't start Trey. Kyle Shanahan said publicly last year, we are drafting a new starting quarterback. He said that. So if you do it and then you never play him, you're disagreeing with yourself.
Well, I mean, things can change. Jimmy Garoppolo can win the Super Bowl. and Trey Lance maybe isn't the quarterback they thought he was, or they didn't think he was going to be, or he's not progressing as much as they thought. I mean, mistakes are made in the draft. And for all we know, maybe the 49ers made one. I'm not ready to say that because I got to see him play, but I got to believe Kyle knows or is leaning one way or the other. And the reality of the situation is if they don't trust Trey Lance yet, then they owe it to the team to bring Garoppolo back.
This is Willard. I find it fascinating, man.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think Garoppolo can win the Super Bowl, and I don't think he'll start next year. Well, I don't think he'll be a 49er. But
I will tell you this, guys. I agree with you, Steiny. However, what I will say is this is the moment Saturday. If he wins Saturday, it becomes a national conversation. It's not a local conversation anymore. This is on all the shows Monday morning. Should the 49ers keep Jimmy Garoppolo if he wins Saturday night?
I think we may do that today, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, we can have
I'm going to ask
here.
Willard. I'm going to ask Willard here.
But here's the thing that I was thinking about with all this. We all say Jimmy is who he is. And, he's a certain kind of quarterback. So, in reality, could they win the Super Bowl? Maybe, but I guess what I'm saying is, can you get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo if they get far again? Or my question is this, rather, does it really matter if he wins one more game? Does he need to win 2 more games? Did one win against Dallas already change some minds? You know what I mean? Because somebody can say, well, the win over Dallas, now that changes everything. Well, what if they beat Green Bay? That changes things even more. And then what if they win against Tampa Bay and they're in the Super Bowl now? And now you got a quarterback who's been in the Super Bowl 2 out of the last 3 years.
Well,
what do you do?
Even this whole conversation has already been all about what would the 49ers do, and we forget that Jimmy and his agent are going to have a conversation and a seat at the table here because they don't want to do Jimmy wrong. Yes, he's still under contract, but that would be financially stupid for the 49ers to keep paying that next year when you have Trey Lance. So I've heard the idea of cut him and re-sign him at half the dollars. But Jimmy's going to be like, how about no?
Right.
Do you know how many teams out there would want to at least give me a shot to be the starter? You don't think Pittsburgh wants Jimmy Garoppolo? I think they do. You don't think Washington wants Jimmy Garoppolo?
I think
they do. Yeah. Well, especially if Adam Peters becomes their GM and he's interviewing right now. So, listen, there are many angles to this and there are many opinions that will be heard on this. It's not just Kyle's.
Willard, there was so much venom Steiny and I heard from callers Monday when I thought it would be Euphoria. Shout out HBO. And there was more venom than a Spider-Man movie towards Jimmy. And they won the game, but the reason they blamed him at being that close. My question to you, and I don't give out scholarships, if Saturday is his last game, Garoppolo, has his tenure been a success? I'm saying, before you answer, yes you went to a Super Bowl. You're already playing in the divisional round, and when you did make it, you were hurt. I mean, this is what I'm talking about, happy, satisfied. Who can say it hasn't been a success? Even if he loses Saturday.
The people who buy into the idea that you are Joe or you are Steve or you stink. And that just, it lacks context. It lacks awareness. You look around up and down in NFL circles, forget the 49ers, all NFL teams, where would Jimmy be in terms of his success? Like if you could build a meter of success based on what a quarterback does with a certain team, what Jimmy has done with the 49ers would be in the top 5% easily of all quarterback experiences with a team in the history of the NFL. So has it been great? I wouldn't use that word. Has it been successful? Absolutely.
Oh, if I had to do the trade all over again, I would do it in a second.
Do it again. Yep.
I don't think is anybody out there really maintaining, I wish we wouldn't have had Garoppolo for the last 4 years. I mean, other than the injuries, he's been everything they could have hoped for. Now, I get it. He's not Brady. He's not Rodgers. But when you got him in here, this team stunk. And since he's been acquired, when he's healthy, you win. It's really that simple.
Well, people want to say that that's coincidental, which is one of the oddest. It's one of the oddest things that we hear. But this debate will go on, and the final answer to it is really kind of like it's not if they win or they lose this weekend, but how. How do they win or lose, right? Like if you lose the game and there is the opinion out there that it's because of Jimmy, if he goes out there with a bum shoulder and a bad thumb and throws 3 interceptions, then it's going to be very easy emotionally to walk away. But if they go out there and he does what he did week 3 and brings them back from 2 touchdowns down, and then they lose on a field goal 34-33, that makes it a whole lot tougher. All right, what do you guys got coming up?
Well, we got Cam Inman coming up at 12:30. He'll give us the latest on what's going on with the Niners. Brian Scalabrine, 1:30, 97, the game's Odyssey Insider, so we'll get into some Golden State Warriors, and then I got to give Goo some grief about one of his favorite players who's basically been benched.
Wow. That's called a tease. It's called a tease, Goo.
Somewhat of one.
Okay. Maybe only a little one, but it is, and it's coming up next. Have a good one, guys. Steiny and Goo next. 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good afternoon, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. How you feeling, buddy? I heard you were a little under the weather yesterday.
Well, no, it was the voice. How am I sounding is the question.
Better than 2 days ago.
Okay, there we go. So I'm ready to go, Steiny, and I'll say this. I'm looking at you right now like you got a white lab coat on. Be my psychiatrist today because I got a lot of questions and your boy's emotional.
I'll be happy to play that role.
Checks in the mail, right?
Yeah, because that'll mean that you won't be trying to get inside my head. I'll just be telling you what I think's right and wrong. So that's a good role to play. What do you got early? You want to run something by me early? You want to lay down on the couch? What do you want to do?
You know personally that I was rooting for Trey Lance to get this job. And I felt like 99%, and I knew 99% of that was I knew what style he was, his limitations, what he was on a good day. And the finality that is Saturday's game is somehow Green Bay wins. Steiny, I know we'll do our predictions tomorrow. But is there anybody, and we just talked about it with Willard, walking this free earth that won't give Jimmy his flowers if he does move on and they don't lose this game? How do you say his tenure as a Niner quarterback was not successful? And I'm being real with that. And, I'm starting to think after Monday's show, Steiny, it did something to me where the people still were throwing rocks at him. I mean, there's not too many people walking around there feeling like this was a failure. You got to a bowl. You got a divisional playoff game that you may win come Saturday. And, oh, lo and behold, when you didn't get in, Steiny, I was hurt. So what is there? Like, why am I even asking that question?
Well, the reason you'd ask the question is because you would say that, as well as he's played when he's healthy, he's just not healthy enough. He's just not healthy enough. And coming into this year, he'd missed over half his starts with the 49ers. Now, he played 15 out of 17 this year. But if his track record were to hold, he's getting hurt next year. He's going to get hurt next year. So he's like, the first thing to me is he's got to prove he can stay healthy for an extended period of time, because next year's the year that he gets hurt. But as far as his play on the field, I mean, his record speaks for itself. This team stunk before they got him. They were basically respectable the minute he stepped on the field the first time at the end of that season, 5 years ago when they won 5 in a row. Garoppolo has been the biggest reason this team has gone from non-winning to winning, as far as I'm concerned. Because Shanahan and Lynch were here for 2 years. They didn't get anything done. When they finally got Garoppolo, now they go to the playoffs, and now they've gone to the playoffs 2 out of 3 years. So, yes, Jimmy Garoppolo's tenure here has been a success. I'd be shocked if anybody thinks differently, to tell you the truth.
Then I would say, hey, can you recollect Monday's show? Because I guess we could call them Jimmy haters, the ones that were like pointing out everything he did wrong in the game. But let me say this to you, Steiny, because I know, sports is 90% mental. They say that about life. But what about the Aaron Rodgers-Garoppolo connection? And let me tell you where I'm going. We heard this offseason Aaron Rodgers wanted to leave. There were even whispers, Steiny, I could say yells, screams, that he wanted to come to San Francisco. Okay? If I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, I would throw the middle finger mentally up to Aaron Rodgers, like, how dare you try to come take my job? And maybe Aaron wasn't even thinking about Jimmy, or maybe he was like, okay, that's just an average quarterback. I'll be attractive to the higher-ups. I'm just asking you, do you think, and I know it's not 1 on 11, but do you think Jimmy can use some of that fuel, like, if he is pissed off, Aaron tried to politic for his job and go out there and throw for 320, tugs, Steiny, and knock him off?
Why would he throw for 300 yards? He's done that, once or twice this season?
I mean,
if he's going to be mad at Rodgers, he's got to be mad at Brady too. Brady tried to implement kind of the same.
No, you're right.
The same.
But he's playing A-Rod. Yeah, he could send him home.
Yeah, he can. The question is, will he? But no, I hear you. I mean, the bottom line is there a number of games that Jimmy Garoppolo can win where he comes back next year? And I guess the question is, has he already done that? Now, I don't think he has. And I'm sorry, I don't see any circumstance in which he comes back. Because I even think if the 49ers were to win it all, they would move on to Trey Lance. And the bottom line is, if they won it all with Garoppolo and then they traded him and started Trey Lance next year, they'd have house money. They'd have big house money, and they would have time at that point to develop Trey Lance. I mean, and I know I've kind of said the opposite. In other words, like if the 49ers,
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
But if you win a Super Bowl, that's the ultimate. Oh. That's the absolute. If the 49ers lose this week and they're done, well, yeah, then Trey Lance, if you're going to move to Trey Lance next year, he's got to be pretty good. But if you win the entire Super Bowl, you win the whole thing, and then you move off Garoppolo, I mean, at that point, if Trey Lance stinks, you can say, well, yeah, we made a mistake, but, hey, we won a Super Bowl last year. So we'll work on getting another quarterback again. You saw how we found Garoppolo. I mean, a Super Bowl will give these guys, all kinds of wiggle room. I'm talking for the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, you saw what it did. I keep citing Joe Flacco, but I'll say this about this game, Steiny, and what it did for they just let him lose out just because he lived off that Super Bowl so long. But, Dallas made it a game at the end, and Jimmy helped them. The Niners were down 17-0 to the Rams. Jimmy had a part in why they were down. But You know, I've come down Armstead's road a million times this season. I think I've mentioned DeForest Buckner more than anybody, but yet the move to inside, which they did with Armstead, has made him a new player. This defense is not getting flagged. They're not getting taken advantage of in the secondary. And my thing to you, Steiny, is this is the doctor. He ain't the GOAT, but he's one of the best at his crafts. And I'm talking Aaron Rodgers. So to me, why I'm so excited about this game, win or go home, but the fact that they are going to be, that Niner defense, Steiny, is going to be tested like there is no tomorrow by a technician. And that's when we can sit back and have our popcorn watching that game like, you know what? His unit, they really did improve because Devontae Adams, he has some help too, Steiny. He's going to be a beast, or they're going to do everything they can to test this Niner secondary.
I mean, the one thing they're talking about, obviously, is the weather. Maybe in single digits, it's going to be cold. But did that really stop Josh Allen last week? I mean, I don't think cold temperatures alone is going to impact Rodgers very much. Now, if it gets windy, I think that's a different story. But just cold, I do think that benefits the Packers. And I also think that Garoppolo's hurt. He's not 100%. And so they have an uphill battle on their hands. I don't anticipate the 49ers are going to win this game. But this is the kind of game that if they somehow win, and it doesn't matter how, if they somehow win and Jimmy Garoppolo plays 4 quarters and he's the quarterback in that win, now all of a sudden they're in the Final Four. And I do think you start asking questions about, well, what are we going to do? What are we going to do next year? And that would probably start to become a storyline for the last 2-3 weeks of the season.
And I'll say, tell me if you agree with this, and I know we'll take it to the phones, and we could actually put up a poll, Steiny, about the Garoppolo 10-year success or not if he has played his last game after Saturday and they lose. But when you look at this equation, the only reason somebody would be mad, the fans, is what we talked about last time I seen you, is the price that they use to go get the new quarterback, right? Because from a football standpoint, I don't know how many people would move off of Jimmy. It's just the fact that they spent so much to bring Trey Lance in is where the ire would come from, right?
If the San Francisco 49ers win the Super Bowl this year, and then they get rid of – or – they either get rid of Garoppolo and Trey Lance falters, or they keep Garoppolo and Garoppolo starts next year. Whoever these so-called people are that are pro-Trey Lance but not really pro-49ers until Trey Lance becomes the starting quarterback, they don't matter. They don't matter because they lost. If you wanted Trey Lance to play from week 1 and you've been saying all year that Jimmy's not very good and they win in spite of him, and they somehow win the Super Bowl, then you lost. And guess what? You have no say-so anymore. Who cares? Who cares what the people that want Trey Lance think next year? They wanted him this past year, and Jimmy Garoppolo won him a Super Bowl. So, again, Kyle Shanahan, I'm not convinced hears a lot of the noise anyway. But if he wins a Super Bowl, he'll hear none of it, and rightfully so, because everything he will have done and everything he will have wanted to would have happened. They're going to win us. They win a Super Bowl this year, and guess what? If Lance is ready, we'll go to him. If he's not, we'll keep Jimmy around. Because you know what? Maybe we'll go for another Super Bowl next year. Like, no, those guys, they have no clout. It's like when you have, what's it called when you want to go to court, or you want to go to the Supreme Court, but you have no status. You have no status. You can't even get to argue in front of the court because you have no status. And that's what this whole Trey Lance contingent that has done nothing but rip Jimmy Garoppolo, that's where they're headed. They're headed to having no status as a 49er fan.
Well, tell me this. Put your GM pants on because, I'm going to break this one out. An oldie but goodie, Steiny. There's been 2 scoreboards, and it's in regard to Garoppolo. And you can't tell me his stock is not higher than it's ever been. And obviously it'll be higher if somehow this team goes in and wins on Saturday. Would you give a first-round pick if you're a quarterback-starving team? And there's a bunch of them, Steiny, in the NFL. Would you give up a first for Jimmy? Let's say you don't even – Saturday comes and goes, or you got to see – like the 4-quarter Saturday, you've seen enough to me. He took you to the bowl. Okay, if he was a bus driver, however you deem what his role was, on a good day what he can be, and now he's got you in the divisional round at least. Would you give up a 1 for Garoppolo?
I don't know. I really don't. I would lean no.
Weeks ago, that would be a stupid-ass question. Somebody'd be like, Guru, you're off your rocker.
Well,
but now it's – that meant before I'd be like, you're crazy. And now I'm like, I'm asking you because I believe, like, would some team – would the Colts do it? With that defense and running game? I'm just asking. Receivers?
I don't know. I don't know. And I think, I wonder – and here's what I'll ask some 49er fans. And we got Cam Inman coming up, but we can start taking some calls for after Cam Inman. Do you think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch know what they're going to do right now? Do you think they know right now, 49er fans? You think right now they know, look, Jimmy's not coming back. No chance. Or are they saying, you know what? He gets us there. Maybe we have to bring him back. See, I think their mind is made up. And I think Jimmy Garoppolo is not coming back.
You might be right, Steiny. Like, there's nothing he can do.
I don't think so. Because the more I think about it, because I was coming at it from the other side where I was thinking, man, if he wins the Super Bowl, you got to bring him back. But the more I look at it, I'm thinking, if he wins the Super Bowl, you don't have to bring him back because you will have won a Super Bowl. Like, that will buy Kyle Shanahan so much goodwill. And even if some fans won't give him that goodwill, it won't matter because he will have won a Super Bowl, and that'll be the first one in almost 30 years. So, again, the critics – they won't matter. They'll have no status, as I said.
Yeah, you. I know we're up against it, but you talked about last year, Jimmy, and how it ended, Steiny, with Mullins and Beathard out there, and that was a train wreck, and the fact you couldn't count on Jimmy. And I wonder that day of the draft or leading up to it, the fact that Kyle had that bitter taste in his mouth about Jimmy and his health is why he went all the way in and spent the he charged up the credit card. And I'll say that to say, Steiny, do you think if he had it to do over again and Jimmy had this type of season, would he be like, you know what? We're sufficient at quarterback.
No.
I wonder.
No, I don't. Because the more I think about it and the more I've let time pass, I think half the reason they went and got another quarterback and moved up to get it was because of health. Yeah. And so that's the other thing that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch can say. They can say, look, we told you guys from the get-go, our biggest issue with Jimmy Garoppolo was never performance; it was always health. Well, guess what?
That's strong.
Now he's been healthy, so it's Trey Lance got to take this job from him, and it's going to be tough if Jimmy Garoppolo's healthy. And how the 49er fan base handles that, it'll be interesting. It won't matter, but it'll be interesting.
I got my popcorn.
Hey, the Warriors look to stay in the win column tonight against the Indiana Pacers. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors live at 5:30, and it's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, coming up on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto every week.
Well, you're just looking to put together a full game.
Let's head out to the phone lines where we've got Bay Area News Group 49ers beat writer Cam Inman. Hey, Cam, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for joining us.
I'm doing well. I just arrived at Levi's Stadium, and the 49ers have pushed practice back twice today. And they've monkeyed with the schedule all week. Not exactly sure why, but the previous 2 days they moved it into kind of the 5 p.m. twilight spot to, I would assume, get kind of let guys' bodies rest and they get acclimated to the time because they'll be kicking off in Lambeau at 5:15.
Oh, yeah.
But today they were supposed to boogie out of here earlier, and so they've kind of pushed everything back an hour. So no, I don't think there's any alarm. It's just it's a little odd.
But they are leaving today, clearly.
They're leaving today, and I know a lot of people a lot of people have reached out to me asking because they want to wave goodbye to the 10 team buses for some reason.
Oh.
Even though they won't, and so that usually takes place. There's a train station, like a Great America train stop. It's on the other side of the soccer fields, and that's where a lot of fans can kind of usually go and wave goodbye to the team, and that's usually reserved once they kind of get a little bit further in the playoffs. But hey, what do you know? You're going to Green Bay for a divisional playoff game. If you got nothing to do this afternoon, I would probably get over there. Boy, probably around 3 is probably safe. There was just a guy right now dressed up in his old Niner gear that he's already here. And I told him, you can wait a little while, dude. So,
was it Shafsky, Cam? Was it Shafsky?
It was not Shafsky, but he did have he had a mask on. He took a picture with me. And I'm in shorts and T-shirts and a skateboard today, so I'm going out in California style before I head to Green Bay.
Attaboy.
Cam, the season was 17 weeks. We talk to you each and every week. And I don't want to speak for Steiny, but to me, the low point was when Arizona came in here with their JV team and just dismantled the Niners. And I'm sitting up here looking forward to Saturday. How did they turn it around? If I pondered that question to you, what's the biggest turnaround from that game till now?
If you want to pinpoint it to one player, it'd be Debo. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to pinpoint it to, I would probably just say Debo, to be honest with you. I mean, they got so much out of him by moving him to running back and just maximizing him and everything. And this overall sense of team camaraderie where everybody's stepping up. You lose Nick Bosa against the Cowboys and you figure, they're going to be doomed.
Amazing.
And everybody else kind of steps up and the pass rush is just as strong as it was before. But at the same time, you're going to need Nicky Bosa to go against Aaron Rodgers this weekend.
Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game, and he covers the San Francisco 49ers for Bay Area News Group. Look, the theme of this season has been obviously the drafting of Trey Lance, him waiting in the wings, Jimmy Garoppolo holding the starting job down. The understanding that next year will be Trey Lance's year. With taking into consideration the entire quarterback situation, Cam, do you think right now Kyle Shanahan knows what direction he's going in next year at quarterback?
I think he knows he has two options.
Okay.
He can keep Jimmy, or he can keep Trey on the bench that way, or he can go Trey. I mean, I think, Matt, also part of this is going to be not necessarily how Jimmy performs, against Green Bay or possibly the next game. It also is going to be about the market. I mean, what is the market going to be for Jimmy Garoppolo? Are the Denver Broncos or the New York Giants, Washington? Are these teams going to come offering a first-round draft pick for a quarterback that's gone to the playoffs again and is willing to play through injury? Or are they just going to lowball and they're only going to get a third-round pick and they say, you know what, financially we can keep it. Jimmy's a team guy and he's willing to play out his contract. I don't know if that'll be the case, but, right now it could be. And I will tell you, I've talked to people in the upper management here. Nobody's ruling out him not coming back. It's still on the table. And I think everybody knows it's in a good situation for both parties right now. The Niners are winning, and Jimmy's his stock value is increasing, where he's going to be able to capitalize wherever his next contract is. And so right now it's a win-win. Nobody's also guaranteeing that he is coming back. And a few weeks ago Shanahan was saying, look, Lance is our future, but I'll give credit to Kyle a lot because he's stuck by Jimmy all season. He hasn't wavered, and I think after that Arizona start by Trey Lance, it was like, okay, well, Jimmy's our guy. We're not flip-flopping these guys at all, and they have. And, okay, so yesterday, we're going out to practice. We haven't seen Jimmy throw with this, quote, sprained shoulder yet, right? And so I'm thinking, well, heck, if it's me, I'm not letting anybody see Jimmy throw. I want everybody to think maybe we're going to pull Trey Lance, put him on the field as Kaepernick 2.0 against the Packers. But we go out there, and Jimmy Garoppolo's smiling, happy, jumping around, same routine, same zip on the ball, looks totally healthy. I have no doubt Jimmy Garoppolo is starting at quarterback Saturday night for the 49ers against Packers.
Speaking of the Packers, Cam, last time they played, it went 15 rounds on that Sunday night. We know how it ended going into the Cowboy game. Oh, their defense, and I get it. And I thought the Niners were going to have problems, and Dallas would stop the run. What can you tell us about the Packer defense? Because for whatever reason, Cam, I don't want to say I'm disrespecting the Packer D. They don't scare me. Do they got dogs that Niner fans need to be worried about?
I don't think so, and a lot of the noise out of Green Bay this week, they might be bringing back a few other their injured starters that have barely played at all this year. But that to me means, those guys are not going to be able to play full-time roles, right? And the other question about Green Bay's health goes at left tackle, whether David Bakhtiari is going to be able to play. He only played about 20 snaps against the Lions for the season. He's coming off an ACL, and he's questionable. So, it doesn't sound like he's going to be ready for a full-time thing if he's going to be going up against Nick Bosa or Ebukam or whoever they throw at him. So I'm not that intimidated by anybody on Green Bay except for two guys, and we all know who those two guys are.
Wow.
Hey, Cam, I may have asked you this last week, but if I did, I forgot what you said, so I'm going to ask you again. Do you think there's any other NFL coaches out there that would have put Deebo Samuel in the backfield when they were suffering those injuries to Mostert before the season and then Mitchell early?
You know what? That's a really good question, and I immediately think of the Shanahan disciples, right? The Matt LaFleurs, the Sean McVays. And McVay had running back troubles earlier this year, too. Cam Akers went down, and they weren't very healthy there, but they were just a throwing the ball team with Cooper Kupp and Matthew Stafford, so they didn't really have to resort to that. But, it just kind of shows you that, and if this isn't all Shanahan. He has a staff around him that this is all embedded in their system. Bobby Turner, the running backs coach, has been part of the Shanahan family coaching style for like decades, right? And then Mike McDaniel is their offensive mastermind behind the scenes who's kind of getting a peek by the Miami Dolphins as a head coach. And so they're very creative, and they've maximized not only Deebo as running back, but they put in Elijah Mitchell, and the guy's played through about 5 injuries, and then you see him against Dallas, and that vision he can see and how well he fits the scheme to go, oh, yeah, that's why he's playing. That's why he's getting all these 100-yard games. And that's why, honestly, as much as we love talking about the quarterbacks, and the quarterbacks are such a big part of the NFL, this system revolves around their running game, and whoever's carrying the ball can be a star, and that's why it could be Deebo Samuel, it could be Elijah Mitchell, and they complement each other so well. And I joked with Mike McDaniel this week and saying, hey, what are the chances you guys put another 285 yards rushing on Green Bay? And he just said, well, Green Bay will have something to say about it, and I think the Niners will too.
Oh, that's awesome. Cam, before you hopped on, I told Steiny, I said, hey, Steiny, you think Jimmy Garoppolo will be fired up because Aaron Rodgers was politicking, for his job in the offseason? And then I thought about LaFleur and Kyle. They used to be Betsies. And then I heard that there was there some cold blood? What can you tell us about that relationship? Are they cool, or is there some ice there?
Oh, I think they're fine. Yes. Kyle downplayed it, and I believe it to an extent, but I also believe Aaron Rodgers wanted to come here. He still may want to come to the 49ers. And this is, we may not have seen the last of this, because if this is Aaron Rodgers' last game Saturday, and he loses, he's going to leave Green Bay 0-4 against the Niners in the playoffs. And if he says, I want to come to the 49ers, what do you do if you're Kyle Shanahan? Do you want to take the 2-time reigning MVP? You've already said no to Tom Brady, and he went and won another Super Bowl. What do you do? Because you can get rid of Jimmy. You can maybe trade Lance to some team that wants to take a chance on him and bring Rodgers in. It's the quarterback drama never ends with the 49ers. But right now they have a quarterback that's winning that I expect to be playing in Lambeau, and his name's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah. Hey, Cam, thank you so much for joining us. Look forward to talking to you next week.
That assumes that I don't freeze my tongue off or everything else off in Green Bay. So.
No, you just take an extra layer.
You'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. All right. I appreciate it, guys. I look forward to it. And you know what? 8 years ago, we went to Lambeau, and it was like 5 degrees or minus 15, whatever it was, and we survived. And the Niners won, and they survived, too. So maybe they do that again.
There you go. That's a good way to look at it. All right, Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, joined us. He does every week to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. I thought, believe it or not, I still think there was like a 10% chance Garoppolo wasn't going to play Saturday, but I don't think there's any doubt he's going to start Saturday.
No, I'm with you.
If he's out there,
he wasn't even a 10
throwing.
for me, Steiny. And this could be his last game. Man, I just he'd shoot that bad boy up. He would. What I'm saying to you is, whatever it would take for him to get out there, he would do it. A little shot. Whatever you got to take, Steiny.
The one thing I was thinking about with this quarterback situation, and it's a different way to kind of spin it, but everybody, well, not everybody, but Kyle Shanahan gets plenty of praise. I wonder if, the one thing I was thinking about Shanahan is Garoppolo's the only quarterback he's had success with here in San Francisco. So Garoppolo missed 2 out of his first 4 seasons, essentially, and he couldn't win without Garoppolo. So I know people are always like, well, I bet you Kyle wants a better quarterback than Garoppolo. I bet you. Well, the bottom line is, I'd be willing. I don't know what. I lost track of what Garoppolo is as a starter with the 49ers. Let's say he's 33-16 at something like that.
All right.
Well, I guarantee you the next quarterback probably won't have that good of a record. I'd be surprised if Trey Lance, 3 or 4 years down the line, is 35-15.
So let me throw this to you, Stotty, because I hear you. But the Matt Ryan, and I got to go here, the Matt Ryan MVP Super Bowl season. You don't put that in Shanahan's wheelhouse, huh? Because he was the core. Because to me, it matters because he was the coordinator. He called the plays. He had that relationship with Ryan. That wasn't the head coach's job. So I guess I kind of look at it like when he has a stud or a top tier quarterback that could make all the throws. Kyle was part of that Super Bowl run. You say what to that?
Yeah. He's a head coach. He was just a coordinator back then. People don't even want to give him grief for messing the Super Bowl up because he was the offensive coordinator. But I'm going to throw it out to 49er fans at 888-957-9570. Are we really at the point where if Garoppolo wins another game, another 2 games, another 3 games, that it changes the future of the San Francisco 49ers quarterback position? I mean, are we really looking at possibly Jimmy Garoppolo coming back if this season ends a particular way? I don't think it can happen. I really don't.
Okay.
I think even if he wins a Super Bowl, Trey Lance is going to start next year. But maybe other people have a different opinion. 888-957-9570.
Just speaking to Cam, Steiny, I got to throw this option C into the mix because, again, there was nobody's star that was down publicly like Aaron Rodgers in the offseason. They get blown out week 1. I heard people on this station, he quit. He's not invested. And now he has this great stellar year. So there's gas in the tank. Petro. My question to you, Steiny, is what if he were to lose in the NFC Championship and beat the Niners, Rodgers, and he says out loud again, I want to be a Niner? Do you think, okay, if it's a formality that Jimmy's gone to Lynch and Kyle, so all it would take now, maybe, I don't know, if you could use Lance to get Rodgers, would you even go to bed thinking, or would your ears be open to that?
You're not going to like my answer. I don't want Rodgers here. And I when I look at Kyle Shanahan and I look at John Lynch, they've been here 5 years. And they didn't have a quarterback when they started, and then they went out and they got Garoppolo, and they thought they had their quarterback, and he was pretty good, but maybe not quite good enough. I think these guys want their quarterback of the future, like of their entire tenure. Like I think Shanahan and Lynch are so confident that they think that if Trey Lance is good, they're going to be good for the next 10 years. And maybe they're right. So I think it's the same thing with Brady as it was with Rodgers. They like them a lot, but they want their own quarterback and they want a signature, their signature guy. And I think right now it's Trey Lance for the future.
And not to argue against myself, Steiny, but to be honest, the Niners had action to pursue that. To what degree, we don't know. But if they were really in love with that scenario of getting 12 in a Niner uniform, they could have went dancing last offseason. And by all accounts, maybe there was some conversation, if that. So that would lead me to think, okay, what would make this year different? Because he had another great year. So you may be right. They went and got the youngster, and you talk about 10 years or more, it'll be Trey Lance's show. I just can't wait for this game, man. Niners in their white unis, Packers in the green.
Let's go to Gene. Gene's in Oakland. What's up, G? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. So in support of Jimmy, who I've tried to support all year, listen, I don't know if anybody's mentioned that, he's won 70.6, basically 71% of his games. There's only 3 other active quarterbacks that have a higher percentage, right?
Right.
I mean, if we're going to look at statistics, like how many oh-no passes he's thrown, I mean, who threw more oh-no passes than anybody else? It's a man named Brett Favre, right? Threw 336. I'm not saying that Jimmy's Brett Favre, but the point is, you should measure a quarterback first and foremost by, wins and losses. And on that measure, he comes out ahead. Furthermore, if he somehow pulls off a minor miracle and wins, all the way through the Super Bowl, and beats 2 future Hall of Fame quarterbacks and another one that's on his way, you got to give him the starting quarterback job next year, whatever it takes. Fool around with your finances, but make it work. But anyways, those are my thoughts.
Yeah, and Gene, I'm with you, but then I'm not with you. Like, on the one hand, if somehow the 49ers win the Super Bowl, and, here's the other thing. We shouldn't really even be talking about winning the Super Bowl. They won one freaking playoff game. All right, what we really should be talking about is, you can go ahead and turn that mic on. What we're really talking about here is what happens if they lose this weekend, which is what is most likely going to happen, according to Vegas. I'll just put it that way. So that may be the realistic conversation. It's if the 49ers lose to the Packers and they lose 31-13, Trey Lance. It seems to me that then it's a foregone conclusion. But I think they're committed to moving off Garoppolo next year because that was kind of the plan all along.
And if you want to use the I word, investment, Steiny, they made an investment. And I know you talked about, I hadn't forgot. Well, Goo, what's the number 1 pick for this season? They're already in the playoffs. I was like, you know what? That was a stellar point. But at the end of the day, the investment is so heavy, Steiny, I just don't think they go the Garoppolo route. But who would be pissed off? The fans and Lance. And Lance has no equity to be upset. So if I'm Kyle, that wouldn't scare me. Hey, son, you got to wait another year. But just the fact that not just fans, Steiny, the NFL world, GMs across, what was Kyle doing? Why'd they react so quick and spin that when you had Jimmy the whole time?
Yeah, I mean, because Jimmy gets hurt all the time, maybe. And maybe we got to take Lynch and Shanahan at their word about that it was a durability issue. Let's go to 7. 7's in Palo Alto. Wants to talk a little Aaron Rodgers. What's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, guys. I'm good. How are you guys? I love you guys so much. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you.
I want to say, Goo, you tripping with Rodgers, bruh. We don't need that unvaccinated dude in San Francisco. It's good. But then with Garoppolo, I I don't see why one more year. I don't see why not. If it ain't gonna, if we win, whatever happens, we got Lance anyway.
That's true. I mean, that's true, and maybe that's.
Well, he ain't playing for free, guys. It's not.
Who?
That's another point. He ain't playing for free, Jimmy. You would have to invest some resources in bringing him back. And does he think he's
got to pay him another
25?
You got to pay him.
Do you think he's tired of Lance over his shoulder? Do you think he's ready now to be the name on the marquee and go somewhere and get out of this? Oh, I got to look over. They bring the young gun in. I mean, I'm just saying, his agent. I would, if that was my client, I would be feeding Jimmy that. To hell with San Francisco. They drafted a rookie quarterback. You weren't good enough or healthier and sturdy enough. Go somewhere else and be the man. Pittsburgh would treat him like a king.
I don't know. I mean, I really don't. I don't know what teams may offer Jimmy Garoppolo. And, the one thing is, I get it, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to make a lot next year, but Trey Lance doesn't. So they still just have one high-paid quarterback. So, again, I don't think it's going to happen, but you're at the point where you got to kind of look ahead a little bit and say, well, what if this happens? Let me ask you this. Do you think most people feel the way the last caller did, that doesn't want Aaron Rodgers? And how much of the vaccine thing do you think is? Because to me, the vaccine thing,
it's big.
I'm taking him out of the. It's like, am I down on him for that? Yeah, it's kind of weak, all that stuff. But if you have a chance to get Aaron Rodgers, to me, that's almost a secondary issue.
Yeah, I would be all in, but we're talking about the yay area. And Steiny, I got to believe they wouldn't be on board with that. And I got to be careful here. If I'm correct, Steiny, I don't think one of the fan favorites, Bosa, I don't think he's vaccinated. So, and everything's good in the hood with him. If I got my notes correct, I think he's not. But I'll leave that there. We'll find out. But Aaron Rodgers, man, the dude has a lot left in his tank. And how do you turn down the Arthur Fonzarelli of quarterbacks who says, I want to go home? Damn.
Well, first of all, he's from Chico, so that's not really San Francisco.
He went to Butte Junior College, yeah.
Exactly. So, I mean, the other thing is, there's another school of thought that maybe he doesn't want Rodgers because he doesn't want a high profile type quarterback. Maybe, we hear a lot about Kyle's arrogance, a lot of his, about how he's smug. Maybe he doesn't want to coach Brady. Maybe he didn't want to coach Rodgers. It's easier to coach a Garoppolo or a Trey Lance. So, I don't know. We're going to see how it plays out. 5:15 on Saturday. Lambeau Field's going to be a lot of fun. Garoppolo's not 100%. Aaron Rodgers is. Can the 49ers pull the upset on Saturday? 888-957-9570. We can talk more about it on the other side. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromise, and risks of ransomware. Visit Mimecast.com. That's Mimecast.com.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto every week.
Well, you're just looking to put together a full game. Consistency and, tying the defense and the offense together. That's how you build momentum.
right, Steiny and Guru with you. Coming up in a half hour, Brian Scalabrine, 95.7 The Game's Odyssey insider. Warriors play the Indiana Pacers tonight. Pacers beat the Lakers last night. Your boy got benched.
Who's
the last
not
4
beating
minutes.
the Lakers? That team's who's not beating the Lakers? Sorry, Spadoni.
What do you think about your guy getting benched?
Don't apologize to me. I told you they were done. You tried to say they were back after the Westbrook dunk.
Yeah.
I mean, right. I did.
So Westbrook didn't play, the last 3:52 last night, Spadoni?
Yeah, and you see what Vogel said after the game? Put the team on. He felt had the best chance to win. I don't think Westbrook liked that very much.
And, of course, Russ Westbrook, in typical fashion, leaves the court early, doesn't meet the media.
Definition of a losing basketball player.
Steiny, I went to the lab.
Can you lose Hall of Fame points if you stink?
He's top 70. He's already there, man.
Yeah, I guess.
Hey, Steiny, and some people, my wife was like, it's none of your business in the background, but Bosa was vaccinated in August.
Yeah.
You didn't say that to me. Thanks, having my back.
Well, the bottom line is we would know if Bosa wasn't vaccinated. It would have been a huge story, just like Wiggins, if he chose not to get vaccinated. So,
you got a point there.
Back to Wiggins. Now, Wiggins.
Can't believe you brought up the Westbrook shot. Like, I just feel bad for the dude.
Why?
You traded for him. Now you're going to bench him? Hey, Vogel, how about this? Coach him up, buddy. Coach him up. And I'm going to tell you this.
Yeah.
I watched the Wizard game real quick. LeBron, why would you give up on Kuzma, Harold, and what's my guy in Chicago? They're calling the professor, Spadoni's favorite player.
Caruso?
White guy. Caruso. Why would you think the alternative was more attractive? It's LeBron's fault, or Magic, or whoever's Legini. Why did you get rid of those guys for this? That's whose problem it is. It ain't Westbrook. You know who Westbrook was when you brought him.
Well, so you just said you know what Westbrook was when you brought him in, but then a minute ago you say Vogel coach him. You clearly know he can't be coached at this point.
I'm saying, Vogel, identify what's ailing your team and don't wait till the pot gets hot and then bench him like that's going to save your job. I don't think Vogel's going to survive it, and I'm not advocating for him to be fired. He's got a chip 2 years ago, and now he's going to get ran? Please.
But you just criticized him for benching Westbrook like that's going to solve their problem.
No, I'm saying what took you so long to do that is what I'm saying.
Maybe he needs management's. Maybe he needs management's approval.
You may be right. You may be onto something.
But it's not Frank. I mean, look, I don't even like Frank Vogel. But that
I didn't know that. Why you don't like Vogel?
Because I just don't like it.
In the bubble.
Asterisk. Yeah. He gets the asterisk. None of the other guys have the asterisk. The players don't. Let's go to Manuel. Manuel's in Fremont. What's up, Manuel? How you doing, man?
Good afternoon, fellas, and late Happy New Year, but have a good one nevertheless. Just trying to air out my thoughts here, and while I'm doing it, I'm looking at all of Jimmy G's stats over the last few years, and on paper, it looks pretty damn good. But here's the thing, like I was telling your guy that picked up, what dude would not want to get another crack at his high school sweetheart that he let go all those years ago? And in 2005, we had the reprehensible sin of passing over Rodgers. Now, am I saying that Rodgers is going to be the be-all and end-all of all of our quarterback woes here in the Bay Area? But here's the thing. I'm looking at Jimmy's stats, and at the quarterback position, you always want to see improvement and progression. And you know, Rodgers brings that year in and year out. And Jimmy, to me, when I look at his stats, the boy done plateaued, man. That's all I'm saying. So I think of all of Jimmy's games, and I can remember games where we lost because of Jimmy, but it's hard to come up with scenarios, and I can say, wow, if it wasn't for Jimmy and we didn't have the run game or the defense really stunk up the place, without Jimmy, we would have lost that. You know, I'm talking about his time now, not when he wasn't here yet. If you know, Montana stood out the way he stood out because he was Joe. we were going to win with Joe no matter what. We were going to win with Steve no matter what. We can't say the same about Jimmy. I love Jimmy, but to me, he's just a good-looking Italian version of Alex Smith, man. And Alex had a great career elsewhere. Jimmy, I wish him the best of luck, whatever happens on Saturday. But we got to move on, and we got to get a better quarterback that will win more games for us than lose it. You know what I'm saying, fellas?
Yeah, it's interesting. You say win more than lose. He's third. Again, he's wins 70% of his games. You do realize that if Jimmy Garoppolo wins 70+% of his games, but you bring in a quarterback who's not as good as Jimmy Garoppolo, they won't win as much. Like, not every quarterback is going to be an improvement over Jimmy Garoppolo. Least of all, or the one we don't know about for sure, is Trey Lance.
Yeah.
So it's almost like some 49er fans who are gung-ho about Trey Lance haven't even considered that Garoppolo's better than him. Because he'd be playing if he were better than Garoppolo. Because Kyle wants to make that change.
Well, I'll say this, Steiny. I go back to, and I'm not pointing out just his bad games or what you deem a bad game, but what Jimmy has in his corner is that record when he's a starter under Kyle. But just like the Dallas game, Steiny, at the start of the fourth quarter, I honestly thought that thing was over. I don't think I'm by myself. Jimmy makes a bad throw, and then the game is closer.
They were up 2 scores. It wasn't like he threw an interception.
So are you saying he didn't have a hand in giving Dallas
threw an interception? Get over it.
Okay,
they were
what
up
about
2
Tennessee?
scores.
They couldn't get over it. He threw an interception.
He threw an interception.
You kill me on giving passes,
okay.
Steiny.
They won the game.
Dude almost threw the game away.
How did he almost throw the game
acting
away?
Like it was nothing.
How? How did he almost throw the game?
He threw an interception that gave him a chance to score.
With 10 minutes left.
Him. And
the
then
score was 23-10. Quit acting like they were up 3 points.
Like he's Terry Bradshaw.
Stop acting like they were only up 3 points.
What about the Tennessee game?
That's ancient history. They're in the playoffs, baby.
What about the Tennessee game?
They're 10-7.
Dude, you kill me.
Dude, you kill me. You think Jimmy Garoppolo stinks, but you want him back.
It's just I let it go so much. But
you let it go.
Man.
Do you want?
You don't even believe that.
Get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo. No, keep him. Where are you today, dude?
Quarterback, Steiny.
Where are you today?
They drafted a quarterback. Why? Tell the people why.
Because this quarterback gets hurt all the time.
Yeah, that's what you want to believe.
Dude, just
but
answer
sometimes
me.
He's sorry. Sometimes he plays sorry.
Right. Okay,
Admit that. Sometimes he doesn't play stellar. Quit hiding behind the health.
Top 12 quarterback.
Health now. Now he's health.
Oh, listen
he
to
won't
you.
Be in San Francisco
I'm on the bandwagon. I'm off the bandwagon. Now we got to bring Jimmy Garoppolo back.
Oh, it's health. It's health. It
is health.
Man, quit. And you're going to sit there and say they were up 2 scores on Dallas.
They were up 2
scores. If he didn't miss Ayuk, the score would have been 30-7.
Hey,
how about that?
How about this?
How about that? Being a mistake.
This? You want me to say, how about this? How about Ayuk has got to run more diagonal after he beats the guy on that play? He shouldn't have run toward the sideline. He should have run toward the pylon.
No. You'll be the only one in that line. That dude missed it just like he missed Juszczyk against Tennessee. But he's perfect now.
So then why do you want him back?
It's about politics.
See, you want it both
I'm not saying
ways. You want to say he stinks.
I'm telling you, I'm reading the chessboard, and I know how to differentiate what can happen and what can pop off. Jimmy Ayuk should have fixed. The dude meant high school quarterbacks make those passes.
Oh, yeah, okay, a high school quarterback.
A spade.
A high school quarterback.
Then he missed Juszczyk in Tennessee.
Okay.
What was that Juszczyk's fault? Come on, Steiny.
Come on, Guru.
About Joe Montana.
How many? This is your problem, along with 49er fans' problem. You act as though no other quarterback makes a bad throw, and they do. And he's 33-15 as a starter. But see, you want to be able to rip him, but then say, maybe we should bring him back.
How is reacting to overthrows or bonehead plays to put your team when you're
70% completion?
How is that?
He's a 70%. He's a 70%.
So why is Trey Lance in San Francisco?
Dude,
why did they draft Trey?
I don't know if
I'm asking
because he's hurt. I told you because he's not durable.
But you need to get out of that glass house. That's not it. The dude is not a top. He's not stellar, Steiny.
I said he's top 12.
Why are you so against saying he's average? He's average.
Because he's better than average, Goo. He's better than average.
To you,
that's right.
He is.
Right. So for whatever reason, you think he's just average, but heck, we may want to bring him back next year because he won a playoff game.
And I said that. I get that could be a possibility, but for you to run, Steiny, I don't know, the last couple of days you acting like this dude's perfect and his mistakes. That interception in Dallas was awful. That was an awful read.
That's right. They were up 23-10. Stop
then
acting as though it was on the last possession. They were 2 scores up when he made that mistake. It wasn't
they didn't
a
score another
game.
point. He gave Dallas life.
He got it done. Malik's in Oakland. What's up, Malik? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny, I love this. Y'all going at it. But, Steiny, you know where you wrong at? And just hear me out. When Jimmy G overthrew Ayuk, he had enough time to stop, look at him, and if he did run the wrong route, Jimmy was able to adjust his throw. He still put it over his head. So, Steiny, you've seen the game. I'm not even going to start to convince you.
So Jimmy Garoppolo is 34, whatever his record is. And what do we he missed the throw in the Super Bowl. He missed Ayuk. He missed Juszczyk, and he just missed, and he threw it. Okay, that's great. That's great. Yaktizo, we're talking about a terrible quarterback here. Guess what? You could pick out a throw. You could pick out 5 throws every game from every damn quarterback in the NFL and say, boy, he almost missed that one. That could have cost us. Well, guess what? They're one of 8 teams left, so how lousy could Garoppolo be?
Lousy enough for them to spend 3 first-round picks to bring in another option. And I met you halfway. Steiny, you could be 50% health and 50% play.
Why couldn't it be 80% health? When Garoppolo's healthy, they win. So clearly it had something to do with durability.
I didn't say that it didn't.
Let's go to Randy. Randy's in San Lorenzo. What's going on, Randy?
Yeah, so it's really interesting how karma is, because I was thinking about the Dallas Cowboys, how they have never been the same after they let Jimmy Johnson go. And, yes, they did win a Super Bowl after Jimmy left, but that was because Jimmy already had the team together. And then I think about the New England Patriots as far as letting Tom Brady go. They haven't been the same. But I was thinking about Kyle, how he's more into a quarterback who he can mold into how he wants to play. And I don't think that Tom Brady would have been a good fit because Tom likes a lot of say into the offense and then the player personnel. And maybe Aaron Rodgers is the same way. Who knows? So thanks for just letting me put all of that out there, guys. Appreciate you.
Well, remember, we talked a lot about that. Was Kyle Shanahan's ego allow him to coach a superstar quarterback?
But
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you want to win. You want to Frank Sinatra do it your way, but I mean, damn, I got to believe, Steiny, that Kyle believes he's got the next superstar in waiting with the toolage of himself, and that'll be the middle finger to the NFL. Look what I saw, and look what I groomed.
Vegas Rob. What's up, Vegas Rob? What do you got, buddy?
Man, Steiny, I agree with you, man. Every quarterback then threw interceptions, and every quarterback then threw a pass, and they missed it. Okay, Jimmy is not average. Dak Prescott is average, and he's getting paid $134 million, and he's average. Jimmy went to the Super Bowl, okay? So they paying this dude all this money, and he ain't even got past the second round, okay? So all quarterbacks go through that. Jimmy is not average. I take him because if Russell Wilson leaves, we'll take Jimmy all day. Jimmy is bomb, and I got one more thing to say for you Niner fans. If it wasn't for Jimmy, them stands was empty after Kaepernick left. Y'all stands was empty, like Steiny said. You didn't get to see the Super Bowl win, so you can't claim those wins. And you guys wasn't in the arena after Kaepernick left until Jimmy came and put y'all in there. And then when he came, they went on that super duper run when him and Breeze went back to back. Guru, since you saying he went straight up with Drew Brees.
back-to-back, touchdown from touchdown. Drew Brees missed, and they pulled it out when he threw it to Kittle, and 3 people couldn't stop him. And you calling that average? Are you serious?
That was 2 years ago, almost 3. I gave him his flowers for the game, but nobody's going to call and tell me this dude's an all-pro quarterback. And it sounds like the Niners organization agrees with me. In comes Trey Lance. That's all I'm saying.
Hugo in South San Francisco. What's going on, Hugo? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Fan of the show, man. All
Appreciate
I got to say, man, you play to win the game. Hello? Jimmy's a winner. We win with Jimmy. Like, I don't care if he goes for 97 yards, 15 for 30, 2 picks. If he wins, that's all that matters. We win with Jimmy, man. Like, a couple years ago in 2019 when we played the Vikes, he had, 97 yards and, 8 passes. We won. That's all that matters. And if he wins on Saturday, man, keep Jimmy, man.
Thanks for the call.
Hello?
You play to
I don't
win
think they're going to keep him.
You
but
play to win the game.
let's go to Rob. Rob's in San Bruno. What's going on, Rob? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? I love the fire. Well, look, Guru, let's be real here. And my guy, look, man, we know Jimmy average. Let's keep it real, man. It is what it is, and we got to quit using the win-loss record. Yeah, we was winning because
that's not important, huh? It's not important. Jeez,
I love it.
Go ahead.
Better and Mullins, he's better than those guys. I give him credit for that. He's better than those guys, but we got a real talent now, a guy who can make plays. Look at the throws Jimmy make. He throws slants and hitch routes. He's not throwing no big boy throws. He's not making no island throws down the field. You seen that throw Dak make to Cooper? He's not making plays like that. That's not his game. He's a product of Cal. Cal, he can do whatever Cal tells him to do, but when it comes to going off script and making plays on his own, he doesn't have that ability. Trey has it. Is he going to be great? I don't know.
We don't know that. We don't know that he has that ability. We think he might. We don't know that. For all we know, his ability to make plays in college on a broken play will turn into turnovers at the NFL level. We have no idea.
Steiny, you're 100% right, but they're married to the ideal of that is more attractive of going down that road than what Jimmy brings to the table. And you got to say I'm right just because they brought him in to replace him.
Well, I'm not going to say you're right because all I'm telling you is what Kyle Shanahan said. That Jimmy couldn't stay healthy, and that's why. And now you want to dismiss that as a reason why they went out and drafted Trey Lance. You don't want to acknowledge that it had anything to do with Garoppolo's health, even though Garoppolo hadn't quarterbacked half the games he was eligible to play as a Niner.
Come on, I've been talking to you for the last 2 months. I give that some merit. There's a lot to that. But for you, and again, I'm bringing up 2 examples, but it's 2 games in the last 2 months. The game last week that they barely won, you had to take Excedrin because he's going to throw you one.
It's a playoff game, and they're on the road. Okay. So sorry they didn't win 30-7, okay?
So what about the Tennessee game where they're in control and he just goes so are you I'm just God. Like how do you
They won 8 of their last 10 games, but you're going to say, "Well, the Tennessee game. What
standards do you have, Steiny, for you just to say that's okay
over their last 10? It's like okay. Of course you can pick out losses. I can pick out losses for every team.
It ain't about losses. It's about why does he go haywire and throw it to the other team?
Because that's what this is about. And this is football, and it happens, guys. I don't know.
And I'm not calling.
Maybe I got to look.
I'm not calling Jimmy garbage. So I know you haven't said I said that. You know I respect Jimmy, but he's average, Steiny.
He's better than average. He's a top 12 quarterback.
Okay,
and that's a top. Okay, so how many quarterbacks do you have over him? You got to have 16. You have 16 quarterbacks over Jimmy Garoppolo?
No, I didn't come in here today with a list. But
well, you should have thought of that, though, when you call him average.
I'll say this.
That's what it is, 16.
Right. Well, you're speaking for his coach who drafted another quarterback who I believe it was more skill and talent than health. Health was a part of it, but it don't matter. It's your time to get up off the pot, and we got another guy in here.
Let's go to Tim. Tim's in San Francisco. What's up, Tim?
Yo, let me tell y'all something. And what's that? Not you, Steiny. What's the other guy?
Daryl the Guru Johnson.
What's up, Tim?
No, you're very short of a guru, okay? I feel like guy name. The wide receiver for the
All right. Thanks. I saved you there.
I kind of wanted to hear him. But
show
He did, Joe. He didn't like me, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where he was. I guess he was talking about Antonio Brown.
Yeah. Oh, okay. But I just hate you're putting me in Monday's show because that's how I feel like. And that's why my blood pressure went up because I've been giving Jimmy what I deem his flowers. I didn't disrespect him. And then you just went on a tangent like I'm the guy calling,
listen.
hey, Steiny, come on, man. I've been fair. But for you to say these overthrows
I don't even know. You know
and
what,
these interceptions aren't a big deal, they are a big deal. And he just has there's a part of Jimmy that the bad Jimmy will show up in the most inopportune time.
So
that's
this
all.
is the part that's just like so frustrating.
Right.
You've now spent this entire show saying how much Jimmy stinks, how he's just average, how he's got Jimmy O no throws, how you need Excedrin, how he's got a problem with this, that, and the other thing. But apparently he's good enough now because they won 2 games where it's like, I could bring him back when all season long you've been on Trey Lance's bandwagon. And now it's like, so wait a minute, you get to rip Jimmy Garoppolo and say bring him back next year because he deserves his flowers.
When do you need a license to rip poor play? And poor play was on display in front of the nation in a playoff game that they won despite Jimmy. And 2, I'm reading the chessboard in regard to the possibility of him coming back. That's all. You are Mr. Red Riding Hood. Oh, he just missed a wide open receiver in a playoff game. Nothing to see here. Oh, he just threw it to Manu Bowl and gave it to Dallas, and they got life, and we barely escaped the Lone Star State with a win. What's wrong in reacting to what we saw? That's
because
all.
Dak Prescott was worse than Garoppolo on Sunday.
And he stinks.
And Kyler Murray was worse than Garoppolo on Sunday.
And he stinks.
That's right. That's right. So guess what? Not everybody's got a quarterback that throws for 5,000 yards a year. Like, get over it. He's like the best quarterback on the roster. So
okay,
what do you want?
I'm telling you what I want. I'm not on an island like Gilligan. The franchise has drafted a young stud. And if you believe in your world, it's because of health, I'll give more power to you. Your boy over here believes it's 80% talent. But the bottom line is, Steiny, there is a great possibility that Jimmy's up out of here. So as much as you want to sing from the rooftops about how great of a quarterback he is and his winning record,
Garoppolo
they
will not
they
be
didn't
back.
look at it like that. Right.
I'm telling you, I said that. Do you listen to me? I said before I said on the show, I think he could win the Super Bowl and he's not coming back. But let me tell you something. If he wins the Super Bowl and he doesn't come back, everybody will still think he stinks. I get it. He'll still be average. I get it.
Stinking average ain't the same, Steiny. Stinking average is different to me.
All right, Brian Scalabrine coming up on the other side. We're going to get into some Warriors. He's 95.7 The Game's NBA insider. We'll be right back on 95.7 The Game.
The lights are brightest in the playoffs.
Let's take a couple calls. Let's go to Tim. Tim's in El Cerrito. What's going on, Tim? Tim. All right, let's go to Will. Will's in Pleasanton. What's going on, Will? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, guys. How are you?
Doing well.
Well, I wanted to correct one of the last callers. You said you play to win the game. You play to win Super Bowl. My question is, when's the last time a top 12, so somewhere between 12 and 9, let's say, won a Super Bowl? Not got there, just won it. You know what Jimmy G is? He's Tony Romo. You watch the TV, you're like, what's he going to do to screw it up? What's he going to do? When's it coming? Just like Romo fumbling the extra point. What does Jimmy G do? He throws the pick. He doesn't let Trent Williams get set. It's always going to be something. So what do? You get rid of him. You go Russell Wilson style. You get the young quarterback under the rookie contract. You go out and sign some players, and you hope in the next 5 years, when he's not under the max contract, you can get to the Super Bowl.
And you're the kind of 49er fan who makes me hope that Trey Lance stinks. Dead serious.
The
guy
Brad
went
Johnson.
to the Super Bowl already, and they were up 3 times, whatever they were up in the fourth quarter.
10.
Did Tony Romo get into the Super? Did he play in a Super Bowl that I'm not aware of?
Nope.
Let's go to Greg in Arlington. What's up, Greg? How you doing, man? Oh, we got Scal? All right. Let's Greg, just hold on, and we'll get to you in a sec. But we're going to get to Brian Scalabrine next, joining the show. Brian Scalabrine, Insider Calls, presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sportsbooks don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. What's going on, Scal? How you doing, man?
Steiny, you want to know what I'm hot on in the NBA right now?
Tell me.
Uh-oh. All right. Don't we got to get rid of all-star positions and just take the top 10 guys? Like, what are we doing with the voters? Just like take the top. The NBA is not even a position league anymore. It's all positionless. So what are we doing with front court players, guards, and all that stuff?
I'm kind of with you. I mean, I saw Wiggins, I think, is third, and I didn't even know, what is he, front court or back court?
Yeah, I think he's a front court player.
Yeah, no, he is.
I like Wiggins.
But you know, I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I like Wiggins. I like Towns. I like those guys as players, but like they're like representing the starters in the All-Star game. I just feel like we're at the point now, and really, to be honest, who deserves it, which sounds weird, is probably Rudy Gobert. You know, like Nikola Jokic is going to win, but Gobert doesn't get the proper respect. But I mean, obviously, the guy's a huge impact for the Jazz. When he's out, they can't win a game. So, yeah, I mean, he probably is the guy that deserves it. But it's just at this point in time, we got to move past all this. We should be in just, the top 10 voters. Whoever gets the most votes is in, regardless if it's 10 guards or 10 centers, whatever it is. That's what we should get to right now.
Yeah, and then the coach can fill out the roster with the positions he needs.
For sure.
Scal, let me ask you this, because, again, we're not doctors. And I told Steiny, man, in regard to Klay Thompson, it's not even about his percentages, but I know it is. But just the fact that he's playing and he's moving with just fluidity, are you shocked at what you're seeing from Klay with the ability to get his and create his shot and run up and down the court? Because I am.
I mean, here's what I'm more shocked about is his aggressive nature in this comeback, right? I think he's almost more aggressive now than he has been in the past, as when he was with the Dynasty or Warrior team with KD. So I like that, and I like the fact that there's two ways to go in the NBA. You can work your minutes, like what we're seeing from Klay Thompson. Every minute out there, he's hungry to score, and I like that mentality. Or you can just milk your minutes. Guys that play 40 minutes and with the game, they're going to end up having 22 points because they're just out there. So I like the mentality of Klay Thompson right now, and I think long term it is going to help the Warriors when they get everyone back. I can only imagine how the ball is going to fly around and the spacing that they're going to have. So, yeah, I'm absolutely. But as far as the work, like Leandro Barbosa played on my Big Three team. He said Klay Thompson has been getting after it. Like, he's been working extremely hard on his rehab, and you can tell that the harder you work, the easier it is when you come back. And the guys that really, when they attack that rehab, you saw how Kevin Durant attacked his rehab. When you do that and you come back, there's always going to be tiny, bumps in the road but in general, those guys are the ones that usually thrive when they come back from injury.
Yes, Gal, just to back up kind of what you were saying, I was looking at Klay Thompson's per 36-minute totals for his career, and the most shots he ever took per 36 minutes was 19, and I know he's only played 5 games, but he's up over 24 right now. So he's and I think it's manifesting itself a little bit in, he's dribbling more than we're used to him seeing him dribble.
Yeah, I think I'm all good with that. Like, maybe there will be a time when you have to pull back the reins a little bit and say, hey, you know what, we like this to move the ball, but when a guy is coming back, I think like the Warriors are just looking to get Klay Thompson back to where he was. So is he going more ISO? Yeah, but remember, like, he hasn't played with Draymond yet, so I think like when Draymond's there, like, he'll get more catch and shoot opportunities. But when they get their full team back, I'm sure probably the shots will probably go down, or they could go up. Like Steph Curry can continue to draw too, and then they could go up. But I think we'll see a different Klay Thompson. I'm just happy that he's going out there being aggressive, trying to get his rhythm back, trying to attack that versus just like, a lot of guys are like, hey, it's going to take a long time. I just got to be patient. I mean, maybe that's the theme, but it doesn't look like that when you see him play.
Scal, I was driving Steiny crazy last week when we heard Dre on the night that, Klay was coming back, that he was dealing with the calf. And I was like, those things can be tricky. Now we know it's a disc. There's so many reasons to be positive about the Warriors, the record, and Klay. But when you heard that Draymond news, and now it basically stunts the big three working on that continuity, are you concerned at all about a disc with Draymond?
Not really. My personal belief is I think there's a lot of players that have sciatica come and go. And listen, the Warriors medical team is ridiculously good. Just like most in the NBA, I would say 90% of them are off the charts, right? And I think they'll find him. And I also think during this stretch, it's a good opportunity to see what Kuminga can do and give him like extended minutes. And like his athleticism has seemed to be elite. Now, can he be a great decision maker when he's out there? It's still we don't know if he can. You can count on him in a playoff game. We don't know that yet. So I think it's a kind of a two-way road here with Draymond sort of saying, you know what, it's a good time for me to reset my body. Remember when Klay Thompson was out, Draymond and Steph Curry, those guys were carrying the load. They were playing above their heads, and now that Klay's back, I think maybe a little exhale from both those guys. So I'm not concerned. Not that I know any inside information or anything like that. I just feel like in the NBA there are flows to this, and right now, and hard as they've been pushing, now Klay's back and Kuminga. What do you have with him? And there'll be an insertion of Wiseman. I think it's a good time for Draymond to sort of maybe take a step back. And I'm not saying that back injury or the sciatica is not there. I'm just saying like he probably has played through some of that stuff in the future. And now it's time for him to really get it right because, the Warriors are a legit title contender, and you cannot win without Draymond Green.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Brian Scalabrine joining us. He's our 95.7 The Game Odyssey insider. In L.A. last night, Frank Vogel took out Russell Westbrook for the last 3:52 of that game. Basically went with the old coaching staple. I put out the guys that gave us the best chance to win. What do you think's going on in L.A. right now?
Yeah, it's funny about L.A. when they won the bubble championship, it was like Rob Pelinka was right there and Jeannie Buss, and they were there taking all the credit. Yeah, we did this, and we put this team together. Look what we've done. I've read countless articles about how great these individuals are, but I would always say in times of leadership when it's tough, like when things are really tough, leadership has to step up and come out and say something. I haven't heard anything from them, and I think Frank Vogel is kind of an ultimatum here. He basically said, well, I know I'm on the hot seat, so if you're going to fire me, can I just at least can I go out my way?
Right.
Can I play the guys who I think that give me the best chance to save my job? So I give him a lot of credit. Now, didn't work out. Like he went with Hillbilly Kobe in the fourth, and basically he was a -12. Westbrook defensively wasn't any better during that time. So, he's got to figure out how to win some games with these guys. And I think that always is going to lead to LeBron let me give you the ball at the end of games, which Westbrook has taken a lot of crazy shots late in games, and let me let you set the table. And one game it worked, like against Utah, Stanley Johnson played amazing because LeBron James was hitting him. And in other games, like the other night, it's just like they could not get a stop, and when their life depended on it. So they ended up losing that game. And I think moving forward, this is an interesting trip for the Lakers, but I do think that Frank Vogel is going to go out on his terms, which I commend him for that.
Scott, let me ask you about Ben Simmons and Daryl Morey, because I've been highly critical of Ben. Oh, he didn't answer the bell. He needs to improve, but I miss him playing. And if these reports are true and you see these different packages and Daryl Morey doesn't move on it, do you think at all that it's personal, and you think that's a bad look for Morey?
No, because I think Daryl Morey just wants to have James Harden or Damian Lillard. So, and maybe that will never happen. I just think, like, right now, let me just ask you this question, right? If the Nets had the best record in the East and they were rolling and Portland was a 4th seed, I think that Daryl Morey would have took those deals. But if you look at it right now, like, you're going to tell me that Portland's good? Yeah, no, we're all good here. We're going to keep Damian Lillard during this rebuild, and let's go over to James Harden. James Harden did not sign that extension. He could opt out this summer. And they could figure out a way, like you saw that package in Sacramento about getting rid of Tobias Harris and Ben Simmons. Some expirings. You can end up absorbing a James Harden contract. You can literally sign James Harden to a max contract. So, like, if I were you and you wanted those two guys, would you make a subpar deal even though those two guys right now are in flux? I would wait. I would wait and see. I got to know what's up with Damian Lillard and James Harden before I go and make that move.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Hey, Scal, thanks as always. Appreciate it. And we'll catch up with you down the road.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. That's our main man, Brian Scalabrine. And never forget, absolutely never forget, Insider Calls are presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Random NBA question, Steiny, because he spoke highly about Gobert. Where are you at on Utah and what's going on? I know it just could be a streak, but have they shot? Are you looking at them like what the hell's going on in Utah?
A little bit. You know, every team's gotten, is allowed a funk here or there. But do I like them as much as I did at the beginning of the year? Probably not. But, they're going to be a top 4 seed. So,
right.
They're going to have home court at least in the first round. 888-957-9570 is the number. We can jump back into 49ers conversation. I know Greg was in Arlington waiting to get on. But where are you right now on Jimmy Garoppolo? He's going to start on Saturday in Green Bay. And to a certain segment of 49er fans, his last game can't come soon enough. Will it be this weekend, or could the San Francisco 49ers pull the upset and end up going to the NFC Championship games? Pretty amazing. Let's go to 49er Ken. 49er Ken is in San Antonio. What's up, 49er Ken?
Hey, not a whole lot. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
All right.
I am so ready for this game. It's going to be I think it's going to be a great game. We have facets of our game that we didn't have when we played in the first part of this year, but and I think we'll pull it out. But as far as Jimmy goes, look at the quarterbacks that everybody says are so much better than him. Kyler Murray, who looked like he was running scared the other night, and then look at Stafford. Stafford's throwing more picks than Jimmy, and he's rated, he's the greatest thing in the NFC. He's not. Garoppolo's a better quarterback. He doesn't have the arm strength that he has, but he's a better quarterback. He throws the same amount of picks, same amount of TDs, same type of game management. There's a bunch of quarterbacks that Jimmy's better than that people think, he's not as good as. So as far as Garoppolo goes, if he stays here next year, I'm good. Let Lance sit behind him another year. I don't care. But, he's going to take this team as far as they can go, and he's the guy to do it. So let's go. Niners.
There it is. That was
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I know we talked about Dallas and the old rivalry, Steiny, and you're like, "Ooh, ain't nothing happened in the last umpteen years," and you're right. But the Packers and the Niners in the offs have created the catch-2. We all saw that. They got some like episodes in the chapter between the two. If I said the Packers are the Niners rivalry, you say what to that? Two storied franchises.
I still would. Well, that's a good question. I still may put Seattle above them in the rivalry department, even though, obviously Seattle fell off this year.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question. Who's the 49ers' number one rival right now? I think the Packers would probably be in the top 3, right? I think the Rams maybe, although it's not really much of a rivalry because they've won 6 in a row. The Seahawks are still, Seahawks are still the Seahawks, but they're starting to fall off. So, yeah, the Packers are probably among the top, 1, 2, or 3 in that category. I would agree. Let's go to Rolando in Napa. How you doing, Rolando? What's going on?
Nothing much. I'm a big fan of the show, living here in beautiful wine country, and you guys are talking about my 2 cents. You guys are talking about Jimmy Garoppolo, and I want to talk about that. And more importantly, go out to Guru on this. He's not an average quarterback. And you just say the name of the 15 other quarterbacks. Guru will not admit this, but I'm going to put the rat on the table. Nobody's asked Guru straight up. I think in heart of heart, Guru would take Jimmy Garoppolo with Dak Prescott, but he will not admit to it.
Hey, you don't. I've said that. You don't. I'm telling you, and I promise, you can't give me a lie detector test. I've been down on Dak, but I put them in the same category, man. So you won that one. Dak and Jimmy, you can make the argument they're the same, and I'd give Jimmy the nod because he's played in the Super Bowl. How about that?
Is that Spino? Did you drill that guy? He's done.
Yeah, he's gone.
Okay. I thought he was here, but Steiny, come on now. I don't do the my way or the highway. I call a spade or what I deem a spade.
All right, Robin.
Go ahead.
Robin's in San Francisco. What's going on, Robin?
Hi. I just had to call in. Because a lot of things are irking me, and I have a list, and I can't find the list, because I'm eating soup, and it's spilled everywhere. But here's the deal. First of all, there are a lot of assumptions made. We don't know what Lance is going to be, the next superstar. Nobody knows that, okay? I'm not here to debate whether Jimmy is average or not, okay? I can say this, that there are too many quarterbacks that aren't average. And he was a backup quarterback that came to the Niners. What did you think he was going to be? Some big elite? That's the problem with Niner fans. You want the next Joe Montana. I'm with you, Steinman. It's comments that were made by, 2 callers before that make me want Lance. And I'm a 49er fan since Jim Plunkett. I want him to, fail. And I mean, that's awful because you guys. And then another thing, Guru, what Steinmetz is telling you, he's talking about logic here. You can't pick and choose. What you got to pick. You got to pick a bad throw for this guy. Then you got to apply that same logic to every quarterback across the league. Okay. So here's the deal. And the revisionist history. Let me finish this up real quick. The revisionist history is killing me. Don't act like Joe Montana never threw a damn interception. He was benched in the NFC Championship game. Don't act like that Steve Young did not fail 4 times before he won a championship. He couldn't even beat the Dallas Cowboys. Get off that revisionist history. Get off the high horse, Niner fans. Bye, guys.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
You can respond.
I was just going to tell Robin this. I'm not missing that boat, Robin. I hope you're listening. But if you were dating a man and you were together and he told you he wanted to go out, that means something. And all I'm telling you two, Steiny and Robin, is I don't know what Trey is going to be, but I know what he represents, the future, and he'll get the next turn. So that's all. I'm not telling you, Steiny, he's going to be the Michael Vick. I'm just telling you they went out to get him for whatever reason. We differ on that, on the percentages of why they went to do it, but that's the omen that they're ready to turn the page.
888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. And just for kicks, what did I say? Got Garoppolo a top 12? I'm going to stick 15. By that. No. I'm going to say top 12. Here are the quarterbacks that I take ahead of him right now. I take Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Pat Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Matt Stafford, Kyler Murray. That's 9. And then I have Deshaun Watson. Well, he ain't even really playing. I could almost eliminate him. I got Kirk Cousins, who everybody thinks is absolutely positively horrible. So
no Russell Wilson? All right, here.
Yeah, I'll give you Wilson. That's 10 right there. So I have him at 11. I'm not taking Tua. I'm not taking Mac Jones yet. I'm not taking Wentz. I'm not taking Tannehill even. I'm not taking any of the rookies yet.
So you cite that list to say I'm being, or anybody out there, not just you, that me saying he's average, that list doesn't substantiate that. I mean, I agree with you. I would have had Wilson on that list as well. So, okay, 11 or 12, but maybe Kyle and company want something higher.
They might.
Or the possibility something that could get higher. I don't,
They absolutely may want to upgrade at that position. But the reality of the situation is that Garoppolo, they're going to have to, Trey Lance is going to have to be a top 10 quarterback to be better than Jimmy Garoppolo. That's just the way I look at it. I mean, and to me, if he's 10th or 11th, there's 32 teams in the NFL. That's a big difference. That means he's a top third. He's in the top third of quarterbacks. And when you say average, that could be 18 or 19. So I just don't think he's as bad as a lot of 49ers think he is. Let's go to Bert in Oakland. What's up, Bert? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. What's up?
Hey.
Well, I tell you what. I've been listening to your conversation, and I'm no 49er fan of long standing. And I just cannot believe the vilification that Jimmy is getting. Besides being one of the most handsome quarterbacks in the NFL, he is just a winner for you guys. And, just that's my comment, other than when Lance gets on the field, he better be the MVP and or, take you guys to the Super Bowl right out of the gate. That's all I got to say. You should appreciate what you have. See you later.
Thank you. You appreciate what you have, Goo?
Every day. But Steiny, I talked about it. We talked about the pressures that are going to be on Lance and his head coach to duplicate the formula of winning that Garoppolo has shown us. And what I'm trying to point out and what I stress is I keep going to the last game, Sunday. Steiny, if I told you, and you're going to say, oh, Goo, come on, you ain't being fair, but I'm going to give it to you. Did Jimmy Garoppolo win the Niners that game? No. They won with the running game, great coaching. He almost gave it away, but I didn't come in here Monday like, oh, he's a bum. I know what he represents, and I think Kyle is just tired of winning that way. That's all. So I know Trey better be on his P's and Q's with Kyle to duplicate the success of making the playoffs and even winning the game like they did this year. That doesn't fall on deaf ears, and I'm not ignoring that.
Jimmy Garoppolo is 3-1 in the postseason. Like, how bad could he stink if the 49ers are 3-1 in the postseason? Oh, well, they just run the ball. Well, good, they just run the ball. Then they don't need a Tom Brady if all they're going to do. If you know what, that's the other thing. And I'm convinced this is basically the way Kyle wants it. He wants to run 40 times, and he's going to run it 40 times for if he's got most quarterbacks in the league. Yeah. Now, that may not go for Now, people, Rodgers, he'd throw more. Well, that's Aaron Rodgers. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Brady's going to the Hall of Fame. But if he had Tannehill, he'd have the exact same game plan. If he had Derek Carr, he'd have the exact same game plan. All these guys who are lumped together, this is the way Kyle Shanahan wants to coach. He wants to run the ball. And I bet he's going to run the ball every bit as much when Trey Lance is the quarterback. He just might have Trey Lance run it a little bit.
Hey, I'm not mad at that. My question to you is, okay, that's their formula. And for the people out there, Steiny, Trey Lance doesn't have to come in and be Patrick Mahomes. He doesn't have to be Aaron Rodgers, an aerial attack. So doesn't that give anybody confidence, or wouldn't logic say, you know what? Okay, Jimmy's we know what he does on a good day, but it ain't like Trey's got to go out there and be Y.A. Tittle. That's why, if I'm talking to Trey, like, hey, you got to make some throws, but it's not like you got to do it over and over to where we're throwing 40 or 50 times a game.
You know what? He's not as good of a thrower as Garoppolo.
And you may be right. And we're going to find that out. Yeah.
Coming. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got full phone lines. We'll keep taking your calls. Hey, if you're looking for all the best 49er content from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Saturday drawing closer and closer. 5:15 kickoff. 49ers against the Packers at Lambeau Field. Winner goes to the NFC Championship game. And we have a lot of people that want to talk about the San Francisco 49ers, their situation on Saturday, and their quarterback situation. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Tim. Tim's in San Francisco. Get this segment started, Tim.
Okay, I'm back. Just
all right,
Sweet Jimmy. Sweet Jimmy. This is for No Nothing Guru. That got me feeling like Terrell Owens talking about Tony Romo. My quarterback, okay? Got to roll with this, good or bad. Bad, but it's bad meaning good. So, in that, with saying that, he's also a reflection of his coach. His coach kind of coaches scary, and he kind of plays scary. Like they said earlier, if he had like Belichick or somebody behind him, he can really do some things. I don't think he's that bad. Like, it's No Nothing Guru, man. You're killing me.
I didn't call him a bum. My question to you was, why is there another option in town?
He was fading in and out. Let's go to Scott. Scott's in Berkeley. What's going on, Scott? How you doing, man?
How you doing, Steiny? How you doing, Guru?
Doing well.
You got it, Scott. The game on Sunday. I'm watching the game on Sunday, and the national broadcast. It's Nance and Tony Romo, and they offhandedly mention that Romo and G both went to Eastern Illinois, and that's when it begins to slap me in the face. It's like, oh God, Garoppolo is 2.0 Tony Romo.
Okay, well, Tony Romo
never played in the Super Bowl.
2-4 in the postseason as a starter.
Never been to
Jimmy Garoppolo's 3-1
or Super Bowl. Yeah,
so that's not fair. That's not fair.
And I can say it's not fair. I'm not calling the guy a bum. I keep saying that. Those two quarterbacks he mentioned, Dak, they haven't been to a Super Bowl with a lead under 6 minutes. I do give Jimmy credit for that. I do take points away for missing that throw, but that's for another day.
888-957-95. No, it's never for another day. It's always for today. It's always. You've never failed to bring that up. I actually don't. I disagree with that. You think
so? If Jimmy was a Super Bowl winning quarterback, Steiny, I think he gets a couple more years.
He would have gotten hurt just like he did this next year, and they would have been in the same predicament. He hasn't been able to stay healthy. Tracy's in Tracy. What's up, Tracy?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
Hey.
You know what? I've got a good point. And listen, it is what it is. What's your best chances of winning? That's what you got to take, man. Trey, he's the future. You're right, Guru. He's the future. But right now, Jimmy, if he don't choke, they got action. I'm telling you. And that's real. But Shanahan needs to try to make that move, throw Lance in, keep Green Bay off balance when they need him. He can play it right. If he plays it right, Kyle, they can win. They got action. You know that. Let's see what happens, fellas. And Steiny, man, you ought to see that house, man, that you didn't pay for me, bro. Peace.
Oh, that's
you
I
ought to
forgot
see
about
that house that you didn't paint for him. Inside, inside baseball.
I don't. So inside that I'm not even sure. Okay. I remember exactly what the deal was. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Garoppolo, and is there anything he can do to be the starting quarterback next year, or is that ship essentially sailed? 888-957-9570. I don't think we're going to see Trey Lance in a package because essentially Kyle Shanahan said earlier in the year that it's tough for him to get in a rhythm of play call. And
I wonder if that coincides with them taking off, Steiny.
Maybe. Rich in Oakland. What's going on, Rich? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon, fellas.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
So I think Niner fans need to stay humble. You know, I'm a Raider fan. You know what we go through every single year. You know, I compare Derek Carr to Jimmy a lot. They're the same quarterback. You want to know the difference? That Jimmy G wins football games. Derek Carr just doesn't. We're over here going on year 9, about to give this guy a contract extension after being mediocre his entire career. You know, Niner fans better hope that Trey Lance pans out, because Jimmy G, all he does is win, and he makes it happen when he has to make it happen. You guys are 2 games away from the Super Bowl, once again, with Jimmy G. Y'all better stay humble, man, because y'all don't know what it's like to be down like us. That's all I got to say. If Derek Carr is going to get signed to a 4-year extension, you know what I mean? And he doesn't win anything. So, stay humble.
Well.
Okay. You just took this team that fired their head coach and had one of their players kill a person and brought him to the playoffs with an interim head coach. Stop. Doesn't win anything. Please.
Who would you rather have, Spinone, Carr or Garoppolo?
They're the same guy. One of them has Kyle Shanahan, was lucky to have Bill Belichick. One had John Gruden, Dennis Allen, Jack Del Rio, Rich Bisaccia, Tony Sparano. Like, one is in a good situation, the other's in a not good situation.
You don't like Jack Del Rio?
No.
Shout out Hayward High, Steiny, Hayward High. Listen, about that, Steiny, one of my favorite slogans I don't think I get enough credit for is you are a product of your environment. And last week you said, Goo, you back on the Kyle Shanahan bandwagon? Because I was off. It looked bad. I had questions. But that's why, to me, before this ball is even kicked off Sunday, this is one of the most impressive seasons for Kyle, for me, because I saw the turbulence. I saw the opportunity for backstabbing and doubt and change at quarterback. He stayed the course. But when you bring up Derek Carr, you bring up Dak, all these other quarterbacks, Steiny, I'm able to step back and say Jimmy has gone further than 5 or 8 more guys we could add to that list. And I give the Niners a chance to win this game. We went 15 rounds earlier. Just about me saying to you is you can't say Jimmy's perfect. And that's how it was coming off. And I know you're not, but you got to admit that he has some bad traits. And that's why I was so passionate about it. But I do give the Niners a chance to win. And you know why? Because he ain't carrying the heavy load, but he's in a good environment. And that's why he's already went to the bowl. And like the caller said, 8 quarters away from going back.
What kind of fan base comes off a win? You're a wild card team. You're a freaking wild card team, for goodness sakes. You're not 13-4. You're a damn wild card team. You go down to Dallas. You were up 23-7. You hold on because you know what? They pay the other players too. You go down, you beat the 12-5 Cowboys, and we come in Monday, and everyone's like, Jimmy G stinks. No, you stink. You stink. That's what stinks. I cannot believe the San Francisco – they don't like the roller coaster. Really? Well, let me tell you something. There's 24 teams that ain't even on a roller coaster right now because their teams weren't good enough and their quarterbacks weren't good enough. I can't believe these fans actually came in on Monday and started ripping Jimmy Garoppolo. You don't even deserve to root for a winner. You really don't. It's the way I feel. I can't believe it. Jimmy G, you got to admit, he's not perfect. No, duh, he's not perfect. Of course he's not perfect. And the last I checked, there aren't 27 teams in the NFL with quarterbacks as good as Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers. You don't get to just get one of those guys. Your quarterback just doesn't get to be that good. And so the San Francisco 49ers have a quarterback. You know what? There's probably 10 guys better than him or 11. There's 20 guys worse than him as far as I'm concerned. But you all want to focus on the 10 that are better. Okay, I get it.
I can respect that.
It's never good enough for you. It's never good enough for you. It's a joke is what it is. And it's just it's a flat-out joke, and the fans lose all credibility when they come in after a win on the road You're stinking wild card team, and you go and win on the road. You're the only wild card team that wins. And Jimmy stinks. No, you stink as a fan, plain and simple.
Let me lay this on you, because we know how when Trey got drafted, it went crazy. Steiny, nobody can ignore it went crazy. I'm not saying Kyle and John didn't know what they were doing. Let's just say they did. The fans did. If there were no Trey Lance, do you still think we would be taking calls and Jimmy would get what he got Monday after a playoff win?
Of
or
course,
do you think
because we had nitwits and knuckleheads actually thinking Beathard and Mullins were better than Garoppolo.
What's my boy Kurt Warner about Mullins?
Drop of the hat, Matt. What's up, Drop of the hat, Matt? What's going on, man?
Hey, how you guys doing? First of all, I want to ask Drew, is he a 49ers fan? That's what I want to know.
No.
Are you a Niners fan? Because it don't seem like you're a Niners fan. You're a Dallas Cowboys fan. Second, the reason why the Niners went out to get Trey Lance, because they wanted, one of the reasons, 3 reasons. Garoppolo always get hurt, and his contract was coming up. So what they wanted to do was, they didn't want to give him an extension. They didn't want to give him an extension. That's one. Second, he always get hurt. They need a quarterback that they could build for the future so they can extend their window to win a Super Bowl, because he's on a rookie contract. But Jimmy G, in my eyes, in Kyle Shannon's eyes, he's the best chance for the 49ers to win. If you put Trey Lance in there right now, 49er fans are not watching 49ers in the playoffs. They're not. And I'll tell you one thing. Mike McDaniels, wherever he's going, he's bringing Jimmy G with him. And he's going to be the number 1 pick. It's going to be hard to get Jimmy G unless you give him a number 1 pick. That's what I got to say.
All right. Here's the other thing. Maybe why they moved up to get Trey Lance. Who's the best quarterback coming out of college this year?
Did they say it's
Kenny Pickett, University of Pittsburgh.
Right. And Spadone, let me guess. He stinks.
No,
he was comped to Andy Dalton and Derek Carr from Mel Kiper today.
Okay.
But he still got
My
some
point
hits,
is there might have been 5 players in the last draft who would be the number 1 quarterback taken in this year's draft. So it was a deep quarterback draft. They knew there were 5 of them. They went up to 3 so they would get their pick of after the last 2. Maybe that's a reason, because there are no quarterbacks this year in the draft that they would want.
All right, and on the flip side of that, Steiny, if you got your guy, why do you need a quarterback? And
because he's not their guy. Because he hasn't proven he's their guy. He can't stay healthy. He got hurt 2 out of 4 years. That's why. And you know what? Let's see what Kyle Shanahan does with Trey Lance, because I don't think he's going to give him all this. I don't think he's going to have him be Lamar Jackson. I just don't. I don't think that's the way Kyle Shanahan wants to coach. I don't think he wants a quarterback like that. I really don't.
And why did they draft him?
Because they thought and they think he's gonna be able to be a pocket passer. Either he is already or he's gonna be. But he better do that first and foremost. And I don't think Kyle thinks he can right now.
Well, I'll tell you what. Remember what was? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say what was bothering me, and I said it on these airwaves. Does Kyle not like the dual-threat quarterback? But I think it was about a month or 2 a while back, he came out and said where the league was going and the Josh Allens and the Russell Wilsons, the Murrays, like that's attractive to him. And then he doubled down on that by drafting Trey, who, by all accounts, Steiny, I didn't watch him play a college game. He possesses both those two that skill set. So we got to see it on display, on this level.
From what I've seen in 2 games, he's not a dual threat. He doesn't throw it well enough. How about that?
Yeah, accuracy was. Yeah, I scratched my head a bit, but that's 8 quarters, Donnie. We'll see him in, week out, and then we'll be singing his praises.
Let's go to Badger in Walnut Creek. What's going on, Badger? How you doing, man?
Good, buddy. Hey, both you guys, enjoying the show as usual. Steiny, I feel your pain. I don't know. First of all, these complaints, Monday morning quarterbacks did the same thing to Kevin Durant for a couple of years. I was just ad nauseum. The guy was nothing short of the greatest player playing at that time. With regard to Garoppolo, he's far from it. However, I think that you got to appreciate what you have. I do not understand what's so difficult about understanding the need to draft a backup quarterback. Yesterday, Peter King was on the show following yours, and Peter King said that's one of the key positions on an NFL team is a backup quarterback. What's so difficult about understanding you got to groom this guy? Do you not stop to think that maybe Shanahan is going to start building around him with a long-term plan? It could be you could change up the receiving core, the line, offensive line. The team could change dramatically in the next few years just so it's tailored to the new quarterback. I don't understand the concept. Why is it so hard to understand that, guys?
I'm with you 100%. And the way I heard it explained, the 49ers needed a quarterback of the future, and they needed a backup quarterback. And he's it, all in one. He's a backup this year because he's not as good as Jimmy Garoppolo, and the hope is he'll progress beyond Jimmy Garoppolo in the next year or two, and then he'll take over for Jimmy Garoppolo. Nobody's like, this is the part that bothers me about these so-called, and I'm going to say they're so-called 49er fans that like players more than the team. Nobody's saying Jimmy Garoppolo should be signed to a 7-year contract extension and we need to live or die with this guy for the foreseeable future. In fact, it's just the opposite of that. He's been hurt for a lot of his career. When he's healthy, he had success. They're giving him one more crack at it. He's now got him to the division game. He's probably not coming back to be the quarterback of the team next year. So it's like, what? These people that say Jimmy stinks, like, okay, he's not going to be your quarterback for the next 5 years. We know that. They already went out and got the other guy. So just sit down, shut up, and watch how far Jimmy Garoppolo and the Niners go. And then when they're eliminated, we have the Trey Lance era, and he better be able to build on what Garoppolo did.
Yeah, 3 number ones is
2 number ones. They got a number one back. That's such a crock of crap. They got the number one back. And you know what? What if Garoppolo gets him a number one pick? Because it's like a bit why? Because that last caller's right. Some people just can't understand what is obvious as to what the 49ers strategy was.
When's the last time a backup quarterback has took a team to the Super Bowl?
Who's a backup quarterback?
No, I mean, you and the last caller are saying that the price for the backup quarterback was worth the draft picks. I'll never buy into that. No, it's not. No, it is not. So if Jimmy is this guy, this quarterback, we think he is.
You don't understand.
I do understand.
No, you don't, Guru. Yeah. I said for this year, for 2022, what did the 49ers need? Well, they're still not sold on Garoppolo before the season. So they're still sniffing around for their long-term quarterback. But you know what? When Garoppolo got hurt last year, Beathard and Mullins, they stunk. They couldn't win him a game. You want to get a backup quarterback who can maybe win you a couple games to keep you in the mix, which, by the way, is exactly what Trey Lance did. He went 1-1 in those 2 games. If he goes 0-2, they don't make the playoffs, by the way. So it's like, yeah, they needed a backup quarterback this year, and that's what this rookie is. This year, he's a backup, and he's already been a better backup than Mullins and or Beathard, and he's going to be the quarterback down the line. Like seriously, what's so hard to understand about that?
You painted the perfect picture, Steiny. Nothing.
Let's go to Ted. Ted's on 880. What's up, Ted?
Greetings. I just wanted to share an anecdote. 20 years ago, I met my stepdad, diehard, lifelong LA Rams fan. They were in St. Louis at the time. A 49ers fan was behind us in line and mouthed off, and he went, "Man, you guys are just so impatient. If you don't win the Super Bowl, you're grumpy." And
we're losing you. You can call back. Drew's in Oakland. What's going on, Drew? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Hey, good afternoon. Steiny, I could not agree with you anymore, man. I'm tired of these guys. I called in Devon's show, the pregame, on Sunday. He did a pregame. I was the first caller, and I said, look, because everyone was coming down Jimmy's road. Well, if the Niners don't win, it's Jimmy's fault. I said, look, Jimmy's going to be Jimmy. He might even throw a pick, but the team is going to rally around him, and I actually called it. I said the Cowboys are going to have the ball with 4 minutes to go or less and down by 6, and they're going to have a bonehead play that cost them the game. And Devon was on fire. So he's a Jimmy backer. But I'm tired of these guys. They say, the Niners won, but Jimmy did this. Jimmy did that. And the cat at night on Monday, what's his name, Matt, he had a 3-hour program that he wasted talking about, Jimmy almost cost him the game. How about celebrating the win? Because like you said, there's about 24 fan bases out there that would love to have Jimmy. And if you listen to the National, Jimmy's going to be either a Steeler or a Saint next year. And the Niner fans are going to be like, oh, I wish we had Jimmy back. These are the same kind of guys that said the Warriors are better without KD. So you need to enjoy this because not many of you guys act like you won the Super Bowl in the last 25 years and you haven't won anything. So enjoy this ride and let Jimmy beat Jimmy and the team beat Green Bay. I mean, I don't understand these guys. Like you said, they would love to have a quarterback like this guy that's a gamer, that's tough as nails. So that's all I got to say. Great show, guys. And I agree with you 100%, Steiny. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Spaz in Frisco. What's up, Spaz? How you doing, man?
What's up?
Hey.
I just want to say I agree with the last caller, definitely. And I agree with Robin always. She always knows what she's talking about. But I'm curious as to these fans, like, have they not been fans, like, for 20 years, 25 years, 30 years? Like, we haven't done anything. Harbaugh gave us a couple of great years. But other than that, we haven't done anything, literally. Like, I just want everybody and Guru just to go Google Jimmy's record, Google the winning percentage, and just Google actually what he's done when he's been with us, okay? I don't care about the ups and downs. Because we were down for like 20 years. I didn't see the 94 Super Bowl. I don't remember it. I just want to say, go Niners. We're going to do it. And everybody, it's a team game, okay? We're top 10 offense, top 10 in defense. Talk about that. Y'all have a blessed day, all right?
Steiny, why are the callers acting like we're saying Trey should be started now over Jimmy? Nobody's saying that.
Maybe not that, but it's
the best ability is availability. So when you get hurt, it still hurts your team. So that's not a badge of honor because he got hurt and then they were left for dead. That's part of the reason you just said, that's why they went and got him health as wealth. I get that. But nobody today is saying, because it sounds like the callers are saying Jimmy's a better option than Trey for this game Sunday. Nobody's disputing that.
Yeah, you know what? I think there are enough 49er fans that think Trey Lance should start. This game, the last game, the next game. Yeah. They think Jimmy Garoppolo stinks that much that they'd rather have an unproven rookie quarterback who didn't even play Division I. Didn't even play a season. He didn't even play a season last year.
I would love to know what impressed him. I've said that. I'm on record.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll finish up with this discussion on the other side. And don't forget, we're now streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to subscribe for all the latest content. And remember, the Comcast Business Text line is always open at 888-957-9570.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny Guru back at you. Be here for another half hour. Turn it over to Ratto and Damon. Warriors Live, 5:30. Tip-off tonight against the Pacers at 7 o'clock. Pacers beat the Lakers last night, which to me is always good news for the Golden State Warriors. When a team wins on the first night of a back-to-back, usually means I feel like they're playing with house money.
I was going to text you real quick,
tonight.
Steiny, the other night to tell you the Detroit Pistons could be the worst basketball team I think I've seen the last 5 years, and I didn't get that opportunity. And then they come and beat Sacramento and finish the game on an 11-0 run. Yikes. Boy, you got to love sports, man.
There are a lot of bad teams right now in the NBA. There really are.
You.
And one of them's coming into town tonight, the Pacers. What's their record? They got to be about 8 or 10 under now.
Yeah, about 8. And
Sabonis
I'll tell you what.
Is out? Why?
Yeah.
Why is he out?
What, he played last night, hit a big 3.
You know what?
I'm going, yeah, that's just
people are going to be like, you're crazy. That it means nothing.
They said, quote, significant ankle sprain he suffered last night.
All right. I'm not.
He did go to the ground. Yeah, he did. He stepped on, I forget whose foot. But, yeah, he went to the ground, Steiny. That's legit. MC Hammer. Too legit.
Brogdon and LeVert are also questionable.
Oh, you got to be kidding.
Oh, this is wild. Hey, Indiana, Steiny, let's go to Chase with our shoes, our sneakers. Maybe get on the Pacers.
Joke. That'd be a great.
Hey, real quick, I got to give you this one.
Yeah.
I saw Trey Young look like a young Steph Curry. What if I told you that? He cooked the Minnesota. Steiny, it reminded me of early Steph. I'll leave that there.
Yeah, they're not.
Highest percentage from shooting three-pointers from distance in the league, Trey Young. Those are facts.
He's got a long way to go. Long way to go to even be able to sniff Steph Curry as a shooter.
What if I said he'll never get there, right?
He won't. Right. But Steph will never be the passer that Trey Young Trey Young is. Yeah. Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing?
Pretty good, man. In order to win the playoffs, you need a veteran quarterback. That's why Jimmy G's the guy, because all these teams want to get payback on us. The Rams, we beat them 6 straight times. We beat Aaron Rodgers 3 straight times. And that goat out there in Tampa, he's still bitter because his hometown childhood team passed on him in the draft 22 years later. So he wants to stick it to us, too. So I don't even trust Trey Lance to do that. Tupac on line 1, holla if you hear me.
Antonio, give us a score, man.
28-20 49ers.
Wow.
Let me guess. 4 touchdown passes for Garoppolo.
What if it is, though, Steiner?
Oh, hey, Dan Dibley.
That's all right. I mean, people still come in on Monday pissed off at him. What took him so long? That's not the recipe we need to win the Super Bowl. We got to go back to running. You can't put the ball in Jimmy's hands like that.
I'm just reading these comments. It's on Twitch, Steiny, and it's almost like I can't even give Jimmy a compliment. The fact that this guy has a sprained shoulder, it's going to be cold. Already the hand issue. I mean, that's the tip of the cap for just being out there. Can I give him that?
You know what? As
you're not Jimmy.
As somebody standing up for Jimmy today, no, you can't have that. I'm not giving it to you.
You're not Jimmy, Steiny, right?
No, but I'm repping him today, and I'm repping him, acknowledging he's not an elite quarterback. Plain and simple. He's not, but he's better than average. He's got a phenomenal winning percentage. I don't care how he gets it done.
He'll be highly coveted too.
Exactly.
If he's out there.
Let's go to Anthony in Benicia. Hey, Anthony, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. I'm sorry about the background if it's kind of loud. I'm over at work. But I guess fan really is short for fanatic because we kind of dance around this conversation all the time, and I think it's pretty crazy that, like, we aren't just appreciating that we're in the second round of the playoffs. Like, we don't know what's going to happen next season outside of, I guess, Jimmy will be gone. But I think it's crazy we keep talking about draft picks and stuff. Like, who cares about all that stuff? Like, I get the future is kind of built on that, but, like, we shouldn't worry about that. Let's just worry about what's happening right now. Guru, I'm with you. I love that you stick to your guns, and I'm not going to say you're wrong or right here.
Let him go, Steiny.
I don't want to actually say he's wrong because, you know, if he feels he's right, that's perfectly fine. But I'm rolling with Steiny on here. I think us as 49er fans should appreciate Jimmy because we really don't know what Trey is going to be next year, and we can only hope that he can get us this far.
Guru, congrats. First time I've ever heard somebody say you stick to your guns.
But let them get that alive. Now, Spadoni, I didn't even appreciate that. Hey, but look.
You don't mind flipping. You don't mind saying what's really on your mind at that moment.
Steiny, he said what I've been saying about Jimmy. We appreciate what he's done, and our battle was average or above average. Okay, give or take, whatever. But don't act like I'm just saying the guy is nothing. But the fans are calling in Monday, and I told you I didn't appreciate it. We both were standing up for Jimmy.
Like, here's the other thing. Like, it's Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's say he's out of the quarterbacks, he's 12th.
Okay.
Out of the 32 quarterbacks. Okay. So he's 12th. So I'm sick and tired of people thinking that Jimmy Garoppolo can be Aaron Rodgers. He can't. He's making the best out of what he's got. And if it's not good enough, Trey Lance is going to step in next year. And I still believe he will. But, like, I just – what I can't get over is the 49ers have given every indication that they're going to move on to Trey Lance because – either Jimmy gets hurt too much, or they want to try to find a guy who's an upgrade. So There's nobody out there. There's nobody advocating for Jimmy Garoppolo to be signed to a contract extension. Nobody. What any of us are saying is, I think Jimmy Garoppolo is a better quarterback than Trey Lance right now. I think you got to let Jimmy Garoppolo finish this season out, see whatever happens, and then next year bring Trey Lance in. Like,
but there's some people. There's a contingency of fans that think Jimmy is a better option than the possibility of Trey being a quarterback. We can't say none.
I don't think so.
Man.
I don't think there's. I think anybody who's supporting Jimmy Garoppolo, like I am, realizes. I don't want him. Obviously, you drafted Trey Lance because you think he's pretty damn good, clearly, or going to be pretty good. Maybe it won't be next year.
Right.
But there's nobody advocating for Jimmy Garoppolo to be the quarterback of the future. So I just don't understand. It's almost as though some of the fans that hate Jimmy so much, they actually think that he's going to be the quarterback here in 3 or 4 years. And it's like, I think that is extremely far-fetched. And I'm willing to say I think it's a little far-fetched that Jimmy's going to be back next year.
Yeah, I looked at it. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I told you in the green room, Steiny, you and producer E. Listen, this is a team game, right? They win or lose as a team. And now I gotta double back and ask you because I forgot what you said, but I thought you agreed with me when I initially said it. Before this ball is kicked off, the 2021 San Francisco 49ers season has been a success. You cannot sell me. I don't care who it is, Steiny. They cannot tell me that this season, the fact that they got this game, they won last week, won week 18, there's no way this is not a success. Now, are there fans that say, oh, Super Bowl or bust? I get that. But come on, Steiny. This game, before the result of this game Saturday, the Niners have punched a ticket that we've had a successful season.
It depends. I mean, well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what it depends on. It depends on the way people felt about this team before the season. And there were a lot of people that thought this team was going to contend for the Super Bowl. I said they'd go 9-8. They've gone 10-7. They've now won a wild card game. Do I think it's a success? Yes, I do. I absolutely think it's a success. But what bothers me is you can't say it's a success if you thought they were going to the Super Bowl and they lose this week.
Well, I had 11-5. I had the Rams representing the NFC in the Super Bowl, but I can hit the pause button, Steiny, and say, hey, I remember, just like I told Cam, I remember that Arizona game. I remember that Indianapolis game. We do for a living. We had to deal with the fallout, the residue. And that's why I guess I'm saying, Steiny, forget Garoppolo or Trey. I'm appreciative, and the fans should be, that your team is still standing with the opportunity to get to the bowl. That's just what I stand for as a fan. And stepping on the sideline, objectively, you got to be entertained and tip your cap for the staff and the players standing up and answering the bell.
Let's go to Mill. Mill's in the city. What's going on, Mill? How you doing, man?
Mill? I love for you, man, but you got me hot today, man. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Come at me. Come at me, bro.
Get him, Mill.
Do you know how many yards Jimmy threw for in that game in that second half of the Dallas game?
Yeah, it wasn't. He was 5 for 12 after halftime. But what a gutsy performance, because he basically, they had to reattach his shoulder, so he gutted it out. But in the first half, with a healthy shoulder, he was 11 for 13.
Everyone is playing through injuries right now. Steiny. If you're not in there right now, you're not all the way 100% healthy. So I don't want to hear that excuse. He threw for 39 yards in the second half, threw an interception to almost lose us the football.
No, he did not almost lose the game. You did not almost lose the game. They were up 23-10. They scored. He threw an interception in a two-score game. If he throws an interception in a one-score game, I'll give it to you. But it was a two-score game at the time. Go ahead. Keep coming.
Jimmy and Deebo Samuel, who's been carrying Jimmy the whole season, and that's the reason why we're in place to go right now to the Super Bowl and beat the Packers this week, because Deebo Samuel and the defense is killing it right now. I'm tired of you coming on here and saying we should be grateful for Jimmy Garoppolo because he didn't lose the game. Free Trey.
You do realize.
I'm gonna say. Trey Lance
do realize
the game.
You do realize this punk Trey Lance, okay, who's a Division I AA guy who hasn't played in 2 years. 49er fans actually think you could put him into a game right now and he won't make any mistakes. Like, think about that for a second. Oh, Jimmy, he's going to throw a bad interception every now and then. So let's use the rookie who didn't even play college football last year, but for one game, because he'll be solid. He won't turn it over. The Pike.
Well, we are who we are in this world, Steiny. And Garoppolo, older than Trey, obviously. He's went through his football puberty, and he still has, quote-unquote, his warts. And you look at a rookie, and at least you could say, you know what, like Steve, Steiny, he's young. You know, he'll get past that. And maybe that's what the haters want. They just want something new to develop maybe into the next Joe or Steve.
Oh, hit the Pike. And that's their first mistake. That's their absolute first mistake. You can't be 30 years old and say, I want my next Joe or Steve. You weren't even around for Joe or Steve. Get in the game. This is an absolute joke. I don't hear people in Boston saying, man, when are we going to get the next Larry Bird? And you know what? If you're a Warrior fan and you're going to be stupid enough in the next 5 years to say, well, when are we going to get the next Steph Curry? I got news for you. It ain't happening. All right? There are no more Joe Montanas or Steve Youngs. Sorry. It's going to be somebody else, and they're probably not going to be as good. Christian in San Jose. What's up, buddy?
All right. One of you guys said, and I agree with it, we need to worry about today, not tomorrow. Next year will take care of itself. We're in the playoffs. And second of all, we have Jimmy Garoppolo. Is he a Joe Montana? No. Nobody's going to be a Joe Montana. but he's a decent quarterback, and he'll get us through today. We have an exceptional coach. Be grateful for what we have. A lot of teams don't even have that. So that's what I got to say.
Wow. Appreciate it.
That's perspective, Steiny.
Right, but you know what? In this era of certain kind of 49ers fans, a gentleman like that is castigated because he actually can appreciate where the 49ers are right now. I did not call Trey Lance a punk. I used it in a loving fashion because he's 20 years old.
I left it alone. I'm fatigued.
Break.
I'm fighting for my life. Hey,
are you going to be able to come in tomorrow?
I'm ready to go. We could go another hour. I know
feel like you've gotten
Damon.
worse. Your voice has gotten worse over the 3 hours. You got to get some honey.
When I'm screaming at a grown-ass man, it may wane a little bit. It's your fault.
Well, you got to come. No, you got to
You set me up. Damon sent us a text. Did you get it?
Guru, you're coming weak on that.
Yes.
Did you get Damon B? I love him. Family.
I guess. No, I appreciate the kind words from Damon. I'm not sure I'm
I can't
on board
wait to
with
get
it,
your
but
prediction tomorrow.
I'm going to predict that the Packers are going to win the game.
Do you feel that? Dude, Green. I told Ken.
Yeah, that's the way
I'm going to say this. You remember the day before Christmas? It was Christmas. And this is one game. The Cleveland Browns, Baker Mayfield, as low as they have been, they made some noise against the Packers defense. So this ain't a team, Ray Lewis's Ravens. They can be had. And the Niners predicate themselves, if the run is there, then the play action is there, and then everything's on the table. And you know who's been quiet? Kittle, Steiny. And what if he comes up big along with Debo, Ayuk? I'm just telling you, I see that I'm not predicting a blowout. I ain't telling you who's going to win. I'm damn sure I'm not predicting a blowout here.
I mean, the reason I'm picking the Packers has nothing to do with the 49ers. It's just they went in and they won a tough road game against the Rams. They went down to Dallas. They won a tough road game against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I think they're a wild card team. I think they're pretty good. But I think it's asking too much to win a third straight road game and maybe the toughest place to play against the best opponent of those three, as far as I'm concerned. Can they win it? Yeah, they can win it. They better not, though, or I'm going to come in here laughing at 49er fans. Because there's going to be a segment of 49er fans that are going to be pissed. Like, there's 49er fans out there that want Jimmy Garoppolo to fail. Shame on you.
Steiny,
shame on you.
I want to say you're off your rocker.
I'm not off my rocker. Okay. I'm not, Goo.
Go to the championship game? Oh.
There are a ton of fans that absolutely do not want to see Garoppolo succeed.
That's double agent stuff. That means you're a double agent. What is Shasky or was it JD? That's hate watching. They'll be hate watching Sunday. Like they'll be wanting them to trip to prom king.
It's like a little piece of you died.
There you go.
925 Steiny, we're scared of the fatal blow Jimmy inflicts 2 times a game. They're one of 8 teams that are still playing.
Right.
So how bad could his mistakes be? They're still playing.
Yeah, they are.
He could have done this. He should have done that. He hasn't. They're going into Green Bay. If they win in Green Bay, they're in the NFC title game.
No doubt. Against Brian. I need your answer on this. And you're going to be, Guru, there was 50 offensive plays. I'm doing my study. How dare you point out one? They were going to quarterback sneak, and Jimmy, didn't let Trent get set. And a quarterback, to me, Steiny, is a technician.
Let me tell you something about Trent Williams. He'd been out for 2 weeks, right?
That,
he's
people
fat
would be
and he's out of shape, and his delay cost Garoppolo. How about that? And here's the other thing.
Funny.
I am sick and tired of people saying, Jimmy, an interception, and then he hiked the ball too soon. People are forgetting the absolute worst play in that game came from the other team's quarterback who tried to run with 14 seconds left. So no matter what Jimmy Garoppolo did on Sunday, it wasn't going to be as egregious as Dak Prescott running the clock out at the last part of the game.
Steiny, I'll never forget it. I mean, at my funeral, you get up there and say, that play bothered him. I got to get this off my chest, Steiny. I know at the end. Listen, I don't know if you've been noticing the Niners. They got this dude holding the boombox. So when they come out home or away, they got the rap music. I think it's rap music. And they're in the mode. Do you know the bum that is Mike McCarthy had the nerve in his post last presser of the season to say, yeah, since my guys were nervous in the prayer. What? How are you nervous in the prayer and before the game, and it's your job to get them non-nervous? Jeez. You're fired. Oh, Steiny, I couldn't believe he said it out loud. And if I had the ability, his big butt would be up out of there. I sense my guys were nervous in the prayer.
You do realize that a lot of people say that when you're nervous before a game, it means you're ready to play. Jerry Rice has spoken extensively about that, how he would get nervous before games because that's how much it meant to him. And when he got nervous and he had butterflies, then at least he knew he was taking that game as seriously as he could possibly take it. I do not believe pressure works against teams, and I do not think nerves is a negative.
14 penalties. 14, they weren't ready mentally.
That's stupidity.
But it's the bad coaching.
Okay, that may be part of it too. That absolutely
I guess, Mike Stein, I don't want to go to church. How are you nervous in prayer? Like, how do you tell that? Hey, Father,
your voice shakes.
Okay.
Your voice shakes.
All right, okay. Here you help me.
A lot of people think I don't believe what I just said, and I absolutely believe what I said.
The nervous.
And I don't know what the percentage is, but there is a flat-out portion, and I'll say it again, of so-called 49er fans that are rooting for Jimmy Garoppolo to fail. What that percentage is, I don't know. Maybe it's 5%, maybe it's 20%. But there's a percentage of 49er fans who don't want Jimmy Garoppolo to do well and the team succeed behind him.
That's no fan of mine, man. That's an enemy.
I mean, that's
a double agent.
That's what I absolutely believe. Wow. Because we've been doing a show for 17, 18 weeks now, and it's been a theme from the first week till now. Even though they're in the playoffs, they're still playing, they're still standing, all that stuff. Spadoni, how much we got here, man?
Got about a minute and 8 seconds. Juwan Jennings at 3:15 with Damon Ratto.
How about that? How about that? Now look at Jimmy Garoppolo utilizing a new weapon later on in the season. Where was this guy early in the year? Nowhere. But Jimmy started to find him. And Jimmy brings out the best in Juwan Jennings. That's what great quarterbacks do.
Who was the receiver Trey hit for the bomb? And we thought he was going to be the third. What's my boy? Sherfield. Yeah,
Sherfield.
Remember, we thought he was going to be the man. But it ended up being Jennings.
Oh, 510. Not one damn person said they wanted Jimmy to lose. Oh, you're so wrong. You can tell by their tone, 510. Right.
They don't actually say it. Right.
The vitriol against a quarterback that's 34-16 is sickening. It's sickening. They wouldn't even do this in Philadelphia. You know why? Because Philadelphia fans have a clue at least. How about that? The vitriol and disdain for Jimmy Garoppolo by a segment of the fans has been disgusting. And that's how I'll leave it on 95.7, The Game.
Jimmy.
Catch Willard and Dibs anytime, anywhere with the Odyssey app.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan. He has absolutely earned the right to look at so many 49er fans and media talkers. Now,
and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Let's go, let's go. It is good to be with you here. A very nice day outside. And look at who is back in studio. Ray Ratto is back in studio with internet troubles finding him at home. He finds himself back in the studio on the corner of Broadway and Battery. I'm still hermetically sealed in the house, Ray.
You're not leaving that room until game time Saturday night, right?
Well, I'm not leaving this room till the Indiana-Purdue game is over tonight. I'll tell you that much. I wouldn't bring this level of anxiety and stress upstairs and spread it with my innocent family. Big night, Indiana-Purdue. Forget about the Pacers being in town to take on the Warriors. Hoosiers are running in Assembly Hall tonight. It's a big one, Ray. I'm going to be distracted. Are you ready to carry the second half of this show?
No. I'll tell you what. If you drift off, that's on you.
I tell you, look, I know that you don't identify with the concept of fandom, Ray. I still do. I still give myself to my Hoosiers, and there's a big game coming up tonight, and I feel it a little bit in my tummy. I mean, I really do. I feel it. I feel a little bit of, man, something's going to happen tonight, and I really want the outcome to be one way, and I can't control it at all. There's nothing I can do. I've just got to sit back and watch it unfold, and I hope it goes the way I want it to. It's when you give yourself to fandom, Ray. It's bigger than you. It gets fun. I'm a ball of nerves today. I am. It's been 2,000 days since Indiana beat Purdue in a basketball game. I can't take it anymore. I had a Bob Knight rant that I wanted to play on the show today, but it would take Lucas and Mark Grandy at least 3 hours to edit all the F words out of it. So I decided not to ask them to play it.
I got to be honest with you. You lost me at the word tummy.
Tummy. It is the least adult way to talk about the pit of your stomach, isn't it?
It really, I mean, seriously, I thought it was Jack channeling you.
Look, Niner fans, you're probably feeling it a little in the tummy too. Here we go. We got 2 nights in a wake-up until Green Bay. I mean, this game is coming on fast, Ray. This week is going on by us fast. The shoulder and thumb of Jimmy Garoppolo apparently be damned. He is going to be starting this game. I still want to hear the 2 words, Nick Bosa. Well, I guess 4 words, is playing. I'll be a lot more comfortable with the 49ers' status and standing going into this game when I hear the 4 words, Nick Bosa is playing, or as Tracy Wolfson would report, Joey Bosa is playing.
Grandy just whispered in my ear that he is listed as questionable. So,
well, I mean,
sorry to your tummy, but you're not going to get clarity today.
No, not today then. All right. Well, you'll have to wait for another night and a wake up. Big football games. There's nothing like them. I mean, there really isn't. There is the lead up of what used to be like a heavyweight title fight in Vegas. You could cut the tension with a knife in Las Vegas for big fights, but there aren't even really big fights anymore because boxing isn't what it used to be. Football is our sports obsession, and monster games, monster audiences, monster pressure for all involved. And here we go with Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, I'm not sure there has ever been anyone, Ray, who has driven a market more crazy for right and wrong reasons than Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, I was thinking back to the other athletes who either had a moment of or a career of or something that was controversial that divided the way the city, the Bay Area, Northern California felt about a particular player. I got a short list we'll work from a little bit later on, but Jimmy Garoppolo I was just listening to Steiny and Guru, and I think Matt Steinmetz is right. There is a section of 49er fans who so want to be right about what he is or isn't that there is going to be a portion of 49er fans kind of rooting against their own quarterback. He's driven people nuts.
No, the perfect outcome is the Packers win 48-41. Garoppolo throws for 5 touchdowns. That way everybody can be miserable. Because that's the way this season has been pointing since week 5. It just, once they accepted the fact that they weren't going to get the quarterback they wanted, they've just been in this loud power pout ever since then. Kyle Shanahan must play Trey Lance for the good of the franchise. No, he doesn't have to. And he showed that. And now they're at a stage in the season that they didn't think they'd get to. And now they have to choose between admitting they might have been wrong for at least a year or rooting for their favorite team to fail. So, magnanimous guy that I am, I hope their team fails and they don't get what they want.
Now, hold on. You can't be indifferent towards fans yet rooting against them at the same time, Ray.
Oh, I'm not. I'm indifferent to their opinions. I will enjoy when those opinions are wrong. I don't care what the opinion is as long as they end up looking foolish. Because this fan base has gotten this season all wrong from the start. They focused on the quarterback when the quarterback was not the story. And it took them so long to change that now all of a sudden they've lurched to Kyle Shanahan's a genius, and I guess I have to like Jimmy publicly. But they really don't. They want him to fail. Their ideal situation would be 49ers win, Garoppolo's awful. But I don't think if Garoppolo's awful, the 49ers can win. So they've wrapped themselves into a hideous conundrum that they can't think their way out of.
Got a couple of magic numbers that the 49ers either need to hit or avoid to get out of Lambeau Field with a win. It is going to be a hell of an afternoon. It's going to be a hell of a football game. And maybe one of the reasons why so many people fell in love with Trey Lance is because that first impression left a good impression on a lot of people when he hit Juwan Jennings on that massive touchdown. And that was basically the biggest role Juwan Jennings had played in the 49ers season in that preseason debut game for Trey Lance. And then we didn't see much of him. But when you would see Juwan Jennings, he would be on the receiving end of a big play. Or he would be the guy bringing up that next set of chains. Third down becomes first down when Juwan Jennings plays a small role in the passing game. That really took itself to an extreme in the win down in Los Angeles over the Rams. He had another huge game in Dallas, and we've got Juwan Jennings today. As a matter of fact, he's coming up next. We're looking forward to talking to him here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. You can visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. So a conversation with a guy who we don't know an awful lot about him. You don't know an awful lot about him. We have not heard much from Juwan Jennings, so we're really looking forward to getting to know him and talk about the role that he has been enjoying with the 49ers, and they have certainly been enjoying the role he has played. So that's something that we're going to do next. And later tonight, Ray, 5:30, we're going to switch it right into Warriors live mode because we got Warriors, we got Pacers tonight, and look, the Pacers are not good. This is the second game of a second-game homestand for the Warriors. This is the second straight night against a struggling opponent who's playing its second straight game 2 nights in a row. The Pacers played last night down in L.A., and they won. The Lakers are a mess. They actually bench Westbrook for the game. Frank Vogel is apparently on winner-else status game to game sometimes. Whatever the plan was the Lakers envisioned, this wasn't it. And the Pacers won down in the building that used to be known as Staples Center last night. So I don't know if that's going to energize this Pacers team to come in here and feel frisky, or maybe they're already thinking like, hey, mission accomplished. We hope to go and win a couple of games or one game in California, and we got our win. And tonight, it looks like Sabonis, who had a triple-double last night, is out. Karis LeVert and Malcolm Brogdon are both questionable. LeVert had 30 last night. Brogdon is coming off an Achilles and probably isn't playing on back-to-backs. So, who knows what this is going to look like tonight. It's a winnable situation, and Kuminga's going to start. So I think it's an interesting situation for the Warriors.
It certainly can be, but a lot of that's going to depend on whether the Pacers have thought they shot their bolt last night, because last night for them was a fairly emotional game in an unemotional season. And I don't know that they can rally and win back-to-back games on the road. I mean, they did win back in November before they had gone completely in the toilet when they beat the Knicks and then the Pistons and the Hornets. But the Hornets hadn't become good yet, and the Knicks were just starting to turn bad, and the Pistons were already there. So I'm not sure what to expect here. But I would bet if you had to pick one game for them to win, it wouldn't be this one because they took care of the other one. I mean, I don't think they can get up for a second night on a back-to-back after expending as much energy as they did the night before in trying to get Frank Vogel fired.
Poor Frank Vogel. Man, we got an awful lot to get to today. We got about 2.5 hours of us, then we got an hour of Warriors. I know that we are going to have a little Steve Kerr replay for you inside of Warriors Live. Ray and I had an awesome conversation with the Warriors head coach yesterday, and if you missed it, we're going to jog it past you once again. But Juwan Jennings of the San Francisco 49ers is joining us next, and we really like the way he's playing. We're going to get to know him in just a little bit here. So we are underway. It is good to have you around this afternoon. Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game, and we are brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or a manager working on 2022 painting plans? Well, MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance, painting, carpentry, wood rot repair. You name it, they can do it. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or go online at mbjesse.com.
The lights are brightest in the playoffs. It's a rematch of the NFC Championship game.
Cuts back, rumbles down inside the 35. They cannot stop the run.
Niners.
Welcome. It's great to have you here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. And in just a little bit, the 49ers told us we're going to say hello to Juwan Jennings. Looking forward to all that. I mean, here's how little we knew about him at the beginning of the year. A text line called me on this one. Thank you very much, Comcast Business text line. It wasn't Juwan Jennings that caught the Trey Lance pass that lit the Trey Lance rocket. It was Trent Sherfield. I mean, Juwan Jennings was someone that you were, who is that guy? And then at the end of the year, he has turned into a sure target for Jimmy Garoppolo when he needs a big play on third down. And we're going to get into that with Juwan when he does join us. If you're looking for the best 49ers content, well, text the word 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. You hit the subscribe button, and anything that Ray and I do, anything that happens on the station all day long that is 49ers centric or related goes right there. So no Warriors talk, no other stuff, just 49ers stuff, if that is what you are looking for. Ray, this is a guy who has now, played 16 NFL games. We have watched his development from bit player to role player to important role player, I think, grow throughout this year. I love this about sports. I watching someone turn into a pro is what I really enjoy. That's why I'm excited for Jonathan Kuminga getting another start tonight and Moses Moody's development. Rookies and how they develop and how they adapt to the situations they're in. I always think that that's among the most interesting stories to tell in sports.
I don't know that I share your enthusiasm for that, but I get it. And the thing about Jennings, it's not so much that he's a rookie. It's the fact that he's caught 27 passes and 23 of them have been for first downs or scores, which means that he's not just a guy who's developing. I think he's developed. I think this is going to be his MO. He's not going to be the guy who's going to make the pretty, 57-yard, over-the-shoulder catch. He's the guy who's going to make the tough catch. And the 49ers have always needed one of those guys to go along with Deebo Samuel. And they've tried several, including Trent Sherfield. But this is the ideal guy because this is the guy who runs the route in traffic. And this is the guy with the strong enough hands to pull down a ball that's being contested. That's the development. And I think he's already there in that way because he fits a need that, frankly, very few wide receivers in this game actually do anymore because there are not that many coaches who like to run inside routes.
Do you think that possession receiver is out of fashion?
I think possession receiver routes are out of fashion. I mean, at least as we imagined them. The guy who goes over the middle, that's changed. I don't think they run those routes the way they used to. I think more and more when you see a pass to a wide receiver, it's on a flank. I mean, they're trying to force teams to spread out so they can use the middle of the field to run. So that's where I feel like possession receiver is not out of fashion. They're just changing the way he's used. And Kyle Shanahan has, in a way, sort of gone back to the future.
He attacks the middle of the field in his passing game. Look, I don't have the data in front of me, but I comfortably say as much as, if not more, than anybody else. A lot of wide receivers are looking to make hay on the, outside of the numbers. It feels like most of the big plays the 49ers makes are in between the hashes in the passing game. So, that was sort of my point, is that the 49ers do things differently almost across the board offensively. They're not quarterback-centric. They like to run from different angles. They like different guys running. They are not married to one running back in the traditional Tennessee Titans way. And they do send guys over the middle. And they do send guys into crowds. But the guy who's best at it, with all due respect to George Kittle, is Juwan Jennings because he gets the chains moved. I've just been told Lucas has information for us. Lucas!
Juwan will join us in a little bit, but I wanted to add to what the conversation you guys are having, and it's kind of a trend that we've seen around the NFL the last couple of years is big slot guys. Juwan is 6'3", and so he can go through the middle and make those tough catches. When you look around the league, a lot of the slot guys used to be the Julian Edelman, the Wes Welkers, the barely 6 feet tall guys who could just be swifter, like Cole Beasley. If you look around, a lot of the best slot guys, Juju Smith-Schuster, Tyler Boyd, Keenan Allen even, who's playing a lot of the slot, is taller guy. It's a bit of a trend. He might be a change that we're seeing in the NFL, and Juwan fits that.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about in between the number damage, you're going to want to be a bigger body in there to absorb that in the first place. And I'll tell you, another reason it might work well for the Niners, too, is because Jimmy's got a tendency to throw it high. So a guy who's a little bit taller might have a better chance of getting his hands around, the ball that Jimmy threw. So, look, I mean, I don't think we're ever going to see football trend to a smaller anything at any position, especially in professional football. But I was watching a couple of highlights from college this year, and a point was made that there are so many teams that overlook a guy's football skills because he doesn't meet the size criteria, and that's when you get an Eli Mitchell showing up at Louisiana instead of LSU. That when the 49ers, I think, have done really well with taking advantage of some of the smaller. I mean, Ayuk is no physical specimen. Deebo Samuel is not small, but he's not a big guy either. They're low center of gravity kind of guys.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to find guys who can do the job of being a wide receiver and having size, because there aren't that many of them. I mean, colleges largely make their routes work for smaller guys because not everybody can pull the Julio Jones size guy. And that's why Jennings is interesting, because he is a big guy, but he's also a tough-minded guy, because he will go in the areas where you will get smacked as soon as you catch the ball. George Kittle as a tight end will do that too, but they also don't mind running him outside. I mean, it's when they need the first down, all of a sudden they found that Jennings is their guy. And it's literally out of nowhere, because at no point, at any other point in the season, did anybody look at Juwan Jennings and say, that's it. And then the last month or so, he has become that guy.
In the first 9 weeks of the year, he had 3 catches. I mean, that's he's out there for minimum routes, minimum targets, minimum impact. 3 catches over the first 9 weeks of the year, starting with the win over the Rams back in November. 2 targets, 1 catch. The following week, 1 target, 1 catch. The following week, the win over Minnesota, 3 targets, 2 catches. At Seattle, bad game. 1 target, 1 catch. Probably could have been a different game if they had gone to him more. 5 targets, 3 catches in the win in Cincinnati. In Atlanta, they really started going towards him with 6 targets. He had 3 catches. At Tennessee, 5 targets, 2 catches. Against Houston, targeted twice, 2 catches. Again, all of these almost going for first downs or touchdowns. In the Rams game, in what was essentially a playoff game, he got the most action of his entire career, even though it was Week 18. 7 targets, 6 catches, 94 yards, and 2 touchdowns. I mean, it was spectacular. They don't win that game without him. At Dallas, 5 targets, 3 catches, 29 yards, but all of them big catches. So the guy has gone from nobody knew who he was, including the 49ers, to very, very important.
He must be minded, pure and simple. The Packers have to pay attention to him. And no team 5 weeks ago had to pay attention to whoever the 49ers' second wide receiver was.
You know what? I'm looking at his game log, and you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing a guy who first needs to earn the trust of his coach. And then a guy who, after earning the trust of his coach, then goes about enough routes in game to earn the trust of his quarterback. That's basically what I'm looking at in this box score. Earning trust of the coaching staff to be put in this situation to succeed, and then having your quarterback trust you enough to throw you the ball to succeed.
Yeah, that with Kyle Shanahan, when you get an opportunity, you have to seize it immediately. There's no growing into it.
Right.
Because, again, look at the other guys they have tried at that second wide receiver spot this year.
Short leashes.
Yeah, it's been a revolving door. If you don't look like you've got it right away, he'll move on. He is, in that way, very impatient until he settles on the guy he likes.
From the Comcast business text line says, put some respect on Hunter Renfrow. I don't believe anyone disrespected Hunter Renfrow, but you're right. When you're talking slot receivers, he's among the best. Hunter Renfrow's first in Renfrow. Come on. Or third in Renfrow. That's his nickname, right? Third in Renfrow?
Yeah.
Juwan Jennings needs a nickname. His nickname should be first down. Every time he catches the ball, you get a first down.
I think somebody is trying to call him third down Jennings, which it sounds stupid.
Third and Juwan?
Third and Juwan?
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it's just it doesn't roll off the tongue.
It sounds like somebody sitting at a typewriter forcing a nickname on somebody.
Exactly. Someone's trying way too hard at that point in time. Speaking of trying way too hard, Ray, I don't know if you saw this at all, but Nick Bosa and his girlfriend, who, let's face it, has said some things in the past that make you think, I don't know. Very loose with the N-word, shall we say, publicly, comfortable with it. I don't know much about her other than that. And she's an absolute stunner. I mean, not that we're handing out letter grades, but, I mean, wow. This woman is gorgeous. Nick Bosa's girlfriend is absolutely beautiful, and she doesn't need to be told. She knows. And she puts out what are known, Ray, as thirst traps. Are you familiar with the thirst trap phenomena?
You'll have to remind me because I've heard the phrase, but I'm not sure what it means.
It's basically, here I am in a bikini, just happens to be on Instagram.
Just happens to be?
Yeah, and all of a sudden that's a lot of attention being paid by an awful lot of guys who are just, admiring. It's a thirst trap. You boys are thirsty. I'm going to give you a little sip of water. That's basically what it is.
God.
Yeah, well, it's...
I'm not yelling at you. I'm just saying, we guys work very hard to try to hide the fact that they're being revoltingly sexist when they're being revoltingly sexist.
Yeah, well, there is no doubt. So I don't want to say that this is backfiring on her because she's got a massive following. She's gorgeous. She puts beautiful pictures of herself on Instagram. And in her latest, where she basically shows, hey, here it is. What do you think, boys? The biggest responses are like, hey, how's Nick? Can you tell us how Nick Bosa's how's he going? Is he playing on? So it's totally like it's. I don't want to say it backfired on her, but being Nick Bosa's girlfriend is more important this week than being beautiful for her. And she's getting that feedback, and it's a story in the New York Post, so she must be a little bit upset.
If she's upset, shame on her. Shame on her. And frankly, the idea that people would ask her how he's doing seems like an act of an idiot too. So,
oh yeah, well,
it sounds like a festival of stupid.
It's Instagram, Ray.
Yep, my case has been made.
Yeah,
great energy.
We do have great energy. Hey, I really, really hope that he has great energy because he is questionable officially still. In terms of practice, do we have any report in terms of side work, individual work, or is he still straight up concussion protocol, not allowed to move?
Both he and Fred Warner got full practices in today. It looks like Fred's going to go. Nick Bosa, it's still questionable, but full practice is good.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How can you still be in concussion protocol and cleared for full practice?
He's probably not in the protocol anymore. They may not have announced it. It's not like they work really hard to keep you up to date on stuff like that.
No, but so I mean, look, if Nick Bosa went full go today at practice, he's playing.
Probably, yeah.
All right, breaking news. Unofficially, Damon and Ray are reporting that Nick Bosa is playing on Saturday.
Pending news.
It's leaning news. But yeah, I mean, if he was full go at practice, whether he's questionable or not, I mean, here's the thing. The injury was a concussion. It wasn't a limb. It wasn't a sprain. It wasn't a pulled anything. It was only head trauma. Only, listen to me, only head trauma.
Yeah,
right?
merely.
Yeah. But, that's the whole point is might have a concussion, therefore might not play. Might have a concussion is not allowed to practice. Man allowed to practice, I think, is very easy to reach the conclusion he's playing. And that's good.
But that's only if you believe their use of language is an accurate assessment of what's going on. Because the whole idea behind injury reports is not to tell you anything, it's to obscure what you're doing.
Oh, not in the world of gambling, not anymore. That's not how.
Oh, yes, in the world of gambling. They'll do that anyway. Their theory, quite simply, and they've made it clear, is that gamblers are on their own. There was more cooperation with gamblers 20 years ago when it was frowned upon than it is now where everything's out in the open.
I just don't think I can agree with that in any way. I mean,
that's okay. You don't have to. I'm just telling you that the NFL is, they're not playing along on injury reports. They're vaguer than they ever were. In everything else, maybe they're cooperating more, but they used to have contacts in every one of the big casinos to find out if anybody had made a big bet, big enough to make them wonder if the game was on the level or not. And the guys who ran the books would tell them, yeah, so and so bet X, and then let the league do what it wanted. They don't have that same level of cooperation on that level. They have a more corporate level of cooperation, but not in terms of information.
If anything, there's an overkill of information. You get bombarded by names and appearances on injury reports. It's almost like when what is it called in legalese? You get document dumped. You say, hey, we got a subpoena and we want to see your memos between this year and that year, and they send you 4 trucks full of documents. Like, find it yourself. Here's everything we got.
Yeah,
maybe that's the way. I mean, I'll grant you that that's the trend in injury reporting, almost over-reporting it. But
not with any specificity. I mean, look, the NBA has a relationship with the gambling industry too, and the Warriors, just to take the local example, are more impenetrable with injury reports than they've ever been before.
Right, we didn't even know a surgery happened, for goodness' sake.
Right, so if they're not putting that out, then the rule of thumb seems pretty clear. Gamblers are on their own when it comes to injury news.
How much are we going to look at the NHL and say you kind of muddy up the information too? Lower body, upper body injury.
They've always done that. There's no change in the NHL's policy because they've always believed that if you tell the public that so-and-so has a bad knee, you're guaranteeing that the next team he plays is going to target that knee because they are completely amoral when it comes to injuries. They will absolutely hit you right in the place where it hurts the most.
You might be right about that. It is officially time to say hello to Juwan Jennings inside the 49ers locker room, brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality. In his second year with the 49ers, making an impact now like never before. He spent all last season on the practice squad, 16 appearances this year, none bigger than the appearance that he made in Los Angeles, which was almost a home game for the 49ers, the amount of red we saw at SoFi Stadium. Juwan Jennings joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Juwan, Damon Bruce, you're going to hear from Ray Ratto in just a little bit. Thank you very much for joining us. This is our first chance to ever say hello to you, and we appreciate your time today. How's it going, man?
Hey, it's going good, man. Just got out of practice, feeling fresh, ready to go. And how y'all doing, man? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, it's great to have you here. So practice did go well today. Everyone feeling good. Is there a way to make Santa Clara colder for you guys? Can you air condition the field so you get ready for these temperatures?
Man, I don't know. I've been hearing a lot about what we're going to be, playing in when it comes to this cold weather, but I've never played there, and so I just can't wait. I'm excited. I just can't wait.
How many first downs did you get today?
How many first downs? I can't count, man. We just practicing, making sure we catch the ball, man.
How much do you think you've changed since the start of the year when you were having the same trouble everybody else who wasn't Deebo Samuel was having to get sort of regular run? How did you become the guy who got the regular run at the end of the season when it essentially matters the most?
Well, I think it just takes, just trying to be consistent to the best of your ability, and you got to wait till you get when you get an opportunity and just be ready. When your number's called, just be ready, and that's just something I try to do, and it's been fun. And like I said, I just can't wait to go out there this Saturday and give them my all again.
Reading through your game logs, Juwan, trying to read, the information that you can gather from your game logs, I've concluded that you spent the first 9 weeks of the year sort of earning the trust of the coaching staff and your position coaches, and then you've spent the back half of the season earning the trust of your quarterback. Is it as simple as that as I'm looking at your game logs? Like you have to earn trust in that order?
Well, it's kind of, I don't know how none of that works for real. I just know, you got to go out there and practice and perform, at a high level to be able to get out there on the field, and then you have to take practice and do it out there. And so, you got to take coaching. It's coaching, it's just working out, it's lifting, it's, other players that's coming in, keeping up, the same energy every day and making sure we have the practice that we need to do. Or have, and that's basically it, man. That's basically it.
Juwan Jennings here on 95.7 The Game. So obviously a huge win in Dallas, and we'll get to that in just a second. But we got to go back to the Rams game because you were spectacular in the Rams game. 2 touchdowns for you. It was a culmination, obviously, of an entire season's worth of work. How good did it feel to go out there, and how comfortable was it for your offense to operate with so many 49ers fans in that building?
It was fun. It was fun. Definitely a game, I think we'll never forget, but it was just basically the same formula I was just talking about, man. Just taking it from practice and taking it from past experience and just relying on the playmakers that we have, and that's basically it, man. It was a fun experience, and like you said, it was red everywhere, and so it felt almost like a home game, man. And it was just fun to be able to compete against the Rams.
How complicated is Kyle Shanahan's offense for a young player to learn, and when do you think you learned it?
I'm still learning it every day. You just try to learn, where to line up first, and that's basically it, man. It's very complicated. It's definitely, and this is the only offense I've been in too. So thankful that I haven't had to learn different playbooks, but just going at it every day and having Wes, as a position coach, he helps us a lot. We go over it a lot. And, that's it. We just try to, perfect our craft every day.
One more question from the Rams game. How nervous are you, more nervous at all when it's someone other than a quarterback throwing you a football? You caught one of your touchdown passes from Deebo Samuel. We've seen Kyle dial up a couple trick plays this year. I don't know if any worked as well as the one that you guys ran. Is there more pressure to make that play work? And Deebo, who is just wearing all kinds of hats, is there pressure to turn him into a quarterback now too?
It's just pressure just to do your job right each and every play, man. It don't matter if it's catching football or making a block, man. That we just take pride on just going out there and playing hard each and every snap.
We've been asking you what it's like to play wide receiver. Have you ever played with a teammate anything like what Deebo Samuel has done this year, has been asked to do this year?
No, sir.
Like how much harder would your day be if Kyle walked over to you and said, "Hey, we're going to need you to play backup running back 2 today"?
I don't know. I just do my job, man. Whatever coach asks to do, we go out there and do it. And Deebo's been doing it at a very high level, and I'm just proud of him, man. You know, there's a lot of work to go into this, and like I said, we just can't wait for this weekend.
Just in terms of video study, does the Green Bay defense look different now than it did in Week 3? I mean, I know you didn't play much in Week 3, but does it look different now? Is that what you're studying off of more than that first game?
You know, I guess like I leave that up to the coaches or how much we're studying. I don't know too much of that. I just know the coverages. We go out there and run fast and catch the ball, and that's it.
Well, it's so funny that you keep drawing it back to it's so simple. It's, it looks very complicated to us, and you say that Kyle Shanahan has a complicated playbook. But, Juwan, he also said that you were playing so hard and so locked in last week that when you were on the field, you were 95% blacked out. I don't think I've ever heard a player described as 95% blacked out, and it be a good thing, like a positive thing. That's a different way to describe being locked in, I guess.
Oh man, I think he just knows the level of the style that I like to play at, and it's football, and you got to play, you got to play at a high level, but you also got to play under control, because everybody out there is great athletes, and so you just got to make sure you get your job done.
So I'll tell you, I think you got one Dallas Cowboy in particular to play out of control. You cracked Trayvon Diggs on Sunday, and then the two of you started jawing at each other, and that almost seemed to last the rest of that game. Is there anything you can tell us on the radio without getting us in trouble that you guys were talking about? And how nice is it to catch a receiver's eyes somewhere else and being able to just lay the wood on them, knowing that guys look to do that to you all game long too?
Well, man, that's football, and that's what I love about football. And at that particular game, it was the Dallas Cowboys, and so it was us against them, and that so happened to happen in that game, and it is what it is. It's over with, and now we're looking forward to the Green Bay Packers.
I know that it's very professional to say that there's no difference between these teams. It doesn't matter if you're playing the Green Bay Packers or the Dallas Cowboys or the Houston Texans, but I don't believe that, because the Packers and Cowboys are bigger teams, bigger rivals than the Houston Texans will ever be. You went to Tennessee, for goodness sakes. Don't tell me that a game against Arkansas is the same as a game against Alabama. It's not. It feels different. Are these games feeling bigger and different to you since that Rams game, which essentially was a playoff game?
Well, I say we're just playing in the NFL, coming from college, is a complete difference. Is way. I'm just out there. Yeah, of course I'm nervous. You want to make plays, you don't want to mess up and all that. But yeah, it's definitely a difference. But when it's just always coming down to your technique, just going back to the basics and not trying to do too much.
Well, I tell you what, our friends at Harris Ranch Beef are going to give you a dozen USDA prime New York strip steaks. We're talking like 10.5 pounds of beef for you to throw on the grill.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you, Juwan, for coming on with us today. And Ray and I were talking about this before you joined us. I think watching a young athlete come into his own, watching the light go on, watching it all start to click is one of the coolest things in sports. And watching this for you has been an awful lot of fun. Good luck to you. You and your whole team going to Green Bay this Saturday. Thanks for joining us.
No problem, and thank you for having me. Can't wait, to have another interview. Y'all have a good one. Bye-bye.
Done. Book that guy. He can't wait to have another interview. Ray, you're catching someone early in their career. Or maybe he just wants another 10.5 pounds of delicious New York strip steaks, which would also be a good play. But that was great. There's a guy he knows what he knows what he doesn't know, and he is just excited for the opportunities that he's now finally getting.
Yeah, he's doing it for the meat. Don't kid yourself.
I think
he was engaged until you talked about the meat, and then he became euphoric. He forgets everything else he said before you said the word steak. That's what he's leaving this interview with.
Look, you look forward to the end of the show as much as anyone I've ever met.
This is not a criticism.
Imagine the end of the show came with 10.5 pounds of meat. You'd be euphoric too, right?
Oh no, this is not a criticism. I'm just telling you, you peaked at the end.
He was great. He was great, man. And really, watching the role that this guy has developed for himself on this team it's the reason why they're still playing. Okay, Juwan Jennings doesn't show up in Los Angeles. I don't know if you're winning that game. Juwan Jennings doesn't show up in a couple big plays in Dallas. I don't know if you're burning enough clock on drives, playing out, time of possession on the Cowboys. 10 more seconds in that game means the plays that didn't happen might have happened. So every inch counts. And Juwan Jennings, good to join us here. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. Good stuff, man. I liked him, Ray. I liked him. I know you're not a big, let's talk to the athlete guy, but he was good.
He was serviceable. He did his job. That's sort of what his role with the team is, too.
It sure is.
Target me 5 times, ask me 5 questions. It's the same to me.
Just wants his reps. So, look, before we got to Juwan Jennings, we were talking about Nick Bosa. Again, I think he's playing. He went full go at practice today. That is officially good news. Jimmy Garoppolo, I know there was a little questions about what it was. Is his shoulder, is his thumb going to betray him? Nope, doesn't look like that's happening. So I think we now kind of know what we're looking at. It's good that the Niners are healthy enough to bring the same team to Green Bay as they brought to Dallas, because they're going to face a Packers team that, Ray, has used the bye week that their season granted them as the 1 seed to get healthy. Left tackle David Bakhtiari, who is pretty much not even played at all this year. He had most of the season lost due to a knee injury. He got 27 snaps in the season finale, and he's going. I mean, he's an upgrade. David Bakhtiari's a very good tackle, so the day that the 49ers defensive line needs to have just got a little bit harder with his presence. Cornerback Jair Alexander, who's been out since week 4, and in week 3 he had a huge interception against the 49ers. He's been activated from the IR, and you can expect to see him. So the Packers are going to be healthier, rested, more prepared off a bye week than the Niners could possibly be, having just played last Sunday.
Yeah, and the myth that you will often hear about people saying, I want to be able to beat the other team at their best, that's a lie. The 49ers would much rather play the Packers without either of those two guys, and they'd like several other injuries as well. In fact, for this game on Saturday night, they'd rather not play the Packers. They'd rather play Carolina. But this is what they've got. So
Carolina's unavailable?
Yes, they are, but that's who if they could choose, I don't even think they'd choose Detroit. I think Carolina might be a softer touch in the conference. They'd choose the easiest thing they could do.
I mean, if it would get them to the NFC title game,
exactly.
They're gonna play.
That's the whole point.
They'd play San Jose State.
Oh, San Jose State. San Jose State is pretty good.
I think the Niners could whip San Jose State's ass. Should we take a? Should we?
Depends on whether Bosa plays or not.
I bet you Trey Lance would give a long afternoon. Could Trey Lance and the Niners beat San Jose State? 888-957-9. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, your son and the 49ers could beat San Jose State, just because college teams aren't nearly as good as pro teams. I don't think they'd have much of a running game or much of a passing game, I grant you, but I think you'd probably hand the ball off.
I like how you're kind of breaking it down.
Well, have your kid ready. You want him to play football. Why wait around?
Let's do it. By the way, I'm getting texts from guys, my boys, who are I have friends who are now old enough to have children who are going to IU. I started so late. My guy, I got a 4-month-old upstairs. I got a buddy of mine who's got a sophomore in Bloomington. And they've been in line to get into the student section since 6 a.m. this morning. Ray, when's the last time you waited in line for anything starting at 6 a.m. in the morning?
Approximately never. I mean, if you've got to get up that early for something, it better either be a life-saving drug or free money. And since those opportunities have not been afforded me, I stay in bed.
Not even for like killer Santana tickets. I'm not new Santana, like old Santana playing at the Greek in Berkeley.
No.
Grateful Dead tickets, getting up early for nothing.
Never saw the Dead.
What?
Never saw the Dead.
Wow.
There were other bands I liked better, and I never had to wake up at 6 a.m. to stand in line for any of their stupid tickets.
Fair enough. I just figured that growing up in the Bay Area, you accidentally stumble into a Grateful Dead show, whether you want to or not, just by virtue of hanging out with friends and just like I'm sorry, you fit the age profile that I thought would have seen the Dead, whether or not you made the choice to have seen the Grateful Dead.
Well, I did fit the age profile. I mean, I do remember Pigpen McKernan, but
look at you.
But I never saw them live. And I never felt like I missed anything.
Any major regrets?
Other than this show?
Is it a regret-free life, Ray? You missed nothing?
Not really. I mean, you get the deal you get, and then when it's checkout time, you can check the bill out if you want, but it's not going to make any difference. You got to pay it. So no, I don't really have any. I think people I know have regrets, but I think it's largely due to me.
Well, none from me. None from me.
Oh, it's early yet.
Thank you. We have an awful lot of Niner sound to run past you today. D'Amico Ryans has talked. Mike McDaniel has talked. And Mike McDaniel's moments in front of the press went from wildly awkward at the beginning of the year to mildly awkward to now almost performance art. So we'll hear from Mike McDaniel a little bit later on. We are going to hear from George Kittle a little bit later on. And hopefully the Packers will be hearing from George Kittle in terms of targets and catches this weekend, because I think that they got to, the Niners are going to need to catch the Packers on the chin once or twice. I don't think this is a death by paper cut game. They're going to have to hit a couple of big plays, and they're going to have to, Ray, keep this game out of the 30s. We'll explain why in just a minute. But there's overwhelming, compelling evidence to keep this game out of the 30s. Game won't be anywhere in the 30s in terms of temperature. Much colder than that. On the scoreboard, you don't want to see 30s either. We're coming on back guest-free the rest of the way. How about that this afternoon? If you missed Juwan Jennings, I think we're going to revisit that in our 5 o'clock hour. But otherwise, we got open lines, and we got a playoff game at Lambeau Field on Saturday. How you feeling, 49ers fans? 888-957-9570 is the number. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Catch Willard and Dibs anytime, anywhere with the Odyssey app.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan. He has absolutely earned the right to look at so many 49er fans and media talkers. Now, this show said all along, it's a silly conversation. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are...
Very good point made on the Comcast business text line about you, Ray, saying that I shouldn't be surprised that you've never been to a Grateful Dead show. You've never eaten a burrito, and that's usually a Venn diagram that's a perfect circle. Dead fans and burrito connoisseurs. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, that's. I guess I should have saw that coming.
I'm consistent in my lack of interest in the outside world.
415 says, I've only seen the Grateful Dead once, but it was on New Year's Eve at the Cow Palace, and I was on 2 hits of LSD.
All that tells me is he sat through a 9-hour show and didn't know he sat through a 9-hour show.
Well, the show was only 3, but he sat there for 9. So that was, that was a long night for him, for sure. It is time to let you know that the Get Props segment is officially back and on, and you can play and maybe win. Head on over to betql.com/props right now and make your picks. Giving props, it's round 2 of the postseason. You can enter. It is free to play. It's a contest that it says how many of these 10 prop bets can you get right, and you can qualify to win $10,000 just for entering. $2,000 weekly prize. The prop bets for this one, Ray, who's over under do you like more in the other divisional game that's happening in Tampa Bay? Odell Beckham Jr. over under 52.5 receiving yards, or Mike Evans over under 67.5 receiving yards? Which way you leaning?
Evans over.
I think so too. I mean, know
without Chris Godwin, somebody has to be that guy. And Cyril Grayson didn't play last week, and because he had shown a little late run. And Gronk is the guy you're going to throw to 3 times when you're in the red zone. So I think Evans is your obvious choice.
I think so too. And look, Odell could have a huge impact, but I don't think you can count on it yet. You can't set your watch by it. I think you can set your watch by Mike Evans needing to have at least 70 receiving yards for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to win that game at home.
Yeah. Plus, Matthew Stafford's go-to guy is going to be Cooper Kupp.
All day.
Period. So
all day.
That's the over where you go like 100.
I mean, 100's a huge playoff.
It is a huge playoff number, but if you had to set one, where would you put it? 90?
I think 67.5 makes you think about it enough. It's a tempting little number right there. That is over all day long. Darn geniuses at BetQL. And that, by the way, that's the kind of confidence that gets casinos built. So head over to betql.com/props right now and enjoy. Ray, I'm not sure anyone has ever driven the market as crazy as Jimmy Garoppolo has. I was listening to our friends Steiny and Guru before our show started today, and let me just, if I could, go back in time to early in their 1 o'clock hour when I tuned in, and this is just a couple minutes of what I heard. This is what Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance have done to sports talk radio hosts, and really Niners fans all over the Bay Area. Here it is.
What Jimmy has in his corner is that record when he's a starter under Kyle. But just like the Dallas game, Steiny, at the start of the fourth quarter, I honestly thought that thing was over. I don't think I'm by myself. Jimmy makes a bad throw. And then,
what is this reason discussion? Are we getting to the good stuff?
They were up 2 scores.
Here we go.
It wasn't like he threw an interception.
So are you saying he didn't have a hand in giving Dallas
he threw an interception? Get over it.
Okay,
they were
what
up
about
2
Tennessee?
scores.
They
it's like,
get over
he
it.
threw
They
an
lost.
interception. He threw an interception.
Me on giving passes,
okay.
Steiny.
They
Damn,
won the
game.
Dude
almost threw the game away.
How did he almost throw the game
acting
away?
Like it was nothing.
How?
He
How did he
threw
almost
an
throw the game?
interception that
With
gave
10
him a
minutes.
chance to score.
With 10
and then
minutes
they stopped
left.
him. And
the
then
score
they go
was 23-10. Quit acting like they were up 3 points.
Like he's Terry Bradshaw.
Stop acting like they were only up 3 points.
What about the Tennessee game?
That's ancient
All right.
No. I want to hear all of it.
Oh, do you?
Because this is the sign of 2 people who, frankly, will be the cause of auto accidents.
So
I drive off the bridge to make them stop talking through my radio.
How about this? The rant was so long we cut it up in 2 parts. Let's go to part 2, shall we?
So then why do you want him back?
It's about politics.
See, you want it both
I'm not saying
ways.
he's
You want
gotta
to say
prove it
he
to
stinks.
Me. I'm telling you, I'm reading the chessboard, and I know how to differentiate what can happen and what can pop off. Jimmy, you should have fixed. The dude meant high school quarterbacks make those passes.
Oh, yeah, okay, a high school quarterback.
A spade.
A high school quarterback.
Did he miss use check in Tennessee?
Okay.
What was that?
Again, all right. But that's these are two semi-reasonable human beings.
Semi-reasonable? You heard that.
This is what Jimmy has done.
I'd revoke their driver's licenses just because they're a threat to other drivers.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
Jimmy has taken somewhat reasonable people and put them in straitjackets. It's amazing. And there's a little bit of they're both totally right and both totally wrong going on all at the same time. And that is Jimmy Garoppolo. He is the guy who puts enough on the table to win and takes just enough off the table for you to think they're not going to win. And it's a cycle. It happens all the time. Can you think of anyone, Ray, who is more like dizzied up the conversation than Jimmy Garoppolo? Because honestly, like when I think of like big stories that had people taking sides early.
Oh, Young Montana.
Young in Montana. That Ralph used to tell me, he'd be like, Damon, your entire life, I just hope you get a couple of these topics. Please. The two greatest topics of my life were Joe and Steve and then the OJ trial. That's what he loved the most.
No, Young Montana went on for 3 years. I mean, this is preposterous, but it's still only in year one. I mean, I would tell you without hesitation, Young Montana was way worse.
The first 72 hours of Kaepernick taking a knee were among the most, wow, everybody's coming down on an angle on this. It's one of those huge moments in Bay Area radio. I think Zito and the contract drove people a little bit crazy and nuts. And then, there they are winning a World Series with him left off the playoff roster, which gave you, if you wanted to make the argument that because of Zito's presence on the team, they would never win a World Series because they're wasting too much money on him, you were equally right and wrong. Because they won a World Series with him on the roster, just not taking place in the World Series. It was crazy. That's one of the crazier things I've ever seen. Maybe it was a little bit more personal to me because I was doing Warrior postgame back then, Ray, but the can you win with Mike Dunleavy and Troy Murphy is a conversation I had for at least 8 months too long.
Oh, the second question about that made it too long. I mean, they both went to a team that was bad, and they couldn't fix it because there's bad and then there's years and years of bad. So I'm surprised that you had that experience for as long as you did.
Oh, it was the can you use these guys as fundamental turnaround pieces now that you've got Troy and Mike Dunleavy as your staples, your corners. You can build around, and I was just no. I don't think it's going to happen that way. Anyway, I got to give the Comcast business text line a little credit here. Someone said that Mark Jackson firing. Yeah, it wasn't the Mark Jackson firing that made it feel so controversial. It was honestly, let's go back in time and be honest. It was the Steve Kerr hire. As much as everyone thought that they were going to like Steve Kerr and he was going to be someone we all got along with very, very well, it felt like they were replacing a guy whose biggest incomplete in his resume was the same incomplete that the next candidate had. Not enough experience as a head coach to take you to that championship level. And Steve Kerr was brought in with no experience as a head coach. So, I mean, I remember that being spicy.
Yeah, the Kerr hiring was far more controversial, I thought, than the Jackson firing, because everybody saw the Jackson firing coming, and they knew why it was coming, because it was, very clear, because it was reported very well, that he and the front office were having none of each other. And you know how that always ends.
Sprewell and PJ?
That wasn't so much because I think nobody took Sprewell's side.
Exactly. Yeah,
it was just look at this.
Who was pro choking the coach?
Yeah.
Even if you didn't like PJ Carlesimo, your argument could never be, you know what he needs? A choking.
He needs a good strangulation to straighten his attitude out.
Yeah, that was
that didn't have a pro against dynamic to it. The only real debate actually was, were the Warriors going to get rid of him immediately, and would the league let him do it?
It's obviously there's no there isn't enough emotion behind anything happening in hockey to get upset about Evander Kane. And again, who was taking his side in anything?
There was more debate when Todd Bertuzzi sucker punched Moore.
How about this? Because sports talk radio, Ray, wasn't what it is now. When he played, Rick Barry would have been wildly divisive as a player, because you could have made the argument that A, he's great, but B, he's a little disloyal, or he's never happy, or always look to improving his situation. Like, Rick Barry was a stubborn SOB, made him a great player, but he would leave a league out of spite.
Well, and for his father-in-law.
And that too.
Yeah. No, I think if that happened now, that would be a huge story. Because they were coming off a year in which they got to the finals, which was not yet the big thing that it later became for the Warriors, because they'd also gotten to the finals in '64. But Barry was their first big player who started in the Bay Area, because before that it was Chamberlain, who had come from Philadelphia. But Barry was the first quote homegrown and quotes guy. So when he said, "I'm going to Oakland, I'm going to play for my father-in-law," that would have been torches in the street. As it was, it didn't really matter.
Right. It was a different world. It was a different world. The media operated differently. Sports talk radio had yet to become sports talk radio.
I think it was still news and traffic then.
The day that Kevin Durant signed, that definitely stoked people's emotions, but mostly for the good. I mean,
nobody was against that signing.
Yeah, if you were a Warriors fan, you thought, so we get all the riches, gold, women, and food we want. Okay, well, let's do that. Yeah, sure, that sounds good. I got a lot of people on the Comcast business text line saying, Bonds, how have you not talked about Bonds yet? Bonds was so divisive. Did it? Not here. He wasn't. It was real simple. If you're a Giants fan, you loved Barry Bonds. If you weren't a Giants fan, you didn't. It was that simple.
It was very simple. The further you were away from the ballpark, the more anti-Bonds it got. By the time you got to Oakland, you're probably 50-50. By the time you got to Sacramento, it was about 20-80. And by the time you got to the Nevada border, it was 99-1.
I mean, how can Oakland fans ever get indignant about steroids? Come on.
They got indignant because it was the guy who played for San Francisco.
Of course.
It wasn't a moral stance they were making. It was, why isn't he doing this stuff for us?
Monte and Curry in the backcourt. Yeah, I mean, that was a little, the trading of Monte for Bogut. Yeah, I mean, but not nearly. Jim Harbaugh being fired, I mean, I don't know if that was a divisive moment, because I think most people looked at that and said, I don't like it. What the hell's going on there?
It was a fait accompli, and people knew it. It was a fait accompli the year before. They were talking about Harbaugh's last year in Harbaugh's third year.
By the way, Ray, the Indiana-Purdue game is tipped off in Assembly Hall, so I will now be halfway hosting the show, halfway watching. So good luck.
You know what? Not my problem. If there's dead air, it's probably an improvement.
888-957-9570 is the number. This is...
How'd the tip-off go, by the way?
I was actually hosting. I don't know. I could rewind.
Oh, so you're just a blowhard then. You're actually going to pay attention to your job. You're not going to watch the game.
Brandon in Vegas. You're on 95.7 The Game. Hello, Brandon.
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. Appreciate it. Look, I remember the Montana young days, man. I mean, 40 years ago, I was 10 years old when the catch happened. So it's big, but not even close to what it was with Kaepernick. It had nothing to do with the knee. It had to do with the shiny penny. We saw this big arm, quick guy, different from Smith, who was only, dinking and dunking and wasn't getting it done. He had his own, things to cross with all the offensive coordinators he went through. We're in the same situation. We got a shiny penny. We got a guy who can't stay, he's got a little bit of a health issue, can't stay healthy, but he's smart. And we went with Kaepernick, and he wasn't ready. He didn't have the experience, and he didn't have the knowledge. And that's where we failed. We should have stuck with Smith. I think we had a better chance. And I think if you go back now and you think about it, all those guys are like me. Why? I want Kaepernick. If you switch it back and you go Smith, do we have a better chance?
I don't.
Stick with the chance that we had.
I mean, that's a show I've done, and thank you very much for the call. We've hosted that show. We've done that show. Here's what I remember about that Super Bowl. Neither quarterback was out there for the game tilting, altering second half Ravens kick return for touchdown. It wasn't Colin Kaepernick who had Vernon Davis botching the very first offensive play the 49ers ran of that Super Bowl, where he gets an illegal procedure and you can't do that. How you screw up the first play of the Super Bowl in terms of it being an illegal formation is something that I'll go to my grave not getting that one. And yeah, I mean, is Alex Smith hitting Crabtree on 3 straight fades to the end zone? Would you have given the ball to Frank Gore instead? Maybe you would have been less convinced that the quarterback throwing the ball there in that situation was the right thing to do, so you just hand the ball to frickin' Gore and you win the Super Bowl? I don't know how that affects that game, but I also know I would have gone with Kaepernick too. So,
yeah, the big debate with Smith and Kaepernick was the age-old, can you lose your job while you're injured? Because there was no great sort of loyalty towards Smith because he had been saddled with a series of terrible football teams, and people decided that was his fault rather than the organization's. So that when he got hurt and Kaepernick took the field and sort of hit the ground running, in fairness, I don't remember a whole lot of anger about it shouldn't be Kaepernick. It was mostly about, well, can you take Smith's job away even though he's injured? And Jim Harbaugh said, well, of course you can, because I'm about to do it. And, Harbaugh being the hyper-competitive yet disingenuous yob that he is, he made it seem like it was going to be Smith's job when he came back. And then he said, well, no, it's not. And that was really the crux of the argument.
I remember that too, and I'll just go back to the old everything's business as usual until it becomes unusual. And things became unusual for Alex Smith while he was hurt.
Yeah, and it was a good reminder that nobody's word is good unless they're going to spend every day making it good. And Jim Harbaugh was today's guy. What gets me through today?
49er Ken. Calling from San Antonio. What's going on? 49er Ken, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
How you guys doing tonight?
Very well, thank you.
Or whatever time it is there. Hey, so this game coming up couldn't be a better matchup. Whoever wins this game is going to go to the Super Bowl. I kind of figure it'll be us by 4 or 5 points. Garoppolo can do it. He can take us there.
Here's the thing. I'm not going to make any bold predictions about what's going to happen next when I'm still not sure about what's going to happen now in Green Bay. But I love your enthusiasm. Go Spurs. 49er Ken in San Antonio. As we were saying, Ray, there's some magic numbers that trigger, hey, did Kyle win today? Did the 49ers win today? Nothing indicates 49ers won today more than did they run the ball 30 times. They are wildly successful when they get 30 carries because that means they're controlling the ball, they're controlling the pace of the game, and they got to control, I think, the pace of this game to win it too, Ray. I don't think they can get into a pinball match with a quarterback as good as Aaron Rodgers. The pace of play, it's more of an NBA stat than it is an NFL stat, but it matters an awful lot to Kyle Shanahan, and here it is. The 49ers need to run this game as a defensive, slow it down, four-corner, Dean Smith, North Carolina type of game. That's how I think they win it. The 49ers have scored 30 points or more 6 times this season. The Green Bay Packers have scored 30 points or more 6 times since week 11. You want to go low. The Niners are not winning a shootout at Lambeau Field. Now, maybe the weather will mean you don't get a shootout today, even if you want one, Green Bay. And that's the rare, that could be an advantage for the Niners on the road.
The other thing, because, I sort of agree with you, the 49ers cannot, win 38-35. The other thing is they can't let Green Bay score early because otherwise the game is now being dictated to them. And I don't know that running the ball as much as they need to if they're down 10 or 14-0 is going to work. So
that's the thing.
What they can't do is what they did in week 3 and nearly overcame, which is fall behind 17-0 in the first half. I think that's a game that I don't think they can win. In fact, I don't even think they can come back from that.
Here's how medication works. You take it, you wait a little while, it kicks in, and then it starts tapering off. I think that matters for Jimmy Garoppolo and his body and his thumb and his shoulder, and it's going to matter in Green Bay. I think the Niners got to get an early lead. The exact formula that you saw in the Dallas game that's it. The Niners basically can win one way. That is the limitation of a limited quarterback.
Or better pain blockers.
Did you watch Dope Sick, by the way? Did you ever check it out?
No, my wife did.
But I said I gave you a recommendation. You said you might act upon that.
I have not yet acted upon it.
You have to. You're going to really like it because it's depressing and it's a commentary on not just the poor human condition, but the absolute corruption that surrounds us almost in a 360-degree circumference, right?
I get all of that. I believe it all to be true, and I don't think the 49ers are going to bother with it. If they have to shoot him up, they will.
Oh, yeah, they're going to shoot him up. But Jimmy's going to be feeling better in that first half than he is in that second half, because that's how medicine works. And I think that was reflected in the game that you saw in Dallas. He was a lot better in that first half than he was in the second half. Now,
doesn't mean they're limited to one shot, though.
No, maybe we're double dosing. Like our friend who went to the Cow Palace Grateful Dead show.
Yeah.
It was a double dose.
Let's put it this way. If Kyle Shanahan doesn't want to double dose him, and that's the way to keep him pain-free, Garoppolo will do it himself.
We're going to get a double dose of coordinator sound. Mike McDaniel, D'Amico Ryan. We'll hear a little from Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle as well. And if you missed Juwan Jennings earlier today, stick around. In our 5 o'clock hour, we're going to run him past you since he is helping the 49ers run past their opponents lately. He's been a huge, huge help to what they've been trying to do. He was a great conversation. Think about it. How much have you heard from Juwan Jennings? How much do you know? The answer is hardly anything and not much. So you're going to want to stick around because you're going to get to know a young man who's certainly coming into his own here as a professional football player on a big professional football stage. So stick around for all of that. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. And reminder, at 5:30 tonight, we are pivoting to Warriors-Pacers with a little Warriors Live right around the corner, brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for all things sports, live games, shows, news, highlights, all in one place. That's coming up here on 95.7 The Game.
Exogen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA, confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels contain false information. Be sure, be accurate with Exogen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies. Learn more at Exogen.com.
The lights are brightest in the playoffs. Rematch of the NFC Championship game.
Cuts back, rumbles down inside the 35. They cannot stop the run.
Niners, Packers.
Four-man rush. Rodgers
If your family depends on your income and something happened to you, what would happen to them? You need life insurance, and SelectQuote can help you get it at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote found Jacob, 40, who's in excellent health, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $19 a month.
Not in perfect...
For your chance to win, visit the contest page on 957thegame.com and learn more.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Prescott hit when he threw it, and it's intercepted. K'Wan Williams able to jump in front.
Hey, Cal! Let's go. This is where we go. Put this in the box right now. Let's go put the ball in the box. Let's go.
Debo follows his blockers and takes off. Inside the 10. What a run! Touchdown, San Francisco.
I told you. Let's go. Thanks for telling me. Come on.
I've been doing this for a long time, and I've never, ever, ever been around a football player that called his own shot. I get in basketball, but when you're playing 22 people are on the field, 11 of them are trying to tackle you with every ounce of being that they have, and you just say, hey, yeah, give me the ball, I'm going to put the ball in the box. And for him to do it, that was a special moment that only a special player could accomplish.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Huge play out of Debo. Called his shot. You heard Mike McDaniel talking about it. He's so beautifully awkward behind a microphone. He just popping his peas and as much into a microphone as humanly possible. God bless him. It is a huge afternoon that I think Debo needs to have. I mean, it's as all hands on deck as humanly possible for the 49ers as they head to Lambeau Field and Green Bay. George Kittle, Ray, was asked about how cold it's going to be, and here's what he had to say.
I've played in some really cold games before. I think the coldest one we played was like minus 28 degrees with wind chill. That was really fun. My key to staying warm is just to play a lot of snaps, and so you keep your blood going. The heated seats and the heaters on the sideline are probably really nice. But hey, it's football. You can't really use the cold as an excuse. You just got to go out there and perform at a high level. I think it's just going to be really fun. It's just a little bit more adversity for us to try to battle through.
I mean, that's the thing about football players who aren't, always their entire careers took place in the state of California. And the guy's from Iowa. He understands what cold is. I mean, there are a lot of players who have played in terrible conditions in their careers. So it's not like they're going to be experiencing elements for the first time in their playing days.
The whole idea behind the cold ends pretty much as soon as the game starts, because at that point all it is a leveler. If there are guys who can't play in the cold, they probably can't play football. The only issue for me is how windy is it going to be. If it's just going to be 11 miles an hour, that's doable. If it's going to be 20, then everybody's affected by the cold, and they probably will talk about it afterward. But for right now, the cold is just an abstract. You don't know what 2 degrees feels like till you go out and stand in it for 4 hours.
I got to be honest. There are a few stadiums that I still have on my list of incompletes, and Lambeau's one of them. I've never been to Lambeau Field, Ray. I'm sure you have been several times.
Oh, I was at the conference final against Carolina when it was -3, and you could tell most of the Carolina players thought they were on Mars. It's something that you say you can play in it, and then once it starts, you go, okay, it's really cold. And then when the wind comes out, over the far stands, then it gets brutal, because now it's needles in your face. And that's the real thing. It just, if you're standing around, it's cold. If you're playing, it's not bad. But if you're playing and it's windy, it sucks.
George Kittle says it's a dream come true to go to Lambeau.
Lambeau's going to be awesome. Historic stadium. Haven't played there since 2018. Very excited to go there. It's really kind of a dream come true. So looking forward to that experience, play a night playoff game at Lambeau, 0 degrees. I mean, what more can you ask for?
I mean, that's what you need. You need the psychopath who says, I'm ready to go. I don't care how cold it is. I've always wanted to play there. I'm up for big games. Man, I want George Kittle to not have one of those subtle, he was a really good blocker on the line of scrimmage. Like, he's got to make plays. And, how do you get him open? Well, he's not being targeted because he's being covered. I don't care. Get that guy the ball. Figure it out. Figure it out.
It might be just as useful, though, if he is a blocker. Because if he's in blocking the way we expect him to block, 49ers will be in decent shape, too. I don't think this is a matter of getting him a lot of touches with the ball. It's having him active. And if it means he's blocking and the 49ers only throw the ball 15 times, I think they're still in okay shape. I don't know that they're in great shape because I think Green Bay is a better team. But the more they have to throw the ball to George Kittle, the more trouble they're in, because it means they're throwing the ball a lot. And I think they've got to keep their throws around 20 and their runs around 30.
They got to keep Aaron Rodgers' throws, on that short side of the sheet too, because he's just not out there. They're sitting on a lead. They're sitting on a clock. They are, Kyle Shanahan needs to wring time of possession's neck with both hands. He really does. That's how they win this game. If you give Aaron Rodgers a chance to pick on this secondary, he will. You saw him do it with almost no time. How about this? Ray, I want the Niners to win this game. I mean, I know that you say you never have any rooting interest in anything that ever happens. I want them going to the NFC title game as a topic for us next week. You say always root for yourself? Okay. Next week is a lot more interesting and a lot more lucrative for us if the 49ers win this game. So I want them to win this game. I want the town that I live in to be happy. I do. I want my wife to be happy. She's a huge Niners fan. I want her to be happy.
You're taking her on vacation next weekend. She'll be happy.
We are going on a little bit of a vacation, but I already told her, I said, honey, we're going to have to leave Tahoe and be back in San Francisco for the 49er game if they're playing in the NFC Championship. So be ready for like an early 5 a.m. wake up if they're the early game, or maybe they don't start until 1. We'll have to see how it all goes. But either way,
5 may not be early enough.
There's not going to be any, we might not be doing any. I won't be doing any. I'm just, I am après-ski extraordinaire. I am going to, there'll be no Sunday slopes, Sunday morning slopes.
No,
if there is a
you got to prepare.
Game.
You have to prepare for elbow ups.
What's elbow ups?
Drinking.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Well, that's all Saturday. That's for Daddy taking care of kids.
Well, I'm just telling you, Sunday you will be at it as well. I have faith in you.
I want the Niners to win. I'm looking for the ways the Niners win this game. They don't win this game if it's in the 30s. Again, the Packers live in football games that are being played in the 30s. The Niners are not that team. They need the opposite of that.
I mean, I think that's the one thing that's pretty evident. But I don't know that George Kittle needs to have a big day receiving-wise for the 49ers to be in okay shape. I think it's more likely that they win if Elijah Mitchell and Deebo Samuel have good running days. I think that's where the box score part of the game will be explained.
And I agree with you, but I also think that it's easier to run through that box if you have some target pulling guys out of it. I mean, for Elijah and Deebo to have big running days, they need a little room. And you get room by backing that defense off a half a step, a quarter step, not creeping towards the line of scrimmage because they have some targets to go cover. I'm looking at you, Deebo. I'm looking at you, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk. We had Juwan Jennings on. Somebody needs to make a play in the passing game just to relieve this running game a little bit. When I'm looking for positive stuff about the 49ers to share with you, I saw this. This is not positive, but I have to share it with you because it's significant. Came from Doug Farrar, USA Today. The 49ers are the worst man-to-man coverage team in football. Did you know that?
I saw that.
Yeah. 49ers have not played a lot of man-to-man because they don't do it well at all. As a matter of fact, this season, only the Rams and Seahawks have had fewer reps in cover 0, cover 1, and 2-man man-to-man defenses than the 49ers did, and that's because DeMeco Ryans knows that his defense gives it up. 63 completions on 101 attempts for 961 yards, 9 touchdowns, no interceptions, and a quarterback opponent rating of 123.4, by far the NFL's worst in man-to-man defense. The Jacksonville Jaguars were second worst, giving up 10 fewer yards. Or, excuse me, second worst, 10 fewer QBR points. But they're terrible. So they got to sit in a zone all day against Aaron Rodgers, basically. And Aaron Rodgers can pick your zone apart, and he crushes you man-to-man. There's not a lot of defenses that scare Aaron Rodgers.
There are no defenses that scare Aaron Rodgers. There have been defenses that can control him. The first thing that the 49ers are going to do in the secondary is double team Davante Adams. There's no single guy who can cover him. But the second thing is when you double team a guy, unless you're going to play nickel all day long, you've got 3 guys covering the rest of the field. And there's no other way around it.
Well, you're going to have to play, you're going to have to split your field. And on one half, you're playing man-to-man, two guys double-teaming Davante Adams, and the other 2/3 of the field is in kind of a zone coverage. That happens all over the field now. So it's going to be a hell of a football game if things start out for the 49ers way. And I believe we have a call from Nick in San Mateo, not San Antonio.
We don't have any listeners in San Francisco. They're all in southern Texas.
No, this is San Mateo. Nick, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up?
I love the show, and you're the best, Ray. But I have a question for both of you guys. If they win the toss, what do you think is a better idea? Take the ball or defer it? Because if they do what they did against Dallas and go right down the field and get 7, that's a great start. That's a real good start.
And I think they need an early and good start in this game, too. I think the team winning at the end of the first quarter, I think wins this game. I do. I think it's going to be a get a lead, sit on a lead type of football game. And having said that, I still always want the ball to start the second half.
Yeah, the only reason not to defer is if the conditions on the field are so bad. If it's brutally windy, you might want the wind to start the game more than anything else, because that means you'll get it in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. No, that would be it.
But that's it. No, otherwise you defer. You absolutely defer. Because you have to believe, playing Green Bay, that the game's going to be a 60-minute slog. If you have it the way you want it to go, you're not going to blow them out of the door. You're not going to blow them out the doors. You're going to have to grind them out till the end. And the 49ers nearly did that the first time. And I think that's probably the way they would like that to go in general this time as well, only they'd rather not spot the Packers 17 points.
You do not want to be spotting the Packers 17 points. And as we were saying earlier, as the Niners were winning in Dallas, rallying the troops, getting people excited, believing in themselves, you got a Green Bay team resting, preparing. I mean, Matt LaFleur's first 20 plays in this game should scare the Niners. I mean, it really should. He should have a huge opening statement for the 49ers that then they, slap back because, Nick Bosa's laying on top of Aaron Rodgers, who thought he was going to have 3 seconds to get rid of the ball. It was more like 2.8 because they're just coming. They're going to have to make Aaron Rodgers wildly uncomfortable to win this football game. I believe that as much as anything. Forget about anything for 30s, 40s, whatever. It's beat up Aaron Rodgers.
And the stupefying thing about that statement is that Aaron Rodgers is never uncomfortable.
No. He gets uncomfortable. He gets pissy. He starts looking around. He starts staring at his coach funny. He starts staring at his receiver and offensive line funny. Aaron Rodgers can be made very uncomfortable.
But he can function when he's pissy. Sure. That's the difference. To make him so uncomfortable that he can't function is what I'm talking about. And I don't know, given the way he's been protected this year, that the 49ers will make him so uncomfortable that he can't function. He's faced frightful rushes before. What you have to hope from the Packers is that the 49ers keep the ball away from Aaron Rodgers for a significant enough time that he's got to punch uphill. Because even he, like any other quarterback who's ever played, is going to struggle if they've got to score a ton of points coming from behind. That's how the 49ers deal with Aaron Rodgers. Yes, put a rush on him. But that's standard for every game. To make Aaron Rodgers uncomfortable to the point where he's going to struggle, you make him have to push uphill.
You push the pocket. That's how you make him. You just got to be in his face all day long.
You push the pocket and you make sure he doesn't have the ball.
David Bakhtiari, his left tackle, is back. He had 27 snaps against the Lions in the regular season finale, warming it up after basically missing the entire season due to a knee injury. Jair Alexander, who had an interception against the 49ers in Week 3, then got injured in Week 4, put on the IR. He's coming back again. They're sharpening their knives. They're ready to go. The Packers are getting healthier than they've been all year. And it should be a hell of a football game. Brandon Ayuk was asked, hey, looking back at Week 3, what can you take from that and bring it to Lambeau with you this week? Here is Ayuk on his Packer memories from earlier this regular season.
I watched the Packers game from Week 3 on Monday, and just everybody across the board, just myself, I feel like I was watching the strides, just everything just feels a lot different, looks a lot different. The whole entire unit, offensive unit just looks a lot better. We all move as one. The growth has been crazy just to watch.
It's about timing. Everything that the 49ers do in their offense is about timing. The way that the holes open in the running game, the way that Jimmy needs to hit guys in stride. Whenever Jimmy hits a guy in stride, anyone else notices that's a big play? It just happens. That's how Kyle Shanahan has designed this whole thing. Hit my guy, moving with the ball, in full stride. Don't let him break his stride. And, you would think that the yak yards were dependent on the wide receiver. And in so many ways, they truly are. But that quarterback, getting him the ball in rhythm, the rhythm that wasn't present early on in the year, but then became a little bit more present. When Jimmy does uncork a really good pass, you have to agree, wow, that looked great. And he hit his target perfectly in stride. And that's when this offense clicks. And Ayuk's right. It's happening more now than earlier in the year, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's an easy one to spot because they struggled early to score points, even though they were running the ball okay. It's when they got, they figured out how to block for Garoppolo in such a way that he didn't have to arc the ball too high to get over the defensive line, because he does have a tendency to throw the ball high, and part of that is because he's a pocket passer and has to get it over guys. If you're mobile, you could throw sidearm the way Kyler Murray does, and the way Patrick Mahomes does. But Garoppolo is not such a towering figure that he could just throw a regular ball and expect it not to be batted down from time to time. That I believe anyway.
Yeah,
is the reason why the ball is up as much as it is, and how his hand affects that on Saturday is really going to depend, A, on the efficacy of the shot, and B, whether the 49ers can run the ball so well that when Garoppolo throws, the Packers' defensive line has had to hesitate for that half second while they're making sure that it's not another run.
It's going to be hard to hold on to a cold football on a cold day with a bum thumb that you may not be feeling much of because, the efficacy of that shot got the job done and they numbed it up for you. how do you expect a quarterback who is not exactly defined by accuracy to have a really accurate day with a numb thumb? I mean, that's where the whole ball. I mean, let me play quarterback on the Twitch and the YouTube for all. But they have yet to invent a throwing motion where the thumb's on top, Ray. It just does not happen. It can't. You'd have to amputate a hand and sew it on upside down on your throwing arm in order for the thumb to be on top. It just does not happen. So the entire ball is riding out on a digit that you can't even feel.
Urban Meyer would do it.
He would. Well, Urban's aggressive with his digits.
Yep. Ew. You took that to a very dark and creepy place.
Well, so did he.
Yeah. But the other thing is, the more Garoppolo has to throw early, the quicker, the pain is going to come upon him because he'll be using it a lot more. If he, again, I think the entire key for the 49ers to have control of this game, if not win it outright, is for them not to have to throw the ball very much.
The 30 carries. And we're back to
30 and more.
Yeah. It's minimum 30.
And more to the point, grinding out drives like they did against the Cowboys, 12 plays, 11 plays, 13 plays, that kind of length, that all of a sudden at halftime, they've had the ball for 19 and a half minutes and the Packers have had it for 10 and a half. That's how you get to establish the tone of a game. At least that's how the 49ers get to. There are some teams that can establish a tone by throwing it like they've got a cab waiting. But the 49ers are not that team. In fact, they are the diametric opposite of that.
It's the opposite of playing like a cab is waiting.
The opposite is like you can stay there all night, which means we don't have to do anything fancy. Do the stuff that works.
We're back to pace. Pace is something that you hear a lot more discussed in an NBA game than a football game, but pace is crucial for the Niners. They're going to have to kill clock. They're going to have to run, and keep the ball out of Aaron Rodgers' hand, and then not ask Jimmy to do too much with his hand. And remember, it's a shoulder, too. Here's Jimmy Garoppolo saying, yeah, it's both. And you think a thumb is part of the throwing motion? You should see a shoulder.
The shoulder, it's being a quarterback, it affects every throw. So it definitely had some impact. If I'm out there and I'm being put in that spot, I got to, still make the plays that I normally make. So no excuses or anything like that. Just, the injury is what it is. Just we're all dealing with stuff now.
No excuses. We got Mustafa in Fremont. You're on 95.7 The Game. What's up?
What's going on, Damon Ray? Listen, I've been a lifelong 49er fan since 1980, and never have I heard any local guys like you guys be so negative. What's going on with all the naysaying? Come on, man. You guys sound like you're rooting for the Packers to win. It's 49er football. Biggest game of the season for us.
Well, Ray is rooting for the Packers to win.
No, I'm going to root for my bet.
You've made a bet on this game?
Well, when I do, that's what I'm rooting for.
And you're going to bet on the Packers?
Yeah. I'm not a 49er fan. I'm not an anyone fan. I mean, I might end up taking the 6.
Fan of your pocketbook.
Here's the thing, Mustafa. Have you heard anything out of us that you think, oh, well, that's just negativity? They're wrong about that. I don't think so. Look, the Niners are a clear underdog going into this game. They will have nothing but an uphill battle. I don't think they have many options beyond the formula that we've been discussing in vivid detail to win this game. I think there's like 3 or 4 different ways the Packers can win this game. There's only one way the Niners win this game. And they have to basically do something they haven't done a lot of this year to do it. They have to control a football game for 4 quarters in a row. They can't have one of those, well, we showed up and had a hell of a half. I don't think that gets the job done this weekend. I want the Niners to win this game. Again, Ray will be rooting against you for his own interests. What Ray doesn't understand, though, is that he's going to make more money next week hosting a radio show than he is on this bet, unless he's a whale. So you want the Niners to win too, Ray. Because it gets easier to work around here when that happens.
It's still the same 3 hours. We just have to get a bigger shovel.
Juwan Jennings. Coming up next, we had a great conversation with a player. Let's face it, you're just starting to learn about on the field. What do you know about him off the field? The answer is almost nothing. So stick around. Juwan Jennings, a fantastic interview. That's how we're going to start our hour, and then we're going to end Damon and Ratto today talking about 7 head coach openings. Is there actually 8? So stick around. Much more on the way, including Warriors Live, beginning at 5:30 this evening here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Hi, this is George with
Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is officially time to say hello to Juwan Jennings inside the 49ers locker room, brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality. In his second year with the 49ers, making an impact now like never before. He spent all last season on the practice squad, 16 appearances this year, none bigger than the appearance that he made in Los Angeles, which was almost a home game for the 49ers, the amount of red we saw at SoFi Stadium. Juwan Jennings joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Juwan, Damon Bruce, you're going to hear from Ray Ratto in just a little bit. Thank you very much for joining us. This is our first chance to ever say hello to you, and we appreciate your time today. How's it going, man?
Hey, it's going good, man. Just got out of practice, feeling fresh, ready to go. And how y'all doing, man? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, it's great to have you here. So practice did go well today. Everyone feeling good. Is there a way to make Santa Clara colder for you guys? Can you air condition the field so you get ready for these temperatures?
Man, I don't know. I've been hearing a lot about what we're going to be, playing in when it comes to this cold weather, but I've never played there, and so I know I just can't wait. I'm excited. I just can't wait.
How much do you think you've changed since the start of the year, when you were having the same trouble everybody else who wasn't Deebo Samuel was having to get sort of regular run? How did you become the guy who got the regular run at the end of the season when it essentially matters the most?
Well, I think it just takes trying to be consistent to the best of your ability, and you got to wait till you get when you get an opportunity, and just be ready, when your number's called, just be ready. And that's just something I try to do. And it's been fun. And like I said, I just can't wait to go out there this Saturday and give them my all again.
Reading through your game logs, Juwan, trying to read, the information that you can gather from your game logs, I've concluded that you spent the first 9 weeks of the year sort of earning the trust of the coaching staff and your position coaches, and then you've spent the back half of the season earning the trust of your quarterback. Is it as simple as that as I'm looking at your game logs? Like you have to earn trust in that order?
Well, it's kind of, I don't know how none of that works for real. I just know, you got to go out there and practice and perform, at a high level to be able to get out there on the field, and then you have to take practice and do it out there. And so, you got to take coaching. It's coaching, it's just working out, it's lifting, it's, other players that's coming in, keeping up, the same energy every day, and make sure we have the practice that we need to do or have. And that's basically it, man. That's basically it.
Juwan Jennings here on 95.7 The Game. So obviously a huge win in Dallas, and we'll get to that in just a second. But we got to go back to the Rams game, because you were spectacular in the Rams game. 2 touchdowns for you. It was a culmination, obviously, of an entire season's worth of work. How good did it feel to go out there, and how comfortable was it for your offense to operate with so many 49ers fans in that building?
It was fun. Definitely a game, I think we'll never forget. But it was just basically the same formula I was just talking about, man. Just taking it from practice and taking it from past experience, and just relying on the playmakers that we have. And that's basically it, man. It was a fun experience, and like you said, it was red everywhere, and so. It felt almost like a home game, man, and it was just fun to be able to compete against, the Rams.
How complicated is Kyle Shanahan's offense for a young player to learn, and when do you think you learned it?
I'm still learning it every day. You just try to learn, where to line up first, and that's basically it, man. It's very complicated. It's definitely. You know, and this is the only offense I've been in too. So you know, thankful that I haven't had to learn different playbooks, but you know, just going at it every day and having Wes, you know, as a position coach, you know, he helps us a lot. We go over it a lot, and you know, that's it. We just try to, you know, perfect our craft every day.
One more question from the Rams game. How nervous are you, more nervous at all when it's someone other than a quarterback throwing you a football? You caught your one of your touchdown passes from Deebo Samuel. I mean, we've seen Kyle dial up a couple trick plays this year. I don't know if any worked as well as the one that you guys ran. Is there more pressure to make that play work? And Deebo, who is just wearing all kinds of hats, is there pressure to turn him into a quarterback now too?
It's just pressure just to do your job right each and every play, man. It don't matter if it's catching football or making a block, and you know that we just take pride on just going out there and playing hard each and every snap.
You know, we've been asking you what it's like to play wide receiver. Have you ever played with a teammate anything like what Deebo Samuel has done this year, has been asked to do this year?
No, sir.
Like how much harder would your day be if Kyle walked over to you and said, "Hey, we're going to need you to play backup running back 2 today"?
I don't know. I just do my job, man. Whatever coach asks to do, we go out there and do it. And Deebo's been doing it at a very high level, and I'm just proud of him, man. You know, there's a lot of work to go into this, and like I said, we just can't wait for this weekend.
Just in terms of video study, does the Green Bay defense look different now than it did in Week 3? I mean, I know you didn't play much in Week 3, but does it look different now? Is that what you're studying off of more than that first game?
You know, I guess, like, I leave that up to the coaches or how much we're studying. I don't know too much of that. I just, you know the coverages. We go out there and run fast and catch the ball, and that's it.
Well, you know, it's so funny that you keep drawing it back to it's so simple. It's, you know, it looks very complicated to us, and you say that Kyle Shanahan has a complicated playbook. But, Juwan, he also said that you were playing so hard and so locked in last week that when you were on the field, you were 95% blacked out. I don't think I've ever heard a player described as 95% blacked out, and it be a good thing, like a positive thing. That's a different way to describe being locked in, I guess.
Oh man, I think he just knows the level of the style that I like to play at, and you know, it's football, and you know, you got to play, you got to play at a high level, but you also got to play under control, you know, because everybody out there is great athletes, and so you just got to make sure you get your job done.
So I'll tell you, I think you got one Dallas Cowboy in particular to play out of control. You cracked Trayvon Diggs on Sunday, and then the two of you started jawing at each other, and that almost seemed to last the rest of that game. Is there anything you can tell us on the radio without getting us in trouble that you guys were talking about?
Well, like man, that's football, and that's what I love about football. And at that particular game, you know, it was the Dallas Cowboys, and so you know, it was us against them, and that so happened to happen in that game, and it is what it is. It's over with, and now we're looking forward to the Green Bay Packers.
I know that it's very professional to say that there's no difference between these teams. It doesn't matter if you're playing the Green Bay Packers or the Dallas Cowboys or the Houston Texans, but I don't believe that, because the Packers and Cowboys are bigger teams, bigger rivals than the Houston Texans will ever be. You went to Tennessee, for goodness sakes. Don't tell me that a game against Arkansas is the same as a game against Alabama. It's not. It feels different. Are these games feeling bigger and different to you since that Rams game, which essentially was a playoff game?
Well, I say we're just playing in the NFL, coming from college, is a complete difference. Is way. I'm just out there. Yeah, of course I'm nervous. You know, you want to make plays, you don't want to mess up and all that. But yeah, it's definitely a difference. But when it's just always coming down to your technique, just going back to the basics and not trying to do too much.
Well, I tell you what, our friends at Harris Ranch Beef are going to give you a dozen USDA Prime New York strip steaks. We're talking like 10.5 pounds of beef for you to throw on the grill.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you, Juwan, for coming on with us today. And Ray and I were talking about this before you joined us. I think watching a young athlete come into his own, watching the light go on, watching it all start to click is one of the coolest things in sports. And watching this for you has been an awful lot.
And thank you for having me. Can't wait, to have another interview. Y'all have a good one. Bye-bye.
Ray. Oh, you get this is your meat too.
Yeah, but you're the one who offers it. So he will always look at it as the steaks you're providing him.
In a weird way, I'm always representing you at the same time. And in an even scarier fashion, you're kind of representing me all at once, too, here, Ray. So,
well, then we're screwed.
Yeah, pretty much. I'll tell you who's not screwed at the half. Indiana's looking good against Purdue. I don't want to jinx anything, but I'm very happy right now. I'm very, very happy right now. I'm very, very happy that we got to say hello to Juwan Jennings, who's got to be thrilled with the way he's being used, with the way that he really is coming into his own here with the 49ers right at the right time, right when they need him the most. They're taking the guy that we're the least familiar with and turning him into automatic first downs, basically. It's what he's become for them, automatic first downs. So, look, it's going to be a hell of a weekend. A hell of a weekend, not just at Lambeau Field. There are other games beyond that. I know tomorrow we'll get into how we think Championship Sunday looks when it's all said and done. Not that Ray and I do very well in the prediction business. But I want to wrap up today's portion of our show because we got Warriors Live starting at 5:30 tonight here, and we're going to get into Warriors and Pacers coming up at Chase Center tonight and kind of stay on topic there for the rest of the show. There are, Ray, depending on how you want to classify Rick Bisaccia, 7 to 8 NFL openings as of right now. Bisaccia is still the Raiders' interim head coach. He has not been relieved of his duties. He is actually interviewed, and we're not going to take it from him until it's not his.
Yeah, until the new general manager takes it, because that's when it's going to happen.
I was about to say, except for the sake of this segment. So there are basically 8 NFL openings right now, and here they are in alphabetical order, which is by design, because we're about to rank these in another way, Ray, so prepare thyself. Bears, Broncos, Dolphins, Giants, Jaguars, Raiders, Texans, Vikings. That is your alphabetical order of jobs open in the NFL or soon to come open. Sorry, Rick Bisaccia.
Actually, there might be a 9th before you get started.
You gonna go Seahawks on me?
No, I'm going to go Cliff Kingsbury on you because apparently he and Michael Bidwill are not very happy with each other, and Michael Bidwill owns the team.
Well, fair enough, but Michael Bidwill is a terrible football team owner, and firing Cliff Kingsbury would be ridiculous.
It might be, but it's still it could be in play, is all I'm saying.
Okay.
Anyway,
it's not right now, though.
Back to the 7 sure dead guys.
Right. Maybe 8. But let me just tell you this about Cliff Kingsbury, since you brought him up, because I know that we did a bag on him segment earlier this week, too, talking about how the way his teams start or not the way his teams finish, there is a trail off in quality of play that has been an earmark of all of his years as a head coach going back to Texas Tech. And that's all true, Ray. We can go into the numbers and slice it up that way. But you know what's also true? 5, 10, and 1 to 8 and 8 to 11 and 6. How you can make the argument that Cliff Kingsbury isn't good for the Arizona Cardinals is just ridiculous. He has made them better every single season that he's been there as a head coach, and the Texans, the Dolphins, the Bears, the Panthers would all be dying for his level of failure. So there you go. There's me stumping for Cliff Kingsbury and talking about how firing him would be ridiculous. Anyway, the jobs that we do have open, I think it's easy to say that the most ready to win may be the team with the fewest amount of moving parts is the Vikings job, right? Is that not the best opening right now?
I think so, because I don't think you can take Miami winning 8 of its last 9 and say, aha, this team is fixed.
Yeah, you still got an awful lot of questions about, is this the quarterback? Even if your question, is this the quarterback, follows you to Minnesota, that's a decision you could maybe pivot from quicker than the Dolphins might be pivoting from their quarterbacking situation. I think the Broncos job also looks good, but the pending sale makes it less stable because that's how sales work. And then I start thinking, if that Raiders job is really open, it might be the third best job opening out there. And there's not a lot of times you would ever have said that. I mean, who's coming in to run the team is going to be huge. The GM, the choice on Kerr. There's a brutal division waiting for you. There's a lot of moving parts, but it's got potential. It does. It's got potential. I think it's day one better than the Texas opening, than the Giants opening, than the Jaguars opening, than maybe even the Dolphins opening or the Bears opening.
I don't know if it's better than the Dolphins opening, and here's why. The new general manager comes in, and maybe he decides that Derek Carr has to be moved on from. In which case, they have to go find a quarterback. And a coach that has to find a quarterback is usually a guy who gets 3 years and then gets a college job. That's the wild card here, because the general manager is gone. He's gone after only being in the job for 3 months because the guy who was the general manager and the coach is gone too. So you have no idea what kind of football operation the Raiders are going to present in 2022. And a coach in that situation is really hamstrung by decisions that have nothing to do with him. So the new Raiders guy might end up with no useful quarterback, or trying to make something out of Marcus Mariota at this late stage of his career. So I think there's a chance that it could be worse than the Dolphins job.
But there's like a built-in level of patience that comes with it if you're hitting that reset button.
Mark Davis?
Again, how can he be just burning through coaches at this point? He can't. He can't. So there's a little bit of patience there. I think there's a little bit of patience that's going to be granted to the New York Giants job. I mean, they need to stop firing coaches that don't work every 2 years. The Giants job is going to come with a full rebuild. The Bears job comes with a massive question about whether Fields is the right guy for the job. And you got the cheapest screws in blue blood NFL ownership for sure. The Texans job is without a doubt the worst. That Texans job is it not only does it come with terrible ownership and an unresolved quarterbacking situation, which is toxic and a nightmare to deal with from a PR standpoint. You got Nick Caserio and Jack Easterby ready to screw up and undercut you no matter what you do at all times. So that's the worst. And you might be able to debate the middle. Vikings clearly the best, followed by the Broncos. Texans clearly the worst, and you can divvy up what you think the order is in between those.
Yeah, the Texans showed what they're about when they fired David Culley. They brought him in basically because they didn't have anybody else, and they needed not to look as ridiculous as they had been. And to his credit, he made them better as the year went on.
They did. They got better.
His reward was to get shown the door. You know, I mean, more people were surprised by Culley getting fired than I think anybody else.
Flores may be ahead of him, but
maybe, although there had been rumblings about Flores, that he and the owner weren't getting along and he and the general manager were having problems. That was pretty common knowledge in and around Miami. The Culley firing just made no sense except as a petty, act of, we just used you for a year to get around the Rooney Rule. I mean, the Texans are not to be trusted on any level. So, yeah, that is the worst job because it's the worst job from the top to the bottom.
And now, will anyone be thinking outside of the box, or are they going to basically be, plucking candidates from the same tree over and over again, the same pool of candidates, the same timeline, the same structure, the same everything, which is why bad teams get stuck in bad coaching hire ruts over and over again. That or you're like zigzagging. Kevin Clark in The Ringer wrote a really good article about why NFL teams hire the wrong guy over and over again. He said, NFL teams are terrible at hiring. We know this because they tell us it over and over again. They abandon their plans they made 2 or 3 years ago. distance themselves from it by then hiring the exact opposite version of the coach or executive that they just fired. A defensive head coach is fired for an offensive mastermind. A first-time coach gets fired for a veteran retread. A veteran retread gets fired for a first-time mastermind. A player's coach gets fired for a disciplinarian, or vice versa. The cycle repeats itself until anyone in the chain breaks it with an 11-win season.
And there were a couple other stories in The Athletic that broke down the problems with the Bears and the Giants in specific, and it went right to the ownership. And in both of those, the owners it's a family operation. Nobody in the families really know football that well, and so the hiring happens by people who aren't competent to do that, but there's nobody to question the people who do the hiring because they're the people who own the team. And I think that's the biggest problem in football. It's that, and this is sort of an offshoot of what Kevin Clark was writing, is that people who don't know football are making football decisions in a lot of these NFL franchises. And if you don't know football and you can't hire one guy who does, you're just going to repeat the same cycle over and over and over again. I mean, Bob Kraft is the luckiest owner in recent NFL history because he found a guy. He found a guy. It was as simple as that.
He found a guy who found a quarterback. Now everyone looks like a frickin' genius.
Yeah, and he didn't have to walk around in the draft room looking like he had to make a big decision. He could walk around, try the snack tray and then leave. And that's what an owner ought to be doing. The owner needs to hire one guy. Or, in the case, if this happens, one woman who knows football, knows people who know football, and can hire those people to do the football they're supposed to do.
By the way, I got a little breaking news about the Golden State Warriors. This might be better served in Warriors Live, but since it's new, hot, and fresh, I'll tell it to you right now. Did you want to watch Klay Thompson and Andre Iguodala play basketball? Well, then you better be watching tonight, because they will both be playing tonight, but with the Warriors having a back-to-back with the Rockets tomorrow, it has already been announced that both Klay and Andre Iguodala will be sitting tomorrow against Houston. This is something that you probably could have deduced on your own, but there you go. Now we actually know because it's been reported, and we can report to you that coming up next, we got Warriors Live. I know that in the pre-show tweet that I send out, I said that we were going to be doing a food report. I even said a couple of shows ago that we were going to be doing a food report, and I don't want to say I forgot about it, but we didn't get to it. I'm going to have to stow it for one more show. We'll get to it tomorrow. But it's about a California woman who had to go to and she's from Mountain View. The restaurant was in Mountain View. A 24-year-old woman named Danielle had to be taken to the hospital after going a little too wild at a $50 all-you-can-eat sushi buffet. I know a lot of you in the audience are saying, tell me more about her. I'm interested. We'll have to do that tomorrow. But we do have a hero among us. Her name is Danielle, and apparently she does have a limit on sushi rolls, 31 being the limit, because 32 sent her to the hospital. So we'll have more on that tomorrow. She is a local hero, and we will put a spotlight on her. But we do have Warriors Live coming up next. Thanks so much to Juwan Jennings for joining us during the Damon and Ratto portion of this program. But it rolls on next here, starting with Warriors Live right around the corner. We are brought to you by Cal Hope.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about. Cal Hope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
Join the conversation on 95.7 The Game with the Comcast Business Text Line.
Get off me, text line.
Oh, my God. Text 888-957-9570. He's got 62! Welcome to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Here we go. Another basketball game at Chase Center, the second on this 7-game homestand for the Golden State Warriors. They host a depleted Pacers team who actually beat the Lakers in L.A. last night. So good for them. It was the Pacers' second win since Christmas. They're not a good basketball team. but neither are the Lakers. So the Pacers get a win last night. Sabonis goes for a triple-double, and he's not even playing tonight. So that's the award that he gets for doing that. Ray, a very winnable game for the Warriors tonight. They just got to take care of their own business, protect the ball, shoot it relatively well, play their brand of defense, and this should be another get-right game on this schedule for them.
It ought to be. I see fewer reasons to believe that the Warriors can lose this game than I did Tuesday night, and I didn't see many then. It will be slightly harder tonight than Houston tomorrow, but it's still, this is about holding serve, and we've said this before. It's just they need to get through these 2 weeks without Draymond Green, minimum 5-2, and taking the time to fix the things that ail them, like their team shooting, like the rhythm of their offense. They got some rhythm out of it the other night, but they need to get more tonight because this is a very vulnerable bad team. Sabonis isn't playing. Brogdon might not play. I haven't seen anything on him yet. It's a team with most of its good players either out or hurting. You take advantage of those.
You got to take advantage of them. The Warriors, this is something that we asked Steve Kerr about, and you'll be hearing that Steve Kerr interview that we did yesterday at the top of the hour as we move you through Warriors Live this evening, presented by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium at no extra cost, no strings attached. Ask Steve if, offensive struggles sort of defining the last month, are you going to not pivot away from defensive priorities, but prioritize just getting back to your offensive rhythm? And you will hear him saying our offensive rhythm is predicated on our defensive principles. So there's never the right time to get away from defensive principles or focusing on defense, even with Draymond off the court. And maybe even especially with Draymond off the court, because he really is the guy that starts so much of what the Warriors do in transition, in the pick and roll, just getting them into their offense, whether it be fast break or half court. Without Draymond, they're missing an awful lot offensively. Defensively, it's well spoken for what they miss without him. And this is a huge opportunity for Jonathan Kuminga. He's your starting power forward until Draymond returns for now. As a matter of fact, after his third career start on Tuesday, Steve Kerr said after the game that he is going to remain in the starting lineup as long as Draymond is out of it. And Kuminga rewarded his coach with that decision. Even though there was early foul trouble, he got his first career triple-double, 12 points and 10 rebounds. So it's disappointing that you don't get your Draymond Green. But if you're telling me that we're going to fill his minutes with a rookie that you're still most curious about, I'm going to tell you that's a reason to pay close attention tonight. Forget the fact that the competition might not be NBA quality all around. Jonathan Kuminga gets to go against the Pacers tonight, and I think he is as interesting a young player as you're going to find in this league.
And his job is not to focus on, what do I have to do against the Pacers? It's, how do I fit in with my teammates? Because that's one of the things that rookies have to be most cognizant of, is how do I fit into the greater scheme here so that when Green comes back, I can be a regular part of the rotation. I mean, he's fighting not just to see if he can, handle the difficulties that the Pacers may or may not provide. It's how he fits. What's he learned? How is he better than he was a week ago? How is he better than he was 2 weeks ago? I mean, with him, it's a progression. You'll see at the end of this homestand what kind of Kuminga they've got for the stretch run, because, it's not very soon. It's not very far from the fact that when they hit the 50-game mark and the marathon turns into a sprint, and coaches have to figure out who they can trust and who they can't.
As Bob Myers has said so often, you're not going to know who can play with the Warriors until the Warriors are out on the court together. The Warriors have still yet to take the court together. It hasn't happened. 0 games have been played this season with Steph, Draymond, and Clay all out on the court together. So there is Kuminga getting along and learning how to play off the bench with the second unit. And then there's going to be Jonathan Kuminga learning how to play with this version of a starting 5. And then eventually, Jonathan Kuminga is such an important part of this team's future. He may be a permanent part of a starting 5 at some point in time. So, we'll get there until, it wasn't going to happen this year, obviously. But watching the different versions of Kuminga figuring out how to play with his teammates, we're not even going to get the conclusive run through on it this time around, again, because no Draymond through the homestand. On Tuesday night, it was a 102-86 win over the Detroit Pistons. The Warriors led 66-38 at the halftime, so the game was essentially over, which led to a very light night of work for Steph Curry. Whenever you can find that in the minutes report, you're always looking for it. And the Warriors, look, they played well against a bad opponent. A late second quarter run. They scored 14 points in the final 3 minutes, gave them a nice fat cushion. They enjoyed that cushion. Klay Thompson got to lead the Golden State Warriors with 21 points on 6 of 13 shooting. It was his best night from the floor. He was 3 of 8 from downtown. Curry had 18, made 6 of 11 field goals, and for the first time in a long time was 50%, 4 of 8 from downtown.
Yeah, it was a very comprehensive game that had loads of garbage time because as bad as you will see the Pacers are, the Pistons are worse. And then tomorrow night, you'll see a team that's worse than both of them. So it is it's not a stat padding game. It's a reestablish your rhythm game, just like the rest of them will be. Like Utah on Sunday night, it starts to turn more difficult, but this is where the Warriors reestablish what they were early in the year, or they don't. And, while Draymond Green is out, yeah, there are windows of opportunity for guys like Kuminga, guys like Damian Lee. But by and large, this is about them fitting in until they get, everybody together. And then we'll get to see what the final version of the Warriors are supposed to be if and when Green comes back.
By the way, we asked the tough question about Damian Lee to Steve Kerr in the interview that we're going to have for you at 6 o'clock tonight. How much more run are you going to give a guy who just is not getting it done? Boy, veteran little things on the margins mean an awful lot to Steve Kerr and this team, and you will hear that in the Damian Lee answer that he gives us. Again, it was the second time since Christmas that the Indiana Pacers won a basketball game last night down against the Lakers in L.A. Tuesday was the first time that Curry shot 50% or better from both the floor and from the three-point line since before Christmas. December 23rd, that's 11 games ago, which for Curry is a lifetime of shooting struggles. It's the second time it's happened in December and January, now 20 times games played. Curry's got to reestablish himself as efficient. It needs to happen for the Warriors to take this as far as some dream it could go. Are they winning more often than losing with Steph having less than stellar shooting splits? The answer is yes. That answer, I think, changes when you start playing playoff basketball, though. The Warriors are going to need him to be him. The him that we know, not the him that we're seeing right now, to take this as far as they want to go.
But having lower shooting totals might be the way for him to rediscover the rhythm that he has been struggling to find for so long. It's, I think, part of the problem that Curry had early was that he had the Fakakta record in his mind too much. And then later, when he started to struggle, after he got the record, he was taking too many shots to try to force his way into finding the rhythm. The other night, when he only had 11 shots, played only 28 minutes, he looked in a better rhythm than he had in some time. So it may not be volume of shots that gets this done. It may be him fitting into a different an offense that's changing on the fly as well. And frankly, however he gets it done, whether, volume didn't work, so maybe just, finding how the offense is running and fitting into it might be the way to go, because it means he won't have to think so much about everything. Because I think that's been one of his biggest problems.
The least of the Golden State Warrior problems are the defense. Is the defense. Is the defense.
Am the defense.
The defense. The defense and I. Warriors defense was phenomenal. It has been really all year. Tuesday night, they obliterated the Pistons. And you could put that an awful lot on the Pistons having no shooters on the floor. They really haven't found them all year. They shot just 35% from the field, 26.5% from three. Again, the Pacers are better than that. The Houston Rockets might not be. And we'll tell you who's cooking right now, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. That guy is Klay Thompson for the first time this year. He was the Warriors' leading scorer in a basketball game. 21 points in Tuesday night's win over the Pistons. He went 3 for 8 from downtown. He made all 6 of his free throws. Look at Klay Thompson getting to the free throw line 6 times. I mean, right there at a single game. That shows he's a little bit of a different player right now. More aggressive going to the rim, more aggressive putting the ball on the floor. Guys are reaching at him more, and he's going to the line more, and he took advantage of that on Tuesday night. So Klay Thompson is cooking, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today to see a full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. If you want to see Klay Thompson in a live working basketball game, well, pay attention tonight, because you're not going to be seeing him tomorrow night. With it being a back-to-back against a Rockets team, Klay has already been ruled out of tomorrow night's game, as has Andre Iguodala. He is playing tonight, will not be playing tomorrow night. So no changes there. I wonder if that means no Otto Porter Jr. tonight, because they know they're taking 2 guys off the second leg. Yeah, it does. No Otto Porter Jr. tonight. He will sit the first leg of the back-to-back with 2 already announced players sitting out the second leg.
Well, it's, this is the part of the year where all coaches have to do a lot of that mixing and matching, because later it's going to be all hands on deck. You want guys getting into the frame of mind that, you're playing every night. Unless you have the great advantage of being way ahead in your division or conference, and I don't know that the Warriors will have that benefit, because I don't see Phoenix going away at any point. So if the seeding matters to them, they're going to have to do their load management now, because come game 60, that's when everybody plays every night. There's no more, well, we got to keep an eye on you. It's, no, you're going. And if you're not going, it's because you're injured, not because we're trying to save you.
How much importance are we maintaining on seeding in terms? I'm just relatively deciding game on your home floor. The choice between would you rather play that game here or there? Here is obviously the choice you're going to want to make, but it does not matter, it feels, as much as it used to.
I don't think it matters a lot. I think it matters a lot more who you're playing. What's the matchup you're getting? What's the matchup you'll be getting in the next round? I think that's more important, because there are not a lot of series that go to a 7th game. Most of it is, you win in 5, you win in 6. So the venue for Game 7 is less important, except in one critical area, which is having the first 2 games at home means you have a better chance of being 2-0 in the series. If you're 2-0 in the series, you're golden for the most part. So that's the advantage of having not home court in Game 7, but home court for the series, because you get to start at home. That said, if the Warriors end up a 2 seed and have to play Phoenix, in the conference final, I don't think home court is going to matter much.
It didn't on Christmas Day. We saw that. And what's the old saying that no playoff series really begins until another team wins on another team's floor? So, yeah, you're right. The first 2 games at home are important. You defend them, you're on track. If you blow one, you're in scramble mode right away. So it's pick your poison. Yeah, but you're right. Who you're playing, the physical on-court matchup, and whether or not your shots fall is really all that matters. And in a make-or-miss league, that goes a long way to determining who wins, much more than where you're playing the game. Who you're playing and how you're playing matters the most, that's for sure. Because we have a robust conversation with Steve Kerr coming up at the top of the hour, I'll tell you right now what's on tap.
It's time to find out what's on tap. Tap Plastics. Presented by Tap Plastics.
All right. Let me tell you what's on tap. 6 more games right in the comfort of your own living room for the Golden State Warriors. It'll be 5 after tonight, but you got 2 easy ones. You got the banged-up Pacers here tomorrow. You got the rebuilding Rockets. No, you got the Pacers tonight, the rebuilding Rockets tomorrow night. And then things get tougher. The price of poker absolutely starts going up this weekend. The Jazz, the Mavericks, and the Nets come to town next week. Unfortunately, though, the Nets are going to be walking into this building without Kevin Durant. And that is it's something we all wanted. Ray, you can talk about how the choice between a team at full strength or half strength is no choice for any team at all. But if you're a ticket holder, if you were going to go to that game, you kind of wanted the show. In basketball, you do want the stars out there. You really do. A Nets ticket without Kevin Durant doesn't hold the value that a Nets ticket with Kevin Durant holds.
Well, the nondescript game at the end of January is a lot less important than the playoffs. So that's more what I was referring to. Also, do we know that the city ordinance doesn't keep Kyrie Irving from playing in that game?
I don't know anymore. I really don't know when it comes to him.
Because if you're going and you not only don't get Durant, but you also don't get Irving, you're going there to see James Harden. I don't know that that's a compelling enough reason to go to the Yard.
Well, that's what's on tap. Presented by Tap Plastics, the ultimate destination for do-it-yourself enthusiasts. And going to Warriors games, let's face it, it's the ultimate destination for a Warriors fan. And tonight, Ray, the Warriors are boasting a 400th straight sellout. It doesn't include non-fan pandemic games, obviously. And, I understand that this is something that all teams go forward with. Tickets sold, blah, 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 we're sold out. But to me, the Warriors don't even need to bother with the illusion or the promotion of, 400 sellouts in a row. Even if it's technically happened, we know that it's being fudged. We have our own 2 eyes. We see an awful lot of those luxury suites have empty rows throughout the evening and whatnot, and you peek up in the upper deck. I mean, I understand that the tickets are sold, but here's the deal. Your team is awesome. Your building is awesome. And I know you like to wear this as a badge of honor, but you're beyond that now. You're the Golden State Warriors. You're bigger than little brags about how much people love you. Okay, great. With the Dallas Mavericks, I think have the longest working sellout streak in basketball. Believe me, Mark Cuban is picking up 1,000 tickets a night in his own pocket if he needs to keep that rolling.
Yeah, oh yeah, Dallas writers have written about the acres of empty seats that Maverick games have had. If truth be told, there are about 2 places where you can pretty much guarantee that the numbers are real every night, and one is Miami, because they have been selling out since Shaq was there.
Well, but you wanted, El Fudgerific too, Ray. Come on.
No, I'm talking about people who, have access to butts and seats as opposed to attendance figures. And Miami comes the closest to being actually humanly full every night than any other team. And the other team that until this year, the same could be said of, was the Celtics, because it had become sort of almost a legacy thing where people would go simply out of habit. But it's interesting, like the Lakers, who used to have that, they have announced non-sellouts for 5 of their last 6 home games. And I think it's because even in LA, where the Lakers are the hottest thing in town, people don't want to look at that team. So it's not when you announce a sellout that it's interesting. It's when a team that always announces sellouts stops announcing sellouts. That's the fascinating part.
I'm just reading a little information, not to not pay attention to you or react. But here's the thing. You're
watching the Indiana game.
No, well, 54-49 Hoosiers, 10 minutes left, go IU. But look, the Lakers are benching Russell Westbrook right now and basically have Frank Vogel on a selected, if you don't beat this team tonight, you're going to be fired watch. How that doesn't apply to that Pacers game just last night, I do not know, because that's one you think you got to have. They're, 2 games under 500 now, and all of it's pointed in the wrong direction. I could see why LA fans are losing their desire to go into a building whose name they no longer even support and don't like that team, what's going on. Meanwhile, the Warriors skipped practice yesterday. They had an in-arena home run derby instead. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Kerr, I guess, was talking about it pregame, and here we go.
You guys kind of canceled regular practice yesterday and looked like playing some sort of like wiffle ball or tennis ball game. What did you do and why did you do it?
Home run derby, actually. Just everyone's tired from the travel the last month or so. It just felt like a good day to unwind and do something fun.
How did it go?
In some cases, better than others. Not everybody played baseball growing up. I know you're going to be shocked, but Steph and Clay were both excellent.
How about worst hitter?
Not commenting on that.
Ray, who's the worst power hitter on the Golden State Warriors, if you had to guess?
Kuminga.
That's what I was going to say, too. He's from Congo. He probably didn't play Little League very much, So
there probably wasn't Little League then. But it is interesting how, with practice time being as rare as it is in the NBA, that Steve Kerr has the confidence to say, I'd like some practice, but they don't need practice as much as they need a day off. We'll gather them here, we'll talk to them a bit, and then we'll screw around for an hour. It's the way coaches keep teams fresh. Because if it's just, we're going to go to the gym, we're going to have a shoot-around. They've had 1 million shoot-arounds. The key to an NBA season is to keeping guys engaged. And every once in a while, you have to go off the schedule. I mean, I'm sure Steve Kerr would have loved to have run a practice, but he has to read body language too, which is one of the reasons why he's had the job for 8 years. When you think about that, I mean, you just go, 8 years. They just hired him 15 minutes ago. But he's been there as long as he has because, in part, he gets what his players need as well as what they want.
3 titles helps too.
Well, yeah. But the point is, I haven't seen any players wandering off going, I'm not listening to this guy.
No, not at all. He really does strike the right note, no matter how he's talking or who he's talking to. And Steve Kerr was nice enough to talk to us just yesterday. And if you missed it, you missed a great conversation with Coach. So stick around here on Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity Internet, better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost and no strings attached. How do you say no to that? Steve Kerr joins us next here on Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game.
You're listening to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Take the over in Pacers and Warriors. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Klay Thompson got his groove back. He led the Warriors in scoring in a game for the first time since his ACL tear in the 2019 finals. And the BetQL model thinks Thompson and the Warriors